Chapter 1556. The primordial universe was moving towards prosperity, glory, and the pinnacle of the universe in the great wide world. This was something that everyone was happy to see. On the other side, on the 6th day of the trial forest, Qin Shao seemed to have forgotten the time as soon as he stopped to cultivate. 50,000 years, 100,000 years, 200,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 200,000 years had passed. During these 200,000 years, Qin Shao had been staying on the 6th day to comprehend and cultivate. Ling Long had become Qin Zhao's guardian, creating a peaceful cultivation environment for him. However, Qin Shao had been cultivating for 200,000 years, so Ling Long could not help but feel anxious for him. After all, 970,000 years had passed since the agreed time limit of 1,000,000 years. There were only 30,000 years left. If he wanted to reach the 9th heaven in 30,000 years, it would be too short and hasty. Ling Long knew Qin Zhao's determination, so she was naturally anxious about such a matter. However, there was someone who was even more anxious than Qin Shao. The person who was even more anxious was none other than Yin Long. "Father, is this brat scared? Is he not afraid to continue? It's been 200,000 years, but this kid is still on the 6th day." Yin Long was a little like an ant on a hot pan. Yin Long's father said with a sullen face, "I don't know either. It's indeed a little strange. This kid is really patient. It's been 200,000 years, but he still hasn't entered the 7th day. Now there are only 30,000 years left. There's not much time left for him. In terms of time, it's almost impossible for him to reach the 9th day. This kid definitely can't pass the warrior's test, but that's not what we need." Yin Long gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, father. This kid naturally can't pass the warrior's test. I've been sure of this for a long time. But that's not what we need. What we need is this kid's life. If he doesn't dare to continue, then our plan will fail. Damn it, our meticulous plan can't fail just like that. If that kid doesn't dare to continue, why don't we force him?" "Force him? How? Do you have any good ideas?" Silver Dragon's father asked. Yin Long was speechless. How could he have a good idea? If he did, he would have brought it up long ago. Why would he wait until now? After a moment of silence, Yin Long said unwillingly, "But father, we can't just wait like this, can we?" A smile suddenly appeared on Silver Dragon's father's face. "That kid has finally entered the 7th day." "Entered?" Yin Long paused for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. Good, good, good. That lightning feast has long been prepared for him." On the other side, Qin Shao entered the 7th day. The thing that Ling Long had been worried about finally came to an end. "Miss Ling Long, thank you for your help all these years. Now that the 7th day is more dangerous, I'd better keep you in my inner world. Otherwise, you can wait for me on the 6th day. It's up to you." Qin Shao looked at Ling Long with a serious face. In fact, Qin Shao knew that Yin Long would definitely have a backup plan. This was needless to say. Therefore, the 7th day would definitely be very dangerous. Therefore, Ling Long couldn't continue to follow him. Otherwise, if there was any danger, it would be too late. Ling Long naturally knew what Qin Shao meant. She was quite worried about Qin Shao. She looked at Qin Shao for a long time before saying, "All right, then I'd better go out first. I won't go into your inner world, but you have to be careful. If there's really danger, just give up. It's too difficult to get to the 9th stage. You don't have to work so hard." Qin Shao smiled. He naturally knew this. However, he had always been a person who refused to admit defeat. Of course, if he really couldn't do it, he could only retreat. However, Qin Shao wouldn't easily admit defeat for the time being. He wouldn't think about retreating now. Now, he was very determined to fight well and give it his all. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Qin Shao nodded and said. Ling Long turned around and prepared to leave. However, he still had a concern in his heart. but he was too embarrassed to express it. Ling Long still left, and Qin Shao also continued to move forward. Without this concern, Qin Shao could be fearless. There was even a bit of passion in his eyes. Although I didn't have a big breakthrough in the past 200,000 years, the law of sword principle has improved a lot. I've already touched the edge of small success. One more step and I'll reach small success. The second form of the Sacred Heart sword technique can be considered to be more perfect. I also have some ideas about the third form. It's just that it's difficult for me to overcome the shortcoming of the realm. Also, my heart force has improved a lot. However, it's still difficult to break through to the 7th level of heart force. Yin Long, I'd like to see what kind of big gift you've prepared for me. Although my strength didn't have a big breakthrough, it can be considered to have improved a lot. I shouldn't be so easily schemed against by you. With my current strength, even if I'm still a little short of reaching the 9th day, it shouldn't be a problem for me to reach the 8th day and the next few stages. There's still 30,000 years left. I might have a chance to fight for it. Soon, Qin Shao came in front of a canyon. The long canyon was eerie and eerie. It was unusually quiet, and there wasn't even any wind. Rugged rocks of strange shapes stood on both sides of the canyon. They were like ferocious beasts entrenched there, waiting for intruders to come in. An ominous glint flashed across his eyes, and his aura was dense. Standing in front of the canyon, Qin Shao frowned slightly. His eyes fell on the canyon, and he carefully sized it up. This really is a good place to set up an ambush. There's only one way, and there's no way around it. I have to pass through this canyon. The terrain of this canyon is very complicated. It's very good for hiding. Although I can't detect any aura, I can clearly feel that there is a potential danger in here. If they want to set me up, this canyon is undoubtedly the best choice. Either I enter through this canyon or I have to retreat. But with my personality, I'm not the type to retreat. Perhaps Yin Long and the others are certain of this. No matter what, since I've already come this far, there's naturally no reason to retreat. Qin Zhao's eyes were incomparably resolute. He didn't hesitate in the slightest. However, the situation before him still made Qin Shao calm down. He didn't rush into the canyon. Once he entered the canyon, it was very likely that he'd be surrounded by alien life forms. Although Qin Zhao's strength had indeed improved greatly compared to 200,000 years ago, he'd made great progress. However, he had to admit that the difficulty of the 7th day was much higher than that of the 6th day. Moreover, if he directly set up a checkpoint at the first checkpoint, then he could completely concentrate the power of the entire 7th day's 9 checkpoints. Once all the power of the 6th day's 9 checkpoints were gathered, it would probably be more than 10 times the power of the 6th day's 9 checkpoints. No matter how much Qin Zhao's strength had improved, it wouldn't be so exaggerated to say that it had improved by 10 times. Therefore, Qin Shao had to be on guard against this problem. If I really fall into the encirclement, it's indeed a bit dangerous. Once I fall into it, I won't even have the chance to retreat. But right now, I don't have a choice. There's no other way. I can't go around it, even if I want to. This is a dead end. It's a dead end. I have no choice but to take this path. In my estimation, I'm afraid that all the power of the 7th day is gathered in this canyon. Qin Zhao's eyes became deeper and deeper. Should he advance or retreat? If they entered, they would have to endure great danger. It was even possible that they would die inside. It can be said that if he didn't succeed, he would most likely die. But if he retreated, it would probably be more difficult to pass the test of the fierce warrior. Qin Shao had already cultivated for 200,000 years on the 6th day. He had almost reached his limit. Now there were only 30,000 years left before the million-year deadline. It was definitely impossible to rely on this kind of closed-door cultivation. There was not much possibility of a big breakthrough. And if there was no big breakthrough, then it was basically impossible to pass the test of the fierce warrior. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao couldn't retreat at this time. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Maybe, in such a dangerous predicament, he could still make a breakthrough. It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao's will was also incomparably firm, without the slightest hesitation. If he wanted to fight, then he would fight. Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all and firmly stepped into the canyon. On the other side, in the palace at the entrance of the training forest, there was a secret room deep inside. In the darkness, 3 figures stood in front of a crystal ball. The scene on the crystal ball, if Qin Shao was here at this time, would definitely be surprised to find that it was the scene he was currently in. At this time, it was displayed in real time here. In here, they could monitor the training forest in real time. However, this kind of monitoring was rarely used. It would only be turned on when there was a big event, to prevent major forgetfulness. Usually, it wouldn't be turned on. If it was always turned on, then there would always be someone guarding here. It wasn't easy to turn on the crystal ball. Even the warriors didn't have this kind of authority. In the entire Fei Liang tribe, only 2 people had the authority to turn on the crystal ball. One was the tribal chief, and the other was the guard of the training forest. Besides the guard, the other 2 people were obviously Yinlong and his father. Yinlong's eyes were fixed on the crystal ball. His face was full of viciousness, and there was a ferocious light in his eyes. "Humph, Qin Shao. You're really bold. When I saw you stop just now, I thought you were going to admit defeat. I didn't expect you to still dare to enter the canyon. Since you are asking for death, how can I not fulfill your wish? You were lucky to escape last time. Let's see how you can escape this time. It has gathered all the power of the 7th day. It is 10 times stronger than the 9th stage of the 6th day. This time, let's see how you deal with it. Let's see if you can survive. Kill you, I must kill you. If you don't die, how can I calm down and cultivate? You must die, you must die." Yinlong was a little crazy, as if he had gone mad. It was because of this that his father had no choice but to do this. Chapter 1557. As soon as he entered the canyon, Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. He sensed that something was wrong. There's actually a formation. They've activated a trapping formation. They're trying to trap me in this formation and prevent me from leaving. It seems like I can't underestimate these alien creatures. They have some tricks up their sleeves. Soon, a thick fog rose and shrouded the entire canyon. The scenery in front of him also changed. It became complicated and grotesque. Obviously, the fog creatures and phantasmal beasts had taken action. They created the fog and illusions at the same time. The fog and illusions worked together to create a cage, trapping Qin Shao in it. In this way, all the forces could easily surround him and suppress Qin Shao. It was very terrifying. As soon as he entered the canyon, danger came. Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. His eyes were incomparably cold. His battle intent surged. With the previous experience, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He took the initiative to attack. Qin Shao attacked the fog creatures and phantasmal beasts hiding in the dark. He had to deal with these 2 troubles first. Only then would he be less trapped. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable to be trapped in the fog and illusions. It was as if he was thrown into a cage and was at the mercy of others. Now, what Qin Shao needed to do was to break out of this cage. As long as he broke out of this cage, the situation would be much better. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for Qin Shao to be completely trapped like this. He might be trapped to death. He had to poke a hole in this trap. Only by breaking the trap would the situation be less terrifying. Qin Zhao's sword light shot out. The power of the law of sword turned into a terrifying sword light. In the void, a miserable scream sounded. When the screams were heard, the scene in front of them was obviously shaken and started to collapse. Obviously, the phantom beast in the dark was injured by Qin Zhao's sword, and the injury was not light, so it quickly retreated and left. This caused the illusionary realm in front of him to collapse layer by layer. Soon, it completely collapsed, revealing the original canyon. Without the shackles of the illusion, there was only the fog in front of Qin Shao. But for Qin Shao, her vision suddenly became much better, and there were fewer obstacles. Humph, although your illusion is powerful, it can't affect me at all. I can see through your illusion at a glance, so of course I can break it. Qin Shao snorted coldly in her heart. He saw through the illusion at a glance and knew the real body of the phantom beast. However, he was not affected by it at all. Therefore, Qin Zhao's sword glinted and struck 3 times, severely injuring the phantom beast in the dark. Phantasmal beasts and misty life forms were both rather peculiar life forms. They weren't very strong themselves, but their strength came from their innate divine abilities. The misty life form's mist could turn into mist with just a thought, shrouding the world. This method was very strange. It was difficult to injure the misty life form because when it turned into mist, the entire mist would be its real body. Unless all the mist in the world was dispersed, it would be impossible to injure the misty life form. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't do anything to the misty life form. However, the misty life form's methods were limited to this. Although it could shroud the world with mist, it didn't have any offensive power. Its offensive power was very weak, so it naturally didn't pose any threat to Qin Shao. The misty life form's function was to trap Qin Shao and shroud the whole world, making Qin Zhao's perception range very small. It could cover other alien life forms so that other alien life forms could attack Qin Shao, such as sneak attacks and so on. Therefore, the misty life form's greatest function was to support its own forces in battle. Phantasmal beasts were actually similar to the misty life form. However, phantasmal beasts still had a certain degree of offensive power, but it was weaker. The true body of a phantasmal beast could only be hidden in a certain place in the illusion. If one could see through the illusion, then the true body of the phantasmal beast could be found. Once the true body of the phantasmal beast was found, then it would be easier to deal with the phantasmal beast. The misty life form's true body was everywhere, so there was no way to deal with it. Phantasmal beasts were much better. Therefore, Qin Shao also chose to attack the phantasmal beast. He directly injured the phantasmal beast and forced it to retreat. Without the support of the phantasmal beast, Qin Shao would be much better off. If he could force the misty life form to retreat, then it would be even better. However, it was still difficult to force the misty life form to retreat. As soon as the phantasmal beast was repelled, sure enough, Qin Shao saw many alien life forms appear around him, and they were launching fierce attacks at him. All of them were like jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. Their eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, and they regarded Qin Shao as their prey. There were actually more than 40 alien life forms in front of him, and Qin Shao could clearly feel that there were many other alien life forms in the mist. In the 6th and 9th levels, there were more than 30 alien life forms that joined forces. He believed that there were probably more than 100 alien life forms here. After all the alien life forms in the 9th level might have joined forces. Qin Shao had already expected such a situation, and he had already thought of the worst-case scenario. Now it seemed that the situation was just as he had imagined. However, Qin Zhao's fighting spirit did not decrease at all. On the contrary, it became even more violent, and his blood was boiling. "Let's fight!" There was no other way, only a battle. Qin Shao waved his long sword, and it bloomed with a sharp light, and the brilliance surged, illuminating the sky. However, Qin Shao did not directly fall into the encirclement of the alien life forms. Instead, he rushed to the periphery, deliberately avoiding the encirclement and delaying the power of the alien life forms. Now, Qin Shao could only use such a tactic. If he fought head-on, it would definitely not work. At the entrance of the training forest, in the main hall, Good boy, I haven't seen you for 200,000 years, and your strength has really improved a lot. What kind of monster is this guy? Could it be that drinking water can increase one's strength? Why do I feel that it's so easy for him to improve his strength? Seeing Qin Shao seriously injuring the phantasmal beast and forcing it to retreat, Yinlong was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. That was so powerful. What shocked Yinlong the most was that every time he saw this guy, his strength had improved a lot. From the first fight, to the battle 600,000 years ago, to entering the training forest, to the scheme on the 6th day, and now, every time, Qin Zhao's strength had improved a lot. It was obvious that he had improved a lot. In such a short period of time, he had improved a lot. It was as easy as eating and drinking water. It didn't take much effort at all. Moreover, the improvement was huge. Qin Zhao's casual improvement made him reach a level that he could not reach in millions or even tens of millions of years. It felt as if the gains of 1,000,000 years of hard work were not as much as the gains of others in a day. Without comparison, there would be no harm. With such a comparison, naturally, Yinlong was hit hard. At this time, Yinlong was really shocked. Yinlong's father and the Watcher also showed a bit of surprise on their faces. This boy is really a monster. I really don't know where this monster comes from. Yinlong's father had to admit that Qin Shao was a monster. The Watcher frowned deeply and shook his head. What a pity, what a pity. It's really a pity that such a monstrous genius died. What's more, he's not a member of our tribe. If our tribe could produce such a monstrous genius, we would definitely do our best to nurture him. Who knows, maybe we could really produce a saint in our tribe. Our Fei Liang tribe hasn't produced a saint in our tribe. Don't think about such things. This boy must die. You can't be merciful. Yinlong's father's face darkened as he said coldly. The Watcher looked at Yinlong's father and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If he's not a member of our tribe, no matter how much I admire him, I know that I have to kill him." Humph! At this time, an angry snort sounded from behind. The door of the secret room was blown open by an explosive force. A figure walked in quickly, full of anger. Yinlong's and the other two's faces darkened when they saw who it was. This was because it was none other than Yinyuan Warrior. Yinyuan Warrior suppressed his anger and looked coldly at Yinlong and the other two. His eyes had already landed on the crystal ball and saw the situation on it. Yinlong and the other two immediately knew that the situation had been exposed. Yinyuan Warrior knew that they were plotting against Qin Shao. However, the three of them had nothing to fear and were not worried about anything. Yinlong's father said coldly, "Brother Yinyuan, why are you so nervous? That kid isn't related to you at all. Do you need to protect that kid like this?" Yinyuan Warrior said coldly, "He is not related to me, but he is not related to me. Qin Shao saved my young Er's life, so he is our benefactor. Our benefactor is here. I brought them into the tribe. Naturally, I have to ensure their safety and not let anything happen to them in the tribe. Don't you think it's too much to do this?" "Ha ha, too much?" Yinlong's father laughed instead of being angry. "How is it too much? It's just killing an outsider. What's wrong with that? He is your benefactor and is related to you, but has nothing to do with us. Not only is there no reason, but there is also a grudge. That boy humiliated my young. How can I let him go? It's your business to protect him. It's my business to kill him. If you're not happy about it, you can go and talk to the patriarch. If the tribe leader doesn't want me to touch him, then I won't. As for what you said, I'll just treat it as a fart." "Ha!" The guard at the side laughed as well. Obviously, he was on Yinlong's side. The Watcher added, "Yinyuan, if you want to stop it, then you should go and talk to the clan leader. As long as the patriarch gives the order, we will immediately stop." But Yinyuan doesn't have that much face. I was the one who agreed to this matter, so you don't have to get involved in it. "Oh right, Yinyuan. If you want to talk to the tribe leader, you better be quick. I think that boy can't hold on for much longer. If you are too slow, don't blame me if you die, Inlong's father said. He was so confident because he was sure that Inyuan would not go to the tribe leader. Even if he did, the tribe leader would not care. Chapter 1558. Can't I stop them? The battle in the canyon was incredibly intense. Many of the alien lifeforms were howling and howling as they lunged at Qin Shao. It was as if they could leave this damned place as long as they could kill Qin Shao. Qin Shao wanted to drag things out and defeat them one by one. He wanted to slowly resolve the situation. However, things didn't go as he wished. Qin Zhao's range of perception was very small in this fog. These alien lifeforms could easily hide in the fog and attack Qin Shao when he wasn't prepared. As a result, Qin Zhao's plans were foiled time and time again, forcing Qin Shao back again and again. In addition, these alien lifeforms were truly numerous. There were over 100 of them. They could completely surround Qin Shao with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. These alien lifeforms were also very clever and cunning. They'd already made meticulous arrangements and detailed plans in advance, so their movements were very orderly and well planned. If they followed the plan, they would naturally be very destructive. As a result, Qin Shao tried to break through a few times. However, he was quickly blocked by the alien lifeforms, completely forming several layers of a cage. Even if Qin Shao could break through one layer of the cage, he would quickly be beaten back by the power of another layer. In this way, Qin Shao would be compressed into a small area, making it impossible for Qin Shao to break out of the small circle and encircle Qin Shao within the small circle. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's heart force had improved a lot in these 200,000 years of cultivation. Although it hadn't broken through to the 7th layer, it was still a bit stronger than it was 200,000 years ago. In terms of heart force, he was already at the peak of the 6th layer. If he took another step forward, he would be at the 7th layer. Of course, this seemed like a step away, but it was actually a very big gap. If he wanted to take this step, it would be far, far too difficult. If he could take this step, then he'd be able to reach a whole new level. With the help of heart force, Qin Shao didn't seem to be in such a sorry state even when surrounded by alien lifeforms. However, even though he had heart force techniques, Qin Shao could still smell danger from such a powerful lineup of alien lifeforms. His brows furrowed deeply. If this continued, the situation would be very bad. He was completely suppressed, being bombarded by tens of non-humankind beings, using all kinds of methods to attack him. Brat of the human race, even though you're strong, you'll still have to die. This human brat belongs to me. No one can snatch him away from me. It's not like she's a pretty girl. Since when did you like her? Bah, so dirty. My taste has always been normal. Only a damned witch like you is so dirty. Human brat, stop resisting. It's useless. You can't escape. You can't break free. I think you'd better surrender obediently. That way we might be able to let you die a quick death. Are you guys bored after eating too much? What's there to say to this brat? Hurry up and kill him. I still have things to do. The alien lifeform's words were full of mockery and contempt. Clearly, they saw Qin Shao as prey and didn't place him in their eyes at all. One alien lifeform after another pounced in an orderly fashion, unleashing all kinds of attacks on Qin Shao. Their innate abilities were also unleashed one after another, all of them possessing unique and terrifying abilities. When all of them were stacked together, they became even more frightening and lethal. Even using heart force to block them was starting to feel strained. The second form of the Skyheart Sword Manual, the power of the laws of the sword, was also starting to show signs of weakness. Under such circumstances, Qin Zhao's situation had clearly become increasingly dangerous, and he was on the brink of death. He fought his way out, but failed again and again. It was as if the alien lifeforms had long since planned for Qin Shao. As long as Qin Shao tried to break through, more alien lifeforms would rush out and force Qin Shao back. Half of the alien lifeforms were attacking Qin Shao, while the other half were hiding in the mist, ready to provide support at any time. In this way, it was simply flawless and impenetrable. It was like an impenetrable fortress that couldn't be torn open. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao was completely trapped and suppressed. He didn't have much room to fight back. Ha ha, great, this is great. In the secret chamber, seeing Qin Shao being suppressed by the alien lifeforms again and having his escape blocked, Silver Dragon was in a great mood. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, exclaiming in delight. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you're still too inexperienced to play with me. Now, you should know about this young master's background, right? Humph! How dare you offend me and act so arrogantly in front of me? You asked for it. You're courting death. All the forces of the entire seventh heaven are here. How can you resist? If you can, you'll be a fierce warrior. Based on the traces of time on your body, you haven't even been active for an era. How can you become a fierce warrior? No matter how talented you are, you can't be like this. Play slowly. I want to watch you slowly die in the hands of those non-human beings. This kind of feeling was just too delightful. Only like this could he vent the endless fury and hatred in the Silver Dragon's heart. Last time at the martial arts practice field, he had lost all his face and been in so much pain that he wished he was dead. How could he not take revenge for such a great hatred? Only by killing Qin Shao could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Now, he could finally watch this show slowly unfold with his own eyes. Ha ha! Old Brother D, you're really good. Those alien lifeforms are all under your control. I'm impressed, said Silver Dragon Daddy. The watchman smiled and said, Old man, I've been staying here all this time. I don't know how many epochs I've been guarding this place. After putting in so much hard work, there should be some gains, right? Occasionally, I can let these alien lifeforms do something for me, let alone something that interests them. If I let them kill, they naturally won't even blink. They should have taken action 200,000 years ago. They've been waiting for 200,000 years and have nothing to do. Therefore, in these 200,000 years, they have become very tacit with each other. It is naturally easy for them to work together. In short, this kid will definitely die this time. In such a situation, it would be strange if he could come out alive. The difficulty of this level is no less than the level of the ninth heaven. Silver Dragon Daddy nodded and said, Yes, old Brother D is right. That's right. That's why I have to thank you this time, old Brother D. I'll remember this big favor. Ha ha. Look, Daddy. This kid can't hold on any longer. He's going to die. Silver Dragon suddenly shouted excitedly. Silver Dragon Daddy and the watchman looked over and saw that Qin Shao had indeed been seriously injured. More alien lifeforms had joined the lineup to besiege Qin Shao. Powerful forces pressed down again and again. Under such crazy bombardment, Qin Shao naturally could not bear it. The situation of using numbers to bully him was the best test for Qin Shao. Qin Shao had used all his means, but he was still unable to make ends meet. Although Qin Shao was indeed mentally prepared, he had not expected that the situation would develop in the worst direction. It still came to this point and forced him to take a step forward. The many means that Qin Shao had prepared were all defeated one by one. The degree of danger of this level had somewhat exceeded Qin Zhao's expectations. Qin Shao did not take into account the fact that they could work together seamlessly and have a tacit understanding. Of course, even if he had considered this, it would still be very difficult. After all, the situation was there, and the difference in strength between the two sides was indeed too big. If the battle tactics could not be used, there would naturally be no hope and the situation would develop in the worst direction. If the situation could be opened, Qin Shao might not be able to defeat them one by one. However, the actual situation was obviously developing in the worst direction. Human Clan Kid, don't make any unnecessary resistance. It's useless. Kid, just accept your fate obediently and die. This kid's means are really powerful. He can still hold on for so long. No matter how powerful he is, it's useless. There are so many of us. If we still can't kill him, then we'll all commit suicide. If this kid doesn't have a heart force technique, we won't be able to kill him even if he has 10 lives. Yeah, a heart force attack is really unbearable. I hate this feeling. If he didn't have a heart force technique, this kid would have died 100 times over. But it's useless. It's going to be over soon. Everything's going to be over. Kill him, don't give him a chance to breathe. Kill him in one fell swoop. Kill him! Yo, kill. These alien lifeforms seemed to be in a frenzy as they charged over one after another. Under such a situation, Qin Shao, who was already seriously injured, felt a trace of despair. He was really forced into a desperate situation. However, Qin Shao had also thought of this worst-case scenario. He gritted his teeth, but there was a powerful force in his heart. He couldn't die here. Could he not hold on? No, he had to hold on. He had to survive. He wanted to use this opportunity to fight, to stimulate himself, to push his potential to the limit, to break through in one fell swoop and reach the level of a warrior. With a big goal, he had to pay a big price and take a big risk. This was inevitable. However, Qin Shao wouldn't admit defeat. His eyes were extremely deep and cold. The extremely strong power of faith erupted again and again, gushing out and roaring out, trying to break through the limit. This was truly a dangerous situation. This time, Qin Shao could be said to have put himself in a desperate situation and fought to survive. This was not an impulsive action. Qin Shao had thought about it beforehand and even hesitated. However, he had still chosen this path in the end. Why had he worked hard for 200,000 years on the 6th day? Wasn't it to make it to the 9th day? He had worked hard for so long for this goal. How could he give up just because of the danger on the 7th level? That had never been Qin Zhao's character. You're about to die, yet you still refuse to accept your fate? You still refuse to admit defeat? No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. That kid is finally going to die. Ha. Die quickly. It's faster to die. Brother D, I won't say any more words of thanks. Anyway, I'll remember this big favor. It's almost time for me to go back, the Silver Dragon Father told the Watcher. The Watcher smiled and waved his hand. Father, quickly look. Chapter 1559. The Power of the Inner World. Within the canyon, Qin Zhao's situation was indeed precarious. It was getting worse and worse. After being injured again and again, he was forced into a desperate situation. Under the frenzied attacks of the foreign races, Qin Shao had reached a dead end. His life was on the line. At this moment, it was impossible for Qin Shao to retreat even if he wanted to. He was completely surrounded by these foreign races. There was no way for him to leave at all. Unless a miracle happened, Qin Shao would not be able to survive. It was still slightly beyond Qin Zhao's expectations that he would end up in such a state. He had thought of the worst possible outcome, but it was clearly much worse than he had imagined. He was originally full of ambition and thought that he could give it a try. Even if he could not defeat them, it would not be too bad. But clearly, he had seriously underestimated them. The strength of these foreign races was within Qin Zhao's expectations. It was just that the power they displayed when working together was somewhat beyond Qin Zhao's imagination. That was why Qin Shao was now in such a desperate situation. He was completely suppressed. If Qin Shao wanted to turn the tide and reverse the situation, then a miracle would have to happen. And there were only 3 ways to create a miracle. First, he could make a breakthrough in the Tianxin sword arts and cultivate the 3rd move. Second, he could make a breakthrough in the laws of the sword. This kind of breakthrough was also a qualitative leap. It was a huge improvement and very difficult to achieve. Then, he could make a breakthrough in heart force. This was also not an easy thing to do. It could even be said that the breakthrough in heart force was the most difficult of the 3. No matter which one it was difficult, very difficult. Qin Shao was not far from these 3 paths. He was only a step away. He only needed an opportunity to make a breakthrough. But although this step seemed close, it was very, very difficult to make a breakthrough. Qin Shao dared to challenge the 7th day because he wanted to use this dangerous situation to stimulate himself and force himself into a desperate situation. He wanted to make a breakthrough in the midst of the pressure. For a long time, Qin Shao had more breakthroughs in desperate situations, which could be regarded as a characteristic of Qin Zhao's cultivation. However, such a specialty was definitely something that one would have to risk their lives for. Since they were fighting with their lives on the line, no one could guarantee that they would win every single time. As the saying goes, if one often walks by the river, one's shoes will not get wet. It was good to seek riches and honor in the midst of danger, but if one took too many risks, there would always be problems. At this time, Qin Shao was in such a desperate situation. Obviously, something had gone wrong. The breakthroughs of the 3 Daos were all greatly hindered, making it difficult for them to take this step forward. How difficult was it to achieve a breakthrough? Qin Zhao's years of cultivation were too short, and his accumulation in all aspects was not deep enough. It wasn't something that could be accumulated step by step. It was something that could be done slowly over time. It required a huge breakthrough. It required a heaven-defying move. Those who defied the heavens would be suppressed by the heavens. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through the dead end. A world suddenly descended, as if the door to a foreign land had been opened. A desolate world was faintly discernible in the void. There were giant peaks, seas, long rivers, continuous mountain ranges, barren deserts, huge basin valleys. Apart from life, this world had everything. This was an incomparably huge continent. There was no void, no endless void. It was an incomparably complete continent. Under the pressure of this world, the power of the entire world also came crashing down on the bodies of all the foreign races. The powerful force actually suppressed these foreign races completely. They struggled with all their might, but there was no way for them to escape. On the other hand, Qin Shao, who was in a hopeless situation, had escaped as well, and he stood at the peak of the world of nothingness. He was like a god of creation that looked down upon all living beings in the world and grasped this supreme strength. This was the power of the reflection of the inner world, which also surprised Qin Shao greatly. Qin Zhao's face also regained some soaring heroism and a strong fighting spirit. "I've been suppressed by you for so long, and I almost died in your hands. Now, it's finally my turn to fight back." Qin Zhao's lips curled up in a cold smile as he slashed out with his sword. Now, these alien creatures were completely suppressed by the power of the inner world, which meant that they did not have much power to fight back. They were Qin Zhao's prey. Moreover, all of them had been separated, and their alliance had collapsed. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao was naturally much more at ease. He could defeat them one by one, and he could attack and kill them. "Ah no no no, human boy, no no no, sir, don't kill me, ah no." The first alien creature attacked by Qin Shao suddenly looked terrified. He looked at Qin Shao in horror and begged for mercy. At this time, he did not have much power to fight back, so he naturally knew that he was in a bad situation. At this time, he also sensed killing intent from Qin Shao, so he was frightened and begged for mercy. However, Qin Shao did not pay much attention to him. Instead, he attacked fiercely. However, Qin Shao was still merciful. After severely injuring him with one blow, he did not continue to kill him. If he wanted to kill him, he could naturally do so, but it would take more time and effort. However, there was no need for that. After all, defeating him was already a victory, and this result was enough. This was the territory of the Failiang tribe, so Qin Shao did not dare to kill here. Every alien creature killed was obviously a huge loss to the Failiang tribe. After all, it was definitely not an easy task to capture such a powerful being alive. On the other side, the atmosphere in the secret room had completely changed. What? This, how is this possible? How can this be? What is going on? Yin Long was completely dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Qin Shao was about to die. He was prepared to enjoy Qin Zhao's death, and watch this fellow slowly die in front of him. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had completely changed. It was a complete reversal. Heaven and earth had been turned upside down. They had never seen such a method before. Silver Dragon's father and the Watcher also stared at the crystal ball in shock. Their expressions became gloomier and gloomier. Father, what kind of method is this? Is this fellow really going to defy the heavens? Yin Long asked his father anxiously. Yin Long's father had a bitter look on his face as he said with difficulty, "It seems like it's a reflection of his inner world," but, at this point, the Silver Dragon's father couldn't continue. He didn't understand either. A reflection of his inner world? How is this possible? Yin Long exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't that fellow just a first step heavenly venerate? How can his inner world be so big? I'm also a first step heavenly venerate, but I'm afraid the size of my inner world is not even 1/10,000th of his. Such a huge inner world should be at least 1,000 times bigger than yours, right? Moreover, even if it's a reflection of his inner world, it shouldn't be so strong. The reflection of his inner world shouldn't have much power. I've never seen anyone use the reflection of his inner world as a means of attack. It's unheard of. This is not the power of the reflection of his inner world. It's definitely not. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so strong. It's absolutely impossible. It's so strong that it's a little scary. Yin Long's father also frowned and pondered deeply. He said in puzzlement, "Yes, I also find it strange. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be his inner world. The inner world shouldn't be so big. Even if this fellow is somewhat special, it shouldn't be so big. Even if it's so big, no one in the inner world should be able to use it as a means of attack. The reflection of the inner world shouldn't have much power, so it shouldn't have any lethality. The inner world is just a storage space for our divine power. It's the inner world, the source of power, and the habitat of life. In fact, it's relatively weak. It's hidden in the deepest part of our divine body. It won't be found by anyone. It's a forbidden place for life. The power of the inner world only exists in the inner world, but it's still related to the person's strength." The Watcher also shook his head in puzzlement. "Strange, it's really very strange. Such a strange thing is also unheard of by this old man. Perhaps this is some other means. It just looks a little like the projection of the inner world. Or perhaps it's really related to the projection of the inner world. However, it shouldn't be completely the projection of the inner world. There should be some other special means inside to make it so strong. This kid has been forced into a desperate situation. Perhaps this is his strongest trump card, his life-saving trump card. The great thousand worlds are vast and filled with all kinds of strange things. It's possible to have all kinds of secret technique. We've never heard of them, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. This kid is from the outer world. He's not from the heavenly fire secret territory. Therefore, there is no need to be surprised by anything that happens to him." Yin Long's father nodded. Indeed, they shouldn't look at this matter with common sense. If they hadn't heard of it, it could only mean that they were a little ignorant. "Then what should we do, father?" Look at that kid, he's killing. With such means, he's suppressing all the foreign races, making them unable to resist. If this goes on, that kid will soon defeat all the foreign races and pass the trial. With such means, it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 9th day. Is he really going to successfully pass the fierce warrior's test? I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Father, quickly think of a way to stop him. You must stop him. You can't let him win. No, absolutely not. Yinlong had become crazy. He didn't want to lose, he didn't want to lose. Yinlong's father shook his head helplessly and said with a sullen face, Yinlong, admit defeat. This time, we've lost again. We've lost so thoroughly. Our plans have failed twice. Now we have no way to stop this kid's pace. When he comes out of the training forest, with Yin Yuan around, we won't be able to do anything. Once he comes out, he'll definitely leave our tribe. We won't have a chance to do anything. No. Father, we still have a chance. We definitely have a chance. Even if we can't do anything in the tribe, isn't that kid going to the Dragon Burial Ridge? We can definitely go to the Dragon Burial Ridge. No matter how much Yin Yuan protects that kid, he can't possibly follow us into the Dragon Burial Ridge, right? Chapter 1560. Feihua Third Watch, Puff. When Qin Zhao's sword pierced through the body of the last alien, all of them were gravely injured by Qin Shao. Qin Shao had already beaten back the dense fog rays. Under the suppression of Qin Zhao's inner world projection, they didn't dare resist Qin Shao. They could only retreat obediently. Qin Shao put away his inner world projection and pointed his sword at those wounded non-humankind beings. Without needing him to say anything, those non-humankind beings automatically stepped aside to make way for him. This meant that they'd admitted defeat. Qin Shao had successfully passed the trial. Passing this trial was equivalent to passing the 7th day's trial. Qin Shao withdrew his sharpness and finally revealed a slight smile on his face. The joy of passing the trial and discovering how to use the power of his inner world. Who would have thought that the inner world could be used in such a way? My inner world has always been relatively large. The further I go, the larger it gets. When I was still a 4th-step celestial god, my inner world was several times larger than a major powers. Later, I became the master of the 6 paths, a celestial sovereign, and the master of the primordial chaos universe's origin. The rise of my heart force, the rise of my true meaning of strength, and the rise of my sword cultivation allowed my inner world to expand even further. In addition, I've been consciously expanding my inner world, so it's become very, very large. My current inner world is more than 1,000 times larger than Jing Yang's. It's more than 1,000 times larger, and it's more than 1,000 times stronger as well. However, I've always neglected the power of my inner world. I've never thought of using it in actual combat. Ordinary use of it doesn't have much of an effect. Just now, when I was in a desperate situation, I suddenly thought of using heart force to control my inner world's power. I used the power of laws to support it, and the power of my inner world to combine the 3 perfectly. That's why there's such a strange effect. That's why the power I can unleash is so great. I've never thought of such a situation. This time, when I was in a desperate situation, I suddenly came up with this idea. That's why I discovered such an offensive method. This hairstyle has undoubtedly made me much stronger, and I've also mastered a special technique. However, I'm afraid I'm the only one capable of using such a method. Even Jing Yang wouldn't be able to do it. First of all, Jing Yang's inner world is more than 1,000 times smaller than mine. Second of all, Jing Yang doesn't know how to use heart force. That's why I shouldn't be able to heart art. Perhaps, only such a special combination would have such a miraculous effect. However, there is no doubt that this discovery has also opened up a new line of thought for me, a new door. I've been ignoring it all this time. I've alas art. Looks like I'll have to put more effort into this in the future. Let's do some research. Who knows, maybe I'll Fang's Luyun. I also feel that my usage of the inner world should still be rather crude and elementary. Perhaps there's a better way to use it. I just can't see it yet. But I believe that I can improve it. I can do better. I can unleash even more power. He could only slowly study how to use his inner world's power in the future. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao quickly retracted his gaze. After his joy, he quickly calmed down. He had made a great discovery, but he couldn't get carried away. After sorting out his emotions, Qin Shao prepared to continue onwards. The 7th day had already passed. It was now the 8th and 9th day. With Qin Zhao's current strength, he was completely confident that he could pass the 8th day. Passing the 9th day wouldn't be a problem at all. As for whether he could pass the 9th trial on the 9th day, that was hard to say for now. But for Qin Shao, passing the 9th day was enough. Then he would have achieved his goal and could leave the Fei Liang tribe. This was what Qin Shao needed. Everything else didn't matter. Just as Qin Shao was about to leave, Qin Shao sensed that someone was coming. There was actually someone here? It wasn't easy to pass the 7th day. Qin Shao turned around and saw a handsome man walking over. His attire made him look especially handsome and mighty. Although Qin Shao didn't know this man, he couldn't sense any hostility or killing intent from his face. On the contrary, he looked friendly. There was a slight smile and a hint of appreciation on his face. In terms of appearance, he looked a little like warrior Yin Yuan and Fei Yong. Putting all these together, Qin Shao knew who this man was. "Are you Fei Hua?" The handsome man walked over with a slight smile. He nodded at Qin Shao and said, "Yes, I am Fei Hua. Although we haven't met before, I'm very close to you, Taoist Qin Shao. I've heard my father and third brother mention you a few times. They've also praised you. You've been cultivating in seclusion all these years. I haven't had the chance to visit you. I didn't expect that we would meet here for the first time." The man in front of him was none other than Fei Yong's elder brother, the eldest son of warrior Yin Yuan. He was also a genius and a peerless talent. He was extremely famous among the younger generation of the Fei Liang tribe. Fei Hua was definitely one of the top 3 first-step heavenly venerables in the Fei Liang tribe. He was much more famous than Yin Yuan. Qin Shao had heard of Fei Hua a long time ago. It was also his first time meeting him. Although it was his first time meeting Fei Hua, like father, like son, Qin Shao trusted Fei Hua's character completely. "Nice to meet you. I've admired you for a long time, brother Fei Hua. I didn't have the chance to meet you before. Today, my wish has come true." Qin Shao cupped his fists and bowed politely. Fei Hua walked over with a smile. The moment he spoke, the distance between the two of them seemed to shrink. It was as though he had met a bosom friend over wine. "Brother Qin Shao, you're really talented. I'm impressed. I rushed here as fast as I could. However, it seems like I was a little redundant. Brother Qin Shao was able to settle everything so neatly by yourself," Fei Hua said with a smile. Qin Shao had already guessed Fei Hua's intentions. Now that he heard it from Fei Hua's mouth, he was even more certain of his guess. "Brother Fei Hua, thank you," Qin Shao said gratefully. He knew that this was the work of warrior Yin Yuan. The Silver Abyss warriors must have known about the Silver Dragon and his son's scheme. That was why they sent Fei Hua here to help him. However, Fei Hua was still a little late. If he had come earlier, perhaps Qin Shao wouldn't have been forced into such a desperate situation. However, everything seemed to have been arranged by the heavens. Although Fei Hua didn't come to Qin Zhao's aid in time, it helped Qin Shao. Qin Shao discovered how to use his inner world and created a skill that made him much stronger. This was a blessing in disguise. However, in his heart, Qin Shao was still very grateful to Fei Hua and warrior Yin Yuan. True feelings could only be seen in times of adversity. Although he didn't help, His concern was enough to make Qin Shao feel touched. Fei Hua was a straightforward person. He laughed and waved his hand. Brother Qin Shao, you're too kind. I didn't help much. I came late. Brother Qin Shao, please don't blame me. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to my father. Qin Shao said, Brother Fei Hua, you're too humble. I won't say anything more. Qin Shao will remember this favor. Haha, I won't say anything more. You're fine. All right, since you're fine, I won't disturb you any further. I'll go back first. When you return in triumph, let's have a few more drink. Our personalities are very similar. A genius like you doesn't put on any airs. I can't feel a trace of arrogance from you. I respect you and am happy to be friends with a person like you. I'm just afraid that Brother Qin Shao will dislike me. Fei Hua laughed. Qin Shao smiled and said, Brother Fei Hua is joking. To be able to make friends with a hero like Brother Fei Hua, I'm very happy. Brother Fei Hua, you're also a straightforward person. I like your personality. Brother Fei Hua, you can go out first. After I pass the 9th day, I'll have a good drink with you. To be able to befriend someone like Brother Fei Hua, it's a blessing in life. Ha ha, good. I'll wait. Fei Hua laughed and left. After sending Fei Hua off, Qin Shao smiled. He was in a good mood. It was said that there were close friends in the sea. However, there weren't many people who could truly make friends. Making friends was also a matter of feelings. This was somewhat similar to the feelings between men and women. If the feeling was right, then it was right. If the feeling wasn't right, then there would be a gap. Feelings were very important. It was also important to have like-minded friends. Qin Shao and Fei Yong had a good relationship. However, it was difficult for them to reach the level of brothers. In Qin Zhao's opinion, Fei Yong was a well-behaved younger brother. Although Fei Yong was much older than Qin Shao, he was more of a well-behaved person. He wasn't as bold and straightforward as his elder brother Fei Hua. It was rare to have close friends in life. It was good to be able to make close friends. In the Hongming universe, there were only a few people who could truly become close friends. Brother Pure was one. Bai Jianxiu was another. Changfeng was another. Then there were Yi Juanhe and Lord Dan Chenjun. As for the others, they would be much worse off. However, to reach the level of life and death brothers, it wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. It required a long time. After laughing, Qin Shao continued to advance. The Yinlong father and son schemes had been foiled twice. Naturally, there was no way for them to carry out a third scheme. The Watchers had already done their best. It was impossible for them to continue. Moreover, there was no hope for them to continue. They could only give up. Moreover, this matter had angered the Yin Deep warriors. If they continued, the Yin Deep warriors would forcefully intervene. When that happened, it wouldn't be good. After all, this kind of thing didn't go against the Feiliang tribe's rules. They entered the 8th day smoothly. There weren't any obstacles. Their journey was smooth. They passed the 9th stage of the 8th day and entered the 9th day. As long as they passed the 9th stage of the 8th day, it meant that they could become a fierce warrior. They didn't need to take the fierce warrior test anymore. Chapter 1561. To the Feiliang tribe, the irony was that Qin Shao wasn't from the Feiliang tribe. An outsider actually made it all the way to the 9th day, creating a legend. This was a result that no one from the Feiliang tribe had achieved in the past 100 eras. Even in the long history of the Feiliang tribe, Qin Shao was the 4th person to make it to the 9th day. Before him, only 3 exceptional geniuses from the Feiliang tribe had made it to the 9th day. It was obvious how difficult it was to make it to the 9th day. After making it to the 9th day, he had achieved his goal. Qin Shao didn't continue. He knew he had a goal. If he really continued to walk down this path, with his unyielding character, once it really started, he was afraid that he would risk everything to charge forward. In that case, it was very likely that they would achieve the best results in the history of the Feiyang tribe and break the historical record. Once it reached that point, Qin Shao also knew that it would definitely be more awkward. If an outsider broke the record of a tribe, wouldn't that be a slap to the Feiyang tribe's face? If word got out, wouldn't it be a huge joke? Hence, Qin Shao didn't continue. Instead, he gave up and retreated. He had made it this far. There was no point in continuing. He might even offend the Feiyang tribe. It might even cause public outrage. Once things escalated to that point, the situation would be out of control. No matter how much the Silver Abyss warriors wanted to protect him, they wouldn't be able to. Stopping now could be considered as leaving some leeway for himself. When Qin Shao came out, he saw the three people waiting for him there: Fei Hua, Fei Yong, and Ling Long. When they saw Qin Shao, they knew that Qin Shao had made it to the 9th day. He had passed the warrior's test. Qin Shao had succeeded. Big brother Qin, congratulations. Fei Yong was still the same as before. He was full of admiration for Qin Shao. In his heart, he had already started to worship Qin Shao. In the face of their congratulations and joy, Qin Shao appeared especially calm. He smiled at the three of them and said, "Let's talk about it when we get back." It was best not to make this matter public. Fei Yong and the other two naturally understood Qin Zhao's intentions. They nodded and returned to their living quarters. Jing Yang had been waiting for them for a long time. In the past 300,000 years, Jing Yang was the most anxious. This was the first time he wasn't with Qin Shao. He was worried that something might happen to Qin Shao. If something really happened to Qin Shao, he didn't know how to explain it to the old master. However, after hearing about Qin Zhao's situation from Fei Hua, he was relieved and overjoyed. "Big brother, you're finally back." Jing Yang was a little excited as he greeted Qin Shao. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the test was, but in the end, Qin Shao still succeeded. The young lord had once again created a miracle. Fei Hua didn't say anything. He had seen Qin Shao on the 7th day. Qin Shao had broken through the perilous situation on the 7th day. Fei Hua knew that Qin Shao would definitely be able to pass the 8th day. So he wasn't surprised. Everything was within his expectations. Ling Long's watery eyes shone with a strange light. She silently looked at Qin Shao, as if she had something to say. Only Fei Yong was unusually excited. After holding it in for so long, he could finally open his mouth. "Big brother Qin, you're really amazing. You're too heaven-defying. You're really admirable. TSK, I really didn't expect Big Brother Qin to reach the 9th day. This is too shocking. Previously, my big brother Jingyang was worried for Big Brother Qin. Now it seems like we were thinking too much. We underestimated Big Brother Qin's potential. In less than 300,000 years, Big Brother Qin has overcome all difficulties and reached the 9th day. You've created a legend. If news of this spreads, I'm afraid many people will be shocked to death." Qin Shao shook his head and said calmly, "Fei Yong, don't mention this to anyone else. It's not a big deal. Don't be too excited. Just treat it calmly. It's best if you act as if nothing happened." "Ah? Why?" Fei Yong looked at Qin Shao in confusion. He was really happy for Qin Shao. Why couldn't he do that? Ling Long shook her head and said, "You don't understand?" Fei Yong really didn't understand. He looked at Ling Long and then at his brother. Obviously, they understood what Qin Shao meant. However, Fei Yong still couldn't figure it out. He was still confused. "What do you mean?" Fei Yong scratched his head and asked in confusion. Jing Yang shook his head and smiled. "Of course it's for the safety of my brother and me. Think about it, if you talk about this outside, won't it anger your people? No one in your tribe has reached the 9th day for hundreds of epochs. This should be an embarrassing result for your tribe, right? My big brother is an outsider, yet he managed to reach the 9th day. If news of this were to spread out, How many of our clansmen would be displeased, envious, and furious? If that's the case, won't it directly cause public anger? Not only will we incur the wrath of the people, I'm afraid they will gang up on us and chase us out of the Fei Liang tribe. So we should keep a low profile. It's best if we act as if nothing happened. Otherwise, my brother and I won't be safe. Hearing Jing Yang's words, Fei Yong slapped his head. He immediately understood. That was indeed the case. Cough cough, I really didn't think about that. I was too careless. I will be careful. Then it seems that you shouldn't stay in our tribe for too long. It's better if you enter the Dragon Burial Ridge as soon as possible. Fei Yong said. Qin Shao and Jing Yang nodded. They naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. Fei Hua said, I have already informed my father. He is reporting this matter to the tribe leader. After that, he will bring you to the teleportation formation to activate it. He should be back soon. Father also thought of this situation, so he told you to leave quickly, in case something unexpected happens. Qin Shao nodded. He was relieved. Brother Fei Hua, I said that I would like to drink with you. We don't have much time left here. Why don't we have a few drinks together as a farewell? After we leave this time, we can't be sure if we will come back again. Maybe we won't have the chance to meet again after this. Fei Hua nodded and said, Haha, I have the same idea. Come, let's drink a few cups together. Consider it as a farewell for you. I also wish you all a good harvest in the Dragon Burial Ridge and achieve your goals. Fei Yong and Ling Long were reluctant to part. After knowing that Qin Shao was leaving, they couldn't help but feel a little down. Just as everyone was about to sit down and have a few drinks, a powerful aura came from afar. They saw a tall figure rushing towards them. The person was none other than warrior Yin Yuan. Senior Yin Yuan. Qin Shao shouted from afar. Warrior Yin Yuan quickly landed and said, Qin Shao, the transportation array is ready. I will bring you over now. Leave quickly. Qin Shao nodded and said, Thank you, Senior Yin Yuan. Thank you for your help. Fei Yong and Ling Long were even more reluctant to part with Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled at the two of them and said, All good things must come to an end. I am really happy to have met you. If we're fated to meet again, we should meet again one day. Perhaps we will return to your tribe. Brother Qin, I really don't want you to leave. But you have your dreams to pursue. I can't keep you. I can only wish you a safe journey. If there is a chance, you are welcome to return to our tribe. Fei Yong gritted his teeth and said. Ling Long bit her red lips and opened her mouth slightly. She wanted to say something, but she stopped herself and didn't say anything. Brother Fei Hua, I wanted to have a few drinks with you. Looks like we don't have time now. The future is long. Let's talk about it later. Qin Shao said to Fei Hua. Fei Hua laughed heartily and said, Yes, the future is long. There is no need to be so calculative. I believe that there will be a chance in the future. All right, the three of you, we will take our leave. See you again. Qin Shao clasped his hands and said to the three of them, Goodbye. Take care. See you again. After bidding farewell to the three of them, Qin Shao and Jing Yang followed warrior Yin Yuan to the transportation array. Soon, they arrived at the transportation array. The journey was smooth and there were no accidents. They arrived at the transportation array without a hitch. It seemed that the Yin Long father and son would not do anything for the time being. Qin Shao was worried that the Yin Long father and son would play some trick. But now, it seemed that everything was going smoothly. Qin Shao knew that warrior Yin Yuan must have done a lot of work behind the scenes. I'll remember this favor for now. The teleportation array was heavily guarded, and there were several warriors guarding it. Stand on the transportation array. I am going to activate it. Warrior Yin Yuan said to Qin Shao and Jing Yang. Qin Shao nodded and said, Thank you, Senior Yin Yuan. After saying that, the two of them stood on the transportation array. This ancient transportation array gave people a mysterious, ancient, and powerful feeling. Standing on the transportation array gave people the feeling that they could see through the ages. Warrior Yin Yuan said to the other warriors guarding the transportation array, "Everyone, please activate the transportation array. The location is Burial Dragon Ridge." The guardian warriors were all serious in speech and manner. Their faces were dignified, causing people to be intimidated at first glance. The warriors moved at the same time. Powerful energy surged into the transportation array and activated it. The transportation array shone brightly, illuminating the 9 heavens. The ancient runes, formations, and power on the teleportation formation began to move, releasing a powerful force to break open the void and create a passage. Soon, the light completely enveloped Qin Shao and Jing Yang. The powerful light quickly created a passage in the void. An irresistible force sucked Qin Shao and Jing Yang into the passage. Qin Shao and Jing Yang knew that the passage led to Burial Dragon Ridge. Hence, they did not resist and allowed the force to suck them in. Chapter 1562. Hidden in the cloudy mountains, jagged peaks of grotesque rocks, giant trees that were hundreds of feet tall, demonic branches, and blade-like leaves. Everything was sinister, eerie, and strange. It was as if an ancient, ferocious beast was lying there, waiting to wake up and roar at the world. The wondrous peaks and wondrous rocks were like giant beasts standing there, shining their ferocious faces into the sky. Even the flowers and plants were eerie. There was no bright sunlight, no fresh air, no pleasant scenery, and no warm spring breeze. There was only an eerie coldness and dense hostility. Inside, one could feel the terrifying aura of death, as if they had come to a dead zone. The Heavenly Fire's secret territory was a dangerous place that could be found everywhere. However, it was especially dangerous here, as the aura of death was especially dense. Ordinary heavenly venerates would shudder involuntarily when they came here. The eerie aura of death would oppress people and make them feel uncomfortable. 2 figures walked out of the void. To be able to walk out of such a stable void, they either had the strength of an ancient sage or had been transported by the power of a teleportation array. To break through the void, one would need the strength of an ancient sage at the very least. Even a 4th-step, heavenly venerate would not be able to do so. The 2 people who walked out were naturally Qin Shao and Jing Yang. After the 2 of them walked out, they quickly sized up their surroundings to determine if it was safe, so that they could respond as quickly as possible. If there was danger, the 2 of them naturally had to be prepared to fight at any time. This was the Dragon Burial Ridge. It was the most dangerous place in this territory. Terrifying dangers could appear anywhere. Ordinary 1st-step, heavenly venerates would definitely die if they entered the Dragon Burial Ridge. However, Qin Zhao's strength had already reached the level of a fierce warrior and had stepped into the threshold of a 2nd-step, heavenly venerate. Jing Yang's strength was also at the 2nd-step, heavenly venerate level. The 2 of them were not weak. If they joined forces, they could still give it a try. As long as they didn't meet a particularly strong character, the 2 of them could still fight. I didn't expect that we would be so close to the central area of the Dragon Burial Ridge this time. However, this has saved us a bit of time and allowed us to directly enter the dangerous area. According to the map, we'll reach a dangerous area called Hidden Cloud Mountain if we move forward a little further. Cloud Mountain Hidden was ranked in the middle of the hundreds of dangerous regions in the Dragon Burial Ridge. It's a bit difficult for us, but since we're here, there's no reason to back down. We can only take a gamble and risk it all. Fortune comes from danger. If we want to obtain enough valuable items to exchange for the Chaos Source Rock, we will have to take a risk. Qin Shao looked around and said to Jing Yang. When the teleportation array was sent to the Dragon Burial Ridge, it would only send them to the approximate coordinates here. However, the specific location was random. Therefore, if they used the Fei Liang tribe's teleportation formation to come to Dragon Burial Ridge, they could go anywhere. If their luck was too bad, they could end up at the core of the Dragon Burial Ridge, the most dangerous place, the Dragon Burial Ridge. It was said that even warriors didn't dare to enter the Dragon Burial Ridge. Warriors who entered would have a slim chance of survival. Of course, there were very few areas in the Dragon Burial Ridge. If they weren't extremely unlucky, they wouldn't be able to win this prize. Yes, according to the map and information that Senior Yin Yuan gave us, our current location is closest to the dangerous area called Hidden Cloud Mountain. Regarding this area, there are some records in the information. In terms of the danger level, it shouldn't be too scary. We can still give it a try. Jing Yang nodded and agreed with Qin Zhao's suggestion. Since Jing Yang agreed, Qin Zhao didn't say anything else. The two of them moved quickly towards the Hidden Cloud Mountain. The entire Dragon Burial Ridge was very big. It was at least as big as 10 territories in the God Realm. The entire Dragon Burial Ridge was divided into more than 100 dangerous areas. The division of these areas was based on the analysis of the information left behind by the ancestors of the Fei Liang tribe. The main dangers of the Dragon Burial Ridge were all within these 100-plus dangerous areas. The boundaries of each area were clearly marked out. Outside of these 100-plus dangerous areas, it was still alright. There wasn't much danger. Of course, the no danger here was only relative. After entering the Dragon Burial Ridge, even if it wasn't a dangerous place, it was still very dangerous. It definitely couldn't be underestimated. It was just that with Qin Zhao and Jing Yang's strength, it would be easier for them. With this accurate information, the two of them didn't have to go blindly. They could roam around accurately. Very quickly, the scenery in front of the two of them changed completely. Numerous huge peaks appeared before Qin Zhao and Yi Shiwen. Barren huge rock peaks were everywhere as far as the eye could see, and there was no end to them. Many of these huge peaks were connected together, forming an incomparably huge mountain range. This wasn't the most eye-catching thing. The most eye-catching thing was that these huge peaks were all surrounded by clouds. Looking over, it was completely different from the style of the Dragon Burial Ridge. It presented a land of the godly state and holy region. Clouds and mist lingered, composing a new picture. The scenery that appeared in front of people's eyes seemed to have completely changed. There was a sense of mystery, a sense of holiness, and a sense of power. In fact, these scenery gave people a pretty good feeling. If one didn't know that this was the dangerous area of the Dragon Burial Ridge, the Cloud Mountain Hermit, they would think that this was a paradise. But in reality, this wasn't the case. Qin Zhao sized up the scenery and quickly retracted his gaze. The more beautiful something is, the easier it is to confuse people. The Cloud Mountain Hermit is definitely a dangerous place. Jing Yang, we can't be careless. According to the information that Senior Yin Yuan gave us, there aren't many valuable things in the Cloud Mountain Hermit. There are only about 100 types. Now we can only rely on luck and strength. There's no other way. Yes, let's fight. Only by fighting will we have a chance of winning. Haha, now that I'm following young master, I feel that I have enough courage. Let's fight, let's fight. Jing Yang laughed and said. That was indeed the case. After being influenced by Qin Zhao, Jing Yang had also changed imperceptibly. This change was due to Qin Zhao's encouragement and also his desire to become stronger. The two of them stepped into the Cloud Mountain Hermit. As soon as they entered, they discovered something. This fog is so dense. It can actually completely block our line of sight and greatly limit our vision. Those huge peaks can even block the wilderness. Our vision will be greatly limited if we walk in the Cloud Mountain Hermit. This is not good news. Qin Zhao frowned slightly. There was no good news. Jing Yang looked around carefully and said, Yes, young master. The environment here has become a little complicated. Our vision is greatly limited, and our divine senses are also greatly limited. Therefore, we can let those non-humankind beings hide in the dark and attack us all of a sudden. The danger in the Cloud Mountain Hermit mainly lies in those alien creatures. Most of them are exotic beasts. Of course, the danger did not only come from exotic beasts, but also from other dangerous existences. Some natural dangers were very terrible. Once they were trapped, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Let's go," Qin Shao said, and the two of them also stepped onto the huge peak. The mountain was in the clouds, and the clouds were looming between the mountains. The name Hidden Cloud Mountain was a very good description of the scenery here. It was very exquisite. A relatively common treasure in the Cloud Mountain Hermit was a kind of cloud stone. This kind of stone was very strange. Could grow, and it liked to grow in the rocks and hide in the clouds. Therefore, it was called the cloud stone. It was shaped like a cloud and grew by absorbing the clouds. Therefore, Qin Shao and Jing Yang walked on those huge peaks in search of the cloud stone. It was the most common treasure. The two of them were lucky. In less than a year, they found something. In a crevice, Qin Shao found a cloud stone. It was indeed shaped like a cloud, and its color was also like a cloud. However, it was just a stone. If one did not look at it carefully, one would think that it was a cloud. Moreover, it was hidden in the clouds, so it was very confusing. If one did not look at it carefully, they would definitely be deceived. This cloud stone is really beautiful. If it was a girl, she would definitely like it very much. This thing is a good material for refining equipment, Qin Shao said after looking at it for a while. However, Qin Shao immediately shook his head and said, "It's just that this cloud stone is not big. It's less than 5 feet long. I'm afraid that such a small cloud stone can only be exchanged for half a chaos source rock at most. But of course, it's very difficult to earn a chaos source rock." Qin Shao put away the cloud stone. Generally speaking, it was easy to obtain this cloud stone. Although they had only been in the Cloud Mountain secret for a year, their journey was relatively smooth. They did not encounter any danger and successfully obtained a cloud stone. At least, this was a good start. Qin Zhao's eyebrows twitched slightly without any change in expression. Then, it disappeared in a flash, covering it up very well. "Jingyang, do you feel that something is secretly watching us?" Qin Shao transmitted his voice to Jing Yang and said, "Don't look at other places. Feel carefully." Perhaps everyone had a certain level of intuition. It was just a matter of whether it was accurate or not. Qin Zhao's intuition had always been very accurate. At least until now, it had never failed. So once there was an intuition danger, Qin Shao would immediately pay attention and dare not be the slightest bit careless. Just now, Qin Shao also smelled a hint of danger that his intuition was warning him of. However, he had been very careful along the way, so he didn't notice anything. Moreover, his divine sense did not detect anything. Therefore, Qin Shao asked Jing Yang a little strangely. Jing Yang said, "Young master, we were very careful when we came here just now. We have also checked this place. There shouldn't be anything hiding in the dark. Even if it really wanted to hide, it would be difficult to escape from the two of us." This doubt also emerged in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. It was indeed as he said. Logically speaking, they had checked the surroundings carefully before, so there shouldn't be any problems. Chapter 1563. Hidden Cloud Beast. Let's go. We've been here for a year, and we've already obtained a cloud stone. This is a good start. It shows that our luck is not bad, Qin Shao said to Jing Yang. Jing Yang nodded. Speaking of which, their luck was indeed not bad. Such luck was enough to give people hope. What the two of them did not notice was that there was a strange figure hiding in the dense clouds behind them. It was hidden in the clouds, but it was there like a ghost, and it could come out at any time. The dense clouds suddenly surged, but it was so silent that it was difficult to detect. As the dense clouds surged, a huge figure emerged and pounced on Qin Shao and Jing Yang with bared fangs and brandished claws. It suddenly launched a sneak attack, and its speed was incomparably fast. The powerful force instantly caused the heaven and earth to surge. The clouds surged, the sky darkened, and the wind whistled. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Jing Yang did not notice this sudden danger at all. By the time he realized it, the destructive force was already behind him. Danger! Qin Shao, who had been vigilant all this time, immediately noticed the change behind him, so he had already sensed the danger. Qin Shao shouted, waking Jing Yang from his stupor. Without any hesitation, the two of them quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Behind them, the terrifying force attacked and directly blasted the mountain rocks, creating a big pit. It was obvious how powerful the force of the attack was. It was obviously a blow that was ready to be launched, a full-force blow, a fatal blow. If Qin Shao and Jing Yang were hit by that blow, they would definitely be injured. Even if they were not seriously injured, they would definitely be seriously injured. Fortunately, Qin Shao was very vigilant. He had already sensed that something was wrong, so he was very careful along the way. As expected, danger came. Only then would he be able to dodge in time and avoid this danger. Their gazes landed on the alien life form that had suddenly attacked them. Yes, it was a ferocious beast. Its body was as huge as a small mountain, and it was surrounded by dense fog. Its color was no different from the clouds. If it wasn't for the ferocious roar of its body and its bared fangs, one would have thought that it was just a cloud. Invisible cloud beast. It was not until then that Qin Shao and Qin Haodong realized who had ambushed them. Young master, no wonder you said you sensed something following us. I didn't notice it at all. So it was the invisible cloud beast. I didn't think that there would be a hidden cloud beast targeting us. We've only just entered the Cloud Mountain Hermit. It seems that I was right when I said that our luck was not bad. Jing Yang was also a little scared. If it wasn't for Qin Zhao's timely reaction, he would have been seriously injured by now. He could sense that the invisible cloud beast was definitely not weaker than him. It was a powerful ferocious beast at the second step heavenly venerable realm. Qin Shao frowned slightly and stared at the invisible cloud beast in front of him. He said to Jing Yang, I didn't think of the invisible cloud beast before. Although the information we received mentioned the invisible cloud beast, its population is still relatively rare. It's not common in the Cloud Mountain Hermit region. The invisible cloud beast is considered an extremely rare alien life form. It's because we're inexperienced that we didn't think of this aspect. Let's not talk so much now. Let's deal with this invisible cloud beast properly. This ferocious beast isn't easy to deal with. Jing Yang nodded solemnly. His gaze also turned cold as he took this matter seriously. You two humans are pretty smart, aren't you? I followed you all the way and found the right opportunity to attack. I didn't expect that you would still be able to dodge it. The huge invisible cloud beast stood in the dense clouds. It opened its huge mouth and let out a thunderous roar. At first glance, it looked like a body formed by clouds. However, that wasn't the case. The divine body of the invisible cloud beast didn't look any different from clouds. However, there was a fundamental difference. The invisible cloud beast wasn't like the dense fog beast. The dense fog beast could transform into fog. That was an innate ability. Moreover, after transforming into fog, there was no such thing as a divine body. Everything would turn into fog, real fog. The divine body was scattered in the endless fog. The invisible cloud beast's body only looked like a cloud. However, it wasn't a cloud. The invisible cloud beast had a divine body. Moreover, it was obviously much stronger than the dense fog beast. The dense fog beast didn't have any offensive abilities. However, the invisible cloud beast's attacks were extremely terrifying. It was also good at sneak attacks. Therefore, it was easy to succeed once it attacked. According to the information obtained from the Silver Abyss warriors, many ancestors of the Fei Liang tribe had died tragically under the sneak attacks of the Invisible Cloud Beast. The Invisible Cloud Beast was definitely one of the more terrifying foreign races in the Hidden Cloud Mountain region. It was also considered a powerful and dangerous existence. According to the information, the Invisible Cloud Beast was ranked in the top 3 of the Hidden Cloud Mountain region in terms of danger. Therefore, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were targeted by the Invisible Cloud Beast the moment they arrived. The two of them felt a little bitter. They didn't know if they should say that they were too lucky. Because of this, the two of them didn't think that the Invisible Cloud Beast was the culprit. The Invisible Cloud Beast wasn't commonly seen in the Hidden Cloud Mountain region. How could they be targeted the moment they arrived? The Invisible Cloud Beast's gaze fell on Qin Shao. It was deep and somewhat playful. "Human kid, you're only a first step, heavenly venerate. How dare you enter the Dragon Burial Ridge? You really don't know your place. However, you're quite clever. You actually sensed danger and dodged in time. Otherwise, my attack just now would have injured you and greatly weakened your combat power. You wouldn't have been able to resist much and would have become my delicacies." Qin Shao looked at the Invisible Cloud Beast. He could clearly sense the other party's displeasure and displeasure. His sneak attack just now had failed, so he was naturally displeased. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said coldly, "Is human flesh delicious? We don't have much meat on our bodies. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. What's so delicious about bones? Don't you Invisible Cloud Beasts like to devour clouds? Look, there's so much fresh clouds here. It's enough for you to eat. We don't know you and haven't provoked you. You don't have to eat us right away, right?" Although Qin Shao was speaking casually, he was secretly prepared to attack with all his might at any time. "Be smug. I'll numb you first and then take the opportunity to take your life." "Humph, kid, you're quite crafty. Although your words sound nice, I don't buy it. You humans are all insidious and cunning. It's useless to try to flatter me and numb me with words. If you eat too much clouds, your mouth will be bland. You have to eat something else to adjust your appetite. Although you two humans don't have much meat, you can still eat. Your divine body essence is still very delicious." The Invisible Cloud Beast sneered and approached Qin Shao and Qin Shao step by step with a terrifying malevolence. Meat wasn't delicious, but the most important thing was the essence, which was good stuff. Chapter 1564. Despicable and Shameless. However, it was very difficult for humans to digest essence energy directly. They could devour essence energy, but the digestion process was very slow. Moreover, there was an even more important problem. Most of the cultivation of humans was based on comprehension. Therefore, even if there was a large amount of essence energy, there was no way for them to devour it. If they devoured too much, it would affect their cultivation and destroy their foundation. As for the Beast Clan, most of them could cultivate by devouring the essence of others. Of course, that was only the main cultivation method. It did not mean that they could rely on devouring essence energy to improve their cultivation realm. In most cases, they would still be limited. Only a very small number of strange beasts could rely on devouring essence energy, such as Chaos Source rocks, to become stronger. There were such strange foreign races, but they were extremely rare in the great wide world. Hidden Cloud Beast, I'm a little curious. How long has it been since you last saw a human? Why are you so excited to see us? Has it been a long time since a human came here? Facing the Hidden Cloud Beast, who was ready to eat them, Qin Shao did not seem to notice the danger at all. Instead, she chatted with the Hidden Cloud Beast with a relaxed expression as if they were old friends. "Yes, it has been a long time since a human came to the Hidden Cloud Mountain region. Let me think, is it 10 million years or 100 million years?" The hidden cloud beast seemed to have been reminded of something by Qin Shao. It shook its huge head and spoke in a pensive manner. It looked as if it had put away its hostility. The hidden cloud beast was not in a hurry to make a move. It seemed to want to play with Qin Shao and the other man. It flew around Qin Shao and the other man, and its huge body covered the sky and the sun, enveloping this part of the world. This area seemed to have become its domain. At this time, Qin Shao and the other man were trapped in its domain. Qin Shao still looked calm and continued, "That sounds like a long time. It seems that you are also very bored. You haven't met a human for so long. It's rare to meet the two of us today. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat?" "Chat?" The hidden cloud beast coldly snorted. "What is there to chat about with you two humans? Don't think that I can't see through your little scheme. You humans are very insidious and cunning. Do you think that I will be fooled by you? Kid, don't play any tricks. I've seen so many humans, I know all your tricks. Don't try to fool me. You two humans will definitely not be able to escape from my palms today." Perhaps the invisible cloud beast was too lonely, so even though it knew that Qin Shao might be playing with it, it was still in no hurry to make a move. This allowed Qin Shao to accurately grasp something. Yes, I do have some thoughts, but isn't this also for the sake of survival? One of us is a first step heavenly venerate, and the other is an ordinary second step heavenly venerate. This combination shouldn't pose much of a threat to you. So, if I really want to play any tricks with you, it will be in vain. It's just that we don't want to die. We still want to fight to see if we have a chance to survive. Your Excellency, have you been outside? You should be able to see that we are not from the heavenly fire mystic realm. We are from the outside. So, I think that we can still talk. For example, I can tell you about the wonders of the outside world. As Qin Shao spoke, he stared closely at the hidden cloud beast, observing the changes in its expression. He wanted to glean some useful information from it. Don't waste your time. Although I have never left the heavenly fire mystic realm, or even the dragon burial ridge, I have heard about the outside world. However, the two of you won't be able to escape from my palms. There's no harm in listening to what you have to say. Kid, tell me. If you have a good story, perhaps you can live a little longer. The hidden cloud beast was very patient. From this situation, Qin Shao could tell that the hidden cloud beast was actually very curious about the outside world. It had never left the dragon burial ridge in its entire life. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a frog at the bottom of a well. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled into an unnoticeable smile. He spoke of some interesting stories about the Hong Meng universe, stories that were half true and half fabricated. These stories were naturally very novel to the hidden cloud beast. He listened with great interest, although he still maintained his vigilance against Qin Shao and the hidden cloud beast. He was obviously getting more and more immersed in it. Immersed in it, the deeper the better. Gradually, the hidden cloud beast's vigilance relaxed a little. Interesting. There are actually such interesting stories. I didn't expect that the two of you from the human race came from a small universe. A small universe can actually be so interesting. The hidden cloud beast's interest was increasingly piqued by Qin Shao. There's something even more interesting. Qin Shao laughed and continued to speak. Her words were fascinating. Soon, the hidden cloud beast's vigilance was lowered. I will take your life when you are unprepared. Jing Yang, do it? Qin Shao said and took the lead to attack. Jing Yang did not hesitate and attacked almost at the same time as Qin Shao. Both of them had been prepared to attack. As soon as Qin Shao gave the order, they would attack with all their strength. Neither of them held back. They directly took out their heavenly weapons and attacked at the best time. After the two attacked, the hidden cloud beast suddenly reacted and roared angrily. Humph, despicable human race. You are indeed sinister and cunning. You deserve to die. But do you think you can escape with this? Stop dreaming. Just die. Huh? This is a heavenly weapon? The two of you actually have heavenly soldiers in your hands? Humph, even with heavenly weapons you will still die. The hidden cloud beast roared and attacked. However, it attacked later, allowing Qin Shao and Jing Yang's attacks to directly hit its huge body. The heavenly weapons were extremely sharp. They directly tore two huge holes in the hidden cloud beast's body. Obviously, Qin Shao and Jing Yang had hurt the hidden cloud beast. Damn it, you two lowly human race brats, you actually hurt me. You actually hurt me. I want you to die. I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. The hidden cloud beast roared angrily again. Qin Shao and Jing Yang had bitter expressions on their faces, even though they had succeeded in their attack. Although they hurt the hidden cloud beast, its divine body was really too strong, and its defensive ability was also unusually strong. After receiving two attacks, it was only slightly injured. It was not seriously injured, and did not achieve the effect that they had expected. After all, they had used heavenly weapons. They had gone all out from the very beginning. They had unleashed their full strength, and with the assistance of the heavenly soldiers, their combined strength should have reached the level of a peak second step heavenly venerable, right? But even then, he'd only been able to lightly injure the Shadow Cloud Beast, and this clearly showed how formidable the Shadow Cloud Beast was. In fact, Qin Shao had also sensed the strength of the hidden Cloud Beast. Therefore, he did not dare to fight directly. Instead, he used words to confuse the hidden Cloud Beast so that he could obtain the best opportunity to attack. However, Qin Shao had underestimated the strength of the hidden Cloud Beast. This was troublesome. Inner world projection, out. Just as the hidden Cloud Beast was about to counterattack, Qin Shao shouted and a powerful force came crashing down. The projection of the inner world appeared in the air, suppressing the void. The powerful force smashed into the hidden Cloud Beast's huge body. The bigger its body was, the more pressure it was under. The heavy pressure made the hidden Cloud Beast feel as if it had fallen into a quagmire. It suddenly felt as if it could not use its strength. What kind of power is this? Break it! Break it! The hidden Cloud Beast felt very uncomfortable under the pressure of Qin Zhao's inner world projection. It roared and tried to break the power of the inner world projection, but it found that it could not break it. The inner world projection was not a real world. It was a projected world, a virtual world. Only power was real, but power was formless and invisible, so how could it be broken? The hidden Cloud Beast was powerful, but Qin Zhao's inner world projection was even more powerful. Therefore, the hidden Cloud Beast was suppressed and could not escape for a while. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. Qin Shao and Jing Yang once again attacked with all their strength. With heavenly weapons in hand, they could display their supreme sharpness and tear apart all defenses. They were extremely lethal. At this time, the hidden Cloud Beast was competing with the power of Qin Zhao's inner world projection. How could it care about Qin Shao and Jing Yang? Therefore, the two of them easily arrived in front of the hidden Cloud Beast. The heavenly weapons attacked again and again, injuring the hidden Cloud Beast again and again. Although it could only injure the hidden Cloud Beast slightly at a time, it was still very terrifying when the attacks were stacked up. The hidden Cloud Beast roared again and again, forcing back the power of Qin Zhao's inner world projection. However, it also gave Qin Shao and Jing Yang a lot of time to injure it. Therefore, the more the hidden Cloud Beast struggled, the more injuries it suffered. The more injuries it suffered, the more its divine body was slowly broken. Time after time, his injuries gradually became more serious. The more injuries it suffered, the less resistance it had. The power of Qin Zhao's inner world projection completely suppressed the hidden Cloud Beast, making it a fish on the chopping block. Qin Shao and Jing Yang could do whatever they wanted with the hidden Cloud Beast. Despicable humans, you two despicable and shameless guys, the hidden Cloud Beast roared and cursed. This time, Jing Yang couldn't help but admire Qin Shao for being able to play such a trick. Wasn't he a little two-faced? Qin Shao said coldly, "Stop pretending, hidden cloud beast. I'm afraid countless humans have died at your hands. You're not a good person either. In today's situation, it's either you die or I die. I showed weakness, but you refused to let us go. You wanted to kill us, so why didn't we strike first and gain the upper hand? All is fair in war. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too careless. Or rather, you were too confident. You definitely didn't expect that you would fail because of the two of us. Therefore, this is your fate. You have to accept it." The hidden cloud beast really didn't expect that it would fall at the hands of two puny humans in front of it. It was indeed too confident and too careless. It thought it could control everything, but it didn't expect that it would end up killing itself. Who could it blame? The hidden cloud beast's divine body was becoming more and more broken. It could already feel that death was approaching. Chapter 1565. This was unheard of. Qin Shao ignored the invisible cloud beast's roar. When the invisible cloud beast was on the verge of death, and had less than half of its divine body left, Qin Shao gestured for Jing Yang to stop. "Don't kill it. It won't be worth anything if it's dead. If it's alive, it's worth several times more than if it's dead." A second step, heavenly venerate invisible cloud beast, should be worth at least 10 chaos source stones, right? Jing Yang nodded. Yes, this invisible cloud beast should be worth quite a lot. 10 chaos source stones shouldn't be a problem. If it sells well, it can be sold for even more. Upon hearing Qin Shao talking about selling it alive, the invisible cloud beast roared angrily. "Be ****, you two puny humans. I'm only worth 10 chaos source stones?" Qin Shao kicked it and scolded, "Shut up. You're a prisoner. There's no room for you to speak here. You're not bad if you can sell for 10 chaos source stones. If you're dead, you won't be worth that much." If the invisible cloud beast vomited blood, it would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. He was the hidden cloud beast, a peak second step, heavenly venerable realm ferocious beast. He was one of the overlords of the hidden cloud mountain. Yet, he was being humiliated in such a way. He was being captured and sold off. Moreover, he was only being sold for the humiliating price of 10 chaos source rocks. Damn it. This was a humiliation. A humiliation to it. However, the winner takes all. How could it resist at this point? Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He directly took the dying invisible cloud beast into his internal world. The fierce battle had finally come to an end. However, the outcome was beyond Jing Yang's expectations. He hadn't expected that they would be able to capture an invisible cloud beast alive without paying a price. This was indeed something he hadn't expected. And the person who had created this miracle was Qin Shao. He couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. "It's done." Qin Shao clapped her hands and sighed. Fortunately, this hidden cloud beast didn't go crazy from the beginning. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for us to succeed so smoothly. If it had attacked us crazily from the start, we might have been the ones at a disadvantage. Jing Yang nodded. That was indeed the case. Qin Shao had planned it well. If he had a plan beforehand, it would be very useful. It could even be said that he would win the battle. Although the battle had ended and they had won a great victory, Jing Yang was still slightly worried. "Young master, that invisible cloud beast is not to be underestimated. Once he recovers his strength, he will be extremely terrifying. Young master, you've kept him in your inner world. You have to be careful." Most living beings would cultivate their own internal worlds, which were the source of life and the storage of essence qi. It was the most important and also the weakest part of a living being. Once the inner world was destroyed, there was basically no way to save it. However, the inner world was the place where a living being had the strongest control. Therefore, if a living being's strength wasn't much stronger than another living being, then it would be completely controlled by the other living being after entering the inner world. But if the living being's strength was much stronger, then it could forcibly break open the inner world of the other living being and directly kill the other living being. Therefore, taking a living being into one's inner world was a very dangerous thing to do. If it wasn't a trustworthy person, Qin Shao wouldn't take it into her inner world. Even if the living being's strength was equal and could be controlled, once it went crazy, it might cause some damage to the inner world. In terms of strength, the hidden cloud beast was definitely much stronger than Qin Shao. Therefore, once the hidden cloud beast recovers its strength, it could completely turn Qin Zhao's inner world upside down. This was also what Jing Yang was worried about. Qin Shao also understood Jing Yang's concern. She nodded and said, "And I know. I'll be careful. The hidden cloud beast has already been severely injured by us. It only has less than half of its divine body left. Even if it has some miraculous elixirs that can recover its divine body, it won't recover so quickly. I'll keep an eye on it at all times. If Dan Feng makes any strange movements, I'll suppress it. I won't give him any chance to breathe. Also, we'll sell it very quickly. He won't be able to do anything." Jing Yang nodded. He was only slightly worried. Actually, in this situation, there shouldn't be any problems. In theory, there really wasn't anything to be worried about. Haha, let's relax a little. We've only been in the Hidden Cloud Mountain region for a little over a year, and we've already gained quite a bit. A cloud stone and a hidden cloud beast. Added together, they're worth more than 10 Chaos Source stones. If the clouds are always this good, then we'll be able to return with a full load in just 1,000 years. Qin Shao pursed her lips and laughed, trying to lighten the mood. Of course, this was only in theory. In reality, it was completely impossible. If they could keep gaining like this, then it would be too heaven-defying. It could only be said that their luck was still pretty good for now. However, this luck was also built on power. When they fought the hidden cloud beast just now, if they didn't have such a strong backing, then it wouldn't have been good luck. If that was the case, then the two of them would not be blessed with luck, but rather misfortune. These things were also relative. "All right, young master, what technique did you use just now?" "An internal world projection?" Jing Yang suddenly asked. Previously, when Qin Shao had reached the Fei Liang tribe's training forest on the 9th day, Jing Yang had thought that Qin Shao had made a breakthrough in one of the 3 paths. He had always had the chance to ask, but now Jing Yang realized that he hadn't made a breakthrough in one of the 3 paths. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, an internal world projection. Jing Yang, I also wanted to have a good chat with you about this. At that time, when I was in danger and couldn't make a breakthrough in any of the 3 paths, I had a sudden inspiration and inexplicably thought of the internal world projection. At that time, I didn't think too much about it. I just felt that I could give it a try, so I followed my will and released the power of the internal world projection. What I didn't expect was that the internal world projection could actually explode with such great power. It allowed me to turn the tide and successfully reach the 9th day, passing the warrior's test. Actually, I used the internal world projection when I was in the realm of the gods. However, I was still weak at that time. Therefore, the internal world projection can sometimes come in handy. However, later on, when I became stronger, the internal world projection became completely useless. Therefore, I never used it again. Until this time, when I used it again, there was a strange surprise. All along, the projection of my inner world has been much weaker than my own strength, but now it's much stronger than my own strength. It's really a very strange thing, and I'm quite puzzled. Jing Yang, you are very knowledgeable. Have you ever seen such a situation? After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Jing Yang shook his head and said, "Young master, I've never heard of such a situation before. Regardless of whether I was weak or strong, I have never used the projection of my inner world. In the Holy Region, I've never heard of anyone using the internal world projection to fight. Of course, those extremely powerful existences sometimes don't take action personally. They may cast the supreme majesty of the internal world projection to suppress a part of the world. However, in a real battle, the internal world projection is completely useless and can't be of any use. At least, I've never heard of anyone's internal world projection being stronger than their own strength. Young master, your situation is definitely the first I've heard of. It does sound like a very inconceivable thing. The internal world projection is supposed to be an auxiliary thing. It should be a relatively weak existence. Hearing that Jing Yang also didn't understand, Qin Shao was even more puzzled. In fact, he had been quite puzzled about this matter before. According to common sense, it seemed to be beyond people's imagination. Indeed, logically speaking, no matter how strong the internal world projection was, it shouldn't be stronger than one's own strength. This was completely out of the ordinary. There was no such situation in the Holy Region. Then what was going on? Young master, your internal world has always been different from that of ordinary people. It's much bigger than ordinary people, and this multiplier is getting bigger and bigger. Young master, your internal world projection is more than 1,000 times bigger than mine. I didn't feel anything before, but now it seems that I've discovered the existence of the problem. Young master, the reason why your internal world projection is so strong should be because your internal world projection is too big. However, I've never heard of anyone who would deliberately cultivate and expand their inner world. The internal world projection will grow bigger with the improvement of one's strength. There's no need to deliberately cultivate it. Moreover, I've never heard of any way to deliberately cultivate and expand it. Of course, no one cares about the internal world projection. Young master, you didn't pay attention to the internal world projection before. This is the first time you've discovered it. Jing Yang added. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, I really didn't pay attention to it. I didn't even think about it. Previously, I also noticed that my internal world projection was unusually big, but I didn't think much about it. Jing Yang shook his head and said, Anyway, I can't figure it out. Maybe it's a method that you created, young master. Or maybe the internal world projection can be used. It's just that I don't know. After all, I'm too weak and I don't know much. Anyway, there are all kinds of strange things in the vast thousand worlds. There are all kinds of possibilities. Anyway, this is a good thing. Young master, you should be happy that you've made such a new discovery. At the very least, it gives you another method of harming others. In fact, it will always be your trump card, your life-saving trump card. With this discovery, young master can put more effort into the cultivation and research of the internal world projection in the future. Maybe you'll continue to have new gains. Anyway, I think this method is indeed harming others. As soon as the internal world projection appeared, it directly suppressed the hidden cloud beast. It's really powerful. Since Jing Yang couldn't explain it and it was still an unsolvable mystery, Qin Shao didn't continue to delve into it. He curled his lips and said, Forget it, forget it. It's not a bad thing anyway. It seems that I can indeed put more effort into the cultivation and research of the internal world projection in the future. Maybe I'll have unexpected gains. I also have a feeling that the level I can exert for the time being is still relatively low. There should be a lot of space for me to explore in the internal world projection. Chapter 1566. After that, Qin Zhao's luck was not so good. They didn't gain anything for the next 100 years. Not only did they not gain anything, but they also encountered many sneak attacks and dangers. Fortunately, the two of them were able to resolve them safely. Although the hidden cloud mountain region was relatively dangerous, ordinary second-step celestial venerables would most likely die here. However, Qin Shao and Jing Yang's combined strength was infinitely close to that of a third-step celestial venerate, even if they didn't reach that level. With such strength as a guarantee, the two of them never fell into a predicament and were able to resolve their problems without risking their lives. 100 years was not a long time. They didn't gain anything, nor did they gain anything. The two of them continued to move forward and entered a bamboo forest. The bamboo here was very strange. It was not like the bamboo in the divine world, nor was it as beautiful as the bamboo in the divine world. It was just that it looked like bamboo, so it was also called bamboo. Suddenly, a ping sound came from afar. Qin Shao and Jing Yang immediately stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Qin Shao quickly locked onto a direction and transmitted his voice to Jing Yang. The sound came from that direction. Listen, there's another sound. It sounds a bit like the sound of a tree being chopped. The sound is steady and regular. It's not the sound of a fight. There's someone there. Jing Yang nodded in agreement. He also sensed the same situation. After pondering for a while, Qin Shao said again, "Since we're already here, there's no reason to go around. No matter what kind of life forms there are or whether there's danger or not, we have to go and investigate. In the Hidden Cloud Mountain region, as long as we're careful, we shouldn't lose our lives so easily." Jing Yang still nodded. He would listen to Qin Shao anyway. After making up their minds, the two of them didn't hesitate and immediately rushed in that direction. Soon, the two of them followed the sound and saw a strange scene. They saw a little person, only about 1 meter tall, chopping a tree with a diameter of more than 10 feet. The scene of a little person chopping a giant tree looked a bit funny. This person had green skin and a long head. He also had 2 strong ears, which were like 2 big leaves stuck to the sides of his head. Therefore, he looked very comical, a little ugly, but also a little cute. Merely, his face appeared somewhat aged. He resembled an old man. His face, on the other hand, was still working hard to chop down the tree. The strange thing was that even though he was trying his best to chop down the books, he couldn't chop down much. This humanoid creature was clearly not human. Qin Shao did not know what race it was, and the information given by the Silver Abyss warrior did not mention it. Qin Shao sent a voice transmission to Jing Yang and asked, "What kind of creature is this?" Jing Yang shook his head and said, "I don't know. I've never seen such a life form. There are too many races in the great wide world. What I know is probably just the tip of the iceberg." Since he didn't know, then forget it. It didn't matter. After all, there were countless races in the great wide world, so there was no need for him to recognize them. The old man ignored Qin Shao and continued to chop down his books as if he didn't hear them. It was as if he didn't care about anything other than his trees. He didn't even look at Qin Shao and Jing Yang. He completely ignored them. Qin Shao and Jing Yang had already arrived in front of him. It was impossible for him not to notice them. Qin Shao could tell from the aura emitted by the old man that he was very powerful. He was definitely not an ordinary person. He was definitely a second-step celestial venerable. Creatures that could live in the Dragon Burial Ridge should not be simple. According to the information given by the Silver Abyss warrior, the creatures in the Dragon Burial Ridge were all ferocious and evil creatures. They should not be good people. However, the old man in front of him did not give Qin Shao such a feeling. He felt that the old man in front of him was very calm and did not emit a trace of hostility. It was as if he was an old man who stood aloof from worldly affairs and lived in seclusion in the mountains. Qin Shao hesitated slightly, but still cupped his fists and bowed. He called out politely, "Senior." Hearing Qin Zhao's voice, the old man seemed to come back to his senses. He stopped and glanced at Qin Shao. However, he only glanced at Qin Shao and did not pay much attention to him. He turned back and continued to chop down his trees. It was as if he treated Qin Shao and Jing Yang as air. Such a situation made Qin Shao extremely embarrassed. He exchanged glances with Jing Yang. Both of them felt that it was strange. It was really a little too strange. Qin Shao and Jing Yang could not figure out what the old man was trying to do. Did he really not want to pay attention to them, or did he have other intentions? Or was there a trap inside? After all, this was the Dragon Burial Ridge. Therefore, Qin Shao had to be careful, even if he thought of the worst. If he did not have a strong sense of vigilance, he would probably die in the Dragon Burial Ridge easily. Young master, it's a little strange. I feel that this old man is not simple. We'd better not provoke him. Since he doesn't want to pay attention to us, let's go. Maybe he saw that we didn't show any hostility. We didn't have any malice towards him first, so he didn't bother to pay attention to us. Jing Yang transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao really could not understand. Such a situation was really puzzling. Puzzling was secondary. The feeling of being ignored was still a little uncomfortable. Qin Shao sized up the old man and gave up. He nodded to Jing Yang and the two of them left directly. The old man who was chopping the tree did not look at the two of them from beginning to end and allowed them to leave. It was not until they were far away that Jing Yang said, "Young master, what a strange life form. With his strength, it would be very easy for him to cut down that tree." However, he did not use his divine power. Instead, he slowly and patiently cut down the tree. He regarded cutting down trees as a kind of pleasure and was immersed in it. Sometimes, the strangeness of the great wide world really makes people not know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, at least he did not attack us. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we would have to fight another tough battle. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, there are all kinds of strange things. We have to get used to looking at the great wide world with this kind of mentality. Otherwise, we will only be shocked often. After seeing more, we will feel better. My intuition tells me that the old man's strength is probably not inferior to the invisible cloud beast we encountered earlier. Don't be afraid. No matter how strong the invisible cloud beast is, it was still subdued by you, young master," Jing Yang joked. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He was right. However, dealing with the invisible cloud beast was a stroke of luck. Otherwise, things would not have gone so smoothly. The two of them walked in the bamboo forest, but after walking for a while, they heard the sound of trees being cut down again. This made the two of them stop and look at each other again. After listening for a while, they heard the sound of trees being cut down again. It was the same as the sound they heard just now, which meant that it was the old man cutting down the tree just now. Qin Shao frowned deeply and asked, "What's going on? Didn't we hear the sound of trees being cut just now? Weren't we clearly far away from the old man? Why did we hear the sound of trees being cut down again? Could it be that we have come back?" Jing Yang frowned and shook his head. "That's impossible. We have always been far away from that place. With our strength, we have a strong sense of direction. We have been walking forward. How could we have come back?" This question was also something that Qin Shao could not figure out after much thought. Logically speaking, they were all celestial venerables. How could they not know the direction? Even if something was disrupting their direction, it should not be difficult for them. Moreover, along the way they did not feel the presence of other forces. Logically speaking, there should be no interference. Although it was hard to believe, Jing Yang thought for a while and said, "But young master, it is not completely impossible. After all, we are all very weak. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. We really can't look at the problem with our own eyes. No matter what, we should believe that there is a possibility. Although we didn't notice it at all, it doesn't mean that there is really nothing. Other things can deceive people, but seeing is believing. If we want to figure out the situation now, we can only look for the sound and see if it is the old man cutting down the tree just now. It is also possible that there are other tree cutters here." Qin Shao nodded. This was the only way now. "Let's go." The two of them looked for the sound of the tree cutting. As expected, they soon saw the old man cutting down the tree just now. The two of them were very sure that it was the old man cutting down the tree just now. There was even a trace of his aura left in the air here. Because they had stayed here for a long time and walked back quickly, they could still smell a trace of his aura. Compared to just now, the tree had been cut down a little more. However, at this rate, who knew how many years it would take to cut down the tree? Of course, this was not what Qin Shao and Jing Yang were concerned about. What they were concerned about was why they had come back. This was definitely not right. This bamboo forest was very strange. As soon as they entered this bamboo forest, it became a little strange. Young master, it seems that there is no mistake. The problem lies in this bamboo forest. This bamboo forest is a huge maze. No matter how we go, we will always come back here. This place is like the center of this maze. It can lead to anywhere. No matter where we are, we can walk here. Moreover, there is the sound of tree cutting here, like a guide. Once we get close to here, we will get this guide and come here. If I'm not wrong, the old man in front of us should be the creator of this bamboo forest. This should be a huge maze made by him, making it difficult for life to come out. We walked all the way here without the slightest awareness, but unknowingly, we have already fallen into the maze. I have to say that this method is very clever. It seems that we are in trouble again. Hearing Jing Yang's message, Qin Shao frowned deeply again. He also felt that they might be in big trouble. It was not so easy to get out of the maze after falling into it. The key to all of this should be the old man in front of him. Qin Shao could not help but carefully look at the old man in front of him. From him, Qin Shao really could not feel a trace of hostility. He felt that the old man was very kind, and the aura exuding from his body was very peaceful, without any aggressiveness. No matter how he looked at it, he did not look like a fierce person. Chapter 1567. In the labyrinth, young master, what should we do now? Should we continue walking and think of a way to get out of here? Or should we do something else? Jing Yang transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Obviously, he also had the intention of having a fight with this old tree cutter. If they really couldn't get out, they could only find a way out from the old man. Jing Yang wasn't afraid of fighting. He felt that if he and the young master joined forces, they should be able to deal with the old man. Don't worry, we've already tried. If we continue walking, it should be very difficult for us to get out. The old man in front of us is the key to everything, so he must have the answer to get out. I don't think he's that kind of evil person. Maybe he won't make things difficult for us. Let's explore the situation first. If it's not necessary, it's better not to fight. Qin Shao stopped Jing Yang's plan. After saying that, Qin Shao cupped his hands and bowed to the old man. He said again, "Senior, we brothers came to the Dragon Burial Ridge to train and accidentally entered this bamboo forest. We didn't mean to offend you. I think you don't want to lower yourself to our level, so I'm willing to ask you to show us the way out so we can get out of here." Qin Zhao's attitude was still relatively humble. He gave the old man enough face. This time, Qin Zhao's words were effective. The old man finally stopped. Compared to the previous time when he turned his head, this time he directly turned his body, and his gaze calmly fell on Qin Shao. "Why do you two humans have to disturb me when I'm cutting trees? I've always hated being disturbed, so I created this labyrinth to prevent other life forms from entering here. You two humans are good at finding. You actually found me." Judging from his tone, he seemed a little unhappy, but he wasn't too angry. He felt that the old man seemed to be quite amiable. However, Qin Shao didn't really believe such an amiable person. Instead, he said, "I'm sorry, Senior. We really didn't mean to break into Senior's territory. Just now, Senior ignored us. We wanted to leave this place, but we ended up coming back. Senior, this bamboo forest is a maze. It contains a powerful force that prevents us from leaving. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have come to disturb Senior. We are truly ashamed. That's why I wanted to ask Senior for advice on how to leave this place. As long as Senior can show us the way, we brothers definitely won't dare to stay any longer and will immediately leave the bamboo forest. The tree-cutter old man stroked his long beard and said, "Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. It just so happens that this old man has been chopping trees for so long. I'm also a little tired, so I should also relax a little. Just in time. Since you two humans are here, why don't you play with this old man? If you can make this old man happy, then this old man will let you go." Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Did this mean that it wouldn't be so easy to leave? He felt that the tree-cutter old man's words were definitely not that simple. They definitely wouldn't be able to leave just by playing with him casually. Therefore, Qin Shao asked cautiously, "How do you want us to play with you, Senior? The two of us don't know how to play, so I'm afraid that we'll spoil your fun." The old man waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter if you play, as long as there are people to play with. As for playing methods, this old man has a lot of them. They're enough to play with for hundreds of universe eras. If you can play with this old man until I'm happy, then you can leave." "What? Hundreds of universe eras?" Qin Shao and Jing Yang were dumbfounded. "Are you sure you're not joking? Hundreds of universe eras? Was this still considered playing?" Up until now, Jing Yang had only lived for a few dozen universe epochs. Jing Yang had lived for a relatively long time, while Qin Shao had only lived for a few million years. Not to mention hundreds of universe eras, even one universe era was too far away. Therefore, the tree-cutter old man's words really scared Qin Shao. If they really had to play with this old man for so long, Qin Shao would rather fight with him. This was simply asking for his life. Qin Zhao's face suddenly darkened, and a strange luster flashed in his eyes. The tree-cutter old man ignored the changes in Qin Shao and Jing Yang's expressions and continued to say calmly, "Of course, if you don't want to play with this old man, that's fine too." Not playing with him? Wasn't the topic changed a little too quickly? However, Qin Shao did not have a good premonition when he heard this. Sure enough, the tree-cutter old man continued to say, "If you don't want to play with me, then you can walk on your own and see if you can walk out of this bamboo forest. If you can walk out on your own, that's your own ability. I won't make things difficult for you. This is my rule. As long as you can walk out of this bamboo forest, I won't care about you. But if you want this old man to let you walk out of this bamboo forest, then you have to play by this old man's rules of the game. Since you've come in, there's no reason for you to leave just like that." Qin Zhao's frown deepened. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy for them to leave this place. However, it was naturally impossible for them to play with the tree-cutter old man for hundreds of universe eras. They simply couldn't bear it. This was far beyond Qin Zhao's bottom line. The tree-cutter old man looked kind on the surface, but he wasn't that easy to talk to. "Young master, what should we do now? This is forcing us. It's absolutely impossible for us to stay here for hundreds of universe eras. If this doesn't work, then we can just take action. No matter what, a fist can definitely solve a problem." Jing Yang gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice to Qin Shao again. Qin Shao had also thought of making a move directly. He was also thinking about how high his chances of winning would be if he really made a move. If he wanted to take action, he couldn't do it blindly. Qin Shao felt that the tree-cutter old man in front of him was very confident. The calmer he was, the stronger he was, and the more confident he was. Therefore, if they really had to fight, it wouldn't be that easy. They might even step on a landmine. Fighting wasn't a very good choice. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Qin Shao still didn't want to take action. As if he could read Qin Zhao's and Luo Yunyang's minds, the tree-cutter old man pointed to dozens of small mounds not far away. "Look, there are dozens of small mounds over there. There are humans buried in them. They all barged into this old man's place and didn't want to follow my rules. They insisted on taking action. In the end, they were all killed by me and buried there." Qin Shao and Jing Yang stared at him. Did this mean that dozens of humans had already died at the hands of the tree-cutter old man? The fact that the people who had come were all dead was enough to show how powerful the tree-cutter old man was. The humans who had dared to barge into this place shouldn't be weak. However, dozens of them had died at the hands of the tree-cutter old man without exception. This was enough to explain the problem. Anyway, Qin Shao increasingly felt that the tree-cutter old man's strength should be above the invisible cloud beast. After thinking about it, Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, do we just have to follow your rules? Can we leave this bamboo forest?" The old man nodded his head, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "That's right, human kid. As long as you follow my rules, as long as you have the ability, you can leave this bamboo forest. I only like to cut trees, but I don't like to cut people. It's just that some people are very cheap and insist on coming to me to cut them down. I have no choice but to cut them down. You two humans look delicate and don't look like those sinister people. Although this old man likes you a little bit, rules are rules. There is no reason to make an exception for the rules that this old man has set. Everything has to be done according to the rules. No one can be an exception." Speaking of these rules, the tree-cutter old man looked proud, as if this was a very great thing that he was proud of. Qin Shao said, "Senior, does that mean that as long as we can walk out of this bamboo forest with our own strength?" The tree-cutter old man looked at Qin Shao and nodded. "Yes, as long as you have the ability to walk out of this bamboo forest, you can. I won't chase after you. But the premise is that you can walk out of here. I have stayed here for so long." Many humans have broken into this place, but none of them have been able to walk out of this bamboo forest with their own strength. If you have the ability, you can give it a try. This old man actually hopes to see someone who can walk out of this bamboo forest. Perhaps you can be the first. Qin Shao nodded and didn't say anything more. He left with Jing Yang. "Young master, are we really going to try to walk out of this bamboo forest?" After leaving, Jing Yang couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao frowned and shook his head. "There is no other way. We can only give it a try. There is no other better way. If we fight with the tree-cutter old man, I feel that it may be more dangerous. We don't need to rush into action before we understand the situation. Let's walk around first. We just walked around once. This place may not be able to trap us. No matter what, we have to try first. If it really doesn't work, we can think of another way. Fighting is just a last resort. If there is no other way, it won't be too late to take this path. Now there is no need for this." Jing Yang nodded. What he said was true. They could try it first and see. It wouldn't waste much time. Qin Shao looked around carefully as he walked. Every bamboo and every layout, Qin Shao didn't let go of them. He carefully memorized them and analyzed them in his mind. Jing Yang also began to look around. It was definitely not an easy task to walk out of this bamboo forest. The two of them walked and studied, carefully looking and analyzing. However, they didn't find anything. After walking for a while, they still shook their heads. "Young master, we unknowingly walked back and heard the sound of trees being cut. This maze is really too difficult. We walked for a long time, but we didn't find anything. We didn't find anything at all. It's too difficult, too difficult." No wonder the tree-cutter old man dared to say that no one has walked out of this bamboo forest. It seems that he was not lying. Jing Yang shook his head. Chapter 1568. They couldn't get out. The two of them could only continue walking, but they kept coming back again and again. After walking 100 times, the two of them finally gave up. "We can't get out no matter what. It's too difficult." Qin Shao shook his head, feeling a little desperate. After walking 100 times, there was still no clue. They kept walking and walking until they returned to their original spot without noticing anything at all. At this rate, even if they walked 10 billion times, the result would still be the same. Therefore, Qin Shao also stopped and did not continue walking blindly. Young master, it seems that we have no other choice. We can only take action. From the looks of it, we won't be able to leave this place alive. Jing Yang transmitted his voice to Qin Shao once again, intending to make a move. However, Qin Shao still had some concerns in his heart. After thinking about it, he said, "Don't worry. Although the tree-cutter old man has trapped us, he hasn't done anything to us. We should try peaceful means before resorting to force. If he doesn't make the first move, we shouldn't do anything unless we have no other choice. Let's go. Since we're back, let's go and have a good chat with the tree-cutter old man." Qin Shao and Qin Shao once again returned to the tree-cutter old man, who was still chopping that tree. Qin Shao and Qin Shao approached the tree-cutter old man this time. This was a very dangerous action, but the tree-cutter old man didn't care at all and continued chopping his tree seriously. Such a calm performance was enough to show that the tree-cutter old man was very strong. He was confident enough not to be afraid of Qin Shao and Qin Shao launching a sneak attack on him. "Senior." Qin Shao still greeted him respectfully and said, "The two of us really don't want to be trapped here for 100 universe eras. This is too slow for us. The two of us still have a mission and a lot of things to do. If we spend 100 universe eras here, I'm afraid the best time for cultivation will be wasted. Other than these two paths, Junior would like to ask Senior if there are any other paths." As the old man chopped the tree, he slowly replied, "Yes, if you defeat this old man, then you can naturally walk out of here." Qin Shao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Senior must be joking. With Senior's strength, even if we join forces, we are far from being Senior's match. How can we defeat Senior?" The old man smiled faintly and stopped. He rested his axe on his shoulder and looked at Qin Shao with his green eyes. "Little guy, you have a sweet mouth. Unlike those people who came in earlier, none of them put this old man in their eyes and shouted loudly. You little brat, at least you know how to respect this old man. Although this old man likes you, rules are rules. I can't break them. However, this old man has always been compassionate, so I'll give you a chance. Do you see this tree? As long as you can chop it down, I'll let you go." Qin Shao and Jing Yang's eyes fell on the tree in front of them. Although this tree was very thick, it was just a tree after all. With their strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to chop down this tree? However, since the old man said so, it couldn't be that simple. Therefore, Qin Shao still asked, "Senior, are there any restrictions?" The old man shook his head and said, "There are no restrictions. You can use any method, provided that you can chop down this tree. No matter what method you use." Was he kidding? Could it be that this old man was being kind? Was he deliberately letting the two of them go? "Senior, are you sure?" Qin Shao was still a little worried as he asked. If this was really the case, then wouldn't it be too simple? The old man stroked his long white beard and smiled mysteriously. He nodded slightly and said, "When this old man speaks, his words are like nails. Of course, I'm sure. I mean what I say." After saying that, the old man retreated to the side, indicating that Qin Shao and the others could start chopping down the tree. However, the more this was so, the more Qin Shao had a bad premonition. It shouldn't be so easy. This was completely illogical. Jing Yang was also frowning as he stood there, a pensive look on his face. This situation was wrong. However, no matter what, they had to give it a try to know how deep the water was. "I'll give it a try," Qin Shao said. With a move of his hand, an axe appeared in his hand. He walked to the front of the tree and directly chopped down with the axe. Powerful divine power poured into the axe, causing it to become incomparably sharp, directly cutting towards the huge tree. Originally, Qin Shao thought that there would be a very strong resistance, but the reality gave Qin Shao a huge surprise. There was actually no trace of resistance, and it was very easy to cut into the tree and easily cut down the entire tree. Boom! The towering tree fell down, causing the space to vibrate and the ground to tremble. It was as if the earth had cracked and exploded. It's broken? Such a situation caused Qin Shao and Jing Yang to be abruptly stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief. Both of them thought that it would be very difficult and that there would be some resistance. However, they didn't expect that it would be cut down so easily. It was as easy as blowing off dust. This tree was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. What was going on? Was it really so easy? It didn't make sense, did it? It was so easy that it was a little worrying. Qin Shao and Jing Yang were so worried that they looked at each other again. Senior, Qin Shao was about to speak to the old man, but just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, they were immediately stuck in his throat, and he swallowed the rest of his words. Qin Shao and Jing Yang's eyes widened. They looked at the tree and saw that the tree that had been cut down by Qin Shao had miraculously grown back. It was as good as new. The section that had been cut off was also gone. It's recovered? Qin Shao couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was a little dumbfounded. Did it mean that he had cut it down for nothing? No wonder the tree-cutter old man was so confident. He just felt that something was wrong. This tree was definitely not so easy to cut down. If it was really so easy, it was not in line with the tree-cutter old man's style of doing things. He had thought of this a long time ago, but now he understood. Seeing the two of them frustrated, the tree-cutter old man chuckled and said, "It's not so easy to cut down this tree. Take your time. I'll watch you. I'm tired after cutting for so long. I'll let you continue." After saying that, the tree-cutter old man waved his hand and a pavilion appeared. The tree-cutter old man leisurely sat in the pavilion and happily drank a little wine. He enjoyed this kind of fun. Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It really wasn't so easy. "Young master, it seems that we have fallen into the old man's trap. This tree is too strange. It can be reborn infinitely. No matter how we cut it, it can't be cut down. I've heard of such a strange tree before. I didn't expect to see it here this time. With our strength, I'm afraid there's no way we can cut down this tree." Jing Yang shook his head. The hidden meaning in his words was clearly to ask if Qin Shao would directly attack the tree-cutter old man. None of the other paths were accessible. They couldn't possibly be trapped here forever, right? So now, there was no other way. There was no other way. Qin Shao still shook his head. "Don't worry, Jing Yang. Let's wait a little longer. I have a feeling that this should be the most likely way to succeed. Although it seems difficult, I have a feeling that there must be a way. It's just that we haven't thought of it yet. Let's try again. It's not the time to despair yet. This tree-cutter old man isn't that difficult to talk to. He doesn't necessarily want to kill us. Although he hasn't killed us yet, he's obviously playing with us." Jing Yang shook his head. Qin Shao said, "There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked us to be so weak?" Qin Shao continued to cut down the tree. He had tried all kinds of methods. It wasn't difficult to cut down this tree. It was easy to do, but after cutting it down, it recovered immediately. Whether it was cutting it down, destroying it, uprooting it, or turning it into ashes, all kinds of methods were useless. After destroying it, it would immediately regrow. Qin Shao and Jing Yang took turns to attack it. They had tried all kinds of methods, but they were all useless. Qin Shao even used heart force, true meaning of power, and sword cultivation, but it was useless. He also used some treasures and even heavenly soldiers, but it was still useless. He still couldn't completely destroy it. It would still regrow. The two of them tried their best and used all kinds of methods, but it was useless. This situation was really strange. The tree-cutter old man seemed to be watching a good show. He drank wine and muttered a few words from time to time. There was also a smile on his face. They chopped like this for 1,000 years, but the two of them still couldn't do anything to the tree. Such a situation really made the two of them feel helpless. Nothing worked. What should they do? Could it be that it was completely impossible to cut down this tree? It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. What should they do? Did they overlook something? Qin Shao thought carefully. He thought about every detail seriously, but the more he thought, the more confused he was. He couldn't think of a reason. If the two of you are tired, you can come over and drink with me and rest. Don't worry, take your time. You can't rush to cut down the tree. You have to calm down. The tree cutter old man's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Shao looked at the old man. From the words just now, Qin Shao seemed to have grasped something. Can't rush? Have to calm down? Cut down the tree and calm down? But that's not right. Qin Shao still shook his head. He still couldn't think of a reason. Since he couldn't think of a reason, he might as well be more open-minded. He said to Jingyang, "Let's go, Jingyang. Since Senior is so kind, it would be impolite to refuse. Let's go and have a few drinks with Senior." The two of them came to the pavilion and sat down. Wine glasses were placed in front of them. Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony. After a slight nod to the tree-cutter old man, he picked up the wine glass on the table and drank. After drinking a glass of wine, he pursed his lips. He didn't taste anything. Chapter 1569. Qin Shao smacked his lips and said, "Senior, if you want to hear the truth, then I can only say that it's not like wine. It's more like water. There's no smell of wine, so I can't taste anything." Ah! The tree-cutter old man laughed heartily. He looked at Jingyang and asked, "What about you?" Jingyang said, "It seems to be a little bitter, but it's not heavy. It's very light." The tree-cutter old man said with a smile, "Of the two of you, one tasted it as tasteless, and the other tasted it as a little bitter. The wine is the same, but there's a difference in the taste. As for me, I tasted the fragrance of wine, a mellow and rich wine fragrance. Different people taste different things. Why do you think that is?" "Why?" Qin Shao and Jingyang were dumbfounded. They looked at each other for a while, and looked at the tree-cutter old man in confusion. Why? Was it really the same wine? Then why did it taste different? Wasn't this too strange? However, when they thought about how there were all kinds of strange things in the world, they felt relieved. No matter how strange it was, it shouldn't be unbelievable. There must be something special about this wine. Qin Shao said, "I really don't know. Senior, please enlighten me." The tree-cutter old man smiled mysteriously and said, "Try drinking another cup." Qin Shao lowered her head and looked at her wine cup. She found that the wine cup had been filled to the brim. It was strange. He didn't notice that the tree-cutter old man had poured wine for him, but the wine cup was full unknowingly. This situation was very strange. Could the wine in this cup be the same as the tree? After drinking it, would it grow again? Regardless of these things, Qin Shao picked up the cup and drank again. He savored the wine in the cup carefully. However, he still couldn't taste anything. There was no taste at all. It was like clear water. "What do you feel now?" the tree-cutter old man asked again. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It's still tasteless." Jingyang also shook his head. "It's still a little bitter." "Hee, that's right." The tree-cutter old man smiled. "That's it? What was right?" Qin Shao couldn't help but ask with a face full of doubts, "Senior, I still don't understand." The tree-cutter old man took a sip of the wine unhurriedly and said with a satisfied expression, "Wine tasting is not wine tasting, but the heart." When he was in a good mood, he could drink any kind of alcohol. When you are in a bad mood, no matter how good the wine is, it will be tasteless. This wine is the wine of the heart. Only the heart can taste its flavor. Your heart is mixed, so you can't taste it. As for you, you can taste a trace of bitterness, which means that your heart is not only mixed, but also dry. This also means that your state of mind is not strong enough, which is why you are easily irritated. The more fragrant the heart-tasting wine is, the calmer and higher the state of mind. The tree-cutting old man's words were obviously full of philosophy, and Qin Shao could hear many meanings from them. Indeed, his heart was not calm. He had been trapped in the bamboo forest since he entered it. Previously, he had walked in the bamboo forest for 100 years, but there was no way to get out of the bamboo forest. After that, he had chopped the tree for 1,000 years, but there was still no way to cut down the tree. Under such circumstances, Qin Zhao's heart was indeed a little complicated, and there was no way to keep calm. Jing Yang had been impatient and wanted to attack the tree-cutter old man for a long time, but he had been dissuaded several times by Qin Shao. Jing Yang's heart had indeed been dry for a long time. The heart-tasting wine measured the heart. As long as you put your heart into it, you would be able to taste the wine. Didn't that mean that as long as he put his heart into it, he would be able to cut down this tree? To cut down the tree, one did not need to use divine power or powerful strength, but one's heart? Qin Shao recalled the process of the tree-cutter old man cutting down the tree. Indeed, he did not use any divine power. He was like an ordinary person, slowly chopping with the axe, neither hurried nor slow. He regarded cutting down the tree as a pleasure, and devoted himself to cutting down the tree. Did that mean that only with such a level of tree cutting could it be possible to cut down the tree? The more Qin Shao thought about it, the more he felt that this was the highest possibility. It should be so. Brute force could not solve the problem, and the failure of the past 1,000 years was enough to prove everything. In Qin Zhao's heart, he also had some understanding. Qin Shao picked up the wine glass and continued to sip it. He tasted it carefully, and his heart was completely calm. This time, he finally tasted a trace of the wine, but it was very, very faint. But this was a little progress. "Senior, I tasted a trace of the wine's mellow fragrance," Qin Shao said. The tree-cutter old man nodded slightly with a smile and said with a hint of approval, "Not bad, not bad. You tasted a trace of the wine's fragrance so quickly. It shows that you have found the knack. However, this is not enough. It is far from enough. If you can't taste the real mellow fragrance of the wine, it shows that your heart is far from enough." Qin Shao nodded in acknowledgement, and he was even more certain of his conjecture. It seemed that if he wanted to cut down the tree, the heart was the key. Only with the heart could he succeed in cutting down the tree. Otherwise, it would only be in vain. He found the way and was no longer so blind. At least he could see hope. Qin Zhao's heart was more enlightened. The tree-cutter old man looked at Jing Yang and asked, "What about you? How about you?" Jing Yang shook his head awkwardly and said, "Senior, I still taste some bitterness." The tree-cutter old man shook his head with some disdain and said bluntly, "You are really a piece of rotten wood. It seems that you have no potential. After tasting it 3 times, it is still bitter. There is no improvement. If you're here, you'll definitely be trapped here until you die." Cough. Jing Yang almost vomited blood. However, he was powerless to refute. Jing Yang also realized his shortcomings. There was no way he could compare with the young master in all aspects. This was a fact, and he had to admit it. Good wine should be tasted slowly and carefully. The tree-cutter old man said again, and then he began to taste the wine leisurely and contentedly. Qin Shao continued to taste the wine, tasting it carefully. Gradually, he could taste some of the wine's flavor, but it was still very light, with only a trace of the wine's fragrance. The lighter the taste, the more it meant that he could not really taste it. Jing Yang's situation was worse. Although he tried hard to calm his mind and taste it carefully and slowly to sweep away the hostility in his heart, he still tasted a trace of bitterness. The longer he tasted the bitterness, the more he could not taste it. The heart was the easiest to be affected, and the easiest to be affected. Moreover, there would be a vicious cycle. The more impetuous you were, the more it would affect your heart. When your heart was in chaos, you would be even more impetuous. This cycle would continue until you could not get out of the vicious circle. There was a vicious cycle, and there was also a virtuous cycle. It all depended on how you entered the cycle. The heart was the most difficult thing to control, the most unpredictable thing, and the most unfathomable. It was still difficult to improve after tasting it more. My heart is already very calm. My heart is like still water. I tasted it carefully and threw away everything. However, when I tasted this wine, I still could not taste much of it. Where is my heart lacking? No matter how much I tasted it, I still could not taste it. Could it be that my state of mind needs to be improved to be able to taste it? Now, does it represent my state of mind? If I can't make a breakthrough, then I can only taste it like this forever? He did not understand. He really did not understand. Qin Shao felt that there was a profound Tao and profound knowledge in tasting tea. Chopping trees, tasting, what was the substantial connection between the two? They seemed to be completely unrelated, but they were inextricably linked. Chopping trees was to calm the heart, cultivate the heart, and also to nourish the heart. Chopping trees with one's heart was not chopping trees, but one's heart. So chopping trees was also a process of cultivating the heart? Qin Shao seemed to have understood something, but he also seemed to have not understood it. Everything seemed to be understood but not understood. It was vague, as if it was in the clouds. The state of mind was the same as the strength of the heart. They were both illusory things and the most difficult things to grasp. Senior, Qin Shao was just about to ask again, but the tree-chopping old man immediately made a shushing gesture to Qin Shao. Shu, feel it with your heart. Some things can't be explained clearly. If it is said, it will lose its taste. Just like this cup of wine, it will lose its taste if it can be said. Taste, you need to taste it with your heart. If you can't taste it, go chop trees and see if you can improve it. When you can taste the unique mellow taste of this wine, you can almost chop down the tree. Well, don't disturb me from tasting the wine. After that, the tree-chopping old man no longer paid attention to Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not dare to ask anything more. If he asked again, he was afraid that he would annoy the tree-chopping old man. Qin Shao was still analyzing the tree-chopping old man's words. There were some hints in his word. Chopping trees, cultivating the heart, it seems that the key is still chopping trees. This wine is just to test my state of mind and let me know how good my state of mind is. Only when I know that I am good and know the gap between me and myself can I better cultivate and improve myself. Improvement must be a process, and it must be a long and slow process. It can't be done overnight. I shouldn't be in a hurry. If you can't taste the wine, then go chop trees. After that, Qin Shao got up and continued to chop trees. Jing Yang did not taste the wine again. Instead, he left with Qin Shao and came to the front of the tree. Qin Shao came to the front of the tree. Looking at the huge, thick, and towering tree, he felt a sense of familiarity. People who like to chop trees should treat trees as their companions and relatives. When they saw trees, they would feel particularly close and affectionate. Therefore, they would be very happy to chop trees. Qin Shao did not like to chop trees, so he could not do it for the time being. He could only try his best to calm down and immerse himself in chopping trees. This time, Qin Shao did not use his divine power or other forces. He did not even deliberately use his physical strength. Everything was controlled by his heart. He also used an ordinary axe to chop the tree. Clang! The axe hit the tree, but it was bounced back by the sturdy stone of the tree trunk. It only left a white mark on the bark, but it didn't even leave a single crack. This tree was very hard. It was difficult to shake it without using divine power. However, Qin Shao did not care. This was the way to chop the tree. It was very difficult to chop down the tree because it was difficult to chop it. Chapter 1570. Clang. The axe struck the tree again, but it only left a white mark. Jing Yang also walked over. He chopped down on the tree with his axe, creating a deep hole. However, when he took out the axe, the hole returned to its original state. Jing Yang smiled bitterly. Qin Shao smiled and said, "This tree can only be cut down with the power of the heart. It will be effective if any other power is mixed in. Even if it is cut down, it will immediately return to its original state. You mixed in other powers just now. Of course it won't work." Jing Yang shook his head. It was very difficult for him to understand. The power of the heart was not the same as the power of the heart. It was fundamentally different from the power of the heart. If he used the power of the heart, it would be very easy for Qin Shao to cut down the tree. The heart here represented the state of mind. It was a state of mind, not a manifestation of power. Although the two were not the same thing, there was a microsecond connection between the two. Fundamentally speaking, both were related to the heart. One was power and the other was intent. It was like a person's body and mind. One was something substantial, while the other was something illusory. However, both belonged to the same person. When the two were added together, they would become a living person with flesh and blood. Although there were similarities, they could not be used directly. They could only be used to derive some enlightenment. The state of mind was like wine. It was mellow when tasted carefully. Jing Yang smiled bitterly and said, "Young master, I don't think I mixed in any other powers. I just tried my best to calm my heart down. However, when I made a move, there would still be some powers mixed in. It was extremely uncontrollable. Therefore, your heart is not calm enough. There are distracting thoughts in your heart. You can't achieve a state of mind that is as still as water and as clear as a mirror. Naturally, there would be some powers mixed in. This is not something you can control. It is something subconscious," Qin Shao said with a smile. Jing Yang shook his head as if he was deep in thought. Some things might sound simple in theory, but it wasn't so easy to do them. Wine needs to be savored slowly, trees need to be cut down calmly. Don't rush, take your time. The more anxious he was, the more he would be able to get back at the right time. The improvement of one's mental state is never an easy matter. One's state of mind can only be slowly improved through the long years of cultivation, the trials of the vicissitudes of life and death, and the tempering of the vicissitudes of life and death. Unknowingly, it can be improved. Deliberately cultivating one's state of mind, yet it is often very difficult to obtain result. Qin Shao patted Jing Yang on the shoulder and comforted him. Jing Yang nodded. In fact, he understood these principles, but it was difficult to do so. Jing Yang went to the side and slowly thought about this problem. These problems were like a dead knot entangling Jing Yang. If he couldn't figure this out, then he wouldn't be able to solve this problem. If the knot could not be untied, then he would never be able to take this step. It was very, very difficult to improve one's mental state. Normally, it would require a long period of tempering. How could one achieve a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Qin Shao continued to cut down trees. He slowly thought and cultivated while cutting down trees, slowly improving his state of mind. However, this process would definitely be slow and could not be rushed. The more he cut down trees, the calmer Qin Shao's heart became. Qin Shao had never thought that there would be such a cultivation method. It was indeed very surprising that one could improve one's state of mind by cutting down trees. Moreover, the effect was very good, which was something that Qin Shao did not expect. Qin Shao was seriously chopping the book, and soon, he was fully immersed in it. In the pavilion, the tree-cutter old man was leisurely drinking wine. From time to time, he glanced at Qin Shao. Interesting little guy. I haven't met such an interesting little guy for a long time. I can let him play with this old man. It's too boring to cultivate alone. This old man has stayed in this dragon burial ridge for God knows how many universe epochs, but I still can't comprehend this stage. I can't break through. One more step, just one more step, and this old man can leave here. I don't want to stay in this damn place. But this step is far too difficult. This old man has been in seclusion here for so long, but I still can't break through. This little guy's potential is not bad. I see great potential in him. Maybe this little guy can really give people unexpected results. However, I can't expect too much. Want to cut down this tree? Humph, it's easier said than done. This old man has worked hard for God knows how many universe epochs. Maybe this old man has been lonely for too long. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so kind. I can't even bear to kill these two little guys of the human race. Forget it. I haven't killed for a long time. My heart has faded. Let them be. It just so happens that you can play with this old man. That's pretty good too. The tree-cutter old man continued to drink and savor this delicious wine. Time flew by quickly. Qin Zhao's cultivation was getting better and better. Dragon Burial Ridge. At the peak of a mountain, two figures stood behind a huge rock. Using the rock as a cover, they carefully scanned their surroundings. They didn't miss a single detail. Father, where did those two little guys go? We've been searching for so long, but we haven't even seen their shadows. Could it be that our luck is so bad? Yin Long's face was gloomy and he looked very unhappy. Last time in the training forest, Qin Xiao had escaped twice. Yin Long couldn't accept that fact. Not long after Qin Xiao and Jing Yang left Fei Liang tribe, they found an opportunity to chase after them. However, after chasing for so long, they didn't find anything. Yin Long's temper wasn't good to begin with. After chasing for so long without any results, he was naturally even more unhappy. His angry grumbling showed that Yin Long's mood was extremely bad. It was as if he had gone crazy. Yin Long only had one thought now, and that was to kill Qin Xiao. If he couldn't kill Qin Xiao, he would go crazy. Yin Long's father said with a grim expression, "We've been searching for so long, but we still can't find them. Father, what can we do? Who knows where those two little guys have hidden? We've been searching for so long and still can't find them. There's no news from the one from Lao's Han tribe either. It's like seeing a ghost. But there's nothing we can do now. We can only search slowly. Dragon Burial Ridge is so big after all. If they really want to hide, it'll be very difficult to find them. But don't worry. As long as they're still in Dragon Burial Ridge, we can find them. We don't have to worry about them escaping. If we really can't find them, then there's only one possibility. They're dead or trapped somewhere. Your grandfather is also searching. Including the one from Lao's Han tribe, there are 4 of us looking for those two little guys. Are you afraid that they'll be able to escape?" Yin Long was anxious, but he knew that there was no other way. He could only search slowly. Fei Liang tribe. Fei Yong and Ling Long found warrior Yin Yuan. "Father, I just heard that Yin Long and his father didn't go out on a mission. They used a mission as an excuse to go to Dragon Burial Ridge to kill Big Brother Qin. Yin Long's grandfather also followed them. They must be going to kill Big Brother Qin and Big Brother Jingyang. With Yin Long's personality, he won't rest until he kills Big Brother Qin." Hearing Fei Yong's words, warrior Yin Yuan couldn't help but frown. "Is there such a thing?" "Yes, Uncle Yin Yuan. We just heard the news by accident. It shouldn't be fake," Ling Long said anxiously. Warrior Yin Yuan stood up and said, "Don't be anxious. Let me find out about this first. If it's true, I'll take care of it." After saying that, the Yin Abyss warrior quickly left the room. Chopping trees, drinking wine, and tasting life was also a kind of pleasure. Only people with a calm heart could enjoy this kind of pleasure. Qin Xiao became more and more immersed in it. He gradually fell in love with chopping trees and took it as a kind of pleasure. He also fell in love with tasting wine. The more he tasted it, the sweeter it was, the more fragrant it was, and the more mellow it was. The more he tasted it, the more he would gain. The more he chopped, the more he would gain. The more he gained, the more his heart would change. His state of mind would slowly improve. On the other hand, Jing Yang couldn't achieve such calmness. The wine he tasted was always bitter, and the trees he chopped never calmed his heart down. Although Qin Shao reminded him from time to time, he still didn't get better. The more he couldn't immerse himself in it, the less he gained. The less he gained, the more impulsive he became. An impulsive heart would cause people to lose their rationality. Jing Yang simply gave up. Perhaps this path wasn't suitable for him. Giving up made him feel more relaxed. Time passed quickly. Before he knew it, 1,000,000 years had passed. Qin Shao had stayed in the Feiliang tribe for 1,000,000 years. During that time, Qin Shao had gained a lot, especially in the training forest. He had improved greatly in all aspects. In this 1,000,000 years, the improvement wasn't as obvious as in the previous 1,000,000 years. However, Qin Shao was happy to indulge in it. He had indeed found a source of joy in life. It seemed like a simple task of chopping trees, but when one was immersed in it, they would gain a lot of joy. When one was tired from chopping trees, they would come over to drink and chat with the old man. It was a good feeling. Good wine, really good wine. Qin Shao carefully tasted the wine, and finally tasted a trace of the true flavor. He repeatedly praised the wine for its good taste. Qin Shao had drunk a lot of wine, but in terms of taste, this cup of wine was particularly delicious. Being able to taste the true flavor of the wine meant that Qin Zhao's state of mind had improved a lot in the past 1,000,000 years. This kind of growth was visible and very effective. Therefore, Qin Shao was happy to immerse himself in it. He felt like he couldn't extricate himself. What did you taste? The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled at Qin Shao. Qin Shao said, "Sweet, mellow, not too strong, not too soft, not too spicy, not astringent, fragrant, lingering in the mouth, endless aftertaste." The smile on the old man's face became even more mysterious as he said, "Other than that, there's no other smell?" Qin Shao shook his head, indicating that there was no other taste. "That means you haven't succeeded yet. You haven't reached the requirements and can't taste the true flavor of the wine." The old man smiled. This wasn't the true flavor of the wine. Chapter 1571. Did this mean that he was still some distance away from the tree-cutter old man's requirements? He had already tasted the sweetness of the wine and the mellow taste of the wine. What else did he need to taste? He had tasted the wine step by step from being indifferent and tasteless to this step, but he still hadn't succeeded? Then what was still lacking? Bitter taste. The tree-cutter old man spat out 2 words with a profound expression. Bitter taste. Hearing these 2 words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be a little stunned. What did it mean? How could it be bitter? Wasn't bitterness caused by an impetuous state of mind? Just like how Jing Yang tasted bitterness. How could there be bitterness in real wine? Sweetness comes after bitterness, and sweetness comes after bitterness. Aren't the various forms of life the various tastes of the world? The tree-cutter old man said with a profound meaning. Qin Shao recalled the words of the tree-cutter old man. It was hard to understand. For a moment, Qin Shao couldn't understand anything. He could only taste it carefully and ponder it carefully. The more profound something was, the more worthy it was for people to explore its mystery. After that, the tree-cutter old man continued to drink his wine and ignored Qin Shao. Seeing the tree-cutter old man like this, Qin Shao knew that he couldn't ask anything else, otherwise, he would anger the tree-cutter old man. Tasting the wine and tasting the sweetness of spring, but also tasting the bitterness, what kind of feeling was this? Qin Shao couldn't understand for the time being. He tasted another cup, but he still couldn't taste the bitterness in the wine. Only an impetuous person could taste the bitterness in the wine, but to taste the sweetness and mellow taste, one had to be extremely calm and have a very high state of mind. These 2 were completely opposite extremes. They were completely two things that couldn't be mixed together. It seems that my state of mind is still not enough. I still can't understand the deep meaning of Senior's words. Let's continue cutting trees. When I can cut down this tree, I should be able to understand Senior's meaning. With a faint smile, Qin Shao didn't have any distress. Instead, he continued to cut trees. Now, Qin Shao had really fallen in love with chopping trees. All his thoughts had come together, and he could only chop trees. When your heart is as still as water, when you put everything aside, you will realize that you will gain a lot of pleasure by focusing on doing everything. Qin Shao got a lot of fun from chopping trees. Compared to 1,000,000 years ago, he could only leave a white mark on a tree. Now, Qin Shao could chop out an axe mark on a tree. However, the tree had a very strong self-healing ability, so now it was a competition of speed. As long as Qin Zhao's cutting speed was faster than the healing speed, it was possible to cut down the tree. However, over the years, Qin Shao had always been defeated by the tree and failed to succeed. The higher the state of mind, the greater the power of the heart, and the better the effect of cutting down the tree. Only in this way could it be possible to cut down the tree. As he calmly chopped the tree, he recalled the old man's words. None of them were empty words. They all contained deep philosophies. As he tasted the words carefully, the more he tasted them, the more he could taste them, just like that glass of wine. The first taste was tasteless, but after tasting it carefully, he could slowly taste it. Finally, he could taste the sweet and mellow taste of the wine. This was a process of transformation and improvement. It could even be said that it was a process of sublimation. It was a kind of sublimation of the soul. From shallow to deep, from deep to extreme, from extreme to extreme, from extreme to perfection, from perfection to simplicity. This is a reincarnation, a process of going to the peak. Tasting this wine is like this. It seems ordinary, but it contains great truths. Only by tasting it carefully can you taste the true flavor and taste the great Tao within it. This is the way of cultivation. This is the way of perception. Small things slowly sublimate and slowly expand. Chopping trees is like tasting wine. It is also a process of cultivation. It is a way to improve oneself. With the improvement, accumulation, and perception of the past 1,000,000 years, Qin Zhao's state of mind had been improved a lot. At this time, it was further sublimated. His state of mind was improving and transforming. Qin Zhao's heart force was unknowingly affected. His heart force was also improving. It was an improvement that was visible. Heart force had always been the hardest part for Qin Shao to cultivate. However, during the process of chopping trees and drinking wine, it was also improved step by step. Previously, Qin Zhao's heart force had been cultivated to the peak of the 6th level. If he took another step, he would break through to the 7th level and break through to the heart force heavenly venerate level. This was a huge transformation. Transforming from an ant to a heavenly venerate was a huge improvement. This kind of process of improvement was very wonderful. One could see the growth and progress step by step. This was a harvest, a huge harvest. With the guidance of the tree-cutter old man from time to time, Qin Shao gained a deeper understanding of the state of mind. With the assistance of the wine and the tree-cutter old man's cultivation, this understanding was sublimated and transformed into something tangible. 10,000 thoughts become empty. This is the heart. Where the heart desires is power. No matter how lowly a living being is, no matter how weak their body is, they can't restrain unlimited thoughts. Ordinary living beings can also think of becoming powerful gods. They can think of flying and shielding the earth. They can think of all kinds of mysterious and powerful things. Although this kind of thought power is lowly, it is not bound by the body's shell. Can fly at will. Heart force, on the other hand, is to strengthen this power of thought, to turn it into real power. To turn the thoughts in one's mind into reality. Where the heart desires, all is power. This is the true essence of heart force. Looking through the emptiness, one's thoughts reach directly. Thoughts were like breaking out of a cocoon, directly breaking through that layer of shackles, breaking through the barrier. Immediately, a clear mirror appeared in his heart. It was as if a new world was born, and a new light descended. His heart force had finally broken through and transformed. He had taken this most important step. Heart force, the 7th level. He had finally reached it. Qin Shao felt some joy in his heart. Breaking through this step was indeed not an easy thing to do. From the 6th level to the 7th level, Qin Shao had gone through more than 3 million years to temper himself. Finally, he had broken through. It wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy. The meaning of a breakthrough in heart force was extraordinary for Qin Shao. The breakthrough this time represented another great increase in strength. When heart force was combined with the heart force stone, it was completely the existence of a trump card. Heart force attacks were very strange to begin with. With the amplification of the heart force stone, it was completely capable of dealing with second step exalted celestials. Therefore, the breakthrough in heart force was naturally very important to Qin Shao. It was no less important than the discovery and use of the power of the inner world projection. These two were both Qin Zhao's extreme methods now. They were enough to make Qin Zhao's strength very strong. The breakthrough in heart force also led to the invisible improvement of the state of mind. Although heart force and state of mind were two completely different things, there was a certain internal connection between the two. There would be a certain degree of auxiliary effect between the two. The breakthrough in heart force naturally led to the improvement of the state of mind. The next step of improvement was a transformation. Qin Zhao's heart also became increasingly clear. He could see more clearly, his heart became brighter, and his state of mind became deeper. His heart force also became stronger. When the axe fell, it could cut very deep. Moreover, it was very difficult for a tree that was cut down by heart force to heal. Therefore, the tree was also quickly cut down by Qin Shao. Jing Yang also instantly became spirited. He stared at Qin Shao with a face full of joy. "That's great, young master really did it. It's incredible. As expected, young master can create miracles no matter what. Young master's path has been a path of creating miracles." In an instant, Jing Yang's worship exploded. The admiration he had for Qin Shao in his heart was naturally indescribable. Oh, the tree-cutter old man, who was drinking there, couldn't help but put down his wine glass and looked over with a little surprise. He actually completely comprehended it so quickly? It's only been 1,000,000 years. This kid is really monstrous and heaven-defying. His talent and potential are really terrifying. Heroes really come from the young. This old man is already so old. Back then, it took me an entire epoch to achieve such a breakthrough, didn't it? But this boy, in just 1,000,000 years. TSK, incredible. It's really incredible. If he's given time to grow, it's really very likely that he'll grow to a very high level. Maybe he can step into the samsara. The tree-cutter old man shook his head again and withdrew his thoughts. He smiled and said, "It's a little too early to say this. This boy's path of cultivation has just begun. It's a little too early to think about it. Forget it. Since I said that I'll let them go after cutting down the tree, I won't make things difficult for these two little guys." As he spoke, the tree-cutter old man got up and walked over, looking at Qin Shao, who was still cutting down the tree. Although the tree hadn't been cut down yet, it was only a matter of time before it fell. There shouldn't be any problems. Jing Yang saw that the tree-cutter old man was alarmed and felt more confident. He knew that he would succeed. Sure enough, without any surprise, following a rumbling sound, that huge tree was chopped down by Qin Shao. After being cut down, the giant tree couldn't grow back. Even if it could, it would take a very long time. And this was considered to have met the tree-cutter old man's requirements. Qin Shao put away the axe and smiled slightly. He turned to the old man and said, "Senior, does this count as cutting down the tree?" The old man nodded and said, "Yes, of course it counts. Not bad, not bad. Very good. In just a short 1,000,000 years you were able to cut down this tree. This is indeed something I didn't expect. Very good, very good. Your future must be immeasurable." Such high praise made him feel like a completely different person from his previous indifference. Qin Shao said in his heart, "Senior, you're too kind. Thank you for your guidance. If it weren't for your guidance, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to figure it out. All of this should be thanks to you. That's why I had some breakthroughs. I really don't know how to thank you for your kindness. Do you really want to thank this old man?" The tree-cutter old man looked at Qin Shao with a smile and said meaningfully. Qin Shao nodded and said without hesitation, "Of course I am sincerely grateful to you. If you have any instructions, please don't hesitate to ask. As long as you don't ask me to do anything that goes against the natural order, I won't refuse, no matter how dangerous it is." In the words of my hometown, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Chapter 1572. Hee, this old man will take it seriously. Don't lie to me. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. The old man laughed strangely and said, "Then why don't you stay and accompany this old man? I'll continue to guide you and help you improve even more. How about that? It won't be too long, 100 universe epochs will do. I'm not talking about forever, because I know you won't agree to it." "What? 100 universe epochs?" Jing Yang immediately exclaimed. Although he didn't say it out loud, it was clear that Jing Yang didn't want Qin Shao to agree. 100 universe epochs, that was way too long, way too long. They simply couldn't wait that long. Being trapped for so long would probably waste the best time for cultivation, which would be an irreparable loss for Qin Shao. Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but hesitate. The tree-cutting old man seemed to be angry. His expression turned cold and displeased as he looked at Qin Shao. Without waiting for the old man to speak, Qin Shao nodded seriously and said, "All right, since Senior has given the order, Junior will naturally obey. Senior's great kindness in exchange for Junior's companionship for 100 universe epochs is not too much. Moreover, Junior will be able to gain even more by following Senior, so Junior is naturally willing." "Young master, you can't." Jing Yang was a bit anxious. How could he really agree? 100 universe epochs, not 10 billion years. That was too long, too long, too long. It was so long that he couldn't even imagine it. Therefore, Jing Yang naturally wouldn't agree to it. If they were really trapped for 100 universe epochs, everything would change. Qin Zhao's talent and potential were so heaven-defying. This should be a great opportunity for him to work hard. If he could grasp this opportunity, he would probably grow very quickly. 100 universe epochs was enough to change a lot of things. If he was trapped here, it was very likely that Qin Shao would be destroyed. Therefore, even if he had to risk offending the old man, Jing Yang couldn't care less right now. "Young master, that's absolutely not possible. We can't waste 100 universe epochs here. That way you'll really be ruined. We can't afford to wait for such a long time. We definitely can't. An era is our limit," Jing Yang said directly without any hesitation. Moreover, he was dead set on it. He stared at the tree-cutter old man, clearly ready to attack. If they couldn't come to an agreement, then they would fight. Anyway, Jing Yang had wanted to take action from the beginning, but Qin Shao stopped him several times, so he gave up. Now that the situation had forced him, he naturally would not back down. He stared at the tree-cutter old man with a face full of battle intent, as if forcing the old man to back down. The tree-cutter old man remained calm and composed. He turned a deaf ear to Jing Yang's anger and simply ignored it. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao with a faint smile and said, "What do you think?" Although Jing Yang tried his best to dissuade him, Qin Shao didn't hesitate much. He continued, "Senior, don't worry. A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Since I've spoken, I naturally won't go back on my word. It's not Qin Zhao's style to not repay kindness. If I feel guilty, I'm afraid it'll make it harder for me to cultivate. Since it's senior's order, I'll respect it." "Young master," Jing Yang still wanted to say something, but Qin Shao stopped him. "Jing Yang, don't say anything. I know what I'm doing. This is who I am. How can I not repay kindness when I've received kindness? If I ignore senior's kindness now, I'm bound to ignore the kindness of you and master in the future. If that's the case, won't you hate me to the core?" Qin Shao asked. Shao said. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Jing Yang couldn't help but be stunned. He was suddenly speechless. Yes, if Qin Shao was really that kind of ungrateful person, would he also ignore the kindness of his old master in the future? He worshipped Qin Zhao's master and was willing to be Qin Zhao's servant and stay by his side. Why was that? In fact, one of the main reasons was that he really admired Qin Zhao's character. Now Qin Zhao's move was really something he didn't want to see from the bottom of his heart. But thinking about it carefully, it was indeed Qin Zhao's character. The most valuable quality of a person was the way he conducted himself. Therefore, after thinking about it, Jing Yang couldn't say anything to refute. However, 100 epochs of time was simply too long. He didn't know whether young master's move was right or wrong. "Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting." The tree-cutter old man's expression changed, and he laughed again. "You two humans are really interesting. But I can see that you are both people who value friendship and honor, and also people who keep their promises. In terms of quality, it's really rare and precious, and it's also something that this old man appreciates. A person's heart is important. Qin Shao, your heart is not bad. If you can keep it up, then it's really not bad. Your original heart can influence many people. Actually, this old man was just testing you just now. I wanted to see if you had the heart to repay this old man. Now it seems that you do have the heart. Since you have the heart, then forget it. This old man doesn't need you to repay me. If you can keep your word, then this old man has no reason to go back on my words, right? Since I just promised to let you go after cutting down the tree, if I let you go now, won't this old man become a villain? This old man can't afford to lose face in front of you two little guys. Forget it, forget it. You can go. Just walk out directly. This old man has already opened the way for you. Even if you don't need this old man to show you the way, you can still walk out." After saying that, the tree-cutter old man waved his hand, as if he was shooing away chickens. Hearing the tree-cutter old man's words, Qin Shao was taken aback. He didn't want him to stay? To be honest, this was naturally a good thing for Qin Shao. If he really wanted to, then he definitely wouldn't want to stay. After all, this delay was 100 universe epochs worth of time. It was too slow. If he didn't stay, then it would be for the best. Jing Yang was also pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly withdrew his battle intent and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Senior. This junior was too excited just now. Please forgive me if I offended you." The tree-cutter old man glanced at Jing Yang and chuckled. "You humans have a bit of a temper, but you are loyal to your master. Your courage is commendable. This old man can't be bothered to argue with you." "Thank you, Senior." Jing Yang thanked him. Before leaving, Qin Shao said to the tree-cutter old man, "Senior, this junior would like to drink one last glass of wine. I wonder if you can fulfill my wish?" "Okay." The tree-cutter old man was very generous and agreed immediately. With a wave of his hand, a jug of wine appeared in the air. The two glasses stopped there. The jug automatically filled the two glasses and flew in front of Qin Shao and Jing Yang. The wine was still the same wine. The wine hadn't changed, but the wine taster's heart had changed. After taking the glass of wine, Qin Shao gently put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. Compared to before, the feeling this time was different. With a different state of mind, the smell would be different and one would be able to smell more scent. The taste this time was also a little different from the last time. There's a fragrance, a rich, strong, soft, mellow, flowery, sour, spicy, and bitter. There are many forms of life, and there are also many flavors of wine. After tasting this glass of wine, Qin Shao said with a smile. The wine lingered in his mouth and in his heart. This time, Qin Shao finally tasted the bitterness. The tree-cutter old man stroked his long beard and nodded with a smile. His face was full of praise. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you have really understood this glass of wine. The younger generation will surpass us in time. In the face of the tree-cutter old man's praise, Qin Shao laughed it off. He wasn't too happy. Now, he was even calmer. A little gain was nothing. The road of cultivation had just begun for him. There was a long and slow road ahead of him. What about you? The tree-cutter old man looked at Jing Yang again. Jing Yang pursed his lips hard and said, "There's a trace of fragrance. I can't smell anything else." Rotten wood. After hearing Jing Yang's words, the tree-cutter old man shook his head and said. It was common for the tree-cutter old man to scold him as a rotten wood. Jing Yang could only smile bitterly and feel awkward. However, Jing Yang did feel that he was a rotten wood. Compared to young Master Yu's progress, he really had to admit that he was a rotten wood. After drinking my million-year-old wine, you can only taste a trace of fragrance. You're really a rotten wood. Even a pig would probably be able to taste more of it. This old man's wine is very precious. You've wasted a lot of it in the past million years. The tree-cutter old man didn't show any mercy and scolded him again. Jing Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Couldn't he admit that he was a rotten wood? There was no need to say that he was worse than a pig, right? What kind of situation was this? However, at this moment, Jing Yang was in a good mood, so he didn't say anything. Let him scold him. Anyway, he would be leaving soon, so it didn't matter. After being scolded for a million years, he didn't cultivate anything else but his skin became much thicker. Senior, we'll take our leave first. If there's a chance in the future, we'll definitely visit you again. Qin Shao bowed and saluted. The tree-cutter old man waved his hand and said, Go, go. Hurry up and go. It's my fault for being soft-hearted and giving you the easiest task. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to walk out of this bamboo forest. Forget it, forget it. I asked for it, so I have to swallow it. By the way, Qin Shao, you can take this wine too. Take it as a gift from me. Gift wine? Qin Shao was slightly stunned. Qin Shao knew how magical this wine was. It must be very precious and difficult to measure its value. Qin Shao didn't expect the tree-cutter old man to be so generous as to give him a pot of wine. This pot of wine might not be much, but it was probably worth a lot. However, Qin Shao wasn't a pretentious person. Since the tree-cutter old man had asked, Qin Shao didn't refuse. Instead, he accepted it graciously and said, Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Thank you for the wine, senior. Goodbye. Get lost. The tree-cutter old man casually threw these two words. He ignored the two and continued to chop trees. That lonely and desolate figure was a little desolate. After taking the wine, Qin Shao and Jing Yang didn't stay in the same place for long. They quickly left. This time, it went smoothly. Nothing like the previous situation happened. They walked out of the bamboo forest without any obstacles. As soon as they left the bamboo forest, they finally saw the scenery outside and breathed in the fresh air outside. Chapter 1573. As the saying goes, people like to feel refreshed when they meet. This saying was proven by Qin Shao and Jing Yang. Not long after they left the bamboo forest, they found a cloud stone with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It was much larger than the one they had found earlier. Such a cloud stone was worth at least 3 primal chaos source stones. It could even be sold for a higher price. It was a great harvest to find such a large cloud stone in one go. The main reason was that he had picked it up not long after walking out of the bamboo forest. It was indeed a very joyous thing. "Young master, don't you think that tree-cutter old man is very strange? I have a feeling that I can't see through him. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be too strong. However, I feel like I can't resist at all when he oppresses me," Jing Yang suddenly said. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, it's indeed a little strange. It's just that I can't see through him. However, it's still okay. After all, he didn't make things difficult for us. He even gave us some pointers. It's a great harvest for us. We're really lucky to have met the tree-cutter old man this time. I think the tree-cutter old man should be very strong. It's very likely that he's a third-step celestial venerable. It's very normal for a third-step celestial venerable to exist in the Dragon Burial Ridge." Jing Yang nodded and said, "Yes, I also think that he should be a third-step celestial venerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't give off such a strong feeling. But no matter what, we came out safe and sound. Let's go. We've been delayed for 1,000,000 years. We have to hurry up," Qin Shao said. The two of them were just about to leave when they suddenly sensed a powerful aura descending. It was rapidly approaching them with a howl. The might of the heavens enveloped the entire place. The dense aura was filled with hostility and murderous intent. It was obvious that the person who had come was not friendly. Moreover, it was directed at them. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and looked over. When he saw who it was, his expression changed drastically. "Warrior Wu Gu." "Not good, young master, the Wugu warrior from the Laozhan clan is here. Just a moment ago, he was still talking about his good luck. Who would have thought that misfortune would befall him so soon? Ba 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 ba. My crow's beak really deserves a beating," Jing Yang hurriedly exclaimed, his expression changing greatly. The one who had come to kill him was a warrior, a third-step celestial venerable, a powerful existence. Although Qin Zhao's strength was indeed a lot stronger, it was obviously impossible for the two of them to fight against a warrior. It was probably because the gap between the two sides was too big and there was no way to bridge it. Therefore, when they saw the Fog Cup warrior, the two of them felt a sense of impending doom. The Laozhan clan was really persistent. They actually chased him all the way here. As soon as they left the bamboo forest, they bumped into them. It was obvious that they had been searching for their whereabouts. This was obviously premeditated. If they hadn't been trapped in the bamboo forest for so long, they would have been found by the Fog Cup warrior long ago. Damn it, our whereabouts should have been kept secret. Senior Yin Yuan and the others tried their best to not let outsiders know about our whereabout. Logically speaking, the Laozhan clan people shouldn't know about our whereabout. It must be Yin Long and the others who leaked the news to the Laozhan clan. That's why the Fog Cup warrior came knocking on our door. Damn it. Jing Yang cursed in his heart. Even if he used his toes to think, he could tell that the mastermind behind this was Yin Long and his son's handiwork. Forget it, what's the use of saying all this now? They see us as their mortal enemies. Naturally, they would want to kill us at all costs. There's nothing strange about that. Let's think about how to deal with the Fog Cup warrior. Qin Shao shook his head. This time they were really in big trouble. Facing a warrior was indeed a headache for Qin Shao. Qin Shao was also secretly hardening his heart as he thought of various possible countermeasures. Young master, it's a good thing that we haven't gone too far from the bamboo forest. If there's really no other way, let me hold him back. Young master, run into the bamboo forest. As long as you enter the bamboo forest, there should be room for maneuver. Jing Yang gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao had also thought of this path. Right now, the most promising path was probably to escape back to the bamboo forest. In any case, Qin Shao and Jing Yang felt that the tree-cutter old man's strength should be that of a third-step celestial venerable. He shouldn't be any weaker than the Fog Cup warrior. The Fog Cup warrior was just an ordinary warrior. He wasn't very strong. Moreover, the bamboo forest was the tree-cutter old man's territory. The bamboo forest itself was a very special place. It was a place with a trapping array that could trap people. Therefore, if the Fog Cup warrior entered the bamboo forest, he shouldn't be a match for the tree-cutter old man. There was no better way now, so Qin Shao could only shamelessly try to drag the tree-cutter old man down with him. The conversation between the two of them was actually completed in a split second. "Let's go." Qin Shao directly transmitted his voice to Jing Yang. "Let's fight. We should be able to escape back to the bamboo forest. Don't try to be brave. If you want to go, let's go together. I don't believe that the two of us will be trampled by the Fog Cup warrior. We are no longer the same as we were in the past. With the two of us combined, we might be able to hold them off for a bit." Qin Shao also made up his mind again and again. If it had been more than 2 million years ago, Qin Shao would have been desperate. But now, things were different. In the past 2 million years of cultivation, Qin Shao had improved a lot in all aspects. It also gave Qin Shao a lot of confidence to fight a good battle. In an instant, the Fog Cup warrior had already arrived in front of them. He sealed the area and displayed his powerful means. As soon as he came, he directly attacked with all his strength. Obviously, he didn't want to give Qin Shao and Jing Yang any chance. After suffering a big loss last time, the Fog Cup warrior had learned his lesson. "Humph, you two brats, I have been looking for you for a long time. I have been looking for you for 1,000,000 years. Finally, I found you. I thought you were dead. After hiding for 1,000,000 years, you finally decided to come out. You came out just in time. Kneel in front of me and accept your death." The Fog Cup warriors came with extreme anger. They roared furiously, and the might of the heavens surged violently. From afar, powerful means poured out without any reservation. The monstrous, murderous aura was like a raging sea. It was extremely terrifying. "Humph, you want to run? With just the two of you, do you think you can escape from the palm of your father's hands?" Rumble! Rays of light slashed down from the ninth heaven, sealing the area. Qin Shao and Jing Yang couldn't escape. There was no other way. They couldn't avoid it anymore. If they continued to dodge, they would be killed. Therefore, Qin Shao and Jing Yang didn't try to escape. They faced the attack with all their strength. With the heavenly weapon in hand, they attacked with all their strength. At the same time, Qin Zhao's inner world projection descended. The huge inner world projection covered the area. Powerful force poured down and directly pressed down on the Fog Cup warrior. The power of an entire world was pressing down heavily. How powerful was that? Qin Shao had relied on this move to reach the 9th day of the training forest in the Fei Liang tribe. This move was Qin Zhao's trump card, a powerful ultimate move. At this time, he used all of his strength to try and stop the Fog Cup warrior and weaken his strength. Otherwise, he and Jing Yang together wouldn't be able to resist the Fog Cup warrior's powerful means. Faced with the pressure of the inner world projection, the Fog Cup warrior frowned slightly. Soon, he sneered disdainfully. "It's just a small trick. Your strength is not bad. No wonder you can reach the 9th day of the training forest. But this move is still too weak in front of me. The huge gap between our realms is a gap that you will never be able to surpass. No matter how strong you are just a first-step celestial master. I am a third-step celestial master. My realm is 2 levels higher than yours. You want to defy the heavens with this little trick of yours? It's simply a fool's dream." Boom! The Fog Cup warrior punched the inner world projection with all his strength. The inner world projection shook violently and broke into pieces. The Fog Cup warrior's attack almost destroyed Qin Zhao's inner world projection. So strong! He deserves to be called a warrior. In fact, this result was within Qin Zhao's expectation. It would be strange if the inner world projection could trap the Fog Cup warrior. After all, the difference between the two realms was a full 2 realms. The difference was simply too great. If there was only a gap of 1 level, it would be a little bit impossible. It was impossible for there to be a gap of 2 levels. However, even if it was impossible, Qin Zhao had no other choice. He could only face the attack with all his might. He could only attack regardless of the consequences, and the facts had once again proven that the gap between them was a gap that was difficult to overcome. It was like a natural chasm that was difficult to cross. Boom! Another heavy punch smashed down. The power of the inner world was directly shattered and disintegrated. Soon, it completely collapsed. Qin Zhao's inner world projection was destroyed, and the shock caused him to feel uncomfortable. His inner world was shaken quite a bit. But fortunately, it didn't hurt him. Taking advantage of the gap, the two escaped far away. But the delay was too short, and the Fog Cup warriors soon caught up with them. Humph, you still want to escape? What a waste of effort. You can't escape. You two boys, I won't give you any chance to escape. I've waited for 2 million years. This time, you're going to die. The Fog Cup warrior's face was gloomy and ruthless. His murderous aura was monstrous and surging with anger. His hatred for Qin Zhao and Jing Yang seemed to be bone-deep. More than 2 million years of anger accumulated together. How powerful was that? He needed to find someone to vent it out. Once again, the Fog Cup warrior caught up with them. The situation became more and more oppressive. Qin Zhao could not help but frown slightly. It seemed that the situation was indeed worse than he had imagined. The Fog Cup warrior was not powerful among the warriors, but he was a warrior after all. He was not an ordinary person. No matter how weak he was still a third-step celestial master. The huge advantage of the realm was there. How could Jing Yang surpass him? The situation was dangerous. Chapter 1574. Trying to escape? That was easier said than done. The Fog Goblet warrior had come prepared. Naturally, he would not let them escape. Although this place was not far from the bamboo forest, it did not mean that it was very close. It did not mean that they could fly there at once. There was still some distance, and it would take some time. But this time was obviously difficult to fight for. Besides, even if they could really fight for it, Qin Zhao would definitely not abandon Jing Yang alone. If they were going to die, they would die together. If they were going to live together, they would live together. This was Qin Zhao's principle and bottom line. If people lost these things, what was the difference between them and pigs and dogs? Now, they could only grit their teeth and fight while escaping. They hoped that they could escape back to the bamboo forest alive. As long as they could hold on for a while, there should be no problem. After all, the Fog Goblet warrior had not realized anything yet, so he did not pay much attention to Qin Zhao and Jing Yang's escape. Chasing and killing along the way was nothing to the Fog Goblet warrior. Although the Dragon Burial Ridge was terrible, there were only a few extremely dangerous areas. If he did not touch them, then he could do whatever he wanted. Therefore, even if he turned this place upside down, the Fog Goblet warrior did not have to worry about anything. He could do whatever he wanted. Why did he need to care so much? The Fog Goblet warrior once again made a strong move. He walked the path of the law of all things. Therefore, as soon as he made a move, there was the supreme momentum of all things in the world. It was majestic and monstrous. The power of the law turned all things in the world into sharp blades. All of them bloomed with supreme sharpness and rushed towards Qin Zhao and Jing Yang. Therefore, the scene at this time was also very magnificent and majestic. In an instant, Qin Zhao and Jing Yang were surrounded by all things in the world. Endless sharp blades with extreme sharpness, the power of law, and the power of all things in the world rushed towards them. So strong, So strong. Was this the power of a warrior's full strength? Both Qin Shao and Jing Yang looked a little dignified. Jing Yang took the lead and rushed directly towards the Fog Goblet warrior. He was like a fearless warrior who was not afraid of death. Obviously, Jing Yang wanted to use his own strength to stall the Fog Goblet warrior and create a chance for Qin Shao to escape. In terms of strength alone, Jing Yang was certainly far from being a match for the Fog Goblet warrior, but Jing Yang had a heaven-grade weapon. Borrowing the might of the heavenly soldier, he could still block it. However, they could only block for a short while. They would not be able to hold on for long. In the end, they would still be defeated. You overestimate yourself. You're just a second step celestial venerable. Do you think you can stop me with a heaven-grade weapon? The Fog Goblet warrior snorted disdainfully. He did not take Jing Yang seriously at all. Previously, he had attacked Qin Shao and Jing Yang and suppressed them. If the Silver Abyss warrior had not arrived in time, Qin Shao and Jing Yang would have fallen at the hands of the Fog Goblet warrior. Now that Jing Yang was here to stop him, it was naturally laughable. Since this guy was not afraid of death, he would fulfill his wish. The Fog Goblet warrior was about to attack Jing Yang and finish him off first. Once he finished off this second step celestial venerable, the remaining first step celestial venerable would be as easy as crushing an ant. But at this time, Qin Shao did not escape. Instead, he rushed forward. Young master, when Jing Yang saw Qin Shao, he was a little anxious and could not help but shout. But he immediately shook his head helplessly. He had followed Qin Shao for so long that he naturally understood Qin Zhao's character. He also knew that once Qin Shao had made a decision, he would not change it easily. Qin Shao was loyal and would not abandon any of his brothers, friends, or relatives. Jing Yang was also helpless. He knew that Qin Zhao's character was good, but sometimes it could be fatal. If he lost his life, then nothing else mattered. Being able to stay alive was the most important thing. Yo, another one who is not afraid of death has come. You brat. Someone is willing to use his life to block me and buy you some time to escape. You don't know how to cherish it. Interesting. Since you insist on coming to die, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish. It's good that the two of you come together. It saves me the trouble of having to deal with you one by one. Come together and deal with me together. It'll save me some trouble, and it'll save me a lot of trouble. Two foreign brats die for me. The Fog Cup warrior's face was cold and sinister. With a heavy snort, all things move. The sky was swept up, and the power of laws carried the power of all things. It transformed into a supreme sharpness that swept through the sky. It was as if an ancient dragon was roaring and opening its giant maw to swallow everything. Boom! But at this time, a strange power, without any warning, directly rushed into the heart of the Fog Cup warrior and dealt a terrible blow. It was heart force. The Fog Cup warrior had felt Qin Zhao's heart force before, but at that time, Qin Zhao's heart force had been relatively weak. It had not been able to cause any harm to the Fog Cup warrior. But this time was different. This time, Qin Zhao's heart force had broken through to the 7th level. It was dozens of times stronger than before. Under the powerful amplification of the heart force stone, his heart force had become extremely terrifying. It was enough to cause a certain amount of damage to the Fog Cup warrior. The 7th level of heart force corresponded to the Empyrean realm. Heart force was different from the Great Tao cultivation system. The Great Tao cultivation system had many subdivisions. Of course, the Empyrean realm of heart force was also subdivided into 1 to 4 step. But the corresponding heart force was all at the 7th level. It was just that the strength of your heart force determined how many steps you took. At this time, Qin Zhao's heart force was at the 1st step of the Empyrean realm. But, under the amplification of the heart force stone, It was enough to reach the third step of the Empyrean realm. Even if it didn't reach the true third step of the Empyrean realm, it was at least infinitely close. Moreover, heart force attacks were very strange to begin with. It was enough for the weak to kill the strong. Thus, Qin Zhao's full-strength heart force attack was naturally able to deal a heavy blow to the Fog Cup warrior. Under such a sudden heavy blow, the Fog Cup warrior let out a painful roar. He hugged his head and let out an extremely angry roar. His heart had suffered a heavy blow, so naturally, his willpower was greatly affected. It was as if he had been bewitched and lost his consciousness. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. The second form of the Tianxin sword art burst out with full force. He brandished his heavenly weapon and attacked the Fog Cup warrior with all his might. Jing Yang didn't hesitate either. He attacked with all his strength. Naturally, he was going all out and fighting with his life on the line. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to severely injure the Fog Cup warrior, what awaited them would be a tragic end. At this time, they were fighting with their lives on the line. It was either you die or I forget. Under such circumstances, it was natural for them to become a little crazy. Qin Shao and Jing Yang quickly arrived in front of the Fog Cup warrior. Although the Fog Cup warrior's heart had suffered a heavy blow and his willpower had become crazy, in the face of Qin Shao and Jing Yang's killing intent, he desperately waved his strength and rushed forward in pain. After all, he was a third-step celestial master, a warrior, and a true expert who had passed many tests. In the face of danger, he was still able to burst out with a terrifying power. This power greatly obstructed Qin Shao and Jing Yang, forming a wall. If Qin Shao and Jing Yang wanted to reach the Fog Cup warrior, they had to break through these walls. However, these walls consumed all of their strength, causing their strength to gradually weaken. Boom! Clang! After breaking through the layers of obstacles, the two swords still managed to reach the Fog Cup warrior, but their power had been greatly weakened. Not even 10% of their original power was left. At this time, under the bombardment of their power, there was naturally not much lethality left. Naturally, there was not much of a deterrent effect on the Fog Cup warrior. However, although there was not much left, the Fog Cup warrior was still beaten back, looking somewhat embarrassed. The Fog Cup warrior did his best to clear away Qin Zhao's heart force attack, allowing himself to wake up and recover his willpower. Qin Zhao's heart force was still attacking with full force, struggling with the Fog Cup warrior. It was more or less able to affect the Fog Cup warrior. "You two brats, you actually injured me. You actually injured me." The Fog Cup warrior's face was ferocious, and his expression was extremely ugly. A gloomy voice resounded through heaven and earth, showing extreme anger. He was a dignified warrior, a third-step celestial master. How could he be injured by two brats? What kind of humiliation was this? If this were to spread out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? As a warrior, how could he tolerate such a thing? Such a great humiliation? This was absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. Heart force, damned heart force, I hate heart force. Your heart force is actually so strong that it can actually threaten me to this extent. Damn it, brat, I will definitely not let you go. I will definitely make you beg for death. The Fog Cup warrior could be said to hate Qin Shao to the bone. He gnashed his teeth. It was Qin Zhao's heart force that caused him to be in such a sorry state, causing him to lose face and injure him. He absolutely could not tolerate such a thing. But it's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. In the face of absolute strength, all methods are laughable. You two brats who are delusional in their fantasies, die for me. The Fog Cup warrior was indeed unable to restrain his anger. He was furious to the extreme, to the point of madness. Qin Shao was slightly happy that his heart force was able to suppress the Fog Cup warrior for a while. It seemed that heart force could indeed become his most powerful trump card. The full power of his heart force could indeed threaten a third step celestial venerable. If news of a first step celestial venerable threatening a third step celestial venerable were to spread, it would be unbelievable. It was completely heaven-defying. Ah! In the face of such a situation, Qin Shao was not angry. Instead, he laughed loudly. His heroic spirit soared to the highest heavens. There was no trace of fear on Qin Zhao's face. His face was calm and indifferent. He pointed his sword at the sky and looked straight at the crazed Fog Cup warrior. He said in a mocking tone, "Fog Cup warrior, it seems that your strength is only so. I think you only have an undeserved reputation. Although I have the title of a warrior, I am not a true warrior. A mighty warrior like you is actually injured by a first-step celestial venerable brat like me. If news of this were to spread, I'm afraid people would laugh their heads off. It seems that your Laoshan clan's standards for warriors are very low. If that's the case, I can go to your Laoshan clan and become a warrior." Chapter 1575. What an arrogant brat! Let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense when I tear your mouth to pieces. Qin Zhao's verbal humiliation had obviously greatly provoked the Fogob warrior. Although he knew that this was Qin Zhao's way of goading him, there were times when the goading method that could be seen through was the most effective. The Fogob warrior roared and rushed over again. Qin Zhao's heart force rushed out again. Although the Fogob warrior was on guard, the heart force was invisible. It attacked the heart and mind. Even if he was on guard, it was very difficult to completely block it. The divine body was easy to defend, but the mind was difficult to defend. This was a difficult problem. Qin Zhao's heart force attacked again and again. In addition to their own strength and the help of the two heaven-grade weapons. Although there was indeed an insurmountable gap between their realms, there was a natural barrier there. But when all these methods were added together, they had reached an extremely strong level. For a short time, they could still contend with the Fogob warrior. However, under the Fogob warrior's madness, their resistance was slowly weakening. They could resist for a while, but if the battle continued, the ones who would suffer in the end would definitely be Qin Shao and Qin Shao. No matter how many methods they had, it was impossible to cross this natural barrier. The Fogob warrior could be titled as a warrior, so his strength was definitely not for show. He must have some foundation. Let's see how long you can hold on. The Fogob warrior snorted angrily. Under his crazy attacks, Qin Shao and Qin Zhao's strength was clearly weakening. "Young master, based on this situation, we can't hold on for long. We can't hold on until we escape to the bamboo forest. We can't hold on like this. Young master, don't hesitate anymore. Hurry up and leave. I can still hold him back for a while," Jing Yang said to Qin Shao again. However, Qin Zhao's determination would not be shaken by any force, so Qin Shao ignored Jing Yang's words. Instead, he said with a determined face, "Jing Yang, don't say any more. I won't leave you alone. If we're going, we'll go together. If I leave you behind, you will die. If I die, I still have my true self, and I can create more clones. If you die, then you are truly dead." Jing Yang said, "Young master, don't worry about me. I, Jing Yang, have lived for dozens of universe epochs. I should have died with the old master. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to avenge the old master, I wouldn't have any reason to continue living. Young master, the most important thing is that you're alive. You've inherited the old master's will. I, Jing Yang, will not regret my death. As long as we can protect the young master, Jing Yang won't even frown. Jing Yang's mission in life is to take good care of young master. If your avatar dies, we will lose too much. It won't be easy for you to leave the primordial universe and head to the sacred region. Young master, don't hesitate. The bigger picture is more important. No matter what, the young master should think about the old master's blood feud. If I can't avenge him, how can I, Jing Yang, face the dead old master? Young master, Jing Yang is begging you. Jing Yang's heart-wrenching voice was his final cry. It was his life's swan song, his deepest and most sincere loyalty, and his most touching emotions. Jing Yang's emotions, Jing Yang's righteousness, and Jing Yang's loyalty were all there. They had indeed deeply touched Qin Zhao's heart. To be honest, Qin Zhao had never treated Jing Yang as a servant. He had always treated him as a brother, or even an elder brother. There was no need to elaborate on the feelings between the two of them. They were sworn friends who had gone through life and death together. It was indeed difficult to make a decision in the face of danger. This kind of pain was worse than death. It really drove one crazy. Just how heavy was the weight of a sentence about the big picture? Qin Zhao was indeed not afraid of losing this clone. However, if he lost this clone, the loss would be incomparably huge. It was something that Qin Zhao found very difficult to accept. Once this clone died, then the Lord of Heavenly Court, the Lord of Mankuhuang, and the others, as well as Xiao Gu, would all die as well. They would be buried together with Qin Zhao in this foreign land. The flying grade artifact of Mount Soaring God would also fall into the hands of the Fog Cup Warrior. The two celestial weapons would also fall into the hands of the Fog Cup Warrior. All in all, the losses would be too great. If that happened, it would be too difficult for his avatar to leave the primordial universe again. He would have many worries. Moreover, without a flying grade artifact, he would be courting death if he wanted to enter the primordial universe. See, the bigger picture was more important. It wasn't a lie. Therefore, Jing Yang would rather use his own life to protect these things. Qin Zhao was indeed very unwilling to leave Jing Yang behind, but he had no choice but to test Jing Yang. Jing Yang had said, "The big picture is more important." How sad was that? How painful was that? Run! Qin Zhao roared again and pounced on the Fog Cup Warrior like a madman. Obviously, he was prepared to die. How much courage did he need to do that? Jing Yang. Qin Zhao couldn't find any words to describe the pain in his heart. However, for the bigger picture, he had no choice but to leave Jing Yang behind. He had chosen to escape alone. This was the helplessness of life. Daring to sacrifice was a kind of great spirit. It was selfless dedication. Tisk tsk tsk. You're really affectionate. Haha. You want to play this little game? You're just a second step celestial venerate. Do you think you can hold me back? You're too naive. The Fog Cup Warrior sneered disdainfully. He naturally saw through Jing Yang's intention. Jing Yang's face was full of determination. It was just death. He would delay it as long as he could. Just as the Fog Cup Warrior was about to attack Jing Yang, a huge sword fell from the sky. It was like a power surging out of an endless abyss. In an instant, it destroyed all obstacles and came with endless sharpness. The sword Qi was magnificent. It came down with a strong oppressive force. It was full of sharpness. The power of the way of the sword spread between heaven and earth in an instant. Cut off everything, destroyed everything, and turned the world upside down. What a powerful sword! This was a sword that had used the way of the sword to a very deep level. The level of the way of the sword was probably close to the great accomplishment. There were 5 stages of the way of the sword: initial, small accomplishment, great accomplishment, peak, and control. The first 4 stages of the celestial venerable realm. Once one reached the control level, they would embark on the holy road and become an ancient saint. It would be a new world. The last stage was the sublimation of the way of the sword. The power of this sword shocked Qin Zhao and Jing Yang. It was too strong. It was so strong that it was shocking. From this sword, Qin Zhao also saw clearly where he was lacking in the way of the sword. His way of the sword was only at the initial stage. There was still a way to go before he could reach the small accomplishment stage. This was also the level that Qin Shao was pursuing now. But this level was too difficult to reach. Moreover, Qin Shao had been relying on himself to figure it out. The Heavenly Heart Sword Manual had a certain guiding effect, but it was still a little insufficient. Only by looking at it in real life could one understand how shocking it was. The Fog Cup warrior's expression changed drastically. His expression suddenly became cold. His cold eyes swept over and boundless anger and hatred surged up again. He let out a roar. "Yin Yuan, you old man. Why are you everywhere? Last time you ruined my plans. This time you jumped out again? Why are you haunting me like a ghost?" The giant sword fell and swept away all the power. It disrupted everything and returned the world to its original state. Following the sword, a tall figure also descended. Finally, he stood on the giant sword. He looked valiant and heroic. The person who came was none other than warrior Yin Yuan. Senior Yin Yuan. Seeing the person who came, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were stunned. They were stunned and looked at each other. They really did not expect that in this desperate moment of crisis, Senior Yin Yuan would descend like a god and illuminate their world. It was the same the last time. It was the same this time. History was always full of amazing coincidences. This moved Qin Shao and Qin Shao to the bottom of their hearts. Seeing that warrior Yin Yuan had appeared, Jing Yang finally heaved a sigh of relief. He said to Qin Shao happily, "Young master, we are fine. Haha, there is always a way out. It seems that the old master is protecting us." Qin Shao nodded. Yes, they had escaped another disaster. It did feel like they were protected by the heavens. To be able to survive a great disaster, there was bound to be good fortune. Warrior Yin Yuan stared coldly at warrior Wu Gu, who was extremely angry and had a twisted expression. His fighting spirit was surging. He did not say a word, but he had a strong aura. There was no need to say anything more. It was enough to shock the world. Warrior Yin Yuan was so powerful that he seemed like an invincible god of war. He was the ruler of this world. Warrior Wu Gu was obviously weaker in terms of aura compared to him. Yong Zhong gritted his teeth in anger. He hated the Yin Abyss warriors to the core, but there was nothing he could do about it. Last time, he was forced to retreat by warrior Yin Yuan. What about this time? Should he fight? If he could fight, he would have done it last time. Why wait until now? Warrior Yin Yuan was so powerful that he had no chance of winning. He would only be humiliating himself if he fought. Moreover, with Qin Shao and warrior Wu Gu, he might be doomed. Therefore, fighting was not a good choice. However, he was unwilling to retreat. He was extremely unwilling to do so. Therefore, he could only vent his anger through words. "Old man Yin Yuan, why do you have to protect these two brats from the outside world? This is no longer your Fei Liang tribe. You have to repay them for saving your son's life. We've already repaid them last time. This time, why do you still want to risk your life and enter Dragon Burial Ridge? Just to save these two brats from the outside world? Do you really want to fight to the death with me?" Warrior Yin Yuan did not care about warrior Wu Gu's anger. He said, "As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. A life-saving favor is greater than the heavens. How can I repay the debt from last time? A life-saving favor is something that cannot be repaid in a lifetime. So, do you think I will give in today? So what if I fight to the death with you? There is no friendship between us. What do I have to care about?" Wu Gu, I will say the same thing again. Either you leave now or, then you can do it. If you have the ability to kill them in front of me, that is your ability. If you don't have the ability, I advise you to leave as soon as possible so that you don't embarrass yourself even more. These were powerful words that came out of his mouth with great confidence. Warrior Wu Gu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But in the end, he could only give up. Yin Yuan, I will remember this. Let's wait and see. The future is long. I have plenty of time to settle this score with you. Chapter 1576. With the Fog Cup warrior gone, the crisis was over. Last time, it was warrior Yin Yuan. This time, it was warrior Yin Yuan. Both times, he had saved his life. Qin Shao was extremely grateful. Senior Yin Yuan, thank you. Qin Shao knew that words of gratitude were useless. Hence, he might as well give a simple thank you. This great kindness should be engraved in his heart. On the road of life, it was important to meet a few benefactors. Fortunately, Qin Shao had met a benefactor like Senior Yin Yuan in his life. Speaking of gratitude, warrior Yin Yuan should have repaid it. After leaving the Fei Liang tribe, they should have nothing to do with each other. But when the Silver Abyss warriors found out that they were in trouble, they resolutely rushed over to save the day. How big of a favor was this? Warrior Yin Yuan walked over and frowned at Qin Shao. He said seriously, Qin Shao, it seems like I didn't think it through. You are in trouble this time. I didn't come for the Fog Cup. I came for Yin Long's father, Zhu Chang. But I didn't expect to meet the Fog Cup. It seems like Zhu Chang and the rest not only came themselves, but also leaked the news to the Laoshan tribe. People from both sides have gathered in this dragon burial ridge. They are here to take your lives. Qin Shao had already thought of this situation. Since the Fog Cup warrior had come, it must have something to do with Yin Long and his family. They must have put in a lot of effort to take their lives. But what could he do? Qin Shao had no way to stop this from happening. Since it had happened, this was the only way. Take one step at a time, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Isn't life's tribulation like this? Haha, Senior Yin Yuan, this has nothing to do with you. I was the one who provoked the silver dragon. So what if it comes? I can't hide even if I want to. I might as well face it calmly. Qin Shao was rather carefree. Now that things had come to this, there was no other way. He might as well be carefree and make himself seem more confident. To be able to be so open-minded in the face of adversity, this was a state of mind. After being trapped in the bamboo forest for 1,000,000 years, Qin Zhao's state of mind had obviously changed greatly. It had improved greatly. Therefore, in the face of such a predicament, Qin Shao was still very calm and carefree. Yin Yuan also sensed the change in Qin Zhao's state of mind. He looked at Qin Shao in surprise. After not seeing Qin Shao for a short 1,000,000 years, he could clearly sense that Qin Shao had undergone some changes, and his aura had increased a little. He could clearly feel that Qin Zhao's strength had improved greatly compared to 1,000,000 years ago. Qin Zhao's monstrousness indeed made him sigh endlessly in amazement. What he saw from Qin Shao were miracles again and again. Things that were miracles in the eyes of others were as simple as eating a meal for Qin Shao. His heaven-defying talent was admirable. Yin Yuan shook his head and said, Qin Shao, you can't say that. Everything started because of my son, Fei Yong. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have offended the Laoshan clan. You wouldn't be in this situation today. If there's a cause, there's an effect. So, you don't have to be humble about this. What's there to be humble about? Let's not talk about this anymore. Now we should think about how to proceed from here. Although Wu Gu has left, Zhu Qian and the others are still in Dragon Burial Ridge, looking for you. They definitely won't let this go. In fact, Wu Gu might not let this go either. So, if you continue to stay in Dragon Burial Ridge, it will be more dangerous. Although Dragon Burial Ridge is huge, it's hard to guarantee that you won't run into them. As time passes, there's always the possibility of you running into them. Qin Shao nodded. He naturally knew this. Senior Yin Yuan, do you have any good suggestions for us? Good suggestions? Yin Yuan laughed bitterly and shook his head. I don't have any good suggestions. But if we're talking about suggestions, my suggestion is to bring you out of Dragon Burial Ridge. If you're lucky, you might not run into Zhu Qian and the others. As long as you leave Dragon Burial Ridge and go somewhere else, then no one will know your whereabouts. But we'll have to travel on our own, so it'll take a longer time. If we set off from here, if we're fast, we can reach Desolate Stream Abyss in about 50,000 years. It's also a dangerous place, no less than Dragon Burial Ridge. It's possible to go there and explore. Although it depends on luck, it'll take some time to leave Dragon Burial Ridge from here. If we don't run into Zhu Qian and the others, we'll have a good chance of reaching Desolate Stream Abyss. But no matter what, it's better than going all the way in Dragon Burial Ridge. So, I suggest that you go to Desolate Stream Abyss. Just nice, I can bring you there. If you're really unlucky, then with me around, we can at least give it a try. You won't lose your life so easily. Your lives. This suggestion sounded pretty good. At least Qin Shao was a little tempted. Jing Yang nodded directly, indicating that it was totally possible. Senior Yin Yuan, it's doable. I, Qin Shao, am not a stubborn person. I don't have to stay and fight with them. I don't have the capital to fight with them. But, if that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you again, Senior Yin Yuan. Qin Shao said with a serious face. Yin Yuan waved his hand and said, "That's fine. I came out this time to help you. I'll only be at ease if you're all safe. If anything happens to you, I'll blame myself for the rest of my life." Warrior Yin Yuan had already said so Qin Shao didn't refuse. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Senior." It was easy to say thanks but difficult to feel grateful. "There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly," Warrior Yin Yuan said. Qin Shao and Jing Yang nodded. It didn't matter whether they were in Dragon Burial Ridge or not. As long as there was a place to explore, it was fine. Their goal was to earn Chaos Source Stones. As long as they could earn them, it was the same everywhere. I thought you were dead. I finally found you after 1,000,000 years. It's really hard to find you." Just as Qin Shao and the other two were about to leave, a thunderous voice came from afar. A few powerful auras attacked from afar. 4 figures appeared in front of Qin Shao and the other two. They surrounded them in a big fan shape. A monstrous aura and a boundless murderous intent surged toward Qin Nan. Seeing the people coming, Qin Shao and the other two's expressions changed drastically. They instantly turned cold. "Oh no, let's go!" Warrior Yin Yuan shouted with a cold face. He left quickly with Qin Shao and Jing Yang. The 4 figures were Yin Long, his father Zhu Qiong, and his grandfather. The family of 3 and 2 warriors had moved out. The 4th person was none other than Warrior Wu Gu, who had been ordered to retreat by Yin Yuan. When Warrior Wu Gu was retreating, he happened to meet Yin Long and the other two. Hence, he immediately turned around and led Yin Long and the other two back to form the force of the 4. "Senior Yin Yuan, this way," Qin Shao said to Warrior Yin Yuan and pointed in the direction of the bamboo forest. In front of him was a formation formed by 3 great warriors. There was no way the Silver Abyss warrior could deal with them alone. Hence, he had no choice but to escape back to the bamboo forest. He hoped that with the help of the tree-cutter old man, they could solve this crisis. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure this time. Although Yin Yuan didn't quite understand Qin Zhao's intention, he couldn't care less now. He could only try his best and listen to Qin Zhao's instructions. Warrior Wu Gu and the other 3 chased after them. Their aura was monstrous, crushing everything. It was indeed terrifying. "Yin Yuan, you old man. Now I'd like to see how you're going to protect these 2 boys. Let's see if you can still protect them." Warrior Wu Gu had just been humiliated and now he wanted to get back at them. He had been forced to retreat twice by Warrior Yin Yuan, which made him angry. He had long harbored resentment and hated Yin Yuan to the core. This time, he could finally hold his head up high. With Zhu Qiong and the others, it was easy to control Yin Yuan. Such a battle formation gave him enough confidence, and naturally, it allowed him to regain his arrogance. Yin Yuan didn't care about warrior Wu Gu's arrogance. He led Qin Shao and the other two to escape towards the bamboo forest. With warrior Yin Yuan leading the way, their speed was much faster and they were getting closer to the bamboo forest. If the situation was good, there was a high chance that they could escape back to the bamboo forest. Of course, Qin Shao also knew that it wouldn't be easy to escape back to the bamboo forest. Warrior Wu Gu and the others definitely wouldn't give them so much time and would catch up immediately. At this time, the four of them weren't in a hurry to attack. They were just a little playful. They felt that the situation was under control, so they weren't in a hurry to attack. If they attacked now, Qin Shao and the others wouldn't be able to escape. This gave Qin Shao and the others a chance. Yin Yuan, it's fine that you're protecting these two outlanders in Feiliang tribe. Now that you're here, you still want to protect them? Zhu Qiong snorted coldly. He was obviously very dissatisfied with Yin Yuan's actions. If it wasn't for Yin Yuan, Wu Gu would have captured Qin Shao and the other two and tortured them to death. But at this time, Yin Yuan appeared again. How could Zhu Qiong not be angry? It was really detestable to side with an outsider. The Silver Abyss warrior replied coldly, "No matter where they are, I will protect them both. Today, as long as I'm here, you can forget about hurting them. If you want to kill them, you can, but you'll have to step over my dead body." Humph! Zhu Qiong snorted angrily. "Yin Yuan, do you really think that we don't dare to touch you? If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for not caring about our tribe. You're siding with an outsider too much. In order to help an outsider, you don't care about your tribe. Humph, since when did you become like this?" Yin Yuan didn't back down. Instead, he said resolutely, "Zhu Qiong, you know my character. Once I've decided on something, I won't change my mind. If you want me to change my mind, then kill me. I won't wash my hands of today's matter. If you want to attack, then attack. If I die here today, I won't blame you. I'll only blame myself for being weaker." Zhu Qiong, don't be so sanctimonious with your words. You should know the cause of this matter. If you want to side with your son, I have nothing to say. But you don't have to invert black and white on me. You're in cahoots with the Laozhan tribe. Aren't you ashamed of that? Feiliang tribe and the Laozhan tribe are like fire and water. You're still in cahoots with them. I really feel ashamed for you. Chapter 1577. Ha ha ha, Yin Yuan, look at you. You're a respected warrior of the Feiliang tribe, yet you're protecting an outsider. To be honest, even I can't stand it anymore. No wonder your tribe is angry with you. Warrior Wu Gu seemed to be gloating. Wasn't this a form of mockery towards warrior Yin Yuan? Wu Gu hated Yin Yuan to the core. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of a chance to humiliate Yin Yuan. He was now on the same boat as warrior Zhu Hu. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of what warrior Zhu Hu would do to him. "Father, don't waste time talking to them. Let's do it." Yin Long couldn't wait. He had been waiting for this day for 1,000,000 years. For the past 1,000,000 years, he had been searching for Qin Shao and Yemo. Now, he finally found them. The accumulation of 1,000,000 years of hatred, what kind of terrifying level had it reached? Yin Long couldn't wait to be the first to pounce on Qin Shao. He wanted to eat Qin Zhao's flesh and drink Qin Zhao's blood to vent his hatred. Silver Abyss. A hoarse voice rang out. Silver Dragon's grandfather had spoken. It was an old man. Just by looking at the marks left on his body, one could tell that he had lived for a very long time. He was definitely a living fossil. In the Feiliang tribe, he was a highly respected figure. Even Yin Yuan had to respectfully call him grandfather. No matter how strong he was, at least his status was there. He was Yin Yuan's elder. "Do you really want us to kill each other for two unrelated outsiders?" Do you really want us to fight each other on the battlefield? Yin Yuan, I've always admired you. I hope you won't be impulsive this time. Don't go astray. Even if we won't kill you, but if you insist on stopping us today, then you can't avoid some suffering. Why bother? Yin Yuan shook his head and sneered when he heard the words of his ancestor. Today's situation wasn't caused by Yin Yuan, nor was it what Yin Yuan wanted. I, Yin Yuan, do not want to see a situation where people of the same tribe kill each other. Our Fei Liang tribe has been united for generations. We should not be at daggers drawn. However, the current situation was caused by you all. What can I do if you all don't want to do anything? Elder, if you really care about your clan, then don't make things difficult for them. This is also Yin Yuan's request. Silver Dragon's grandfather's face was cold, and his voice was hoarse and cold. Humph, you're really stubborn. Then don't blame us for being rude. You asked for it and you can't blame anyone else. This time, take it as a lesson for you. Attack. Once Silver Dragon's grandpa gave the order, Zhu Qiao and the Fog Goblet warriors dashed out. Their machetes were thirsty for blood. Silver Dragon's grandpa didn't want to do anything for now. Zhu Qiao and Wu Gu were enough, so he didn't need to do anything. Needless to say, Silver Dragon was the weakest here. He hid behind his grandpa and waited for a good show. It was enough for him to appear at the moment of revenge. Zhu Qiao, I'll leave Yin Yuan to you. Leave those two guys to me. The Fog Goblet warrior was cunning. He knew that Yin Yuan was a tough nut to crack, so he threw him to Zhu Qiao. Although Zhu Qian cursed in his heart, he didn't care so much at this time. He just said, "Don't kill those two brats. Just capture them." Ha ha, okay, I know what to do. I killed that second step, Heavenly Venerate, but I won't kill that first step, Heavenly Venerate, so easily. The Fog Goblet warrior laughed. The person they hated the most was Qin Shao. Jing Yang was already a peripheral figure, not worth mentioning. Hurry up and leave. I'll hold them off. Yin Yuan transmitted his voice to Qin Shao and Jing Yang. Qin Shao also transmitted his voice. Senior, you don't have to be entangled with them. There's a strange place a little further ahead. Once you enter, you'll be trapped. It took us 1,000,000 years to get out. Senior, as long as we can escape there, we should have a better chance. Otherwise, we'll die no matter how hard we try. We don't see any chance of survival. Our only chance of survival is over there. Soon, we'll be there soon. The Abyss warrior raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Qin Zhao's voice transmission. He had been to the Dragon Burial Ridge quite a number of times and was familiar with many of the places. In addition, he had accumulated information from the Fei Liang tribe, so he should have a better understanding of the Dragon Burial Ridge. However, he didn't know that the Dragon Burial Ridge had a place like the one Qin Shao had mentioned, a place that could trap people. However, Yin Yuan didn't doubt Qin Zhao's words. He knew that Qin Shao wasn't joking. Moreover, it was a matter of life and death. Qin Zhao's character was quite steady. This was something that Yin Yuan trusted. Since Qin Shao said so, he must have some confidence. Being able to trap them for 1,000,000 years meant that there was something unusual about the place. They didn't care how long they had to trap Zhu Qian and the others. As long as they could trap them for a while, it would be enough for them to escape. As long as they escaped and put some distance between them, they would be safe. After leaving the Dragon Burial Ridge, it would be a wider world. As long as they hid here, it would be difficult for Zhu Qian and the others to find them. This was a feasible path. Yin Yuan didn't have any better choice now. Therefore, he chose this path without much hesitation. He believed in Qin Zhao's path. He originally wanted to delay Zhu Qian and the others, but now it seemed that he couldn't do that. His main task was to escape. Okay, you guys go first. I'll stay behind. Yin Yuan transmitted his voice again. Qin Shao didn't refuse. This wasn't the time to be wishy-washy. Warrior Zhu Qiong and Warrior Wu Gu split up and attacked from two directions. Silver Dragon and his grandpa stayed behind them, overlooking the 9 heavens. Zhu Qian rushed towards Yin Yuan with a fierce face. Yin Yuan, I'm much older than you. I can be considered your uncle. I became famous much earlier than you, but we never had the chance to fight. It's said that you're one of the strongest warriors in our tribe, but I don't believe it. In terms of seniority, you're far behind me. In terms of foundation, you're also much weaker than me. You were still wearing diapers when I was making my way through the government. Although your wings are full now, you can't jump any higher. Since I have this opportunity today, I'll take this opportunity to test you out and see how much you're worth. But Silver Abyss Warrior ignored Zhu Qian and went straight for Fog Cup Warrior. Wu Gu Warrior saw that Yin Yuan wasn't going to deal with Zhu Qian, and he almost bit his head off. After cursing in his heart, Wu Gu Warrior said angrily, "Your opponent is Zhu Qian. Don't even think about stopping me. You can't stop me." Seeing that Yin Yuan didn't play by the rules, Zhu Qian knew that Yin Yuan must be worried about the 2 kids from the outside world. He wanted to stop Wu Gu Warrior from going over. But how could Zhu Qian let Yin Yuan have his way? Zhu Qian rushed over with all his strength, and his thunderous voice rang out. "Yin Yuan, your opponent is me. Don't overestimate yourself. With your strength, do you think you can deal with both of us at the same time? Ha ha ha, you really don't know what you're talking about. Arrogant." Wu Gu Warrior sneered and said sarcastically, "Yin Yuan, you're so confident. Humph, you want to deal with both of us at the same time? Well, if you want to fight, then come. Let's see if you can block our attack. Zhu Qian, since Yin Yuan doesn't take us seriously, let's join forces and give him a heavy blow. If he wants to die, then let's fulfill his wish. Do it." Warrior Zhu didn't waste any time and shouted coldly and angrily. The power of the 2 suddenly exploded to the extreme, and they rushed over with a roar. Facing the joint attack of 2 powerful warriors, Qin Shao broke out in a cold sweat for Yin Yuan, but what could he do now? Heart Force had some effect, but he didn't want to fight now. He wanted to seize the time to escape to the bamboo forest. Escape was the most important thing. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't participate in such a battle unless he had no other choice. If he participated, it was very likely that he would be a burden to Yin Yuan. Yin Yuan's eyes were incomparably cold, and his expression was a little grim. The sword in his hand was blooming with supreme sharpness. The power of sword principle bloomed from the sword and spread to the whole world. Yin Yuan suddenly waved the sword in his hand, and countless rays of sword chi shot out, illuminating the world and surging the 9 heavens. The sword in Yin Yuan's hand was surging with sword chi, and it was rising crazily. This part of the world was quickly stirred up by Yin Yuan's sword, forming a huge vortex, an abyss, sweeping across the sky and swallowing the world. The battle formation was extremely large. Not only was the battle formation large, but the power that erupted was also very strong, which made Zhu Qian and the others' expressions change. What kind of technique is this? I feel a strong aura coming from the abyss. What's going on? It actually made me feel a trace of fear. What kind of method is this? Wu Gu Warrior was puzzled. Based on his understanding of Yin Yuan, he didn't know that Yin Yuan had such a terrifying technique. Wu Gu wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Even Zhu Qian was puzzled. He frowned deeply, as he had never seen Yin Yuan use such a technique. However, one's senses wouldn't lie. He did feel a strong and terrifying aura coming from the abyss. This technique was definitely very powerful and terrifying. In the distance, Silver Dragon was also quite frightened. He could feel waves of terrifying power surging over from afar, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Elder, what kind of secret skill is this? Does our Fei Liang tribe have such a technique? Yin Long asked, puzzled. Yin Long's elder frowned deeply, and his expression was grave. He said coldly, I don't know. I've never heard of or seen it before. It's not a secret skill of our Fei Liang tribe. But this technique is not simple. It's definitely not simple. It seems that we have underestimated Yin Yuan's strength. He is indeed very strong. Yin Long gritted his teeth and said, Humph, so what if he's strong? Two fists can't beat four hands. No matter how strong he is only one person. We have the three of you on our side. Chapter 1578. At this moment, warrior Yin Yuan was standing in the abyss. The sword in his hand was moving the universe and stirring up the wind and clouds. It was as if the heavens and earth were already under the sword's edge. Yin Yuan was like a god of war standing proudly in front of the world. Zhu Qian, let's join forces and go all out. I don't believe this. Let's see what Yin Yuan can do. Warrior Wu Gu gritted his teeth and said. He was very unhappy to be suppressed by such an aura. The two of them joined forces and charged over aggressively. Many of their techniques were unleashed without holding back. Brilliant lights and the power of laws surged over. However, their expressions changed quickly. Their powerful attacks seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss. How could this be? The power of the attack was actually swallowed up? What kind of technique is this? Wu Gu and Zhu Qian's expressions changed drastically. Even with their combined strength, they still couldn't break through Yin Yuan's technique. This result was hard for them to accept. They were all brave warriors. 2 against 1, it should be a one-sided advantage. However, the reality did not present such a situation. Not only was there no one-sided suppression, but even with the two of them working together, they were still unable to break through the Yin Abyss formation. This was terrifying. Did this not mean that Yin Yuan could fight the two of them alone? What a humiliating thing this was. Warrior Wu Gu was fine. After all, he knew that he was no match for Yin Yuan. If he really fought with Yin Yuan, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Therefore, he was forced to compromise in the two conflict. He did not dare to fight with Yin Yuan. However, Zhu Qian was different. Zhu Qian felt that his strength was above Yin Yuan's. He was still a little disdainful of Yin Yuan. However, he did not expect that Yin Yuan had hidden such a dangerous move. This was a huge blow to him. It dealt a heavy blow to his soul, making him want to vomit blood. Qin Shao, you guys hurry up and leave. I can't leave even if I want to now. They will definitely hold me back. While I still have the ability to hold them back, you guys hurry up and leave. Maybe you can escape to the mysterious place you mentioned. Warrior Yin Yuan said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also saw the situation in front of him. It was almost impossible for him to leave with the Yin Abyss warriors. The other party had already attacked with all their might. They would not give them a chance to escape. Qin Shao, don't worry. After all, I am a warrior of Fei Liang tribe. I still have my original body in the tribe. They can kill me too. Therefore, you guys don't have to worry about me. As long as you guys can escape, it's a victory. Warrior Yin Yuan said. He knew Qin Zhao's character. Qin Shao had thought of this as well. Indeed, with senior Yin Yuan's status, he naturally wouldn't die. It was just that he might have to suffer a little. Young master, let's go quickly. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to make it in time. Jing Yang urged. Qin Shao nodded. He knew that he could not hesitate any longer. Every second of delay meant an extra second of danger. That was indeed the case. Since Senior Yin Yuan wanted to protect them, he could not let down Senior Yin Yuan's good intentions. Qin Shao threw the celestial weapon sword to Warrior Yin Yuan and said, Senior Yin Yuan, this celestial weapon is for you. Thank you. Celestial weapon? Warrior Yin Yuan was stunned when he saw the celestial weapon that Qin Shao threw over. This was a celestial weapon. It was a priceless item. In their tribe, a celestial weapon was the treasure of the tribe. He had seen a celestial weapon before, but he had never used it. He did not know what it was like. Qin Shao threw the celestial weapon over. Warrior Yin Yuan had no choice but to grab the celestial weapon with one hand. Well, with the celestial weapon, my strength will be much stronger. I will be more confident in blocking them. I can buy more time for you guys. Then I will use this celestial weapon first. I will return it to you later. With a wave of the celestial weapon, Warrior Yin Yuan felt a surge of power from the celestial weapon. What a powerful feeling! This was a celestial weapon? With a wave of his celestial weapon, the Silver Abyss warrior could clearly feel an even more explosive power surging out of the abyss, making his attacks even more powerful. This was an unprecedented feeling of power. The Silver Abyss became even more powerful with the help of the celestial soldiers. Zhu Qian and Wu Gu were unable to break through the Silver Abyss's abyss formation. Elder Yin Yuan, who was in charge of the Silver Dragon, could not help but snort coldly. He charged over and joined the battle. The current situation immediately turned into a 3-on-1 battle. Obviously, Grandpa Silver Dragon was more powerful than Zhu Qiao and Wu Gu. Therefore, the addition of Grandpa Silver Dragon would have a great impact on the situation. This was a powerful force joining in, and its significance was naturally extraordinary. Faced with Grandpa Silver Dragon's entrance, Yin Yuan knew that the situation had become troublesome. With his strength alone, how could he withstand the fierce attacks of the three warriors? With the celestial weapon in hand, it was difficult for him to withstand Zhu Qian and Wu Gu's attacks, but it was not a big problem. However, he was well aware of Grandpa Silver Dragon's strength. No one could say for sure how many years a living fossil like Grandpa Silver Dragon had. Anyway, Yin Yuan knew that he was very, very strong. Yin Yuan didn't expect that Yin Long's grandfather would be forced to make a move so quickly. He could only feel a wave of bitterness. There was no other way. He could only brace himself. Yin Yuan waved the sword in his hand again. His martial arts moved the universe, the sword moved the 9 heavens, and the power of the laws stirred up the firmament. The abyss in front of him became even bigger. Awareness, howling, and crazy. The roar was like the huge mouth of a peerless, ferocious beast. Once it opened, it was going to devour everything. Whether it was the sky or the firmament, whether it was the mountains, rivers, sun, or moon. My sword, Abyss! Warrior Yin Yuan shouted and pushed his strength to the limit. Under the effect of the celestial weapon, he reached the limit that he could reach at present. The firmament seemed to have become the abyss of his sword. At this moment, a cold, sharp light, like a bolt of lightning in the dark night, cut across the sky in an instant, tearing everything apart and illuminating the darkness. A figure charged directly into the abyss, wanting to break through the abyss and return light to the world. Naturally, the one charging over was none other than Silver Dragon's captain. He was a powerful warrior that even Yin Yuan was somewhat fearful of. Now that he had made a move, it was indeed extraordinary. Let's go all out. Try to buy some time for Qin Shao and the others. Warrior Yin Yuan sensed danger, but he gritted his teeth fearlessly. He had to go all out. If he could not, he had to go all out. Since he was here, he wouldn't admit defeat so easily. This line of defense was likely to be Qin Shao and the others' lifeline. Zhu Qian, Wu Gu, come and help the old man. Let the old man break through his abyss. Elder Yin Yuan shouted, waking Zhu Qian and Wu Gu up. The two of them did not hesitate. They immediately followed Elder Yin Yuan's command and attacked with all their strength, cooperating with Elder Yin Yuan's attack. The attacks of the three of them gathered together, twisting into a ball of peerless and terrifying power. It brought with it an unparalleled sharpness that could shake the heavens as it charged towards Warrior Yin Yuan. It was like a huge meteor had smashed into the abyss, causing it to collapse. It felt like picking up a huge rock and smashing it into a small pit. The terrifying power came crashing down, causing warrior Yin Yuan to almost vomit blood. His divine body was greatly shaken, and it was indeed uncomfortable. However, no matter how uncomfortable it was, he could only grit his teeth and bear it. Boom, boom, boom. Withstanding one attack, 2 attacks, 3 attacks. However, as the number of attacks increased, there would be a time when he could not bear it anymore. Finally, under the ferocious attacks of the 3 of them, the abyss was shattered into pieces. It crumbled and disintegrated, turning into countless fragments. Warrior Yin Yuan's strongest attack was finally broken. What it brought to Warrior Yin Yuan was a great shock. The backlash caused Warrior Yin Yuan to spit out a mouthful of blood. His divine body was also badly damaged, losing more than 30% of it. Warrior Yin Yuan was badly injured. If it was not for the heavenly soldier, the consequences would have been worse. Humph, asking for trouble. Elder Yin Yuan glanced at Warrior Yin Yuan coldly. How can you stop the 3 of us by yourself? Yin Yuan, oh Yin Yuan, you're really regressing as you live. You're still thinking about something that's just a fool's dream? Get lost. You can't stop us. If you stop us, you will only suffer more losses. However, Warrior Yin Yuan was stubborn. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood there, with no intention of moving away. The heavenly soldier in his hand also let out an angry sword hum, as if he was venting his anger. He longed for a fight. Warrior Yin Yuan stared at the 3 of them and said to Elder Yin Yuan, "As long as I am alive, I will always stand here. If you want me to move away, you will have to step over my dead body. I have already said that I will not move away. Even if I lose my life, I will protect them and not let them be hurt by you." Humph, wishful thinking. Do you think it will work if you risk your life? Will there be an outcome? As long as we can break you, it is not a difficult task. Do you think they can escape? They have only escaped for a short while, and we have caught up with them. They will not be able to escape. Elder Yin Yuan sneered. However, Warrior Yin Yuan did not care about this. Whether they could escape or not was up to Qin Shao and the others. It would depend on their luck. What he needed to do was to try his best to stop Elder Yin Yuan and buy more time for Qin Shao and the others. Zhu Qian, Wu Gu, you 2 go after the 2 boys. Yin Yuan, leave it to the old man. After Grandpa Yin Long gave his orders, he charged towards Yin Yuan in a domineering manner. They were in big trouble. Yin Yuan's frown deepened. His face was solemn. Elder Yin Yuan was going to use all his strength to deal with him. With Elder Yin Yuan's strength, he could really hold him back. As long as he could hold him back, Zhu Qian and Wu Gu would be able to do whatever they wanted. Without any resistance, they would be able to catch Qin Shao and the others. Fight. The Silver Abyss warrior clenched his teeth and tried to use the abyss again. Chapter 1579. Even though the Silver Abyss warrior had a heaven-grade weapon, he could not withstand such a ferocious attack from the 3 of them. Although he could not withstand a single blow, he definitely could not withstand it. Although the heaven-grade weapon was powerful, the Silver Abyss warrior had not refined it. Hence, he could not unleash the full power of the heaven-grade weapon. At most, he could only unleash a small portion of its power. Hence, with a single blow, the Silver Abyss warrior's sword abyss was destroyed and the Silver Abyss warrior was sent flying with serious injuries. Let's go. Ignore Yin Yuan. Let's chase after those 2 brats. The Silver Dragon Elder said coldly. The group of people chased after Qin Shao and Jing Yang. At this moment, Yin Yuan was seriously injured. How could he block the Silver Dragon Elder's path? Even if he wanted to chase after them, he was powerless. The Silver Dragon Elder and the others did not want to continue fighting with the Silver Abyss warrior. They only wanted to catch up to Qin Shao and the others. Under such circumstances, the Silver Abyss Warrior was helpless. However, the Silver Abyss Warrior did not give up. Instead, he chased after them with all his might. On the other side, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were running away as fast as they could. With the Silver Abyss Warrior buying them time, they had the greatest hope. Almost there, almost there. Young master, the bamboo forest is right in front of us. Seeing the bamboo forest in front of them, Jing Yang's face lit up with joy. As long as they entered the bamboo forest, they would be safe. Qin Shao turned around and saw Grandpa Yin Long and the other three chasing after him at high speed. Although they were fast, they were still a little too late. Seeing the four of them chasing after them, Qin Shao knew that the Silver Abyss Warrior must be seriously injured. Fortunately, the Silver Dragon Elder and the others did not notice anything strange about the bamboo forest. Hence, they did not rush to attack from afar. Instead, they wanted to get closer. In any case, these two brats couldn't run away. They couldn't escape from their palms. And this gave Qin Shao the perfect opportunity to strike. Finally, Qin Shao and Jing Yang entered the bamboo forest. As soon as they entered the bamboo forest, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as if they had returned home and a sense of security. "Haha, young master, we are safe now. If they had interfered with us earlier, perhaps we wouldn't have been able to reach the bamboo forest so smoothly." But it's no wonder that the Silver Abyss Warriors didn't know about the existence of the bamboo forest. We didn't have any vigilance and directly entered the bamboo forest. However, Qin Shao wasn't happy. She frowned and said, "Jing Yang, don't be happy too early. Entering the bamboo forest doesn't mean that we're completely safe. It's just relatively better. It's hard to say if the tree-cutter old man can stop these people, and we don't even know if he's willing to help us stop these people. Who knows, he might even vent his anger on us. Grandpa Silver Dragon and the other two warriors are too powerful. If the three of them join forces, they can probably fight a fourth step Heavenly Venerate. Although this bamboo forest is special and is able to trap us, it may not necessarily be able to trap them." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the smile on Jing Yang's face disappeared. She nodded. That was indeed the case. Indeed, it was too early to be happy. There were still many uncertainties. Jing Yang shook his head and said, "But young master, we have no other choice. We have no other choice. No matter what, we have to give it a try to know. Perhaps the tree-cutter old man will be willing to help us. Anyway, I feel that the tree-cutter old man is quite a good person. He's also very mysterious. He should be very powerful." Qin Shao was also very helpless. She could only sigh helplessly and said, "Let's go find the tree-cutter old man first. If he's not willing to help, then we'll just leave. Now, I'm afraid this is our last path. If this path still doesn't work, then only death awaits us." This was a dead end. Qin Shao and the other two walked towards the tree-cutter old man. Now that Qin Shao was familiar with the bamboo forest, she knew where to go and wouldn't get lost like before. Behind them, Grandpa Silver Dragon and the other three quickly caught up. As soon as they entered, Grandpa Silver Dragon frowned deeply. He sensed the situation. "Wait." Grandpa Silver Dragon waved his hand, indicating for everyone to stop. Grandpa Silver Dragon and the other two looked at Grandpa Silver Dragon in confusion. Grandpa Silver Dragon didn't sense anything at all, but Zhu Qian and Wu Zhong did. Something was indeed not right. "Grandpa, why aren't we chasing? If we don't chase, those two brats will escape," Grandpa Silver Dragon said anxiously. "Shut up," Zhu Qian scolded. Sun frowned and said, "This place isn't simple. There's a situation." Grandpa Silver Dragon said coldly, "It seems that we've been tricked by those two brats. This place isn't simple. It's a powerful trap formation." "So what if it's a trap formation? Grandpa Silver Dragon, with your strength, what kind of place can trap you? If worst comes to worst, we can just destroy this place." Grandpa Silver Dragon couldn't help but say. Wu Zhong Warrior said, "Let me see what kind of energy is in here." Then, Wu Zhong Warrior attacked with all his strength, trying to destroy the bamboo forest. However, as soon as he moved, the power of the bamboo forest's formation was triggered. The sky changed color, light surged, and a powerful force came down. What? Wu Zhong Warrior's attack was suppressed directly. Wu Zhong Warrior's expression changed greatly, and he was shocked. What the hell is this place? How can there be such a powerful force? Although I didn't use all my strength, I used 70% of it. Even a bamboo couldn't avoid being destroyed. This place is a world of its own. Once you enter, you'll be trapped and can't get out. You can't even destroy it by force? Since when was there such a strange bamboo forest in Dragon Burial Ridge? Grandpa Silver Dragon and Grandpa Silver Dragon frowned. Sure enough, something had happened. On the other side, Qin Shao and Grandpa Silver Dragon were advancing quickly. Suddenly, they heard a huge noise coming from behind them, but it quickly calmed down. Grandpa Silver Dragon and the others came in. They just attacked, but it calmed down so quickly. What's going on? Jingyang said. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, judging from the situation, they must have tried to destroy the bamboo forest, but failed. Judging from the noise just now, the power wasn't very strong. It should be Wu Zhong Warrior. It seems that we made the right bet. The bamboo forest is really powerful. Even Wu Zhong Warrior can't destroy it with all his strength. If that's the case, our chances of survival are higher. Let's go quickly. Don't let them catch up. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Qin Zhao's ears. You little kid, you really know how to cause trouble for this old man. You brought a few bad guys to my bamboo forest. You really don't want to let this old man have peace, do you? It was the tree-cutter old man's voice. It seemed that the old man already knew that they had entered the bamboo forest. However, this wasn't strange. This was the old man's territory, so it was normal for him to know. Senior, this junior knows his mistake. Without your permission, this junior was really rude. This junior apologizes to you. It's just that this junior has nowhere else to go this time, so I can only thicken my skin and bring you to the bamboo forest. If you don't want to, this junior will leave immediately. Senior, please don't be angry. Qin Shao repeatedly apologized. To be honest, he didn't want to do this. If he had a better choice, he wouldn't do this even if he was beaten to death. Since there was no other way, he could only do this. At least this way, he could see a glimmer of hope. He had no other choice. Fine, fine. You little kid, you still know how to play. However, this old man doesn't hate you. Let those bad guys come in. It's no big deal. Alright, all of you can leave now. Leave the rest to this old man. The tree-cutter old man's voice rang out again. His words surprised Qin Shao. He didn't expect this. Qin Shao thought of all kinds of possibilities. He thought that the old man would be angry, but he didn't expect the old man to not be angry. Not only was he not angry, but he also wanted to help him. From his tone, Qin Shao could tell that the old man was very confident. Did this mean that the old man was confident in dealing with Yin Long and the others? What kind of strength did he have to be that strong? Was he a fourth step heavenly venerable? Although Qin Shao did think that the old man was mysterious and powerful, he didn't think that he was a fourth step heavenly venerable. Standing at the level of a fourth step heavenly venerate was a relatively high peak. In a place like Dragon Burial Ridge, only the strongest existence could possibly stand at the fourth step heavenly venerable level. After all, the Faoyang tribe and the Laozhan clan only had one fourth step heavenly venerable each. There were definitely fourth step heavenly venerables in Dragon Burial Ridge, but they should be in the core area of Dragon Burial Ridge, right? However, Qin Shao didn't think about that. Instead, he thanked the old man profusely. Thank you for saving us, Senior. This junior is really grateful and ashamed. Then this junior will shamelessly accept your kindness. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely thank you properly. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. After thanking the old man, he quickly left with Jing Yang. Sure enough, they left the bamboo forest unimpeded and came out again. Yin Long and the other three were trapped in the bamboo forest and couldn't come out. Haha, young master, we really hit the jackpot this time. I didn't expect the old man to help us. What's more, I didn't expect the old man to be so powerful. I originally thought that the old man was at most a third step heavenly venerable. Now, it seems like he is a fourth step heavenly venerable. A fourth step heavenly venerate should be a peak existence in the Dragon Burial Ridge, standing at the very peak. I really didn't expect a fourth step heavenly venerable of a foreign race to be so kind. It's a miracle, really a miracle. After getting rid of Yin Long and the other three, Jing Yang was very happy. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, it is indeed a miracle. A miracle that belongs to us. I also didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The old man is indeed a good person. Our thoughts were already somewhat biased from the start. It's not necessarily true that the lives in the Dragon Burial Ridge are all bad. There are both good and evil. It shouldn't be that all foreign races are bad or evil. Actually, all races should be the same and should be equal. Hunting non-humankind beings is something we shouldn't do. If the outsiders ambushed us first and wanted to take our lives, then we would kill them. That would be both reasonable and reasonable. Otherwise, it wouldn't be right. Jing Yang nodded. That was indeed the case. At this moment, a figure was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1580. It was none other than the Yin Yuan warrior who had caught up with them. The Yin Yuan warrior chased after them with heavy injuries. Just as he was about to enter the bamboo forest, he saw Qin Shao and Jing Yang come out. Senior. Seeing that the Yin Yuan warrior was heavily injured, Qin Shao and Jing Yang immediately walked over and called out in concern. Senior, how are you? Qin Shao asked guiltily. Seeing that Qin Shao and Jing Yang were safe, the Yin Yuan warrior waved his hand and said, It's fine, it's just a little injury. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine after some rest. It's good that you're fine. Haha, looks like you're blessed by the heavens. Your luck is not bad. What's so strange about this bamboo forest? Qin Shao shook his head and said, Senior Yin Yuan, I can't tell you the specifics. It's just very strange that it can trap people. It took us 1,000,000 years to get out. Actually, I didn't have much confidence just now. I just wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect it to work so well. Yin Long and the others are temporarily trapped. They'll probably come out soon. But we can't be careless. It's better to leave this place as soon as possible. The Yin Yuan warrior nodded and didn't ask any more questions. They shouldn't stay here for too long. Qin Shao, what do you plan to do now? Do you want to follow my suggestion? The Yin Yuan warrior asked. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Senior Yin Yuan, your suggestion is good, but there's no need for that. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Even if we follow your suggestion and go to another dangerous place, the situation won't be much better. They're trapped for now, so it won't be easy for them to come out. If we leave now, it won't be easy for them to find us either. Moreover, once they come out, the first thing they'll think of is that we've left Dragon Burial Ridge. They won't continue to search for us in Dragon Burial Ridge. Besides, you're heavily injured. What you need most now is to return to Feiliang tribe to rest. You've already helped us a lot. We don't want to trouble you anymore. So, let's part ways here. Qin Shao will never forget Senior's kindness. Yin Yuan was silent for a while. He had to admit that Qin Zhao's words did make some sense. His first thought was to escape Burial Dragon Ridge. If Zuan and the others came out, their first thought would be the same. Following this train of thought, it might be safest to stay in the Dragon Burial Ridge. After all, even if they left, they probably wouldn't let it go and would still look for them. Moreover, they could follow his trail, which might make it easier to find him. Therefore, after thinking about it, he felt that this was a good choice. With this thought, Inyuan nodded slightly and said, "All right then. In that case, you can only rely on yourselves in the future. Take care." "Well, thank you for your concern, Senior. We will." Qin Shao nodded solemnly. Warrior Inyuan handed the heaven-grade weapon to Qin Shao and returned it to its rightful owner. Qin Shao didn't take the heaven-grade weapon. Instead, he said, "Senior, if you don't mind, please accept this heaven-grade weapon. It's a small token of my appreciation. After giving this heaven-grade weapon to Senior, I have no intention of taking it back. Please accept it." Warrior Inyuan's face darkened. He said sternly, "You can't do that. I will never accept such a big gift. Your actions have caused me to feel humiliated. Quickly, take them back." Seeing that Warrior Inyuan was a little angry, Qin Shao immediately explained, "Senior, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I just don't know how to thank Senior. Forgive me for my rudeness. I'll just accept it." Qin Shao didn't hesitate and took the heaven-grade weapon back. Warrior Inyuan's expression relaxed. He patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, "I know what you're thinking. I appreciate it. If you really want to thank me, I'm the one who should be grateful. All right, hurry up and leave. Don't stay here any longer. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." Qin Shao nodded. After bidding farewell to Warrior Inyuan, he left with Jing Yang. The two of them headed towards the center of the Dragon Burial Ridge. It was dangerous there, but it was also relatively safer. Qin Shao wasn't sure how long the tree-cutter old man could trap Silver Dragon and the others. Therefore, the safest thing to do now was to stay away from the bamboo forest. The two of them ran for 100 years before stopping. 100 years had allowed them to go deeper into the Dragon Burial Ridge. They were close to the center. "Young master, we should be safe now." It wasn't an easy journey. But in the end, it was a close call. Jing Yang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, it was a close call. But it was also full of disasters. But along the way it felt pretty good. The more we trained, the more we reap. It's pretty good. Senior Inyuan is really a good person. He's a rare benefactor in our lives. If it wasn't for him, we would have died long ago. Jing Yang added. Yes. Qin Shao nodded. There was no need to say how grateful he was to Senior Inyuan. If I have the ability in the future, I must repay Senior Inyuan well. There's no need to think about these things now. Let's continue to wander. The sooner we earn enough Chaos Source Stones, the sooner we can leave this place. The two of them continued to wander. On the other side, in the bamboo forest, an extremely angry and heart-wrenching roar resounded through the bamboo forest. Silver Dragon punched and kicked the air like a madman to vent the anger in his heart. Damn it, damn it, damn it! What the hell is this place? Why can't we get out? Why can't we get out? We can't destroy it and we can't get out. Are we really going to be trapped here until we die? Warrior Wu Gu's expression was extremely ugly. He had no temper to speak of, and his face was full of dejection. Those two damn brats, we've really fallen into their trap. No wonder they disappeared for 1,000,000 years. They were trapped in this damned place and couldn't get out. Now they've lured us in and trapped us too. After walking for so long, we're still trapped in this bamboo forest. Damn it, damn it. Those two brats, don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born. You'll have to get out first before saying such big words. Warrior Zhu Qiong sneered. Obviously, he was angry at Warrior Wu Gu. Warrior Wu Gu had nowhere to vent his anger. After being mocked by Warrior Zhu Qiong, he retaliated angrily. Zhu Qiong, you can't blame me for this, right? If you want to blame someone, you should blame your tribe's old man, Yin Yuan. If it wasn't for him, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Qing, how could we possibly be trapped here? Just thinking about it makes me angry. He's spoiled my plans several times. Now I'm trapped in this damned place. We've walked for so long, but we haven't seen anything. We've been walking around here, and I feel completely lost. We can't find the way out. Zhu Qiong, now is not the time to quarrel. Let's think of a way to get out of here. How to get out? How do you think we can get out of here? We've tried all kinds of methods, but it's still useless. What else can we do? Warrior Zhu Qiong said angrily. At this time, Warrior Zhu Qiong's side had a lot of people, and Warrior Wu Gu didn't dare to vent his anger. Father, can't we get out? Yin Long asked. Warrior Zhu Qiong shook his head and said, It's difficult, very difficult. At least we don't have any clues at the moment. I always feel that this bamboo forest should be controlled by someone. It shouldn't be a natural trap. If someone is controlling it, then we just need to find the person controlling it, and there's hope to get out. If we walk blindly like this, I'm afraid we'll never get out. Even if the three of us work together, there's no way to destroy this bamboo forest. It's a waste of effort to rely on brute force. But the person controlling it seems to be deliberately avoiding us and not letting us find him. He's been going around in circles. We've been walking in the bamboo forest for so long, but we haven't found anything. This doesn't make sense. Yin Long, who had been silent, finally said, Yes, there must be someone secretly controlling this place. If we want to get out, we must first find the person controlling it. The person controlling it in the dark should be very powerful. He should be a fourth-step celestial venerable. Let's continue to try. If it really doesn't work, then we can only thicken our skin and ask the patriarch to help. The patriarchs of our two tribes should be able to save us. The corner of Warrior Wu Gu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This was a very difficult thing to do. However, if there was really no other way, then this was the only way. For the time being, they would wait and see. They might not be able to reach this step. Outside the bamboo forest, a figure sat cross-legged on a branch of a giant tree. He closed his eyes and cultivated, recuperating his divine body. The person sitting there was none other than Warrior Yin Yuan. After bidding farewell to Qin Shao and the other man, he didn't leave to return to Feiliang tribe. Instead, he stayed here and cultivated to recuperate his divine body. The purpose of his actions was naturally to better protect Qin Shao and Yi Qingyu and give them more time to leave this place. By staying here, he would know when Zhu Qian and the other man would come out. Moreover, Zhu Qian and the other man were his tribesmen. He couldn't leave them alone. If they were trapped and couldn't get out, then he would have to think of a way. Therefore, Warrior Yin Yuan wasn't in a hurry to leave. Warrior Yin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. He first glanced at the bamboo forest, then looked away and muttered to himself. It's been 10,000 years. Time really flies. Qin Shao and the other man must have gone very far. Zhu Qian and the other man are trapped in this bamboo forest and haven't come out. It seems that they are in big trouble. However, given their strength, it shouldn't be easy for them to escape. Their lives are in danger. Their true bodies in the tribe didn't say that their clones were in danger. Forget it, let them be trapped for a while. I'll stay here for another 10,000 years, then I can return to the tribe. Chapter 1581. SSSSS. A sharp beastly roar rang out through the entire valley, causing the entire place to tremble. The ground quaked as though it was cracking open. Boom, boom, boom. It was 100,000 feet long beast with 10,000 legs, just like a long centipede. Its entire body was purplish-black, and its back was filled with sharp spikes. A series of gigantic scales shone with a chilling glint. At this moment, this 100,000 feet-long beast was roaring furiously. Its gigantic body was sweeping through the mountain rocks wantonly, sending them flying everywhere. The entire valley was destroyed wantonly. It was a scene of devastation. One could tell how big of a commotion this was. The destructive power of this gigantic beast was shocking. One could tell just how strong it was just by looking at the gigantic craters on the ground. There were 2 humans who were surrounding and killing the beast. Their sword lights were flashing, giving off a series of crisp sounds of swords ringing out. The power of the laws of the sword Tao slashed out a series of heaven's wrath. It was strong and sharp, enough to break through all obstacles. The heavenly heart sword art made the swordsmanship even more refined, and there was more sharpness in the sword aura amidst the splendor. These 2 humans who were surrounding and killing the beast were naturally none other than Qin Shao and Jing Yang. After bidding farewell to the warrior of the Silver Abyss, they had spent 10,000 years in the depths of the Dragon Burial Ridge. Indeed, the deeper they ventured into the Dragon Burial Ridge, the more dangerous it was. All sorts of dangers were endless, and they would surge out from time to time. At times, they would even catch Qin Shao and Jing Yang off guard. Thankfully, both of them were pretty strong. This was especially the case for Qin Shao. He had 2 killer moves in his hands right now. One was the projection of his inner world, while the other was the power of his heart. Coupled with the help of the Heaven Soldiers, both of them were naturally pretty strong. One had to know that both of them were people who could fight with the warrior of the Fog Cup for quite some time. Therefore, ordinary dangers were naturally not a problem for the 2 of them, and did not pose much of a threat to them. But of course there were also some extremely dangerous times where both of them had to fight really hard to get out of the danger. But overall, it was still alright. They had yet to meet with any danger that they could not fight against. Basically, with the strength of a warrior, as long as he was careful in the Dragon Burial Ridge, he would be fine. The ferocious beast in front of them was also a ferocious character. The 2 of them fought with it for a long time before they finally gained the upper hand and suppressed it. At this time, the 2 of them were using all kinds of methods to suppress the fierce beast. The fierce beast did not have much room to fight back. It could only roar wantonly, but it could not break free. The 2 celestial soldiers left bloody scars on the beast's body time and time again. This battle lasted for 100 years before the 2 of them finally killed the beast. Phew, he's finally dead. This battle was really tiring. After the battle ended, Jing Yang let out a sigh of relief, looking somewhat exhausted. Qin Shao smiled and said, "This battle has been going on for 100 years. Isn't this the longest battle we've ever fought? This ferocious beast is really hard to kill. We've worked together for so long and used all kinds of method. Our divine power is almost exhausted. Only then did we finally kill this ferocious beast. It's a pity that we can't capture it alive. This ferocious beast is too violent and bloodthirsty. There's no way we can capture it alive. We can only kill it. If it's dead, it won't be that valuable. However, 1 or 2 Chaos Source Stones should be worth it, right? Yes. If it sells well, it can be sold for 2 Chaos Source Stones. If it doesn't sell well, then it can only be sold for 1. Jing Yang nodded. If it could be sold for 1 or 2 Chaos Source Stones, it was already very valuable. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get to work first. Let's take care of this ferocious beast. We've caused such a big commotion here. Who knows if we've attracted the attention of other alien races. It's better to pack up and leave quickly. It's easy for us to deal with 1 or 2 alien races. However, if we attract a group of them, we won't be able to deal with them, Qin Shao said with a smile. Survival skills were very important in a dangerous place. Qin Shao had long figured out how to survive. After cleaning up the battlefield, the 2 of them quickly left the valley. In the past 10,000 years, their harvest was not small. In total, they should be worth about 500 Chaos Source Stones. However, the two of them did not know how much they could sell it for. Jing Yang's estimate was based on his previous experience in the sanctuary. However, the Heavenly Fire's secret territory could not be compared to the sanctuary. Hence, everything was uncertain. The only thing they were certain of was that they were still far from earning enough Chaos Source Stones. At the very least, they would need more than 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. This was the lowest case scenario. If they wanted to play it safe, they would need to make more preparations. If they calculated it at 500 Chaos Source Stones, they would still be far from 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. They had been in the Heavenly Fire's secret territory for more than 2 million years. At this rate, they did not know if they would be able to get the Chaos Source Stones in another 2 million years. However, at this point, they did not care about time anymore. In fact, time did not have much meaning. They did not have much of a concept anymore. The water gurgled as a meandering stream formed between the rocks and spiraled between the mountains. The shallow part of the water was only a few centimeters deep. The clear water allowed them to see the rocks at the bottom of the river clearly. The water flowed without a trace. The waves hit the rocks and fell from a high place, splashing up layers of spray. The sound of the water flowing was pleasant to the ears. It was like a melodious melody. This voice made people feel very comfortable. Their entire body and mind relaxed, as if they were taking a bath in a clear stream. When they heard the sound of the stream from afar, Qin Xiao and Jing Yang walked over happily. "Haha, young master, it's really rare to see such refreshing scenery in the Dragon Burial Ridge. It feels really good," Jing Yang said happily. Jing Yang's face was like a spring breeze. He smiled and said, "Yes, it's a rare scenery. Not bad, not bad. I have the urge to take a bath." "Haha, go ahead. That's a good idea," Jing Yang joked. As heavenly venerables, they naturally did not need to take a bath. Of course, Qin Xiao was just joking. He did not take it seriously. Suddenly, the two of them furrowed their brows and stared at the same spot. In another stream in the distance, there was a beast that was only the size of a calf. Its body was as black as ink and it looked like a mix of a dragon and a tiger. It looked like a lion and a duck. It was very majestic. However, the beast in front of them was not big. It could even be said that it was a little mini. Hence, it looked a little cute. Qin Xiao had never seen such a ferocious beast before, so he frowned and wondered what kind of ferocious beast it was. It definitely did not appear in the primordial universe. The information given by Senior Yin Yuan did not mention such a beast. What, it's actually an ancient Inkqilin. How can it be? How can an ancient Inkqilin appear here? Jing Yang carefully looked at it for a while and suddenly exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Seeing Jing Yang so surprised, Qin Xiao could not help but look at Jing Yang curiously and ask, "Ancient Inkqilin? What's its background?" Jing Yang stared fixedly at the ferocious beast. His eyes were glowing with a golden light, which gave him a strange feeling. Jing Yang swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said, "Young master, I feel that we're really going to hit the jackpot. This is a huge treasure. If we can dig it out, we'll be rich immediately." Hearing Jing Yang's excited expression, Qin Xiao was even more interested in knowing the origin of the ancient Inkqilin. However, just by listening to these words, he could tell some things. The ancient Inkqilin was a very noble term in the holy region. In the primordial universe, the Qilin was a divine beast. Putting these two together, Qin Xiao already had a lot of guesses. The ancient Inkqilin is definitely a real sacred beast. It is said that an adult ancient Inkqilin is an ancient sage. The ancient sacred beast clan is extremely powerful and has not declined for a long time. Even now, it is still one of the most powerful clans in the Great Thousand World. It belongs to the ancient sacred beast clan. Young master, you can totally guess the origin of the ancient Inkqilin. The ancient sacred beast clan is extremely powerful and mysterious. They rarely appear in the Great Thousand World. Moreover, the ancient sacred beast clan is extremely rare. Therefore, when I followed the old master to the holy region, I didn't see any ancient sacred beast clan. I didn't expect to meet an ancient Inkchilan here. Moreover, it's a very young ancient Inkchilan. It's really incredible to meet a sacred beast in the heavenly fire mystery land. Therefore, I recognized it at first glance, but I didn't dare to confirm it directly. I looked at it for a while before I was sure. This is the ancient Inkchilan. There's no mistake. Jing Yang continued to explain, which was similar to Qin Zhao's guess. Qin Zhao had heard of the ancient sacred beast clan from Jing Yang once, so he had some impression of it. Qin Zhao also didn't expect that an ancient sacred beast would give birth in a place like the Heavenly Fire Mystery Land. It was really puzzling. How could an ancient sacred beast, which had always been known for being mysterious and powerful, appear in the Heavenly Fire Mystery Land? It's strange. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, I looked around carefully. Other than the young ancient Inkchilan, there are no other ancient Inkchilans. Could it be that there's only one young one? There's no adult ancient Inkchilan? Or is there one, but we didn't find it? Jing Yang also shook his head and said, I don't understand either, young master. I also looked around, but I didn't find anything else. It's very strange. It's indeed very strange. But I think that if there's really an adult ancient Inkchilan here, it shouldn't stay here for long. How precious is a young ancient sacred beast. It definitely wouldn't be brought out easily, especially in a place like the Heavenly Fire Mystery Land. No matter how bored the ancient sacred beast is, it wouldn't do that, right? And the ancient sacred beast clan has always been very low-key, isolated from the world, mysterious and powerful. It doesn't seem like something the sacred beast clan would do. So, I have a bold guess. This young ancient Inkchilan might have come out to play on its own. Then, somehow, it wandered here. Although it's a young ancient Inkchilan, it's definitely much older than me. The ancient sacred beast's growth cycle is very long. Tens of thousands of universe epochs are very short, while the longer ones can live for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of universe epochs. It's rare. So, it might not have been brought here by an adult ancient sacred beast. Chapter 1582. Qin Zhao and Jing Yang found this matter very strange, and could not figure it out. Although it was a bold guess, it was just a guess. How likely was it? It was really hard to say. However, the ancient Inkchilan was so rare that it should not have appeared in the Heavenly Fire secret realm. A young ancient Inkchilan was enough to make ancient sages fight for it. It was even enough to make two major forces of the holy region fight. Its preciousness could not be measured by any price. It was priceless. The ancient sacred beast clan was almost no longer active in the Great Thousand World. There was no trace of them in the holy region. It was as if they had gone extinct. Even so, no one doubted the strength of the ancient sacred beast clan. In the long history of the Great Thousand World, the ancient sacred beasts had left behind an extremely glorious mark. The ancient Inkchilan in front of them made Jing Yang's heart itch. Young master, if we can subdue this ancient Inkchilan, we will be rich. An adult holy beast of the ancients would at least be an ancient saint. The ancient sacred beasts are simply too powerful. They are so powerful that people can only look up to them. Judging from the aura of this young ancient Inkchilan, it should not be too powerful. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, even if it is not too powerful, I'm afraid the two of us are far from being its match. Just by looking at its aura we should not be able to tell. Even if its realm is not high, no one can say for sure how powerful the ancient sacred beast is if it really unleashes its power. After all, they all have innate divine powers. Once they use it, who knows how terrifying it will be. In terms of realm, this ancient Inkchilan may be a second-step celestial venerable. At most, it will be a third step celestial venerable. However, whether it is a second step or third step celestial venerable, we should be far from being its match. There is no need to think about it. Jing Yang could not help but shake his head and sigh. Indeed, no matter what, the two of them should be far from being its match. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It was better not to think about such things. All of a sudden, the ancient ink Qilin who was playing around noticed Qin Shao and Yi Zichen. It stopped and looked over. Her dark eyes were watery as she looked at Qin Shao and Yi Qingyu. She looked a little dazed for a moment. She looked especially cute and adorable like this. It was like the feeling of a 3-year-old child seeing a stranger. It was both scared and curious. This ancient black Qilin was still young, so its intelligence might still be relatively weak. Looking at this cute appearance, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. Looking at this scene, it was really likable. The ancient ink Qilin didn't seem to sense any hostility, malice, or danger from Qin Shao and Qin Shao, so it didn't leave immediately. Instead, it kept watching them. Young master, it seems to have a good impression of us. Judging from its appearance, it probably hadn't seen anyone before. From the looks of it, we still have a chance to subdue it, Jing Yang said excitedly to Qin Shao through telepathy. Don't think too highly of it. Don't think of subduing it. Some things are better to let nature take its course. If we're fated, it might be willing to follow us. If we're not fated, it's pointless to force it. I think it's pitiful. It's very likely that it was abandoned by some people. Or it might have accidentally wandered out and got lost, Qin Shao said, shaking her head. Jing Yang coughed dryly and said, Young master, I'm just saying. But I think that, if there's a chance, we can try to subdue it. If we can really subdue it, it'll be of great significance to us. It'll be more valuable than digging up a chaos source rock mine. Moreover, if it was really abandoned here or accidentally wandered here, it'll be safer for it to follow us. Otherwise, if it encounters an evil person, it will definitely be hurt. It might even be forcibly taken away. Qin Shao nodded. Jing Yang's words were reasonable. That was indeed the case. The Dragon Burial Ridge was too dangerous. Any kind of life form could enter it. Moreover, there were many other life forms in the Dragon Burial Ridge, most of which were extremely evil. If it encountered an evil life form of a foreign race, it would be very dangerous for the ancient ink Qilin. Let's go and take a look, Qin Shao said, and the two of them slowly walked over. The two of them showed kindness and friendliness as they slowly approached. The ancient ink Qilin was still curiously looking at the two of them. It had no intention of leaving and was waiting for the two of them to slowly approach it. Soon, the distance between the two of them was reduced to less than 10,000 feet. This was a very, very close distance. If it launched an attack, it could reach them in an instant and it would be very difficult for them to react. However, when they were less than 10,000 feet away, the ancient ink Qilin finally reacted and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Seeing the ancient ink Qilin's reaction, Qin Shao and Jing Yang did not dare to continue moving forward. Instead, they stopped and once again indicated that they were not hostile. Qin Shao looked at the ancient ink Qilin with a smile and said, Little guy, why are you here alone? We're just here to experience it. We mean no harm. Don't worry. We won't hurt you. Qin Shao felt that the ancient ink Qilin's mind should be relatively weak, so he spoke to it as if he was coaxing a child. He wanted to try to communicate with it. If he could, there would be some hope. Of course, Qin Shao was not completely selfish. He did not come here just to subdue the ancient ink Qilin. More than that, he also had some intentions of concealing himself. Judging from the ancient ink Qilin's appearance, it was very likely that it could not find its home. No matter what, it was willing to appear here. There must be something behind it. It was like a child who had been abandoned by his family and was left to fend for itself in the wild. It was pitiful to see it. The ancient ink Qilin looked at Qin Shao with its watery eyes. It seemed to be afraid and vigilant. However, it did not reply to Qin Shao. It did not speak, nor did it run. It just stood there. At this moment, Qin Shao did not know what to do. The ancient ink Qilin in front of him was at least a second-step celestial master. With such a high realm, its intelligence was definitely not low, so it could certainly understand his words. However, it did not reply. Qin Shao could not figure out what it was thinking. "Can you speak? Can you talk to me?" Qin Shao asked again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the ancient ink Qilin turned around and ran away at an extremely fast speed. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace in front of Qin Zhao's eyes in an instant. It was too fast. It was really too fast. Cough. Such a situation caused Qin Shao to have a look of helplessness. Jing Yang shook his head and said, "It seems that the ancient ink Qilin is very vigilant. It doesn't want to talk to us at all. This speed is really not an ordinary speed. I can only say that we are not destined to be together. There's nothing we can do about it. Forget it. There's no need to think so much about this kind of thing." Qin Shao shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. There was nothing to think about. It was obvious that it was very difficult to subdue an ancient ink Qilin. The two did not think much and left. 100 years later, Jing Yang suddenly stopped at a mountain top. He frowned slightly and looked at the surrounding mountains with a serious face. Looking at Jing Yang's expression, Qin Shao also looked around. Other than the mountain range, there was nothing else. At least, Qin Shao couldn't see anything special about this place. However, Jing Yang looked very serious and was very engrossed. Qin Shao rarely saw Jing Yang so serious. From the looks of it, he seemed to have sensed something. After looking for a long time, Jing Yang withdrew his gaze. He pointed to a high mountain in front of them and said to Qin Shao, "Young master, let's go to the top of that mountain." Although Qin Shao did not understand Jing Yang's intention, since Jing Yang said so, Qin Shao followed. Soon, the two reached the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was tens of thousands of feet high. They could see everything within tens of thousands of miles. The surrounding mountains were all in front of their eyes. "Young master, take a look at these mountains. Can you see anything?" Jing Yang asked with an unfathomable look. Qin Shao looked around seriously again. He looked at the mountains, but he did not see anything. After looking for a while, he shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. Jing Yang smiled and said, "It's normal that young master can't see anything. After all, young master has not come into contact with this kind of thing. This kind of thing belongs to the secret of feng shui. It is a very small kind of thing. Very few people know about it. Therefore, most people can't see anything. When I was in the sanctuary, I read an ancient book about feng shui by chance, so I know a little bit about it. I looked at it for a long time just now. Now that I have confirmed it here, I found something interesting." "Feng shui secret?" Qin Shao was very curious. "What did you find interesting?" Jing Yang pointed in a direction and drew a line in the void. Then he said to Qin Shao, "Young master, look at this line again. What does it look like?" Qin Shao looked at it carefully. Then he saw it. "It's a dragon. A huge dragon formed by mountains." "Yes, it's a dragon." Jing Yang nodded and continued, "A dragon formed by mountains is a dragon's vein. This mountain is a huge dragon's vein. The dragon's vein gathers the power of heaven and earth, the luck of heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And there are a total of 9 dragon's veins here, forming the shape of 9 dragons hugging the moon. This kind of terrain is definitely the shape of the great creation of heaven and earth. It is definitely an excellent place to gather spiritual energy. Any place where spiritual energy gathers is easy to find treasures of heaven and earth. Therefore, we only need to find a place where spiritual energy gathers, and we may have a big harvest. A place where spiritual energy gathers? There is such a place? Qin Shao was really surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He had never heard of such a thing before. Jing Yang's explanation was very clear and logical. It should be such a thing. Then where is the place where spiritual energy gathers? Qin Shao asked again. Jing Yang thought for a while and said, 9 dragons hugging the moon, the center is the moon. According to this kind of terrain, the place where spiritual energy gathers should be in that place. Although I am not 100% sure, I think we can still go and take a look. Maybe it really is a place where spiritual energy gathers. Chapter 1583. Haha, you're trying to dig for treasures. We're really lucky to have encountered such a good thing. But it's still worth taking a look. Since we're already here, Qin Shao said with a smile. He didn't take it too seriously and just took it as a casual look. It didn't take much effort anyway. With Jing Yang leading the way, the two soon arrived at the spiritual gathering place. Jing Yang had judged it to be. After entering the spiritual gathering place, everything was the same as before. There were no visible changes. It was no different from any other place. The spiritual gathering place is where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers. This kind of spiritual energy refers to some heavenly treasures and peerless treasures. It doesn't necessarily have to be a place full of spiritual energy. So if you look at it, you won't be able to see anything special. It's also because of this that it's not easy to be noticed. If the spiritual energy here is especially abundant, it'll form a clear contrast with other places. If that's the case, it'll be very easy to be noticed. The secret of feng shui is a very profound study. It involves many things. Only those who truly understand it can see through it. Those who don't understand it won't be able to see anything at all. But I've only seen a little bit of it. I can't guarantee that I'm right. Anyway, let's take a look first, Jing Yang explained. Qin Shao nodded. Then let's take a look. Anyway, there was no loss, so it didn't matter. The two searched the spiritual gathering place for a while, and finally stopped in front of a lake. The two of them sensed a trace of an ominous aura coming from the lake. So, the two of them immediately became vigilant. Their eyes fell on the lake. The lake wasn't clear. They were a little too far away, so they couldn't see clearly what was in the lake. But they felt that there was something in the lake. There was an aura coming from the lake. Jing Yang, did you make a mistake? We didn't find any heavenly treasures along the way, but I feel that danger is approaching. There's something in the lake, but I don't know what it is, Qin Shao said with a frown. Jing Yang also had a defeated look on his face. He had tried so hard to show off, but he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. After thinking for a while, Jing Yang said, Young master, I've only read an ancient book on feng shui. At most, I know a little about it. I can't guarantee anything. If that's the case, then I might have been wrong. Qin Shao also felt that he was wrong. How could it be so easy to find a place with good feng shui? Especially in a dangerous place like the Dragon Burial Ridge. 9 dragons embracing the moon. Just by hearing this name, one would know how mysterious this place was. How could 9 dragons gathering spirit be formed so easily? Forget it, forget it. I didn't have any other intentions in the first place, so it doesn't matter. That lake feels a little strange. Let's go closer and have a look. Qin Shao shook her head. The two of them approached the lake. As they got closer, they were finally able to see the situation inside the lake. When the two of them saw the gigantic creature in the lake, they immediately stopped in their tracks, slightly startled. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and stood there like a mountain. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its whole body was covered with black scales. It also had a long tail. It closed its eyes and stood there quietly, but it exuded a powerful and awe-inspiring aura. The murderous aura soared to the sky, completely revealing the peerless ferocity of this huge monster. As soon as they came into contact with the aura of this huge monster, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were shocked. They felt as if they had been hit hard. So powerful, so powerful, so terrifying. Let's go. After the two of them looked at each other, they immediately turned around and left without any hesitation. They didn't dare to stay there any longer. This was too dangerous. If they stayed any longer, the two of them would definitely die here. That aura was too strong. It was much stronger than the peerless warrior. Could it be a fourth-step celestial master? If it was a fourth-step celestial master, then it would be the absolute overlord of the Dragon Burial Ridge. Could it be that they had really encountered an overlord? Boom! As soon as the two of them turned around and left, they felt a powerful and terrifying aura pressing down on them. Oh no! Feeling this terrifying aura, Qin Shao and Jing Yang's hearts thumped fiercely. Their faces instantly turned cold and gloomy. The situation was not good. The huge monster had awakened. Judging from its aura, the two of them were even more certain that it was definitely an overlord. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jing Yang was so ashamed that he wanted to slap himself. Young master, it's all my fault. Damn it, I thought I had some ability after reading an ancient book on the secret of geomancy. I was too self-righteous. This time we've really suffered a great calamity. Boom! Another loud sound came from behind them, and a huge wave of water exploded. The huge monster rose from the lake, opened its huge eyes, and emitted a terrifying ray of light. It passed through the void and directly projected on Qin Shao and Jing Yang. Qin Shao and Jing Yang felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar when the ray of light swept over them. Their bodies instantly turned cold, and cold sweat involuntarily seeped out. They couldn't help but shiver. What a terrifying gaze! It was like the condensation of death. Being stared at by this gaze, the two of them actually felt as if they were going to be obliterated. The feeling at this moment was too terrifying. It had to be said that this feeling was too unbearable, and it was a heavy blow to their souls. This was the first time that Qin Shao had seen such a terrifying gaze. From this gaze, Qin Shao felt a peerless, cold, murderous intent. This feeling was like a lamb seeing a hungry wolf. Qin Shao was very clear that their approach had awakened the overlord and angered it. The space also rapidly solidified, causing Qin Shao and Jing Yang to sink into a quagmire. Flying became difficult and slow, and their speed was immediately reduced. The power of the space pressed down heavily on the two of them, causing them to feel as if they were about to explode. Obviously, the overlord was enraged, and it saw them as prey. It's over. This time, it's really over. This time, they were facing an overlord. Previously, when they faced the three warriors, they were lucky enough to survive under the protection of the Silver Abyss warrior and the help of the tree-cutter old man. This time, they were facing an overlord, a fourth-step heavenly venerate, an existence that was much more terrifying than the three warriors. It was enough to make one feel hopeless. Even if a warrior came, he would also be in a hopeless situation. Why did it have to be Qin Shao and Jing Yang? Now, they couldn't even escape. The overlord had already made its move and sealed the space, making it more and more difficult for the two of them to move. Their speed was getting slower and slower. Escape, there was no way to escape. Even if the space wasn't sealed, trying to escape from a fourth-step heavenly venerate? That was just wishful thinking. There was no other way. There was no other way. It was something that they didn't even want to use. It was enough to make one feel hopeless. They didn't even have a warrior to make a move. The gap was just too big. It wasn't even enough to describe it as the difference between heaven and earth. A powerful force surged forth, enough to shatter all the confidence of the crowd. Young master, I've really caused your death this time. I really hate myself, Jing Yang said with a face full of self-blame. The situation was dangerous, and it was enough to make one feel hopeless. However, Qin Shao didn't have any intention of blaming Jing Yang. Instead, he comforted him. Jing Yang, this isn't your fault. It's all due to luck. We can only say that our luck isn't good this time. Even if it wasn't for you, we might still have barged in here. We should have thought of all kinds of dangers when we entered the Dragon Burial Ridge. Wealth comes from danger. This has always been a principle that hasn't changed since ancient times. If you want to gain something, there's no reason not to experience danger. The winner is king. The path of cultivation is like this. Only by being able to walk down the path and survive can you laugh proudly at the best. Only then can you go far on the path of cultivation. Every time we experience a tribulation, we grow a step. If you want to become a true powerhouse, you have to rely on this step by step and slowly accumulate. If we can't cross this hurdle, we can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. How much luck did we have? This is the result of luck and strength. Therefore, there's no right or wrong. We chose the path ourselves. No matter what the consequences are, we should bear them. As long as you've decided to walk the path, you shouldn't regret it. Shouldn't life be like this? If everyone can walk the path of cultivation smoothly, there won't be any weaklings in this world. Everyone will be strong and no one will die. Our journey so far has already been smooth enough. This journey was not entirely smooth. Qin Shao had experienced too many dangers along the way. Fortunately, in the end, he had made it through without any mishap. But this time, it was really enough to make people feel hopeless. Qin Shao and Jing Yang felt hopeless. Such hopelessness was much stronger than before. This time, even if the Silver Abyss warriors came to their rescue, it would be of no use. If the Silver Abyss warriors came, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. The evil Abyss Overlord walked out of the lake. Its huge body covered the sky as it stood there, like a giant mountain peak. Its dense aura was like a huge wave of a raging sea. Wave after wave, it hit Qin Shao and Jing Yang hard. The two of them felt like they were about to collapse. Two brats from the human race. How dare you put me, the evil Abyss Overlord, to sleep? This is simply unforgivable. The huge creature let out a thunderous roar. The roar was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Qin Shao and Jing Yang felt very uncomfortable, and their blood and qi flowed in reverse. If they were slightly weaker, just this sound alone would be enough to cause their deity heart to collapse. This was a true powerhouse. It was terrifyingly strong. A look, a trace of aura, and a sound were all enough to kill an ordinary first step heavenly venerate. A true overlord was indeed not a fake one. The one in front of them was really an overlord. Qin Shao also knew that there was no room for negotiation. The evil Abyss Overlord was determined to kill them. In the eyes of the evil Abyss Overlord, they were probably just weak ants. Under such pressure, Jing Yang could no longer muster up the courage to fight. Qin Zhao's spirit and willpower had also suffered a heavy blow. However, he still tried his best to toughen himself up. No matter what, he couldn't just admit defeat and wait for death here. Even if he couldn't win, he had to put up a final struggle. Chapter 1584. Celestial Weapon? Interesting. A first step Celestial Venerate actually has a celestial weapon. Is he from the sanctuary? This overlord hates people from the sacred region the most. You two really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you barge into the depths of the Dragon Burial Ridge with such little strength? The evil Abyss Overlord sneered. He was obviously disdainful of Qin Zhao's celestial weapon. Even if the celestial weapon was in the hands of a warrior, it wouldn't pose any threat to the evil Abyss Overlord, let alone a first-step celestial venerate. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil abyss overlord lifted his foot and stomped down on Qin Shao and Jing Yang. At the same time, a powerful force surged and enveloped Qin Shao and Jing Yang. It completely froze the surrounding space, making it impossible for the two of them to escape. The foot was also incomparably huge. It was like a mountain pressing down on them. The powerful force seemed to be able to crush the entire world. It was terrifying. This giant foot was going to crush Qin Shao and Jing Yang like ant. Facing this giant foot was enough to make them despair. Under the pressure of the terrifying force, it was enough to destroy everything. Jing Yang's confidence was completely shattered. He didn't even have the courage to resist. This was a collapse in the face of death. This kind of oppression made Qin Shao feel that his strength was completely suppressed. It was impossible for him to resist. Faced with this stomp, it was as if doomsday had arrived. In this desperate situation, Qin Shao let out a long cry. I have no regrets on the path of cultivation. I have no regrets. My path is not over yet. My original body will continue on. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, I always believe that one day, I will stand at the peak and no one will step on my head. Rumble! This giant foot brought with it a terrifying force. It looked like it was going to crush Qin Shao and Jing Yang into meat paste. However, at this moment, a monstrous aura suddenly surged over and instantly engulfed the entire area. This monstrous aura actually suppressed the evil abyss overlord's aura. Under this monstrous aura, the evil abyss overlord's huge body couldn't help but tremble violently. Its giant foot involuntarily stopped in mid-air and didn't continue to stomp down. At this moment, the force that was crushing Qin Shao and Jing Yang's aura instantly collapsed and disappeared. The two of them regained their mobility, so they didn't hesitate at all and quickly escaped from there. Only then did Qin Shao clearly see what kind of powerful existence had emitted this monstrous aura. What made Qin Shao extremely surprised was that it was actually the ancient ink Qilin he had just encountered. Although the ancient ink's Qilin was relatively small, it was nothing compared to the evil abyss overlord. However, the ancient ink's monstrous aura wasn't any weaker than the evil abyss overlord's. It was actually able to suppress the evil abyss overlord. The evil abyss overlord's gaze fell on the ancient ink's Qilin. Its huge body actually trembled. Facing the ancient ink's Qilin, it actually felt a bone-deep fear. This was a kind of innate fear, just like the feeling of an earthworm facing a giant dragon. After a glance, the evil abyss overlord actually jumped back into the lake without saying a word and directly sank to the bottom of the lake and disappeared. Obviously, the evil abyss overlord was scared, so it directly fled. The evil abyss overlord fled, and the ancient ink's Qilin withdrew its aura. Everything returned to normal. Qin Shao and Jing Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. Their bodies relaxed, and all the pressure disappeared. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Once again, they walked out of the gates of hell and survived. They felt the feeling of being alive. It was great, really great. After withdrawing its aura, the ancient ink's Qilin also returned to its previous adorable appearance. It was delicate and dainty, with watery eyes and an adorable face. It was as if it was a newly born pet. It was extremely adorable and pitiful. Ha ha ha, young master, I really didn't expect that we would survive such a huge disaster. Miracle, it's really a miracle. If old master had such a miracle, then he wouldn't have ended up in such a state where both his original body and clone were destroyed. Young master's luck is really too heaven-defying. Every time we're in a hopeless situation, we're able to find a way out. This time, I really thought that we were going to die here. I really felt that there was no chance of survival. But I didn't expect that at the last moment, the one who came to save us would be the ancient ink's Qilin. Just a chance meeting could actually cause such karma. Our luck is really heaven-defying. It's good to be alive. It's really good. Ha ha, I can continue to accompany young master. Jing Yang laughed happily. The feeling of escaping from death was too wonderful. This time, it was indeed more hopeless than any other time. Qin Shao was also in despair. He also felt that they were going to die this time. He also felt that there was no chance of survival. But Qin Shao never expected that the ancient Inks Qilin, whom he had just met, would come to their rescue. Jing Yang's description of this as a miracle was very apparent. Qin Shao also felt that this was really a miracle. Once again, their luck was heaven-defying. Thinking about it, he felt that it was too incredible. Under such circumstances, it was really not easy to survive. After calming down, Qin Shao said gratefully, "Thank you for saving us. My name is Qin Shao. This is my brother, Jing Yang. We're not from the Heavenly Fire Mystery Domain. You shouldn't be from the Heavenly Fire Mystery Domain either, right? Where are you from? Can you tell us? Maybe we can help you. We can send you home." However, the ancient Inks Qilin still did not speak. It continued to stare at Qin Shao with its big watery eyes. Its expression was as if it did not understand Qin Shao's words. However, Qin Shao also clearly felt that the ancient Inks Qilin's vigilance had decreased a lot. Qin Shao tried to slowly approach the ancient Inks Qilin. The ancient Inks Qilin had no intention of retreating. After meeting twice, they felt more familiar with each other. Moreover, it had just saved Qin Shao and the others. "You should be able to speak, right? Can you talk to us? We really don't have any bad intentions. We just want to help you. Consider it as repayment for saving our lives," Qin Shao said again. Jing Yang also said, "Yes, we know that you're the ancient Inks Qilin. I've also stayed in the Great Path Sacred Realm for a few universe eras. I know a lot of things. Maybe we can send you home. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you." The ancient Inks Qilin looked at Jing Yang and then at Qin Shao. Finally, it opened its mouth. "Brother Qin Shao, you're all good people. The smell on you is very comfortable. It's different from others. I believe that you won't hurt me, but I don't know where my home is." Hearing this voice, Qin Shao and Jing Yang could not help but be startled. They looked at each other. The voice was very soft and sweet, like a silver bell. Obviously, it was a girl. Moreover, the voice was very tender, like that of a 7- or 8-year-old girl. It was very pleasant to the ears. This voice made people pity her even more. "You don't know where your home is either? Then do you know how you got here?" Qin Shao asked. The ancient Inks Qilin shook its head. "I don't know either. I just woke up here." "Then do you know how long you've been here?" Qin Shao asked again. The ancient Inks Qilin thought for a while and said, "It seems to have been several universe epochs. I'm not sure. I feel that I've been sleeping for a long time. I didn't wake up until I was hungry. After I woke up, I stayed here for tens of millions of years. I met a lot of hateful people. They all wanted to kill me and capture me. There were also some abominable beings who wanted to hurt me. They're all so bad. They're not as nice as you, brother Qin Shao. I hate them." How many universe epochs? It had been sleeping all the time? It had only been tens of millions of years since it woke up. No wonder its intelligence was so low. It had only been tens of millions of years since it woke up, which was not a long time. If it had been a long time, the news would have spread. Once the news spread, people from all walks of life would have swarmed here. At that time, the ancient Inks Qilin would have been hurt. If they weren't captured, they would have died. No matter what the result was, it would not be good. Qin Zhao's heart was greatly moved. Plus, the ancient Inks Qilin had saved her life just now. She was determined to take the ancient Inks Qilin away. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Then what's your name?" Qin Shao asked softly like a big brother. This kind of feeling made the ancient Inks Qilin feel a sense of intimacy. And this kind of intimacy touched the depths of her heart. The ancient Inks Qilin blinked her watery eyes and shook her head. Brother Qin Shao, I don't have a name yet. No name. Qin Shao frowned slightly, but immediately felt relieved. She had been abandoned here without any memory. It was normal that she did not have a name. Then you haven't given yourself a name? Qin Shao asked. The ancient Inks Qilin shook her head. I can't get up. I don't know what to call myself. Brother Qin Shao, can you give me a name? Give her a name? This Qin Shao was not good at giving names. But since the ancient Inks Qilin had asked, Qin Shao did not refuse. She thought for a moment and said, I don't know the names of your parents. Since you are the ancient Inks Qilin, then your surname is Ink. You're so pretty, and your eyes are so bright. How about, I call you Emo Linger? Emo Ling, the ancient Inks Qilin repeated the name, but it did not seem to like it very much. Emo Ling was a very nice name. It suited her very well. But whether she liked it or not, it did not matter. It all depended on these factors. Jing Yang smiled and joked. Emo Ling doesn't like it. How about we call you Baby Emo? You're like a living treasure. And you're still young. Calling you Baby Mo is so cute and appropriate. Haha. Baby Mo hee hee. That's a nice name. I like it, I like it. Brother Jingyang, you're so awesome. Then I'll be called Baby Mo from now on. You can call me Baby. The ancient Inks Qilin suddenly became happy and jumped for joy. Qin Shao was a little speechless. Baby Mo? Was it that good? Ahem. Jing Yang also coughed awkwardly. He was just joking. But the ancient Inks Qilin actually liked this name? What was this? Well, then we'll call you Baby Mo. As long as you like it. Qin Shao nodded. This name was quite nice and cute. Chapter 1585. Baby Mo, why don't you stay with us from now on? When we find your home, we'll send you home, Qin Shao said gently. Home? Baby Mo clearly didn't have any concept of home. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Yes, yes, yes. I'll stay with Big Brother Qin Shao from now on. Baby cough. This name sounded a little strange. Haha, young master, congratulations on taming an ancient sacred beast. Congratulations. Jing Yang happily transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. This reward was much greater than digging up a chaos source rock mine. If he could make Baby Mo acknowledge him as his master, his value would be even greater. Qin Shao replied, Jing Yang, don't try anything funny. Baby Mo is very innocent, as pure as a piece of white paper. Haha, young master, I know. I'm just joking. Baby Mo is really cute. We have to protect her, Jing Yang said with a smile. Protect her? Qin Shao smiled. In terms of strength, they were far from being able to protect Baby Mo. They were far from being able to do so. However, protection wasn't just about strength. There were other aspects of protection as well. Besides strength, Baby Mo was still weak in other aspects and could be easily hurt. Big Brother Qin Shao, I'm hungry. Baby Mo looked at Qin Shao with a pitiful expression. The word baby was really lethal. It was enough to make people's hearts go soft. Then what do you want to eat? Qin Shao didn't know what the ancient Ink Qilin ate. He glanced at Jing Yang, but Jing Yang didn't know either. Baby Mo also shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Qin Shao thought for a moment and took out some natural treasures, as well as some elixirs left behind in the Hongmeng universe. They were all treasures that gathered the essence of heaven and earth and the spirit of heaven. When Mo Baobao saw this, he immediately ate happily. In just a few bites, he ate it up. It was simply a bit like he was wolfing it down. His eating speed was really fast. This time, Qin Shao had eaten more than half of the heaven and earth treasures on him. He had also used up all of his elixirs. Now, he was only left with some treasures that he had obtained from the Dragon Burial Ridge. After eating, Baby Mo obviously wasn't satisfied. He looked at Qin Shao with a pitiful expression and said, "Big brother Qin Shao, do you have more? I'm not full yet." His appetite was really big. Qin Shao had no choice but to take out some of the natural treasures that he had obtained from the Dragon Burial Ridge. But they were all eaten up quickly. In the end, there were only a dozen cloud stones left. When the cloud stones were taken out, Baby Mo was obviously very proud. He ate with even more gusto. Soon, the dozen or so cloud stones were all eaten up by Baby Mo as if they were candy. He wasn't eating cloud stones. He was eating Chaos Source Rock. It was enough to make Qin Shao and Jing Yang's heart ache. Especially Jing Yang, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. They had worked so hard in Dragon Burial Ridge for so long to collect so few cloud stones. Now that Baby Mo had eaten them all, it was indeed a great loss. But there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't bear to see Baby Mo so pitiful. After eating, Baby Mo looked at Qin Shao pitifully. Obviously, he still wasn't full. This made Qin Shao feel a little helpless. He shook his head and said, "Baby Mo, Big Brother Qin Shao really doesn't have anything else to give you." Although there was still something left, it was the Chaos Source Rock. But the Chaos Source Rock couldn't be touched. It was reserved for Sky God Mountain. If the Chaos Source Rock was used up, they could forget about leaving Sky Fire Mystic Realm. Therefore, the Chaos Source Rock couldn't be touched. But Baby Mo still looked very hungry. What should they do? Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "Baby Mo, let's go find something to eat. What do you think?" "Yes. Thank you, Big Brother Qin Shao." Baby Mo was instantly happy. Seeing that he was happy, Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. Children were so simple. As long as there was something to eat, they would be happy. This kind of simplicity was really nostalgic. In fact, when he thought about it, this kind of simplicity was also a kind of happiness. "Baby Mo, you're so biased. Why don't you thank Big Brother Jing Yang?" Jing Yang said angrily. Baby Mo said something that made Jing Yang not know whether to laugh or cry. "No way. You didn't give me anything to eat. I don't want to thank you. Big Brother Qin Shao is the best. Are you going to give me something to eat too?" Cough. Jing Yang almost suffered internal injuries from holding back his laughter. He had contributed a lot to these things. However, Jing Yang didn't try to explain this kind of thing. He knew that Baby Mo was just too naive. And so, the team of 2 people and 1 beast set off to explore Dragon Burial Ridge. With Baby Mo by their side, Qin Shao and Jing Yang felt a lot more confident. After all, even the evil Abyss Overlord was directly forced to retreat by Baby Mo. With Baby Mo around, they could pretty much do whatever they wanted in Dragon Burial Ridge. What surprised Qin Shao the most was that Baby Mo actually had an extremely strong perception towards heavenly treasures. He was able to sense the location of heavenly treasures from afar. Then, he could directly search for them with incomparable accuracy. This kind of ability was indeed very surprising, but after thinking about it, it made sense. In fact, Qin Shao had felt this kind of ability from Shao Gu when he was in the primordial universe. Shao Gu was an existence equivalent to a sacred beast in the primordial universe. The higher the level of the beast, the stronger their innate ability. This ability allowed them to have a very strong perception of heaven and earth treasures. Therefore, it was very normal for Baby Mo to be able to sense natural treasures. However, Baby Mo's ability to sense natural treasures was too strong. He could sense them even if they were very far away. Even if they were hidden very deep, they still couldn't escape Baby Mo's senses. Therefore, under Baby Mo's lead, the 3 of them found many natural treasures one after another. They found pieces of cloud stones one by one. The largest one was actually dozens of feet in size. Such a large cloud stone was definitely valuable. At the very least, it could be sold for dozens of Chaos Source stones. However, no matter how valuable it was, it became a gourmet meal for Baby Mo. This search took them 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, their harvest was more than 10 times more than what Qin Shao and the others had found. If they hadn't been eaten by Baby Mo, Qin Shao and the others would have accumulated at least 5,000 Chaos Source Stones. Unfortunately, all of it had gone into Baby Mo's stomach. Big brother Qin Shao, I'm full. I want to sleep. Baby Mo was finally satisfied. Alright, then go sleep in Big brother Qin Zhao's inner world. Qin Shao smiled and nodded, then put Baby Mo into his inner world. When Baby Mo said that he wanted to sleep, he really did fall asleep as soon as he entered the inner world. He was really very cute. Young master, we've gone back to the way we were before. We have to start accumulating wealth again. We don't know when Baby Mo, this big eater, will want to eat again. Cough, seriously, I feel like we'll have to search for natural treasures for a long time in order to raise him. Jing Yang pursed his lips. Qin Shao smiled and said, if we want to raise him, then so be it. Reaping without sowing is always a fantasy. No need to think so much. Let's continue searching. Jing Yang was just saying it casually. This was all they could do for now. The two of them continued to explore. Young master, let's go back. It's too dangerous here. We've already entered the depths of Dragon Burial Ridge. If we go any further, we'll reach the core area. It's too dangerous. A man in black armor said worriedly to a man in gold beside him. The man in gold was dressed magnificently. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that his golden clothes were very precious and priceless. He exuded a noble aura from head to toe. Between his eyebrows, he exuded a supreme arrogance and the domineering aura of a young man. It could be seen that this golden-robed man's background was definitely not small. He had an extraordinary background. However, the man in gold said carelessly, "What's the hurry? I'm not afraid." "What are you afraid of?" "It's just Dragon Burial Ridge. What's there to be afraid of? I have several life-saving trump cards in hand. If there's any danger, I'll have no problem escaping. I won't leave easily until I find that ancient ink Qilin." The man in black armor said again, "Young master, this is just a rumor. Who knows if that guy is telling the truth? The ancient ink Qilin is an ancient sacred beast. It's said that it can't even be seen in the sacred region. How could an ancient sacred beast appear in our sky-fire mystic realm? Furthermore, it's a young ancient ink Qilin. I don't think it's possible. That fellow shouldn't dare to lie to this young master. Since he's so confident, then it might be true. No matter what, it's worth searching for. Who knows, we might really find that ancient ink Qilin. If we can really find it, I'll be rich. If I can subdue an ancient ink Qilin, I'll be able to do whatever I want in Sky-Fire Mystic Realm. How can I give up such a great opportunity so easily? I have to search for it properly. What are you afraid of? Let's go." The man in black armor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Young master, we're too weak. We're only second step heavenly venerables. It's too dangerous to wander in the Dragon Burial Ridge. Even if young master has a few life-saving trump cards in hand, no one can be certain of sudden danger. If anything happens to the young lord, then this subordinate deserves to die 1,000 times over. Shut up. I'll kill you now if you continue to be long-winded." The man in gold was enraged as he glared at the man in black armor. The man in black armor knew the man in gold's character, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only shut up. The man in gold swept his gaze across the area and saw two figures in the distance. "Look over there. Aren't there two guys as well? A first step, heavenly venerate, and a second step, heavenly venerate. They're much weaker than us, yet they dare to wander in the Dragon Burial Ridge, and are still alive. With our strength, what are we afraid of? You're as timid as a mouse. Why would I have a personal bodyguard like you?" "A personal bodyguard? The golden-robed man lectured the black-armored man. The man in black armor also saw the two people. He couldn't help but frown as he muttered to himself, "They're really bold. They dare to wander into the depths of the dragon burial ridge with such little strength?" Chapter 1586. Young master, there are people here. Judging from their attire, they should have some background. We'd better not provoke them, Jing Yang said with a slight frown. Qin Shao nodded. He also felt that the golden-robed man's arrogance was particularly strong. He was definitely not a simple character. He should be someone with a strong background. 2nd step heavenly venerables dared to enter the depths of the dragon burial ridge, which was enough to explain some problems. Moreover, Qin Shao noticed that the golden-robed man's expression was very relaxed, without a trace of vigilance. It seemed that he was not too concerned about the dangers in the depths of the dragon burial ridge. This was definitely a guarantee of strength. Only then would he have such confidence. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally did not want to provoke the two of them. Hence, he turned around and left with Jing Yang. However, just as they were about to leave, the golden-robed man and the black-armored man quickly flew over. From afar, a very rude and stern voice was heard. "Both of you, stop right there." This was a completely commanding tone. It was the kind of domineering tone used by a superior to the weak. This kind of tone made Qin Shao very unhappy. Qin Shao was not afraid of the golden-robed man and the black-armored man. He just did not want to cause any trouble. If they really fought, Qin Shao had enough confidence and was not afraid of anything. However, the tree may want to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. Sometimes, trouble always liked to come knocking on the door. The golden-robed man and the black-armored man quickly arrived in front of Qin Shao and the black-armored man. The golden-robed man was full of arrogance. He looked at Qin Shao with a condescending aura. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes. Just the look in his eyes was very aggressive. Since they came directly to the door, Qin Shao naturally did not hold back. He looked coldly at the golden-robed man and said, "What do you want? What do you want?" The golden-robed man was clearly unhappy with Qin Shao's reaction. He frowned and said, "Boy, are you blind? Do you have any discerning ability? How can you talk to me like that?" Qin Shao naturally understood the meaning of the golden-robed man's words. The golden-robed man was implying that Qin Shao did not respect him. Qin Shao said in a cold voice, "Then how should I speak to your excellency? We don't know each other, we've never met each other before, we don't have any interactions. Since we don't know each other, we naturally won't work together. You guys go your own way and we'll go ours. Let's mind our own business. The two of us have not offended you in any way, have we? We brothers have neither offended your excellency nor do we owe your excellency anything. Shouldn't your excellency be the ones who should be upset by your excellency's arrogance?" The golden-robed man's sword-like eyebrows furrowed, and he became even angrier. "You're quite eloquent, aren't you? You didn't offend me earlier, but now you have. Such poor eyesight. I really don't know how you guys managed to survive until now. Can't you recognize who this young master is? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? There are only a few people in the entire Ash Wolfland who can do that. How dare you?" This tone of his was really not an ordinary level of arrogance. Just by looking at his attire, Qin Shao could tell that the golden-robed man in front of him had a powerful background. However, listening to his tone, Qin Shao felt that he might have underestimated him, or even severely underestimated him. However, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were not familiar with the Ash Wolfland at all. Naturally, they did not recognize the golden-robed man, nor did they know who these two people were. "Young master, they are not from the Heavenly Fire's secret territory. They are outsiders, the black-armored man suddenly said. The golden-robed man sized up Qin Shao and Jing Yang again. Oh? Outsiders? Heh, this young master hasn't seen outsiders in a long time. You two are really daring. How dare you barge into the Heavenly Fire's secret territory with such little strength? You're so weak. You're definitely not from the sacred region. You must be a lucky guy who ascended from another universe. You're lucky to have survived until now. No wonder he had such poor judgment and even had such an unbearable arrogance. Humph, if you were in the Heavenly Fire's secret territory, you would have died long ago. Qin Shao did not say much. There was no need to explain anything. Hey, two outsiders. Do you know Ash Wolf City? The golden-robed man looked at Qin Shao and Jing Yang with a playful expression and asked lightly. Ash Wolf City? Qin Shao frowned slightly. Of course, he knew about Ash Wolf City. It was the only city in the Ash Wolf Land. It was the most powerful force and the overlord of the Ash Wolf Land. In the Heaven Fire Mystery Land, it was considered a great force that dominated a region. It was said that the Lord of Ash Wolf City was an ancient sage. He was extremely powerful. From Qin Zhao's expression, the golden-robed man could tell that Qin Shao knew about Ash Wolf City. The golden-robed man smiled proudly and said, Since you know about Ash Wolf City, you should know about the Lord of Ash Wolf City, right? He is my father. Now, you should know about my background, right? The son of the Lord of Ash Wolf City? Qin Shao and Jing Yang were stunned. They had really bumped into a big shot. Qin Shao could not help but size up the golden-robed man. He did not look like he was lying. From the way he dressed and his aura, it was highly possible that he was the son of Ash Wolf City. Thinking about it, there should not be anyone who dared to pretend to be the son of the Lord of Ash Wolf City. Wasn't that courting death? Young Lord, he doesn't look like he is lying. This guy is highly likely to be the son of the Lord of Ash Wolf City. We have to be careful when dealing with him. If we offend the Lord of Ash Wolf, we will be in danger. At least, we won't be able to stay in the Heavenly Fire's secret territory any longer. Jing Yang said to Qin Shao. He transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Such a matter indeed made Qin Shao take it seriously. Now, regardless of whether it was true or not, they could not be careless. They had to be careful. It was better to believe it than not. Otherwise, if they took a wrong step, there would be no turning back. However, Qin Shao smiled bitterly in his heart. What was going on? It was true that one wave had not yet subsided, and another wave had arisen. Why did big troubles keep coming? Why would a big shot like the son of the Lord of Ash Wolf City appear in a place like the Dragon Burial Ridge? Moreover, he only brought a second-step celestial master with him. This did not seem like the style of the son of the Lord of Ash Wolf City. After pondering for a while, Qin Shao said carefully, So you are the son of the Lord of Ash Wolf City. Sorry for the disrespect. Both of us have indeed ascended from the universe, so we don't know much about the Heavenly Fire's secret territory. Please don't blame us. The golden-robed man's anger subsided a little. He glanced at Qin Shao and said, I'm in a good mood today. I won't argue with you two who don't know anything. Let me ask you, what are you doing in the depths of the Dragon Burial Ridge? How long have you been here? And this kind of commanding tone really made him unhappy. However, Qin Shao still endured it and said, We just want to explore and gain experience. We don't have any other intentions. We have only been here for about 10,000 years. You really don't have any other intentions? The golden-robed man's eyes became even colder. His aura was oppressive as he asked again. What did he mean? Why did he have to ask this question? Qin Shao felt a little strange. Judging from his tone, the golden-robed man had come to the depths of the Dragon Burial Ridge for a purpose. What was his purpose? What kind of purpose could make him take such a huge risk to enter the depths of the Dragon Burial Ridge? Young master, I don't really understand what you mean. We are here to gain experience. We really don't know anything else. We are not from the Heavenly Fire's secret territory, so we really don't understand. Qin Shao shook his head. The golden-robed man retracted his gaze and looked thoughtful. Young master, what is this guy trying to do? It doesn't feel simple. There must be something going on. Jing Yang sent a voice transmission to Qin Shao. Qin Shao said, "Yes, I don't know what he is trying to do. We just have to be careful. For the time being, let's bear with it and see what he wants to do. We just have to deal with it step by step." If he really pushes us too far, then we can't care so much. Who cares if he is really the son of the Zhonglang City Lord? If he pushes us to this point, then we can't care so much. Yes, let's see what he wants to do first. Jing Yang nodded. He had been unhappy for a long time. However, the situation was pressing and he had to bear with it. You have been here for so long. Have you discovered anything? The golden-robed man asked again. Discovered what? Qin Shao pretended to be puzzled and shook his head. Young master, can you be more specific? I really don't know how to answer this question. If you want to talk about discovering something, we have seen many things along the way. We have also experienced many dangers. However, I don't know what you are referring to. The golden-robed man hesitated for a moment and said, Have you seen this thing before? As he spoke, the golden-robed man waved his hand and a picture appeared in front of Qin Shao and Qin Shao. Qin Shao and Jing Yang were shocked when they saw the picture. It was a picture of Baby Mo. In this case, the golden-robed man had come for Baby Mo. It seemed that the news of Baby Mo had been leaked, and he had been targeted. Qin Shao didn't show anything on his face. Instead, he shook his head and said, What is this? It looks a bit like a qilin. We have seen similar things in our universe. Humph! The golden-robed man suddenly snorted coldly and his voice rose an octave. You are lying. Lying? Was he seen through? That didn't make sense. Although he hesitated for a moment, he didn't show anything. How could he tell that he was lying just because of a slight hesitation? Qin Zhao's expression darkened slightly. He said, I haven't seen it before. I am telling the truth. How can I lie? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Humph, you still dare to quibble. The golden-robed man said coldly, You hesitated just now. That means you have seen it before. You still want to play tricks in front of me? You are too naive. I think you are really looking for death, aren't you? Do you know what the consequences of offending me are? Qin Shao and Jing Yang's expressions turned cold. It seemed that it was impossible to solve this matter peacefully today. Facing this strong and domineering golden-robed man, it was not so easy to leave safely. If it really didn't work, they would use force to solve it. Qin Shao and Jing Yang were also ready to fight. The golden-robed man glanced at Qin Shao and Qin Shao with disdain. The black-armored man stared at Qin Shao and Qin Shao with cold and sinister eyes to prevent Qin Shao and Qin Shao from attacking. The golden-robed man looked very confident. He said, Humph, you two don't know what is good for you. Do you still want to fight with me? Chapter 1587. Qin Shao could tell that the golden-robed man did not realize that he was lying at all. Obviously, he was trying to intimidate Qin Shao with his words to achieve the purpose of deterrence. With his identity and aura, he was indeed very powerful. Even Jing Yang was shocked by him. He transmitted his voice to Qin Shao, Young master, let's make the first move to gain the upper hand. Baby Mo can't be exposed easily. Otherwise, if the golden-robed man's father is really the master of Zhonglang City, it will be very troublesome. Then it will be a little troublesome. If the master of Zhonglang City is really an ancient saint like the rumors say, then I'm afraid we won't be able to escape even if we want to. We have to be careful. Of course, Qin Shao knew this situation. An ancient saint was extremely powerful. An ancient saint could easily walk in the endless universe sea with his body. Moreover, his speed was incomparably fast. He could break through the void and perform a great space jump. Therefore, if they really provoked an ancient saint, they might be in danger of being caught even if they escaped into the endless universe sea. After all, an ancient saint had a great magic power. He could lock on to them based on their aura and then perform a great space jump to pursue them. Jing Yang, don't be agitated. Follow my instructions later. Unless it's a last resort, don't act rashly. With the two of us working together, we shouldn't be at a disadvantage. Qin Shao transmitted his voice to Jing Yang. Jing Yang was indeed a little impatient. If the golden-robed man made the first move, the situation would be a little bad. The black-armored man also shouted, "Our young master has always been a man of his word. I advise you to be sensible and cooperate obediently. Otherwise, if our young master gets angry, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your character. In the land of Tsanglang, if our young master wants to kill someone, no one can survive. Not to mention the two of you who are first step or second step celestial venerables, even the patriarch of a tribe force can't resist. You'd better be sensible. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Brothers. The golden-robed man's face was unruly. His imposing manner seemed to be a natural superior. "I'm sorry, we really didn't see anything. If you want to find them, that's your business. We have our own business to do. We have no obligation to serve you," Qin Shao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "How dare you?" Qin Zhao's words clearly infuriated the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man flew into a rage and unleashed his thunderous might. "Humph, looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." The golden-robed man snorted coldly as a strong killing intent bloomed in his eyes. The black-armored man knew the golden-clothed man's character, so he immediately prepared to attack. The other party also had a second-step Empyrean, so the black-armored man didn't dare to be careless. If he wanted to attack later, he would have to go all out. In the face of the golden-robed man's domineering aura, Qin Shao did not show any signs of weakness. Instead, he fought back forcefully. "What? Is it a crime for us not to obey your orders? Everyone, go your separate ways. If you want to find what you want, that's your business. If we see it, we'll naturally say it. If we don't see it, how can we say it? The Dragon Burial Ridge is so big. We've only explored for over 10,000 years. There are many places that we haven't been to. Isn't young master's actions a little too overbearing and unreasonable? Even if young master's status is high and your background is great, this isn't your Tsanglang city, right? When you're outside, I think it's better not to put on airs with your status. Dare to talk to him like this?" As the Tsanglang city lord's subordinate, he was flattered wherever he went. When did anyone dare to talk to him like this? But not only did this brat in front of him dare, but he also went tit for tat with him again and again. He simply didn't take him seriously at all. "How dare you? How dare you?" If they were in Tsanglang city, as long as he gave the order, there would immediately be a large army coming over to take down this audacious person. How naive. So what if this young master is rude, overbearing, and unreasonable? In this world, strength speaks louder than words, not words. This young master is going to take you down today. If I insist on sending you away, what can you do? If you dare to say no again, this young master will let you know how the word death is written. The golden-robed man was so angry that he laughed. A powerful aura surged out and he wanted to suppress them with force. However, Qin Shao was a person who wouldn't be suppressed by force. His unyielding character was enough to hold up the sky. Why? Does young master really want to use force? Then let me tell you the truth. Although we brothers are lowly and have just arrived at the Sky Fire Mystic Land, we really don't have any backing. But this doesn't mean that we brothers can be bullied by others and not dare to make a sound. If young master wants to make a move, we brothers will definitely fight back with our lives. For us to be able to survive until now in the depths of the Dragon Burial Ridge, we should have some strength. If we really make a move, you may not be able to gain any advantage. Qin Shao looked coldly at the golden-robed man and said. He was also doing his best to fight. This was also a veiled warning. At the same time, Qin Shao was also ready to make a move. The golden-robed man's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Clearly, he was about to make a move. To capture a person's heart, a subtle movement was enough. After confirming that the golden-robed man was about to make a move, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He transmitted his voice to Jing Yang. Make a move. You hold back the black-robed man. Let me deal with the golden-robed man. If he made a move, he would take your life. Qin Zhao's eyes were also cold as killing intent surged out of him. Kill. His heart force turned into an invisible sharp sword and fiercely attacked the golden-robed man and the black-robed man. The inner world projection descended, and the power of the inner world pressed down on the golden-robed man, smashing heavily on his body. At the same time, Qin Shao held the heaven-grade weapon and performed the second move of the sacred sword technique with all his strength. He went all out as soon as he made a move. He used all his means. If all of Qin Zhao's means were combined, his strength would reach the peak of the second step Celestial Venerable Realm. After all, Qin Shao had passed the Fierce Warrior's test and made a breakthrough in his heart force. With all of these means combined, even Jing Yang was no match for Qin Shao now. Moreover, Qin Shao still had the heaven-grade weapon, which made his strength even stronger. Basically, Qin Shao could fight anyone below the third step Celestial Venerable Realm. Moreover, the sudden attack at this time was a fierce attack. It could be said that it had caught Bankable Man a little off guard. After all, Qin Shao was only a first step Celestial Venerable. Since he was so weak, the golden-robed man naturally didn't take Qin Shao seriously. It was because of this carelessness that Qin Shao had the opportunity to take advantage of him. As soon as he made a move, all of his power came crashing down. The lethality was extremely strong. Qin Shao was already prepared. He aimed to take the golden-robed man's life as soon as he made a move. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all. What? What kind of power is this? Heart force? What kind of power is this? Inner world projection? How can he be so strong? It doesn't make sense. Isn't this kid just a first step Celestial Venerable? How can he be so strong? He even has a heaven-grade weapon? Did this kid really ascend from the universe? Why doesn't it feel like it? Logically speaking, no matter how strong a first step Celestial Venerable was, it shouldn't be so strong. It was impossible for a genius to be so strong. Even if he had a heaven-grade weapon, it didn't make sense. Suppressed by the power of the heart force and inner world projection, the golden-robed man couldn't use his means at all. It was as if he was completely restrained. Young master, be careful. Damn it! The black-armored man turned pale with fright when he saw this. He could smell danger. The black-armored man was responsible for protecting the young master. If anything happened to the young master, he would be punished unforgivably. In the worst case, he would be sentenced to death. The black-armored man was also eager to protect his master. He roared angrily, but he was also attacked by the heart force and his strength was greatly reduced. Moreover, Jing Yang still had a heaven-grade weapon. Under the suppression of these two factors, Jing Yang could naturally suppress the black-armored man. In terms of strength, Jing Yang was definitely inferior to the black-armored man. However, this disparity was reversed at this moment. Your opponent is me. Don't think about it. Jing Yang said coldly to the black-armored man. He used all his strength to suppress the black-armored man. Get lost. The black-armored man wasn't in the mood to fight with Jing Yang. He roared angrily and used all his strength to force Jing Yang back. However, how could Jing Yang be defeated so easily? Jing Yang didn't need to defeat the black-armored man. He only needed to delay him. The golden-robed man was the main character. As long as he could suppress the golden-robed man, they would win. That was enough. This was the result he wanted. He didn't care about anything else. The black-armored man saw that he couldn't break free from Jing Yang's encirclement and snorted coldly, "If you dare to harm a single hair on my young master's head, you'll regret being born in this world." Jing Yang retorted sarcastically, "You want our lives. Why should we care? If we don't fight back, should we let you kill us now? Are you stupid or are we stupid? If we don't fight back now, we'll die. If we fight back now, we can still live. If it were you, what would you choose? We've already tolerated everything. It was your young master who was so overbearing. He forced us and wanted to kill us. Now you're blaming us? What a joke. You want to kill us? Then we'll kill you first." "Don't you dare. Don't you dare," the black-armored man said angrily. "Ha ha ha. Why wouldn't I dare? As the saying goes, if you're willing to be cut into pieces, you'll dare to pull the emperor off his horse. We've already been forced to this point. Why wouldn't we dare?" Jing Yang wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. If they hadn't been forced to this point, they naturally wouldn't have been willing to take this step. It could be said that the golden-robed man and the others had brought this upon themselves. The golden-robed man wasn't very strong. Although he was a second-step heavenly venerate, he had probably relied on external factors to increase his strength. It was obvious that he hadn't been a second-step heavenly venerate for long, so his strength was much weaker than Jing Yang's. At most, he would have to rely on some treasures. However, the golden-robed man was being attacked by Qin Zhao's heart power. He couldn't take out any treasures at all. His means were completely cut off, so the golden-robed man naturally didn't have much strength to resist. Chapter 1588. While you're down, I'll kill you. Qin Zhao ignored the black-armored man's threat. The celestial weapon in his hand stabbed straight for the man's vitals. The celestial weapon didn't encounter much resistance. It stabbed straight into the man's body, its powerful force destroying the man's divine body in an attempt to devour it. Once his divine body was destroyed, the man in gold would die as well. His heart force blasted wildly against the golden-robed man's spirit and will, wanting to break down the golden-robed man's spirit and will. Using both methods at the same time, it was clear that he wanted to kill the man in gold without the slightest mercy. Qin Zhao had no other choice. He had to do this. If he didn't kill the man in gold, the situation today would be very difficult to resolve. Thus, he might as well go all the way and kill the man in gold first. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Rather than causing more trouble, it was better to make a prompt decision. Since the grudge was bound to be formed, there was no turning back. Ah! The celestial weapon stabbed into his body, its terrifying power devouring and destroying his divine body. The man in gold screamed in agony. "Sir!" The black-armored man roared, his eyes cracking. He wanted to break free, but Jing Yang held him so tightly that he couldn't break free. Therefore, he could only watch as the golden-robed man was injured by Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's sword was the sword of death. It wanted the man in gold's life. How could the man in gold not know this? However, at this moment, he was indeed suppressed to the point where he didn't have much power to resist. He could only scream in pain. He could clearly feel that his divine body was being devoured, crushed, and shattered into pieces. Inch by inch, his divine body was being broken. The loss of his divine body was also the loss of his life. 10%, 20%, 30%, it was like water flowing freely. This loss made the golden-robed man feel the footsteps of death approaching him, step by step. 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%. Soon, 70% of the man's divine body was shattered. If this continued, he would soon die under Qin Zhao's celestial soldiers. The shadow of death enveloped the golden-robed man. 80%, 90%. Another 10% and the golden-robed man would have died. This death would have destroyed his body and soul. No, no, no. The black-armored man cried out in pain and helplessness. He had no way to stop all of this from happening. He could only watch helplessly as his young master died. If the young master died, then he wouldn't have the life to live either. If the city lord were to blame him, it wouldn't be as simple as him dying. Thinking of the consequences, he didn't dare to continue thinking about it, but what else could he do? He had no power to resist at all. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that a first-step heavenly venerable brat would actually be so powerful. However, it was too late to say this now. Everything was a foregone conclusion, and there was no way to reverse it. Die! The celestial soldier in Qin Zhao's hand shook again, and an even more powerful force erupted. This was the final blow, the blow that would take the golden-robed man's life. This blow was the power to take one's life. However, accidents often happened when you thought you were about to succeed. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out of the golden-robed man's inner world, turning into a supreme sharpness that directly hit Qin Zhao's celestial soldier. It directly repelled Qin Zhao's celestial soldier and forced Qin Zhao to take a few steps back. Obviously, there was a force protecting the golden-robed man's life. It was so strong that Qin Zhao couldn't do anything about it. With this force protecting the golden-robed man, it was impossible to kill him. Qin Zhao frowned deeply and shook his head helplessly in his heart. He originally wanted to kill the golden-robed man directly, but he didn't expect there to be an unexpected factor in it. However, there was some consolation. Although the golden-robed man was not killed, his divine body was now less than 10%. It could be said that he was dying and had no strength at all. After this blow failed, Qin Zhao also knew that he couldn't continue fighting. They couldn't stay here for long and had to leave quickly. Jingyang, let's go quickly. Qin Zhao transmitted a message to Jingyang. The moment Qin Zhao failed, Jingyang immediately knew that the situation was bad. They had to retreat, otherwise they wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, Jingyang didn't hesitate. The two of them quickly stopped and retreated quickly. The golden-robed man was dying at this time, so he naturally couldn't chase after them. The black-armored man was worried about the golden-robed man's safety, so he didn't chase after them. Instead, he walked over to the golden-robed man and asked with great concern, "Master, how are you? It's my incompetence. I didn't protect you well. Please punish me." The golden-robed man angrily squeezed out a few words. "Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and chase after them. Don't let those two guys escape. You must catch them. I want them to beg for death. I want them to regret being born in this world. Hurry up and chase after them." "Master, but you—" The black-armored man wanted to say something, but the golden-robed man angrily scolded, "Hurry up and chase after them. I'll deal with you later." But now, how could he chase after them? Qin Zhao and Jingyang had already disappeared. On the other side, Qin Zhao and Jingyang had fled far away in one breath. When they saw that no one was chasing after them, they stopped in a secluded place. "Young master, it seems that the golden-robed man is really the son of Tsang Lang City's master. Otherwise, how could he have such a powerful life-saving item that could withstand your last blow? It's definitely something extraordinary," Jingyang said with a frown. Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, it's indeed something extraordinary. It seems that the golden-robed man wasn't lying. He really is the son of Tsang Lang City's master." but I can't be bothered to care so much. I didn't care whether he was really the son of Tsang Lang City's master or not. Anyway, since he forced us to this point, I don't care who he is. Even if he's the king of heaven, I'll kill him without hesitation. If he wants to kill us, he'll have to kill him first. We can't care about anything else. If the golden-robed man is really the son of Tsang Lang City's master, then it seems that we can't continue to stay in the heavenly fire secret realm. Otherwise, we'll really attract a fatal disaster. If the Tsang Lang City's master is really an ancient saint like the legends say, then we'll really die here if we don't leave. At that time, even baby Mo won't be able to save us. If we escape now, there's still a chance of survival. After all, the endless universe ocean is so big. It's not easy for an ancient saint to catch up with us. Besides, if the golden-robed man isn't dead, then the Tsang Lang City's master might not be willing to enter the endless universe ocean to kill us. If we stay in the heavenly fire secret realm, it'll be much easier for him to kill us. Jing Yang nodded and said seriously, "That's right, young master. You and I have the same thoughts. That's what I think too. If we stay, we'll definitely die. The golden-robed man won't let us go easily. So we have to leave the heavenly fire secret realm as soon as possible." But I'm really unwilling to leave just like that. Yes, he was unwilling to leave. If they could continue to stay in the heavenly fire secret realm and wander around the dragon burial ridge, they could still earn enough chaos source stones if they spent more time. It was just that it would take more time. Once they earned enough chaos source stones, they would be able to leave for the immortal domain. Once they reached the immortal domain, everything would be easier. They would go to the immortal domain first. If there was a good opportunity, they would go to the Great Tao Sanctuary. Their final goal would definitely be the Great Tao Sanctuary. Originally, they had seen hope in the heavenly fire secret realm. But now they had no choice but to leave. That would be equivalent to wasting all their previous efforts. Originally, they had gained a lot during their 2 million years of wandering in the heavenly fire secret realm. But all of it had been eaten by baby Mo. Now that they were forced to leave, the two of them were indeed unwilling and unwilling. All in all, Qin Shao had gained a lot during the 2 million years of wandering. His strength had improved a lot. With so many gains, Qin Shao was naturally reluctant to leave this place and wanted to wander around more. But now there was no other way. They had to leave. Qin Shao waved his hand and Sacred Mountain flew out. They couldn't hesitate anymore. "Jing Yang, let's go," Qin Shao said to Jing Yang. Jing Yang nodded. The two of them went up Sacred Mountain. Jing Yang activated Sacred Mountain and immediately turned into a stream of light that shot into the sky. Soon, they left the heavenly fire secret realm. Not long after, Sacred Mountain entered the endless cosmic ocean. Looking at the heavenly fire secret realm from Sacred Mountain, Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect to leave the heavenly fire secret realm in such a way. It was really hard to predict the future. "Young master, don't look at it. Don't think too much about it." Jing Yang walked over and comforted Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded and threw away the distracting thoughts in his heart. There was indeed no other way. This was the only way. We have missed the heavenly fire secret realm. Now we only have one chance left in the other secret realm. If something happens in the other secret realm, we will be in big trouble, Qin Shao said, pursing his lips. Jing Yang laughed and said, "Young master, when did you become so sad? This isn't how you do things, young master." "Young master, aren't you always so confident? We have missed the heavenly fire secret realm. Don't we still have one more chance? Shouldn't we be more confident and think that we can succeed in the other secret realm?" "You'll only have a higher chance of success if you're more confident. Anyway, I am very confident. I don't believe that our luck will be the same as it was in the heavenly fire secret realm. But then again, young master, our luck is actually not bad. After all, the harvest from this trip to the Heavenly Fire's secret realm can only be described as huge. Qin Shao smiled. Yes, he shouldn't be so unconfident. He shouldn't have thought of the worst outcome from the beginning. Shaking his head, Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "Well, Jingyang, you are right. This trip was really worth it. We did gain a lot." Chapter 1589. Qin Shao, why don't you release Baby Mo so that we can broaden our horizons? TSK, an ancient sacred beast. I'm curious to see what it looks like. The Lord of Nine Dragons was very interested in Baby Mo, an ancient ink Qilin. He kept pestering Qin Shao to release Baby Mo to play with. Although Qin Shao emphasized several times that he would not release Baby Mo had fallen asleep, but the Lord of Nine Dragons was still unwilling to give up. Qin Shao naturally ignored the Lord of Nine Dragons. It was better to let Baby Mo sleep well. Otherwise, what if she insisted on eating again? That would be a headache for Qin Shao. After entering the Endless Universe Ocean, Qin Shao released the Master of Heavenly Court and the others. They had been staying in the inner world for more than 2 million years. It was boring enough. Qin Shao recounted his experiences in the Sky Fire Mystic Land for more than 2 million years to the Master of Heavenly Court and the others. After listening to him, everyone felt that it was a pity. If they had not offended the son of Tsang Lang City Master, they could have continued to explore the Sky Fire Mystic Land. They could have reaped more rewards and had hopes of earning enough Chaos Source Stones. Now that they were forced to leave, they were indeed helpless. There's nothing to feel sorry about. Perhaps there will be more opportunities waiting for Qin Shao. One's gains and losses can't be seen. Providence is too mysterious. It's hard to say, the Master of Desolate Lands said. Yes, Qin Shao has always had heaven-defying providence. I believe that his providence will not be bad. A temporary loss might mean that more providence is waiting for him in the future, the Lord of Nine Dragons said. Qin Shao was open-minded and did not care about these things. The group embarked on a slow journey in the Endless Universe Ocean. It would take hundreds of thousands of years to travel to another outer universe mystic land. Qin Zhao's eyebrows suddenly furrowed slightly. His gaze landed on an extremely distant place in the Endless Universe Ocean. He saw a figure approaching and waving at him from there. Clearly, he wanted to stop them. "Save me, save me!" A weak voice came from the figure. From the sound of it, one could tell that this person was seriously injured. There was a bit of longing in his voice, as well as a bit of helplessness and despair. Complicated feelings were mixed together. For a severely injured person to wander in the Endless Universe Ocean was a despairing matter, even for a celestial master. "Jingyang, let's stop and have a look," Qin Shao said to Jingyang. Jingyang frowned and said, "Young master, be careful. We can't stop so easily. In the Endless Universe Ocean, there are many evil people like robbers. They pretend to be weak and pitiful, but in fact, they have a terrifying power hidden in their internal worlds. Once we gain their sympathy and enter the flying celestial artifact, the fox's tail will be revealed, and they will directly attack us. A celestial master wandering in the Endless Universe Ocean and being seriously injured, there is a situation in itself. I think it's better not to meddle in this." Qin Shao had considered this problem, but Qin Shao still said, "I don't think he is a bad person. Since we have encountered him, there is no reason to leave him in the lurch. If you throw away your good nature just because you're afraid of trouble, then I think your life has been distorted. So, no matter what, I think we should save him first and take a look. If something really happens, I believe we won't be at a disadvantage. If they are really in disguise, then their strength can't be too strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to disguise themselves." Since Qin Shao said so, Jing Yang didn't insist. He could only say, "Okay, young master. I will stop then." After saying that, Jing Yang stopped Sacred Sky Mountain. On the other side, when the figure saw the flying device stop, he became excited and flew over even more desperately. When he got closer, he could see the other party's appearance clearly. He had a very handsome face, and it was easy for people to remember him at first glance. He had a slender face, slanted eyes, an aquiline nose, and a resolute face that exuded a strong strength. There were obvious wounds on his body, which were caused by injuring his godly body. His face was pale and showed that he was in pain. Judging from his aura, he was a second-step celestial master. His realm wasn't low, but he was seriously injured. No one knew what had happened. Soon, the man arrived in front of Sacred Sky Mountain. However, Sacred Sky Mountain had activated its energy barrier, so it wasn't easy to enter unless he forced his way in. However, if he forced his way in, he would be showing disrespect to the owner. The man's gaze also fell on Qin Shao and the others. When he saw that there was only one second-step Celestial Master and one first-step Celestial Master on the flying celestial ship, while the rest were all Universe Masters, the man was obviously taken aback. Obviously, he hadn't expected such a lineup of power. This force was very weak when traversing the endless universe ocean. Despite possessing such a good flying artifact, its power was so weak. This made the man feel that it was a little strange. However, the man didn't think too much about it. Instead, he cupped his hands and bowed. "Friends, I am ashamed to say that I was plotted against and had to flee in the endless universe ocean. I was fortunate enough to see your heavenly flight artifacts and tried to call for help. I didn't expect that you would actually stop your heavenly flight artifact. I wonder if you would be willing to give me a ride. I will be very grateful for your kindness. When I return to the sect, I will be very grateful to you." The man finally looked at Jing Yang. Jing Yang had the highest realm among them, so he obviously regarded Jing Yang as the leader of the group. Jing Yang was about to say something when he received Qin Zhao's voice transmission. "Jing Yang, don't expose me. Just be the leader of the group. We don't know the situation yet, so it's better to keep a low profile. The other party is already very curious about us. It's unbelievable that we can have an upper-grade flying device with such a strong lineup. Even if he can't be sure that Sacred Sky Mountain is an upper-grade flying device, he will at least think that it is a middle-grade flying device." "I understand, young master. You are so thoughtful. We don't know for now, but we should be careful," Jing Yang replied. After that, Jing Yang said to the man, "Since we stopped, we naturally want to help you. We are all cultivators. If it is within our power, we will help as much as we can. Fellow Taoist, please come up first." Jing Yang waved his hand and opened a door. "Thank you, thank you." The man repeatedly expressed his gratitude, then walked in. After landing on Sacred Sky Mountain, the man let out a long sigh of relief. He inwardly rejoiced. "It seems that the heavens haven't forsaken me. In such a difficult situation, I was actually able to meet several benefactors to help me. I am truly fortunate. Fellow Taoists, how should I address you? My surname is Wulong, and my name is Zhantian. Wulong Zhantian greets you all." "Wulong will remember your kindness," said Wang Chong. Wulong Zhantian. It was a very heroic name, and it was somewhat similar to his character. He gave off a rather forthright impression. Qin Shao and the others also introduced themselves one by one to get to know each other. Wulong Zhantian gave them a rather good impression, so they didn't have any ill feelings towards him. They felt that he was a good person and he was trustworthy. He didn't seem like an evil person. Of course, they still couldn't let their guard down. After all, there were all kinds of people in the great wide world. There were countless sinister and cunning people. Many people had suffered such a loss before. Jing Yang could be considered an experienced person, and he had seen many such cases. Therefore, if Qin Shao didn't want to save him, he would definitely not have bothered. He would rather miss out than take such a risk. After a simple introduction, Wulong Zhantian said to Jing Yang, "Fellow Taoist Jing Yang, may I ask which force you are from? I have a feeling that you don't seem to be from the sacred region, right?" Jing Yang casually replied, "It doesn't matter where we are from. There's no need to talk about it." Obviously, Jing Yang was still on guard. "Sorry, I was rude. I shouldn't have asked such a private question." Wulong Zhantian immediately apologized and said, "Fellow Taoist Jing Yang, thank you for your help, but I have an unexpected request." "I don't know if fellow Taoist Jing Yang is willing to help." Jing Yang frowned slightly and said, "We still have a mission and have our own things to do, so we can't help you too much. However, you can tell me about it first." "I can't guarantee that I will help you." Wulong Zhantian nodded and said, "Of course. It's indeed difficult to talk about this matter, but it's a matter of great importance. It even concerns the survival of the Wulong sect. That's why I have to hurry back. If fellow Taoist Jing Yang can send me back to the Wulong sect, then I will definitely reward you handsomely. If you have any conditions, fellow Taoist Jing Yang, feel free to mention them. As long as the Wulong sect can do it, we will do whatever it takes to fulfill your request." The Wulong sect. Jing Yang frowned slightly. Obviously, he didn't know where this force was or the basic situation of this force. Qin Shao and the others didn't know either. Seeing Jing Yang's confused expression, Wulong Zhantian waved his hand and a star map appeared in front of everyone. Wulong Zhantian pointed at the map and said, "Fellow Taoist Jing Yang, look. For the time being, we are roughly at this position. And our Wulong sect is at this position. Our Wulong sect rules over 18 universes. Although it's not the top force in the vast thousand domains, it's enough to dominate a region. If we manage, we might be able to enter the top 100 forces in the vast thousand domains. I swear on the reputation of the Wulong sect that as long as fellow Taoist Jing Yang is willing to send me back to the Wulong sect, we will definitely reward you handsomely." Jing Yang and Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. They looked at the map and shook their heads. Jing Yang shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhantian, I'm really sorry. We really want to help you, but we can't. We're going to the Dark Splendor Secret Realm now, which is in a different direction from the Wulong sect. If we send you back to the Wulong sect, then we won't be able to go to the Dark Splendor Secret Realm. Therefore, we really can't help you with this matter. If you don't want to continue drifting in the endless universe ocean, you can follow us first. But once we reach the Dark Splendor Secret Realm, we will have to separate." Chapter 1590. Fellow Taoist Jing Yang Wulong Zhantian wanted to continue arguing, but Jing Yang's expression had already darkened. His voice was cold as he said, "All right, there's no need to say anything more. It's already very benevolent of us to stop and help you this once. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bothered with you at all. I've already made it very clear that this is all we can do to help you. Your request is too much. It's beyond the limits of what we can do. Naturally, we won't do it. There are so many of us. We can't just revolve around you. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Wulong Zhantian's expression became a little awkward. He could only swallow the words he was about to say. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Wulong Zhantian pursed his lips and quickly said, "I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Jing Yang. My request was a little too much. I was indeed a little too impatient. I apologize to fellow Taoist Jing Yang. This kind of thing can't be forced. I can only blame myself for being too impatient. All right, I won't mention this again." Although Wulong Zhantian apologized, the atmosphere didn't ease. Qin Shao and Jing Yang didn't say anything else. Jing Yang originally didn't agree to save Wulong Zhantian. It was Qin Zhao's idea. Although Qin Zhao wanted to help Wulong Zhantian, he naturally didn't have the strength to do so in the current situation. If he sent Wulong Zhantian back to the Wulong sect, the primal chaos source rock would be used up and there would be no way for him to go to the immortal domain. Therefore, Qin Zhao naturally couldn't agree to this kind of thing. Qin Zhao was willing to do something as simple as lifting a finger. However, if it was beyond his limits, he could only apologize. No matter what, the big picture was the most important. This was not only related to Qin Zhao himself, but also the Lord of the Heavenly Court, the Lord of the Desolate Land, and the many living beings in the primordial universe. It could be said that Qin Zhao was also shouldering a lot of responsibilities and burdens. He could not afford to be careless. Haha, let's not talk about this anymore. Celestial Warrior of the Heavens, why don't you introduce your Wulong sect to us? We're quite curious about the forces in the universe of the Greater Thousand World. The Lord of Nine Dragons broke the silence and changed the topic. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Wulong Zhantian enthusiastically introduced the Wulong sect to everyone. In fact, it was just a simple introduction of the Wulong sect. The Wulong sect was not considered a powerful force in the universe. Although Wulong Zhantian proudly said that his Wulong sect could barely enter the top 100 of the universe forces in the vast thousand world, this statement was obviously a sign of overconfidence. With the strength of the Wulong sect, it was not certain that they could squeeze into the top 100 of the universe forces in the vast thousand world. "100. Of course, they might only be close to the top 100, which meant that they thought they could enter the top 100. After all, there was no official ranking, so everyone felt that they could enter the top 100. It was understandable that Wulong Zhantian thought so. Basically, other than the top 10 forces, which were more or less recognized, the rest were more or less controversial. According to Wulong Zhantian's introduction, the Wulong sect was actually not that powerful. The most powerful person was only a third-step celestial master. The history of the Wulong sect was only about 10,000 universe eras, which was not very long. In terms of heritage, it should not be very deep. The number of celestial masters in the entire Wulong sect was only 19, which was not considered a large number. The territory was made up of 18 universes. Of course, the universes that could exist forever had naturally given birth to masters of universe origins. Therefore, the Wulong sect had a total of 18 masters of universe origins. However, other than these 18 masters of universe origins, there was only one master of universe. A total of 19 masters of universe origins. With such strength, it should not be able to squeeze into the top 100 of the universe forces in the vast thousand world, right? However, although the vast thousand world was big, the number of universe forces was actually not that many. Most of the universes were still in a state where masters of universe origins had not been born. Just like the demon beast universe, which was about to enter the chaos disaster and was about to be destroyed. 9 universe eras, from the birth to the destruction of a universe, it returned to the vast thousand world and completed a reincarnation cycle. This kind of thing happened every day in the vast thousand world, so it was not a rare thing. However, in terms of universe forces, there were definitely not many of them. The number of universes that could give birth to masters of universe origins was probably less than 1 in 100 million of the total number of universes. It was an extremely small number. Celestial Master Zhantian, it seems that your Wulong sect is not that powerful? The Lord Nine Dragons said. Ahem. Wulong Zhantian coughed awkwardly and said, looking at the entire vast thousand world, it is indeed not that powerful, but it is still considered okay. It should not be weak, right? Moreover, our Wulong sect has only developed for more than 10,000 universe eras. Compared to those forces that have developed for millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of universe eras, we are indeed too far away. However, the development of our Wulong sect is still very good. If we are given enough time, I am confident that our Wulong sect will be able to squeeze into the top 10 of the universe forces in the vast thousand world in the future. Hearing Wulong Zhantian's words, everyone laughed. Grandpa Wang was selling melons and praising herself. However, this was normal. It also showed that Wulong Zhantian had a kind of love for their Wulong sect. It was normal for him to feel that his force was very strong. In other words, this was also a manifestation of Wulong Zhantian's confidence. But it seems that you said that your Wulong sect is not in a good situation and has encountered some danger, right? Looking at your sorry state, what terrible enemy did your Wulong sect provoke? The Lord Nine Dragons was more gossipy and continued to ask. At the mention of this matter, Wulong Zhantian's expression suddenly became gloomy. His eyes flashed with intense anger and a murderous aura. She was talking about something that hurt him, something that made him angry. After a moment of silence, Wulong Zhantian gritted his teeth and said, "To tell you the truth, our Wulong sect has indeed encountered some trouble recently. There is a force that has been targeting us. This time, I brought a group of people out for some business, but we were ambushed by them. My men were all wiped out, and I was the only one who managed to escape. If you guys hadn't saved me, I'm afraid that I would have to go through a lot of trouble to go back." Wulong Zhantian didn't explain much. He simply explained the situation, but Qin Shao seemed to have understood something. Qin Shao finally said, "You must be the Lord of the Universe's origin. Your original body oversees the universe. No matter where your avatar is, your original body can accurately know everything. If you want to go back to the Wulong sect, it's not difficult. At most, you'll just have to go through a lot of trouble. But just now, you were very eager to let us send you back to the Wulong sect. So, either you have something important on you or you're in a hurry to save your avatar's life. In my opinion, the possibility of the former is higher." Qin Shao felt that Wulong Zhantian wasn't being honest with them at all. He still had a lot of reservations. Qin Shao didn't mean to pry into Wulong Zhantian's privacy, but he had to know what kind of person he was helping, right? He had to find out more about him, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was going on if he suffered a loss. If the other party was really fine, then it didn't matter. But if the other party could cause trouble, then Qin Shao had to make other plans. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wulong Zhantian's face suddenly changed. He looked at Qin Shao with a stunned face, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. "Haha, that's right. You must be hiding some great treasure on you. That's why you want to go back to the Wulong sect at all costs. Only then will you be safe," the Lord of Nine Dragons also said. His pair of eyes stared at Wulong Zhantian as if he wanted to see through him. Wulong Zhantian didn't know what to do. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't say anything. Wulong Zhantian hesitated for a while and then said, "Since you've thought of this problem, then I won't hide anything. I do have some important things on me. But I can assure you that these things belong to our Wulong sect. They are very important to our Wulong sect. That's why I want to go back to the Wulong sect as soon as possible. Only then will these things be safe. But I'm sorry, this is a secret of our Wulong sect. I can't tell you exactly what these things are. That's all I can say. If you don't want to believe me, then there's nothing I can do. I admit that I did hide these things from you at the beginning, but I had no choice. I hope you can understand." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "These things don't matter. They're not important. We're not interested in knowing your secret. But there's a situation that I'm thinking about. You just mentioned that there are other forces attacking your Wulong sect. You have something important on you. All your subordinates were killed, and you escaped with serious injuries. That means that there's a force that knows that you have something important on you, so they're chasing after you. Can I understand it that way? Wulong Zhantian looked at Qin Shao in a daze, and then he nodded and said, Yes, Qin Shao, you can understand it that way. That's basically it. If that's the case, then I'll boldly make a further inference. Does that mean that the force is still chasing after you with all their strength? They want to stop you and prevent you from returning to the Wulong sect smoothly? Qin Shao asked again. Wulong Zhantian nodded and said, Yes, that should be the case. They definitely won't give up. They'll definitely chase after me. Qin Zhao's eyes became slightly cold and said, Then the situation is basically clear now. That is to say, we're very likely to be targeted. If we continue to go, then we may be intercepted by the force you mentioned, right? Wulong Zhantian was stunned again. His expression darkened, but he had to admit that he nodded and said, Yes, there's indeed such a risk. Sorry, I admit that I've brought you such a risk. But I really have no way out. I can only choose to ask you for help. If you don't want to take such a risk, then I can leave now. I won't implicate you. Qin Shao shook his head and said, If you leave now, there may not be a good result. Since we've saved you, there's no reason for us to drive you away now. If you choose to do something, then you should bear all the consequences. This is our choice, so we should bear the consequences ourselves. We're not afraid of this. Chapter 1591. When he heard that Qin Shao did not blame him for hiding the truth and instead gave him a good suggestion, Wulong Zhantian was stunned for a moment. He thought that Qin Shao would be angry and chase him away, but he did not expect the result to be like this. He already had a bad feeling in his heart and was ready to leave. He did not want to implicate others, especially those who were kind enough to save him. It was just that he had no other choice. When people were in danger, they often did not think so much. Now that he thought about it, he realized it. Of course, that force was still chasing him, but it might not be able to catch up with him. After all, the endless cosmic ocean was so big that it was not easy to find a person. Therefore, there was a potential danger, but it might not be able to catch up with him. It all depended on what he thought. Wulong Zhantian would not be so thick-skinned as to force others to do something against their will. You're not chasing me away? Wulong Zhantian still seemed to be in disbelief, and could not help but ask. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Why would I chase you away? If I wanted to chase you away, I would not have agreed to save you just now. Haha, Heaven's Sovereign Zhan, you're too weak. Since we saved you, there is no reason for us to chase you away immediately. We didn't save you for anything in the first place. We just couldn't stand by and do nothing. Saving people is risky. We know that, the Lord of Nine Dragons said with a smile. Hearing this, Wulong Zhantian was relieved. He looked at Jing Yang again. The leader of the group had not spoken yet. Since Qin Shao had spoken, Jing Yang could not refuse Qin Shao. He could only say, Fine, fine. You stay here first. If you want, you can come with us to the Dark Radiance secret realm. I think it will be safer for you. Later, you can think of a way to get me. Your doppelganger will be fine. You are also a second-step celestial master. Take a rest and recover your strength. In the Dark Radiance secret realm, you should be able to survive if you are careful. Wulong Zhantian nodded and said, Yes, Jing Yang is right. For the time being, this is the best choice. Thank you very much. I just hope it will not cause you any trouble. Otherwise, I will not be able to escape the blame. This matter was settled for the time being. The Lord of Nine Dragons could not stay still and asked, Heaven's Sovereign John, I want to ask you one more thing. Those people you mentioned, who are they? They're from the Blood Killer Alliance, Hidden Dragon Warsky said. Bloodbath Alliance? What's their background? Obviously, no one knew much about the Bloodbath Alliance. Wulong Zhantian explained, Actually, I'm not too sure about the Bloodbath Alliance's background. This force has not been around for a long time, not even a universe era. However, it has recruited a group of loyal and evil people for its use. They are unscrupulous, savage, and cruel. Zwafong is extremely overbearing, and many forces have suffered great losses at the hands of Blood Killer Alliance. Previously, we did not interfere with the Bloodbath Alliance. However, recently, the Bloodbath Alliance has been looking for trouble. They often make things difficult for us, the Wulong sect. After several conflicts, there is naturally a smell of gunpowder. As a result, the grudges between us have become bigger and bigger, and the accumulated hatred has become deeper and deeper. Therefore, the Bloodbath Alliance has targeted us. This time I was too careless. That's why the Bloodbath Alliance has targeted us. Otherwise, we would not have ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Is the Bloodbath Alliance very powerful? The Lord of Nine Dragons asked. Wulong Zhantian said, I don't know how powerful they are. Anyway, they are not weaker than our Wulong sect. In fact, they are very likely to be stronger than our Wulong sect. The Bloodbath Alliance is very mysterious. No one knows how many people they have, how many experts they have, and how many celestial masters they have. It's a very strange force. No one even knows where the headquarters of the Bloodbath Alliance is. No one knows which territory they rule. It's also very strange. It's as if a force called the Bloodbath Alliance suddenly appeared overnight. In less than a universe era, they have swept up many forces and caused many to suffer. Therefore, many people are speculating whether the Bloodbath Alliance was created by a force in the vast thousand secret realms. Their headquarters is in one of the vast thousand secret realms. That's why they are so mysterious and powerful. I have also carefully analyzed it several times. I feel that this possibility is relatively high. Qin Shao was not interested in the Bloodbath Alliance. There were many forces in the vast thousand world. There were forces in the universe, native forces in the vast thousand secret realms, and the most powerful of all, the 8 great sacred realms. The 8 great sacred realms stood at the top of the vast thousand world. They were invincible existences that no force had been able to shake since ancient times. The eternal sacred realms dominated everything and were the core of the vast thousand world. The 8 great sacred realms were supreme and unshakable in the hearts of all living beings in the vast thousand world. Below the 8 great sacred realms were the vast thousand secret realms. In the vast thousand secret realms, there were many forces of various sizes. For example, the Heavenly Fire secret realm had many forces. Just the Grey Wolf land alone had tens of thousands of tribal forces. The strength of the Fei Liang tribe alone was far beyond that of the Wulong sect. If the Fei Liang tribe were to be taken into consideration, they might not necessarily be in the top 10 among the forces in the universe of the vast thousand world, but they would probably not be too far off. Perhaps what they lacked was a powerful ancient sage to hold the fort. Therefore, the entire vast thousand world was divided into 3 echelons. However, basically, each echelon was independent and would not go against each other. If it's really a force from the vast thousand secret realms, then it's a little too much. The Lord Nine Dragons pursed his lips. It felt like an adult bullying a group of children. Logically speaking, adults should be following adult. If an adult were to bully children, then it would definitely be wrong and they would definitely be despised. However, there was no explicit rule to say that this kind of thing could not be done, so there was no way to say anything. Suddenly, a thought popped up in the Lord Nine Dragon's mind. He said, "Reverend Jean Tian, do you think that the people from the Bloodbath Alliance will be able to catch up with us? It sounds like the Bloodbath Alliance is not simple. They didn't kill you, so they definitely won't let it go. Once they come after us, is it possible that they will be able to catch up with us?" This, Wulong Zhantian said a little awkwardly, there should still be a possibility. Oh no. I suddenly have a bad premonition. I feel like something bad is going to happen. The Lord Nine Dragons pursed his lips. Buzz. As soon as the Lord Nine Dragons finished speaking, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and it was so loud that it was deafening. A powerful force suddenly descended and shrouded this part of the void. In an instant, this part of the void was sealed. Trapped in such a state, the speed of the divine sky mountain was reduced to a crawl. It was almost impossible for it to advance any further. Such a sudden turn of events gave everyone a fright. "Young lord, this is bad. We can't move forward anymore. We are in big trouble. We can't escape even if we want to," Jing Yang said to Qin Shao in a deep voice. "Nine Dragons, you jinx. Why didn't you say something better?" The Lord of the Desolate Land scolded angrily. The Lord Nine Dragons said with an aggrieved look, "I really had a bad premonition. I didn't expect that my premonition was right. I really want to cry now. I say, Heavenly Sovereign Jean, you're really trying to screw us over. Do you think it's easy to do something good these days? Even the aircraft has been sealed. Are we going to be done for?" Ba. Nine Dragons, don't jinx us again. The Lord of the Desolate Land scolded again. The Lord Nine Dragons immediately covered his mouth, indicating that he would not speak anymore. Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly. His eyes became cold as he stared at the void. Was it really so difficult to do a good deed and save someone? Was it really so difficult? This kind of situation also made everyone become vigilant, their nerves tensed up. It's a forbidden artifact. These people actually have a forbidden artifact. They are really not simple, Jing Yang suddenly said. Forbidden artifact? This was the first time Qin Shao heard of such a thing. It should be a treasure that can seal the void. Wulong Zhantian's face sank to the extreme. He said with a guilty look, "Yes, it's a forbidden artifact. They are really generous to deal with me. They even took out a forbidden artifact. What is the background of this Bloodbath Alliance? How can they have a treasure like a forbidden artifact? And how can they take it out so casually? Such extravagance, it's truly not an ordinary level of generosity. A forbidden artifact was much more precious than a celestial artifact. A forbidden artifact was specially designed to restrain a celestial artifact. No matter how fast a celestial artifact was, once a forbidden artifact was taken out, it could immediately seal the space. As long as a celestial artifact entered the space, it could immediately seal the celestial artifact. It was simply torture. In the endless universe ocean, once a celestial artifact was sealed, it could not escape even if it wanted to, unless it was an ancient saint. Wulong Zhantian, this time we are really going to be killed because of you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jing Yang said angrily. He did not agree to save Wulong Zhantian from the beginning because he was afraid that it would bring unnecessary trouble to himself. But he did not expect that it would really bring about such a big trouble. If he had known, Jing Yang would definitely have insisted on not saving Wulong Zhantian. But it was too late to say anything now. Everything was already set in stone. What was the use of saying anything more? Wulong Zhantian suppressed his anger and said, "Taoist Jing Yang, I am really sorry. I really did not know that they had a forbidden artifact. If they had a forbidden artifact just now, I would not have been able to escape at all. I was able to escape just now, so it seems that I did not lie to you. I really did not know. However, this calamity was indeed brought upon you by me. This is my responsibility. They want me. Taoist Jingyang, please do not worry. Later, when they want to capture people, I will go out. I will not let them hurt you. Even if I die, I will do my best to protect you. Wulong Zhantian's words were also filled with determination. It was obvious that he was prepared to die. In the face of such a situation, there was no other way to think about it. What was in front of them was probably a dead end. Soon, in everyone's field of vision, a huge warship came rumbling over and was rapidly approaching them. The monstrous power that came crashing down was really unbearable. Wulong Zhantian was a little anxious when he saw that the red devils didn't fall for his trick. If Qin Shao and the others died because of this, he would really feel guilty. Just as Hidden Dragon Zhantian was about to say something, a calm yet cold voice rang out, "What if we don't know what's good for us? What are you going to do?" His voice was calm, but it was also filled with a powerful force. He was full of confidence. Hearing this voice, the red devils and the others immediately looked over. The person who spoke was none other than Qin Shao. Wulong Zhantian also looked at Qin Shao in a daze. Obviously, he didn't expect that Qin Shao would dare to say such domineering words at this time. That light and indifferent tone, the strength of that sarcastic retort, was enough to make him feel astonished. Such words shouldn't have come out of the mouth of a first-step celestial master. Even he didn't dare to be so bold. There was even a sharp power in those words. Such a strong power didn't seem to be something that a first-step celestial master could possess. This was also what surprised Wulong Zhantian. Originally, Wulong Zhantian didn't want to implicate Qin Shao and the others, but he didn't expect that trouble would still come and it would come to this. The red devils were furious. They burned with monstrous anger and glared at Qin Shao fiercely. "Boy, are you looking for death?" The blood qi that soared into the sky turned into countless specters that pounced on Qin Shao like malicious spirit. Qin Shao sneered and said provocatively, "Even if I'm looking for death, let's see if you have the ability and qualifications to help me. You've already bullied me to this extent. Do I still need to be polite to you? Although you have the advantage in numbers, you shouldn't bully people like this. So, why should I be polite to you?" Chapter 1593. He's good at talking? Isn't he being sarcastic? The red devils were enraged by Qin Zhao's words. They stared coldly at Qin Shao and said, "What an arrogant brat. You're really courting death. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." The red devils gave the order, and the celestial venerables on the giant ship attacked. Wulong Zhantian was already prepared to die, so he didn't hesitate at all. As soon as the red devils attacked, Wulong Zhantian rushed out without a care for his own life. He wanted to use his feeble strength to shake this terrifying power. This was a resolute determination to face death. This was a meaningless struggle. This was the sharpness of a person who had reached a dead end. Fellow Taoist Jingyang, fellow Taoists, I'm the one who harmed you and implicated you. If I could, I would rather use my life to protect you. However, the situation was not under my control. Other than sorry, I really don't know how to repay you. If there's a reincarnation or a next life, I'll definitely do it one day. I'll do everything I can to repay your kindness, Wulong Zhantian said resolutely to the crowd. There's no need to say more. We haven't reached the point of despair yet. Let's fight together, Qin Shao said. He and Jingyang rushed out at the same time, while the others stayed on MT Skybridge. MT Skybridge had its own self-defense ability, so it wouldn't be broken through easily. Wulong Zhantian looked at Qin Shao and Jingyang with tears in his eyes. Only in adversity could one see true feelings. Wulong Zhantian also felt very guilty. However, he also knew that there was no need to say anything. Let's fight. The Red Devils and the other 18 Celestial Venerables attacked at the same time. 18 against 3, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Not to mention the advantage in numbers, they also had a huge advantage in terms of strength. You guys go and deal with those two guys. I'll deal with this kid, the Red Devil said with a sinister and playful smile. They charged at Qin Shao coldly. Qin Shao was his prey. He wanted to personally crush this sharp-tongued brat who dared to challenge him. A mere first-step Empyrean brat dared to be so arrogant in front of him? It was simply ridiculous. The Red Devils rushed towards Qin Shao with a terrifying dark power. The monstrous sea of blood swept across the sky like a huge tsunami. In an instant, the void around Qin Shao was completely submerged. The sea of blood surged with a powerful devouring power. The sea of blood contained a powerful dark power. This was clearly an extremely dangerous forbidden secret technique. It had merged the power of darkness into it, making it extremely terrifying. It was enough to devour everything and dye the sky red. Within the surging sea of blood, numerous ferocious beasts roared as they charged towards Qin Shao. Every single one of them was extremely powerful and frightening. Once Qin Shao was no match for them, he would be directly devoured. The Red Devil's means were indeed very powerful. Among the second-step Celestial Venerables, they were definitely very powerful. They had the strength of a top-tier second-step Celestial Venerate. With such powerful strength, he was like a high and mighty king, standing at the top of the sea of blood. His words were law and he controlled everything. This world was completely under his control. At this time, Qin Shao, who was swept up in the sea of blood, was like an ant in the hands of the Red Devils. He was pitiful and humble. At this time, he was at the mercy of the Red Devils. He was just a first-step Celestial Venerate brat. The Red Devils did not care at all. At this time, he was toying with Qin Shao. Brat, I'd like to see how tough your mouth can be. The Red Devils sneered and stared at Qin Shao. It was the first time he had met a brat who dared to be so arrogant in front of him. The sword in Qin Shao's hand bloomed with supreme sharpness. The power of the law of sword principle was well displayed by Qin Shao. Together with the sacred sword skill, the sword danced in the sky. The sword qi was also very powerful. Under the sword and the sharp edge, all the beasts formed by the sea of blood were repelled and shattered. They could not get close to Qin Shao. The Red Devils thought that they could easily defeat Qin Shao without any effort. However, the situation was obviously a little beyond his expectations. Qin Shao was not easily defeated. Brat, you have some strength. It seems that I still underestimated you. The Red Devils sneered. Although it was a little beyond his expectations, it was not a big deal. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he was still a first-step celestial venerate. With his realm, he was destined to be weak. Go! The red devils waved his hand and increased the power of his attack. Another large group of ferocious blood beasts rushed toward Qin Shao. Hundreds and thousands of blood beasts rushed in from all directions, causing the sea of blood to surge. The power of the attack became much stronger. Qin Shao could clearly feel a dangerous force surging toward him. The dark force was eerie and violent. The dark force could directly devour the divine body. At this time, Qin Zhao's divine body was also resisting this dark force. The second form of the sacred sword skill, Go. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He displayed the second form of the sacred sword skill with all his strength. At the same time, the power of the law of sword principle was pushed to the extreme. It raised his strength to the level of a second-step celestial venerate. The sharpness of the sacred sword skill shone through the 9 heavens. The soaring sword qi stirred the sea of blood as if it wanted to punch a hole in the sea of blood. This sword was enough to dazzle everything. The sharpness also repelled the hundreds and thousands of blood beasts, smashing them into pieces and returning them to their original state. Qin Zhao's powerful performance really surprised the Red Devils. Their expressions finally changed. What a powerful sword! His mastery of the law of sword principle is also very strong. It is completely at the level of a second-step celestial venerate. Good lad, it seems that he is a rare genius. He is only a first-step celestial venerate, yet he can be so powerful. What a rare genius! The Red Devils gritted his teeth, and the anger in his heart grew stronger. What he hated the most was people who were more talented than him. The lad in front of him, who was only a first-step celestial venerate, was actually able to display such monstrous talent. It was simply intolerable. Wulong Zhantian was even more surprised. He did not pay much attention to Qin Shao at first, but he did not expect Qin Shao to be so monstrous and heaven-defying. He was simply a peerless genius. He had never seen a first-step celestial venerate who could be so powerful. It was very, very difficult to surpass one's level of strength. To be able to do such a thing, even if it wasn't as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, it wasn't too far off. At the very least, it was very rare. This also made Wulong Zhantian somewhat suspicious. Did they really come from the universe? Were they sure that they were not from the sanctuary? Why did it seem more and more unlikely? If he really came from the universe, then he should be from a big universe force. He definitely didn't come from an ordinary universe. It was more likely that they were from the sanctuary. Otherwise, how could they possess an upper-grade celestial flying device? Moreover, they were so monstrous and heaven-defying. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem like they came from the same universe. Is it very rare? Who said that a first-step celestial venerate cannot fight a second-step celestial venerate? It's not that difficult to surpass one's level to fight, is it? Qin Shao curled his lips and said casually. His words were undoubtedly a kind of mockery to the Red Devils. The Red Devils snorted angrily and said, "Boy, you are too arrogant. You really think you can go to heaven just because I said one sentence?" A first-step celestial venerate is still a first-step celestial venerate. No matter how much you jump, it's futile. Now, I will show you what a second-step celestial venerate's strength should be. I will let you know how big the gap between you and me is. I will let you know that you will never be able to cross this chasm. You are just a first-step celestial venerate, yet you think you can look down on everything. You are really laughable and pitiful. You are just a lucky frog at the bottom of a well. After saying that, the Red Devils personally made a move. They wielded a huge blood saber and charged at Qin Shao. The power of darkness surged violently and surged out with all its might. When the blood saber came slashing down, the entire world was instantly annihilated. It was as if only a beam of blood light was left. A beam of blood light that soared into the sky. Under this beam of blood light, everything ceased to exist. Everything was about to be devoured and destroyed. The Red Devils attacked with all their might. Qin Shao did not hold back anymore. His heart force surged out and turned into an invisible blade. Heart force had the effect of restraining the power of darkness. His heart force shot out, launching a fierce attack against Red Devil. At the same time, he did not hold back and displayed the projection of his inner world. The huge world pressed down. The power of the entire world impacted the sea of blood, causing the sea of blood to shake violently. Under the pressure of this powerful inner world, the Red Devils suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. Their bodies were heavily pressed down by a terrifying mountain, causing their speed to suddenly slow down and their strength to collapse. The heart force and the projection of his inner world attacked the Red Devils at the same time. The two-pronged attack overflowed with each other. The effect of this was obvious. The Red Devils were immediately restrained and suppressed. In an instant, the Red Devils almost vomited blood. They only had the strength to resist. What? Heart force? What kind of power is this? Projection of the inner world? Impossible, how can he be so strong? Is he really a first-step celestial venerate? No, this shouldn't be the strength of a first-step celestial venerate. Where did this kid come from? Have I been deceived by this kid? The Red Devils roared in their hearts. Their expressions became gloomy and ugly. Where was the insufferably arrogant and domineering aura from before? The domineering aura from before was completely washed away. At this time, the Red Devils were like prisoners. They were obviously in a sorry state. The Red Devils did not expect such a situation. The others did not expect it either. Wulong Zhantian was so shocked that he was speechless. He had fought with the Red Devils before and knew the strength of the Red Devils. They were above him. But he did not expect Qin Shao to be able to suppress the Red Devils. Wasn't this a little too strange? In that case, Qin Zhao's strength was far above his. Was he really a first-step celestial venerate? Wasn't he too abnormally strong? Wulong Zhantian also suddenly felt that Jing Yang was not the leader of this team. The real leader was Qin Shao. Recalling the details, Wulong Zhantian increasingly felt that his guess was very likely to be wrong. It was incredible. It seemed that he had really met a peerless genius. Didn't you just say that I was ridiculous and pitiful? Didn't you say that I was a frog at the bottom of a well who had never seen the world? If I'm ridiculous and pitiful, then aren't you pathetic? If I'm a frog at the bottom of a well, then what are you? Chapter 1594. The Red Devils were furious, but they were trapped and couldn't get away for a while. No matter how angry they were, they had to admit a fact. They had really underestimated this one-step celestial master kid in front of them. They didn't expect him to be so strong. On the other side, Jing Yang and Wulong Zhantian weren't in a good situation. Jing Yang was still able to cope with it. However, Wulong Zhantian was injured, so it was naturally very difficult for him to cope at this time. However, after Qin Shao suppressed the Red Devils, it obviously affected the others and destroyed the morale of the Bloodbath Alliance. Before the other people of the Bloodbath Alliance could react, Qin Zhao's heart force attacked them again. The attack of heart force was enough to deal with everyone in this void. No matter how many people there were, as long as they entered this void and entered Qin Zhao's attack domain, they would be attacked by Qin Shao. With Qin Zhao's current heart force, it was enough to easily cover everyone and attack the 12 celestial masters of the Bloodbath Alliance at the same time. This force of the Bloodbath Alliance was obviously led by the Red Devils. The Red Devils were obviously the strongest. Since the Red Devils were suppressed by Qin Zhao, there was no exception for the others. Not good, it's heart force. What a powerful heart force! Retreat, let's retreat. Under Qin Zhao's heart force attack, the Celestial Masters of the Bloodbath Alliance suddenly panicked and quickly retreated. If they continued to fight like this, they would definitely fall here. The Red Devils didn't dare to fight anymore. They ordered everyone to retreat to the giant warship. Who the hell are you? Why do you have to go against the Bloodbath Alliance? After retreating to the giant warship, the Red Devils glared at Qin Zhao and asked. Since the Red Devils had retreated, Qin Zhao naturally didn't chase after them. Although he could suppress the other party, he might not be able to gain a big advantage. There was no point in continuing to fight. Being able to suppress the other party was already a great deterrent to the Red Devils. It was enough to scare the other party away while this deterrence was still there. Otherwise, if they continued to fight, the final result would be really hard to say. After all, the other party also had 3 third-step Celestial Masters. It wouldn't be easy to deal with these 3 third-step Celestial Masters. Qin Zhao had already made up his mind. After suppressing them, it would be enough to intimidate them. His goal was achieved, and that was enough. Qin Zhao said with a cold face, "Your Excellency's words are very inappropriate. We've always minded our own business. You go your own way and I'll go mine. But you insisted on using the Forbidden Zone weapon to stop us. You wanted to kill us because of a disagreement. We're also victims. We were forced to fight back in self-defense." So, there's no need to talk about going against the Bloodbath Alliance. We're just out to experience the world. We don't want to offend anyone. We just want to survive. If that's the case, you should hand over Wulong Zhantian to us. Only in this way can you show your sincerity. Otherwise, why wouldn't you be going against the Bloodbath Alliance? The Red Devil said coldly. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "That's your reason, not mine. It's wrong for you to force your reason on us. I don't need to know what kind of grudge Wulong Zhantian has with you, and I'm not interested to know. I only know that he's our friend, and we're willing to take him with us. As for the rest, that's your problem. If you want to catch him, you can do it after we leave. If you can catch him, that's your ability. But if you want us to hand over Wulong Zhantian now, that's naturally impossible." The Red Devils were so angry that their blood boiled. "Ridiculous. You're still trying to argue. Anyone who dares to go against the Bloodbath Alliance will not have a good ending. You guys just wait and see. Let's go." The Red Devils waved his hand and led the crowd away. Since they couldn't control their strength, they could only leave with their people. After sending off the people from the Bloodbath Alliance, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate. He motioned for Jing Yang to leave quickly. They shouldn't stay here for long. Obviously, this matter wouldn't end so easily. The people from the Bloodbath Alliance definitely wouldn't let this matter go. Although Qin Zhao didn't want to see this kind of thing happen, there was nothing he could do. Since he had already provoked them, he had no choice but to do so. Wulong Zhantian looked at Qin Zhao and Jing Yang with a strange expression. He seemed to be in disbelief. Seeing Wulong Zhantian's expression, Qin Zhao chuckled and said, "What's wrong, fellow Taoist Zhantian? Don't you recognize us?" Wulong Zhantian laughed dryly and said, "It's just that I don't recognize you, fellow Taoist Qin Zhao. Forgive me for not recognizing you as a great bodhisattva. I apologize for not recognizing you. If I'm not wrong, fellow Taoist Qin Zhao should be the leader of the group. I always thought it was fellow Taoist Jing Yang, but I neglected fellow Taoist Qin Zhao." Qin Zhao laughed and said, It's not that fellow Taoist Jiantian neglected me. I specifically asked Jing Yang not to expose me. But it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as being the leader. We're all brothers. In fact, there's no distinction between high and low. We're all fated to adventure together. We're all brothers who've gone through life and death together. We're all from the same universe. The same universe. Wulong Jiantian looked at the crowd in surprise and said, "You're all from the same universe? I wonder which universe force you're from?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I'm ashamed. We don't have any universe force for the time being." It's just the few of us. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems that fellow Taoist Qin Shao and the others are the founders of a universe. Wulong Jiantian nodded and felt relieved. He was also a master of the origin of the universe, so he naturally understood immediately. Now it seemed that Qin Shao was also a master of the origin of the universe. Although it was still a little hard to believe, everything could be explained after thinking about it carefully. Wulong Jiantian didn't think too much about these things. Instead, he said, "Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, I'm very grateful for your righteous rescue. In fact, fellow Taoist Qin Shao and the others didn't have to offend the people of the Bloodbath Alliance for my sake. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao and the others may have saved me, but you've also caused trouble. You've caused unnecessary trouble. Now, you must have become the enemies of the Bloodbath Alliance. Based on the way the Bloodbath Alliance conducts themselves, they will definitely not let this matter rest. They will definitely seek revenge from you. Therefore, you've offended the Bloodbath Alliance for my sake and planted a hidden danger for you. I really don't know how to thank you. I'm ashamed to say this. I shouldn't have asked you for help in the first place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have caused trouble for you." Wulong Jiantian's sincerity made Qin Shao have a good impression of him. This was how people got along with each other. They had to be more honest and open to each other. Only then could they go further and deeper. The friends that Qin Shao liked to make were those who opened their hearts to each other. Qin Shao waved his hand nonchalantly and smiled faintly. As a person, it's good to stick to your own principles and follow your heart. Why think so much? I think it's better to be simple. There's no need to think so much. If you have to think so much about everything you do, you'll definitely be very tired. Everything has a cause, and there must be an effect. Because I saved you earlier, this is the cause. With this cause, there will be many effects in the future. Every effect is caused by a cause. However, this is something that we have done in accordance with our hearts. Thus, I have no complaints or regret. If you have no regrets, then why do you have to say so much? The path of life has always been a path that defies the heavens. How can we, cultivators, not encounter danger? If we think about what to do every time danger comes, there won't be such danger. Then, there will be no meaning at all. What kind of cause will result? What kind of effect will result? This is unavoidable. If you've offended the Bloodbath Alliance, then there's nothing you can do. If you haven't offended them, then you'll naturally think about not offending them as much as possible. But since you've already offended them, then there's nothing to think about. If you've offended them, then so be it. It's just the Bloodbath Alliance. It won't be a big deal. We've encountered a lot of danger. This one won't make a difference. So, fellow Jiantian, you don't need to feel too much pressure. Just take it lightly. There's no need to say anything else. Wulong Jiantian really admired Qin Zhao's open-mindedness and state of mind. Wulong Jiantian respected such a person very much. Wulong Jiantian was not a pretentious person. Since Qin Shao had said so, he didn't say anything more. Instead, he nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, fellow Qin Shao, then I won't say anything more. Anyway, I, Wulong Zhantian, will remember this kindness in my heart. Indeed. Sometimes the cause and effect between people really can't be explained clearly. It's too mysterious. Let's not talk about this anymore. But there's one more thing that I'd like to discuss with fellow Qin Shao. I just don't know if fellow Qin Shao would be willing to listen to me? Qin Shao didn't need Wulong Zhantian to say anything. He had already guessed what it was about. He frowned slightly and said directly, Brother Zhantian, if you're saying that you want us to send you back to the Wulong sect, then there's indeed something that we can help with. Although I really want to help you, I can't let you take charge of this matter. I have to be responsible for more people. So, I really can't help you with this matter. You don't have to say anything anymore. You're making things difficult for me. Wulong Zhantian said, Fellow Qin Shao, don't be anxious. Let me finish. If I said the same thing as before, I definitely won't be so thick-skinned as to say it again. It's true, but the situation is different. I'll also tell you the truth in front of fellow Qin Shao. The reason why the Red Devils are chasing after me is that I have something that they want. This item should be of help to fellow Daoist Qin Shao and the others. You should want it as well. Qin Shao looked at Wulong Zhantian. Seeing the confident look on his face, he became a little curious. Okay, then tell us in detail. What is it that we want? Qin Shao asked. Primal Chaos Source Rock, Hidden Dragon, Zhantian said with a straight face. Indeed, if they had 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks, Qin Shao and the others could do whatever they wanted. Not to mention going to the Great Path Sanctuary, it was more than enough to tour the 8 great sacred domains. It would probably cost 100,000 Chaos Source Rocks to travel from here to the Great Tao Sacred Realm. 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks was enough for 10 trips. Haha, I think it's a good deal too. We can solve our worries in one move, young master, you said with a smile. Of course, he and the Lord of 9 Dragons were just joking. They wouldn't really do such a thing. Qin Shao finally understood. No wonder you want us to send you back to the Wulong sect. You have a big treasure on you. No wonder. The longer you stay outside, the more dangerous it will be. As long as you return to your universe, those below the ancient sage won't be much of a threat to you. That's why you're so anxious to return to the Wulong sect. You're afraid that the Bloodbath Alliance will come after you. 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks are very important to the Wulong sect. It's enough to become the foundation of the Wulong sect's development. I can completely understand your feelings. Wulong Zhantian nodded. Yes, Daoist Qin Shao. You've hit the nail on the head. That's why I can't wait to fly back to the Wulong sect. I have a treasure on me. It's very worrying to walk around outside. With the way the Bloodbath Alliance does things, they won't let me go. They'll definitely go crazy for the sake of 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks. Moreover, the Bloodbath Alliance has always been extremely crazy. They're bloodthirsty demons, evil forces, and commit all kinds of crimes. Being targeted by the Bloodbath Alliance is simply a nightmare. As long as I return to my universe, I'm not afraid of anything. The Lord of 9 Dragons pursed his lips and said, You're not afraid of anything, but we are. If we didn't save you, you would have fallen into the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. The big treasure on you has also fallen into the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. Therefore, the Bloodbath Alliance will definitely vent their anger on us. 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks. Such a huge wealth is enough to make the Bloodbath Alliance hate us to the core and want to kill us. It's over, it's over. I feel like we're in trouble. The Bloodbath Alliance will definitely not let us go. We've provoked the devil. Alright, 9 dragons, stop joking. Let's not talk about this anymore. Qin Shao shook his head. He naturally knew the Lord of 9 Dragons' personality. He didn't really mean to blame Wulong Zhantian. This matter was already in the past, so there was no need to talk about it. Now that the Lord of 9 Dragons mentioned it, Wulong Zhantian looked embarrassed. He was already very guilty about this matter. Seeing this, the Lord of 9 Dragons immediately grinned and said, Supreme Zhantian, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Brother Zhantian, let's continue. Qin Shao brought the topic back. Wulong Zhantian nodded and continued, Brother Qin Shao, I know that your goal is the Dark Splendor Secret Realm. You want to use the Dark Splendor Secret Realm as a springboard to the Holy Region. If I'm not wrong, Brother Qin Shao and your team have just come out of the universe and want to find the Holy Region. Your goal is the Immortal Region. However, you don't have many Chaos Source rocks on you. It should only be enough for you to last until the Dark Splendor Secret Realm. Therefore, you want to go to the Dark Splendor Secret Realm to earn Chaos Source rocks before entering the Immortal Region. So, Brother Qin Shao, you're not willing to send me back to the Wulong sect, right? Qin Shao nodded without denying it. The situation was indeed so. He had always been straightforward, and there was no need to beat around the bush. If it was 1, it was 1. If it was 2, it was 2. Then the root of the problem is very clear. The root of the problem is the Chaos Source rock. Can I put it this way, Brother Qin Shao? Wulong Zhantian continued. It went without saying that Qin Shao understood what Hidden Dragon Warrior was trying to say. However, Qin Shao had to admit that he was right. He nodded and said, Yes, Brother Zhantian, you're right. The root of the problem is the Chaos Source rock. If we have enough Chaos Source rocks, we don't mind being a good person to the end and helping him to the end. However, the Chaos Source rock we have can only last until the Dark Splendor Secret Realm. Therefore, we really wanted to help you all the way. Wulong Zhantian continued, If that's the case, then this problem can be solved easily. Brother Qin Shao, Brother Jing Yang, I see that you're both great Tao cultivators. I think your final goal should be the Great Tao Holy Region, right? The Immortal Region should only be a springboard for you. If you want to go directly from the Wulong sect to the Great Tao Holy Region, 100,000 Chaos Source rocks should be enough. Brother Qin Shao, I'd like to ask for your help. After the matter is settled, I'll give you 100,000 Chaos Source rocks with both hands. It can also help you all reach the Great Tao Holy Region directly and save you the trouble of going to the Immortal Region. A deal of 100,000 Chaos Source rocks? Hearing this, the eyes of the Lord of 9 Dragons lit up. This sounded like a pie falling from the sky. It was a rare opportunity. In fact, it was obvious what Wulong Zhantian wanted them to do. By doing this, he would be able to obtain 100,000 Chaos Dawn stones. This was a really good deal. Of course, this could also be a form of gratitude from Wulong Zhantian. Haha, if we have 100,000 Chaos Source rocks, we can go directly to the Great Tao Holy Region. Why do we have to go to the Immortal Region first? We're all Great Tao cultivators. The most suitable place for us to go is the Great Tao Holy Region. The Lord of 9 Dragons said for the first time. Obviously, he desired the 100,000 Chaos Source rocks very much. He couldn't wait for Qin Shao to come over immediately. Yes, it's naturally the best thing to be able to go directly to the Great Tao Holy Region. The Lord of the Desolate Land nodded. Young Master Yu pursed his lips and said, You're all happy, but my brother and I are not. You all like the Great Tao Holy Region, but we like the Sword Cultivator Holy Region. Ha ha, young Master Yu, there's nothing we can do. This is called the minority obeys the majority. Therefore, the Great Tao Holy Region is better. The Lord of 9 Dragons seemed to be gloating. 100,000 primal chaos origin stones was extremely tempting. Jing Yang's eyes lit up as he nudged Qin Shao secretly. Clearly, he wanted Qin Shao to agree to it. If they could get the 100,000 chaos source rocks, it would indeed save them a lot of trouble and a lot of detours. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? In fact, Qin Shao wanted it too. This was a great thing. However, Qin Shao didn't blindly think about it. Instead, he said, Daoist Zhantian, you should explain the situation to us clearly. You can't possibly give us 100,000 chaos source rocks as long as we send you back to the Wulong sect, right? Such a price is a little too high. Therefore, I think you have something else to say? Haha, Daoist Qin Shao is indeed smart. You can predict everything like a god. I'm impressed. Wulong Zhantian didn't evade the question. He admitted it directly and said, It's like this, Daoist Qin Shao. I'm sure you know the Wulong sect's situation by now. It's very bad and we're at the cusp of the storm. Not to mention that the Wulong sect could be destroyed at any time. This will definitely be a great calamity for the Wulong sect. Whether or not we'll be able to survive this ordeal will determine the survival of our hidden dragon sect. Chapter 1596. I really have no other choice now, so I can only thicken my skin and beg you, Daoist Qin Shao. If Daoist Qin Shao is unwilling to send me back to the Wulong sect, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for me to return. There are also many uncertainties. If I fall into the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance, it's fine if I lose my life. However, the million Chaos Source Stones will also fall into the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. Of course, I have my own selfish motives. Now that our Wulong sect is in danger, the Bloodbath Alliance won't let us off so easily. If we can get Daoist Qin Shao's help, I think our Wulong sect will still be able to resist the Bloodbath Alliance's attack, Wulong Zhantian continued. Since he had spoken his honest thoughts, he could be considered to be sincere. The Lord of Nine Dragons was the first to shout, Venerable Zhantian, your wishful thinking is pretty good. It's one thing for us to send you back to the Hidden Dragon sect, but don't you think it's a little too much for us to stay in the Hidden Dragon sect to assist you? You know your current situation. It's very bad. You'll be lucky if you can return to the Wulong sect alive. Although 100,000 Chaos Source Stones is quite a lot, it depends on the situation. Under such circumstances, 100,000 Chaos Source Stones is considered a small amount to send you back to the Wulong sect. No matter how many Chaos Source Stones there are, they'll only be yours if you can successfully bring them back. If you can't bring them back, they won't be yours. It's very likely that they'll be snatched away by someone else if you're not careful. You might even lose your life. If I say that I can send you back to the Wulong sect, but if you want us to stay and help the Wulong sect, then forget it. Even the Wulong sect can't afford to provoke them. How many people do we have? How can we provoke them? That won't do. The others didn't say anything, but they all frowned slightly and seemed to be deep in thought. However, the final decision was still up to Qin Shao. Jing Yang also frowned and looked at Qin Shao. Wulong Zhantian looked embarrassed when he heard the Lord of Nine Dragons' words. He coughed dryly and said, Daoist Nine Dragons is right. The value of an object. Most of the time, it doesn't depend on the object. Just like a person who is dying of thirst in the desert, a mouthful of water is more precious than a mountain of gold. I do admit that. If I could make the decision, I would be willing to hand over all the primal chaos source rocks with both hands. However, I'm not the sect master of the Hidden Dragon sect, so I don't have the final say in the sect. To hand. I can promise you 100,000 chaos source stones. I can guarantee it with my life. There won't be any problems. Any more than that and it will be beyond the scope of what I can guarantee. Of course. Taoist Qin Shao, I won't force you to do something you don't want to. If you don't want to do it, that's fine too, Taoist Qin Shao. Just send me back to the Wulong sect. The reward will still be 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. The Lord of Nine Dragons nodded and said, Heavenly Venerate Zhantian, that's more like it. Sending you back to the Wulong sect for 100,000 Chaos Source Stones is fine. He had agreed, but Qin Shao hadn't nodded yet. Qin Shao looked at Jing Yang. Jing Yang nodded slightly in agreement. Even though sending Hidden Dragon Zhantian back to the Hidden Dragon sect was fraught with danger, and there was a chance that the Blood Killer Alliance might attack them. However, it should be much safer than going to the Dark Splendor Secret Realm. Moreover, they would earn 100,000 Chaos Source Stones on this trip. It was enough for them to go to the Great Tao Sanctuary. Such a deal couldn't be considered small. They couldn't find a reason to reject such a good deal. In any case, no matter what, he was going to risk it all. He had to go through dangers and take risks. All right, it's settled then. We'll send you back to the Wulong sect. Since everyone agreed, Qin Shao had no reason to reject and nodded in agreement. Wulong Zhantian was overjoyed when he heard Qin Shao agree. He was afraid that Qin Shao wouldn't agree. If Qin Shao didn't agree, it would be difficult for him to go back. He might have to follow Qin Shao to the Dark Splendor Secret Realm first. It would be best if he could go back to the Wulong sect directly. Thank you, my friends. Wulong Zhantian thanked everyone. He waved his hand and a pile of Chaos Source Stones flew out. A total of 10,000 Chaos Source Stones were placed in front of everyone. They were emitting a strong chaotic energy. This power seemed to have a natural magical power that wanted to attract people over. The Lord of Nine Dragons and the others were stunned when they saw so many Chaos Source Stones. This was the first time they had seen so many primal Chaos Source Rock. It was as though they were looking at a huge treasure trove. Qin Shao had never seen so many primal Chaos Source Rocks before. At first glance, it was indeed shocking. If the primal Chaos Source Rock was used for cultivation, the effects would be amazing, especially for those below the Heavenly Venerate level. They weren't very helpful for Heavenly Venerables. However, they were very helpful for the Lord of Nine Dragons and the others. Therefore, when they saw the primal Chaos Source Rocks, they couldn't help but have the urge to snatch them away. This was the nature of the origin. It was like a cat seeing a mouse and wanting to bite it to death. However, none of them had the luxury of using the primal Chaos Source Rock to cultivate. Taoist Qin Shao, these 10,000 Chaos Source Stones are a deposit. When I reach the Wulong sect, I'll give you the remaining 90,000 Chaos Source Stones immediately. I won't go back on my word. If Taoist Qin Shao is still worried, I can give you the remaining 90,000 Chaos Source Stones now. I trust Taoist Qin Zhao's character, Wulong Zhantian said. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, There's no need. I'll give you the rest when we get there. Trust is the most important thing. I'll accept these 10,000 Chaos Source Stones first. Actually, 10,000 Chaos Source Stones as a reward is enough for us to send you back to the Wulong sect. I won't lose anything with these 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. Speaking of which, Qin Shao didn't really care. He didn't agree to send Wulong Zhantian back just to earn this reward. Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony, and kept the 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. Jing Yang also adjusted the flying device's direction and changed it to the Wulong sect. Wulong Zhantian was in a good mood as they finally embarked on the journey back to the Wulong sect. As long as they returned to the Wulong sect, they would be safe. As long as they could survive this ordeal, the Wulong sect's future development would be immeasurable. Young master, I didn't expect us to encounter such a good thing. The wonders of life were truly absurd. Sometimes, the difference between 1 second and the next is like the difference between heaven and earth. It really makes me sigh. 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. We can earn 100,000 Chaos Source Stones in one go. This is like a dream. With these 100,000 Chaos Source Stones, we can head straight to the Great Path Sanctuary. Ha ha ha, I thought we would need a long time to get back to the Great Path Sanctuary. I didn't expect Hope to be right in front of us. It's so easy for us. Great, this is great. This is great. Jing Yang was also very happy and transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Being able to go straight to the Great Path Sanctuary was naturally a great thing. Qin Shao was also very happy to have such an opportunity. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Jing Yang, don't be happy too early. You also said that life is so strange and absurd. Even if we successfully get 100,000 Chaos Source Stones, we might not be able to reach the Great Path Sanctuary safely. Who knows, there might be more things on the way. So for now, let's not think about things so far away. Let's work hard and take our current path step by step. As long as we take our current path well, nothing else matters. Jing Yang nodded in agreement with Qin Zhao's words. What he said made sense. It was also true. This matter was not so easy. These 100,000 Chaos Source Stones did not fall from the sky for free. They also had to pay a huge price. There was still the terrifying Bloodbath Alliance in the dark. There was no need to say more about the dangers along the way. It was hard to predict. So it was indeed too early to be happy now. But for Qin Shao, it did not matter where they went since they were going to go through it anyway. Oh right, Heavenly Sovereign Zhan Tian, you haven't told us where this Bloodbath Alliance came from. How strong are they? We have to know what kind of force we have offended, right? So we can be mentally prepared, right? The Lord of Nine Dragons suddenly asked. He had a lot of questions. Wulong Zhantian smiled awkwardly at the Lord of Nine Dragons, then said, To be honest, I don't know where the Bloodbath Alliance came from. I still don't know how strong they are. The Bloodbath Alliance has always been very secretive and powerful. Wherever they go, they leave behind a trail of misery. Sinister, vicious, bloodthirsty, crazy, and murderous. These are basically the characteristics of the Bloodbath Alliance. I don't know the specific strength of the Bloodbath Alliance, but they are definitely much stronger than our Wulong sect. But I still don't know how strong they are. You might as well not say anything. We can guess what you said, the Lord of Nine Dragons said. Wulong Zhantian smiled bitterly and said, But that's all I know, so I really can't say it clearly. Sorry. The Lord of Nine Dragons was a little speechless and said, You can't say for sure, but you should at least have a rough idea, right? They can't be so strong that they can squeeze into the top 10 of the universe forces in the vast thousand worlds, right? Wulong Zhantian immediately shook his head and said, Of course not. The top 10 of the universe forces in the vast thousand worlds are all peerless and terrifying. The Bloodbath Alliance can't compare to them. According to my estimation, the Bloodbath Alliance shouldn't be much stronger than our Wulong sect. They should be a lot stronger, but they shouldn't have an overwhelming advantage. And we have the universe as our shield, so the Bloodbath Alliance can't hurt us so easily. The Lord of Nine Dragons comforted him a little and said, That's good, that's good. They aren't particularly strong, so you don't have to worry too much. If they were really as strong as the Sword King Holy Sect, then they would have to reconsider whether to do business with Wulong Zhantian. Chapter 1597. Young Master, what are you thinking about? Jing Yang walked to Qin Zhao's side and asked. He had followed Qin Shao the longest and knew Qin Shao the best. Qin Shao looked at Jing Yang and said, You must know what I'm thinking. Jing Yang raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Young Master, I can guess what you're thinking. But, I still want to advise young Master to let this matter end here. We shouldn't get involved too much. Young master, you've already been extremely benevolent and merciful by agreeing to send him back to the Wulong sect. To be able to do this, our conscience is clear. As for the feud between the Wulong sect and the Bloodbath Alliance, let's not get too involved. If we get completely involved, it won't do us any good. We've just entered the vast 1,000 domains, and the path of cultivation has just begun. If we get too involved now, it won't be a good thing for us. Therefore, I still hope that young master can consider the overall situation and not try too hard to be a good person. There's no end to being a good person. Sometimes, being a good person doesn't necessarily lead to a good outcome. There are too many injustices in the vast 1,000 domains, and none of us can be the savior. We just have to help when we encounter them. There's no need to help everything to the end. Qin Shao agreed with Jing Yang's words. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Don't worry, Jing Yang. I know what I'm doing and won't ignore the overall situation. As long as I stick to my principles, it's fine. As for the rest, I won't deliberately force it. It's just that I feel that it's a little inappropriate to ask for 100,000 Chaos Source Stones if we send Wulong Zhantian back to the Wulong sect. However, these 100,000 Chaos Source Stones are indeed quite important to us. Therefore, I think that after we send him back to the Wulong sect, we can stay in the Wulong sect for 1,000,000 years. If he could help them, then he would. If we can't help, then once the 1,000,000 years are up, we'll leave immediately. This way, he could be at ease. It's better now. Although 1,000,000 years was not a long time, it was enough to decide many things. Jing Yang naturally didn't want to do that, but he knew that once Qin Shao decided on something, he couldn't change it. Jing Yang shook his head and said, "Young master, you are the most benevolent person I have ever met, even toward strangers. I am deeply impressed by this quality. Not to mention that it's difficult to find someone like you in the vast 1,000 worlds, at least I've never seen a second person like you. Perhaps this is where the young lord's charisma lies. However, I still feel that 1,000,000 years is a little too long." "Have I?" Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Jing Yang, but you have to think of it this way. If we go to the Dark Radiance Secret Realm to earn Chaos Source Stones, are you confident that you can earn more than 10,000 Chaos Source Stones in 1,000,000 years? Let's not even talk about 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Honest people don't do underhanded things. Gentlemen are magnanimous and won't take advantage of those ill-gotten gains. A gentleman loves wealth and earns it in a proper way. This has always been my principle. We can take the 100,000 Chaos Source Stones, but we have to give something in return to feel more at ease, right? 1,000,000 years isn't a long time. It's equivalent to earning 1,000 Chaos Source Stones every 10,000 years. Such a reward is already generous enough. Staying in the Wulong sect for 1,000,000 years is indeed a great risk, but if we go to the Dark Radiance Secret Realm, I'm afraid the risk will be even greater, right? All right, since the young lord has said so, then we'll do as the young lord says. Actually, it's true. If we go to the Dark Radiance Secret Realm for 1,000,000 years, our gains will be far less than what we've gained. Sometimes people have to take things lightly and not think too much about it." Jing Jing said. Jing Yang also compromised. This matter was thus agreed upon. The journey to the Wulong sect was relatively smooth. It was a peaceful journey without any unforeseen circumstances. They returned to the territory ruled by the Wulong sect safely. Standing on empty transcendence, Wulong Zhantian pointed at the area and said to everyone, "Everyone, the Wulong sect's territory is in front of us. There are 12 universes here that form a large territory. My universe is over there. The Wulong sect is located over there. Let's go to the sect first and find the sect leader. Although I've already made the decision for the 100,000 Chaos Source Stones, we still need the Prophet Association's approval for such an important matter. After I report to the sect leader, I'll give the remaining 90,000 Chaos Source Stones to Daoist Qin Shao and the rest of you. There's no problem with that. You just need to report it. Everyone has come from afar. Why don't you come to the Wulong sect for a few drinks before leaving? It won't take long. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Daoist Jiantian, I was planning to stay in the Wulong sect for a while and experience the local customs of the Wulong sect. Are you in such a hurry to chase us away? Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wulong Jiantian was stunned. After thinking carefully, he understood what Qin Shao meant. He couldn't ask for more. Naturally, he smiled happily and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. Daoist Qin Shao, you've misunderstood. As long as Daoist Qin Shao and the rest of you are willing to stay, you can stay as long as you want. It's simply an honor for all of you to visit the Wulong sect. It's an honor for the Wulong sect. We can't even welcome you, so why would we chase you away? Haha, then how about we stay for 1,000,000 years? Qin Shao smiled. Wulong Jiantian understood what Qin Shao meant. He wanted to help him with 1,000,000 years of protection. He didn't have much hope at first. After all, Qin Shao didn't agree when he mentioned it before. But now that he said he wanted to stay for 1,000,000 years, that was exactly what he meant. 1,000,000 years wasn't a long time, but Wulong Jiantian naturally wouldn't be picky. He hurriedly nodded and said, Good. That's great. Then I'll thank Daoist Qin Shao in advance. Haha, although our Wulong sect is a small place, our Wulong universe has been developing for tens of thousands of universe epochs. It's still thriving. It should be good to just look at the scenery and experience the local customs. Soon, MT Skybridge approached the Wulong universe. Many sentries were built around the periphery of the Wulong universe. There was a huge array acting as a barrier. Ordinary heavenly venerables wouldn't be able to break in. Daoist Qin Shao, you guys put away MT Skybridge first. We'll go over there and wait for a while. I'll immediately report to the sect master and ask him to release the origin restriction. Then, we'll go in together. Wulong Jiantian pointed at a huge continent in front of them. Looking at the continent from afar, it looked like a huge rock that had been flattened and was floating there. It looked a little mystical. Under normal circumstances, people from the outer verse couldn't enter other universes. They would be rejected by the universe's origin power. The more prosperous and powerful a universe was, the stronger the universe's origin power would be. After tens of thousands of universe epochs, the Wulong universe had become extremely powerful. It was naturally impossible to enter without the permission of the universe's origin master. Even a fourth step heavenly venerate wouldn't be able to do so. Only prime saints could forcefully break through everything. Qin Shao nodded and asked Jing Yang to put away MT Skybridge. The group then flew towards the huge rock. On the huge rock, there was a team of 36 guards. They wore the same silver armor and stood there majestically, guarding the entrance of the Wulong sect. Seeing that Wulong Jiantian had returned, the guards naturally didn't stop them. They directly let them enter the huge rock. Stepping on the huge rock, it was calm and peaceful. It was completely isolated from the outside world. It was no longer eroded by the endless power of the universe ocean. A passage directly connected to the Wulong universe. It was the fastest way to enter the Wulong universe. It looked very mystical. It was a huge project. Greetings, Sovereign Zhan Jiantian. Congratulations on your return. The guards half knelt and bowed respectfully to Wulong Jiantian. After Hidden Dragon Warsky got close to the guards, he waited for them to arrive. My God! These guards are all Universe Masters, said Luo Feng. 36 Universe Masters are here as guards. This. Lord Nine Dragons glanced at the guards and was shocked. He was a Universe Master, yet he was here as a guard. Just the thought of it was hard to accept. If they were in the vast thousand secret region or saint domain, it would be easier to accept. However, this was only a part of the universe. No wonder they were a universe power that had existed for tens of thousands of universe epochs. They were indeed generous. Don't make such a fuss. It's not like we haven't seen the world. It's not like we haven't seen such a scene before. Prince Yu curled his lips and teased Lord Nine Dragons. The Nine Dragons' Lord coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, young noble, you speaks as if you have seen a lot of the world. We haven't seen much of the world to begin with, so why bother pretending?" Hidden Dragon Master shook his head and laughed. "Brother Nine Dragons, I'm sorry. We're just here to keep up appearances. It's not like we're spending a lot of money. However, speaking of which, the number of universe masters in our Wulong sect is indeed quite large. After tens of thousands of universe epochs, there are indeed quite a number of universe masters. The total number of universe masters in the 12 universes is more than 10,000. However, the number of celestial masters is pitifully small. TSK. More than 10,000 universe masters. What a strong foundation. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. 10,000 universe masters meant that on average, one universe master would be born in every universe epoch. If the 12 universes were to be converted, it would take more than 10 universe epochs for one universe master to be born. That was not a lot. Of course, there must be quite a number of universe masters who had died. If they were to calculate it this way, it would definitely be less than one universe master born in every universe epoch. Actually, if they were to calculate it this way, it would be more or less the same. It was not an exaggeration. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, I've already reported it to the sect leader. Our sect leader is very happy, and he is very grateful for Brother Qin Zhao's righteous act. That's why our sect leader said that he will personally come over to welcome Brother Qin Shao and your group. He will definitely treat you with the utmost respect. Suddenly, Qin Shao was also slightly taken aback. Treat them with utmost respect? It seemed that Wulong suzerain was indeed very polite. Perhaps there was another reason, which was that he wanted Qin Shao to stay and help the Wulong sect. No matter what the purpose was, at least this was a good way of doing things. It also gave Qin Shao a lot of respect. Respect was always mutual. The more respect Qin Shao received, the more respect he would receive. Chapter 1598. They're here. Wulong Zhantian's face broke into a smile when he saw the group of people. Such a large group of people had come to welcome Qin Shao and the others, which made him look very proud. He was not afraid of neglecting his esteemed guest. Wulong Zhantian was naturally very grateful to Qin Shao and the others, and he wanted to give Qin Shao and the others the best treatment possible. A total of 18 figures walked out of Wulong Universe, and from the powerful auras that emanated from these 12 figures, one could tell that they were all celestial masters. 18 celestial masters coming out to welcome them was very luxurious. Even Wulong Zhantian was slightly taken aback. The Wulong sect had a total of 19 universe masters. Aside from Celestial Master Wulong, there were 18 of them, and all of them had come out at once. It was as if all the top powers of the Wulong sect had been mobilized to welcome Qin Shao and the others. At least, it was the first time that Wulong Zhantian had seen such treatment. The leader was an old man who was serious in speech and manner. He had a dignified face, and his eyebrows were sword-like, reaching his temples. He wore a navy blue robe with a sleeping dragon embroidered on it. He gave off the feeling that he was an extremely dignified superior, and no one dared to act rashly in front of him. The man in front of him was obviously Wulong Suzerain. Qin Shao knew that Wulong Suzerain was a third-step celestial master, and his power should be similar to that of Silver Abyss Warrior. Of course, he could be slightly stronger. After all, Wulong Suzerain was much older than Silver Abyss Warrior, and he was also a master of universe origin. It was possible that his power would be slightly stronger. Behind Wulong Suzerain were 17 celestial masters. Among these 17 celestial masters, only one was a second-step celestial master, and the other 16 were first-step celestial masters. This was the entire foundation of the Wulong sect. Such a lineup of power was indeed not small for a force in the universe. Wulong Suzerain and his men quickly walked over and arrived at the boulder. The 36 guards uniformly knelt down and saluted. Sect leader. Wulong Zhantian also bowed. Just as Qin Shao was about to speak, a thunderous voice suddenly came from Wulong Suzerain's mouth. Surround them and take them down. Don't let them escape. At Wulong Suzerain's command, the 17 universe masters behind him rushed out and surrounded Qin Shao and the others. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, and they were ready to strike at any time. This sudden turn of events made the expressions of Qin Shao and the others change greatly. Their expressions instantly turned cold and gloomy. In an instant, the air seemed to have solidified. The smile on Hidden Dragon Warski's face froze as well. He stared at the Hidden Dragon sect master with his mouth agape, completely dumbfounded. What's going on? He had no idea what was going on at all. Wulong Zhantian, how dare you lie to us? Damn it! Lord of 9 Dragons was a hot-tempered person. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly came to his senses. He glared at Wulong Zhantian and scolded him, unable to restrain his anger. Mr. Yu immediately followed suit and scolded, "You heartless thing! We saved you out of kindness and even sent you back to Wulong sect. How can you treat us like this?" Qin Zhao's eyes were extremely cold. He glanced at Wulong Zhantian coldly, then looked at Wulong Suzerain. "Young master, I've told you not to meddle in this matter. The people in the great wide world are complicated, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Too often, good intentions don't pay off. Now we're going to get ourselves into trouble." Jing Yang was so angry that he gritted his teeth and transmitted a message to Qin Shao. The world was difficult, and people's hearts were not what they used to be. It was indeed a kind of chaos in the great wide world. Qin Shao was naturally aware of this situation, but he was more willing to believe in the good side of human nature. He was more willing to believe that Wulong Zhantian was the good side. However, the situation in front of him did not look good. Wulong Zhantian said anxiously, "Everyone, you've misunderstood me. This is definitely not my idea. I don't know what happened at all. Don't worry. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. Let me talk to the sect master." Don't pretend here. Lord of 9 Dragons did not believe it. Wulong Zhantian stood in front of Qin Shao and the others and hurriedly said, "Sect master, what are you doing? They are all my saviors. They were the ones who sent me back to Wulong sect. If it weren't for them, I would have died long ago, and the things would have been taken away by the Bloodbath Alliance. Sect Master, how can you treat my saviors like this?" Zhantian, I think you're confused. It's good that you're back. There's nothing for you to do here. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't let any of these people go. Arrest them all. Wulong Suzerain's face was dignified. He did not listen to Wulong Zhantian at all. He still had a ruthless look on his face. He wanted to punish Qin Shao and the others. Judging from his tone, there was no room for reconciliation. "No, I won't go away." Wulong Zhantian was still confused, but he did not retreat. Instead, he stood there with a determined face and said, "Sect Master, you've always taught me to be upright and upright. I can't have the heart to harm others. I have to know how to repay kindness. I have to be kind to others. I have to be able to distinguish right from wrong. I've always engraved these principles in my heart. I've never dared to forget them. Qin Shao and the others are my saviors. The kindness of saving my life is greater than the heavens. How can I not repay them? How can I harm them? If it weren't for my strong request, they wouldn't have needed to send me back to the Wulong sect. It was because of me that they came to the Wulong sect. Sect master, if you want to deal with them like this, then isn't it the same as me harming them? Then wouldn't I, Wulong Zhantian, be an ungrateful villain who bites the hand that feeds him? How can I, Wulong Zhantian, do this? This is worse than letting me die. I will never compromise on this matter. I won't leave. If sect master wants to make things difficult for them, then kill me as well. I, Wulong Zhantian, should have died long ago. My life belongs to fellow Taoist Qin Shao and the others. Now I can return it to them. Enough! Wulong Suzerain shouted angrily. He waved his hand and pointed at Wulong Zhantian's nose. I don't need to explain anything to you. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. Hurry up and leave. I have my reasons for doing things. You don't need to know anything about this matter. Get out of my way. Why? Why was this happening? Wulong Zhantian didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Wasn't everything fine? How did it become like this? No, sect master. I said that I won't get out of your way. Even if I die, I won't. Today, I swear that I will live and die with fellow Taoist Qin Shao and the others. At most, I won't make a move. If you want to make a move, then kill my doppelganger. Wulong Zhantian shook his head. He was still as determined as ever. Humph, you've really grown up. My words don't matter now. Wulong Suzerain was furious. Zhantian, don't be stubborn. The sect master naturally has his reasons for doing this. Everything the sect master does is for the good of the Wulong sect. Everything should be done for the sake of the big picture. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Hurry up and get out of the way. The second step Celestial Master also advised. That's right, Celestial Master Zhantian. It won't look good if we kill each other because of a few outsiders. Don't make the sect master angry. Don't you know the sect master's temper? If you don't get out of the way, the sect master will really be angry. A first step Celestial Master also advised. The atmosphere became a little strange. However, Wulong Zhantian still shook his head resolutely. No, I want to know why. I want to know the reason. I also have my own principles and bottom line. I will never get out of the way. You really want to know? Wulong Suzerain's anger subsided a little and asked coldly. Yes, I want to know. Wulong Zhantian nodded heavily. Wulong Suzerain paused for a moment before saying, It's because we can't afford to offend the Bloodbath Alliance. The Bloodbath Alliance's strength is far beyond our imagination. None of us really understand the Bloodbath Alliance. In the past, we only thought that the Bloodbath Alliance was mysterious and powerful, but we didn't know how mysterious and powerful the Bloodbath Alliance was. But I can tell you now that I know how mysterious and powerful the Bloodbath Alliance is, so we can't afford to offend them. These people have already been blacklisted by the Bloodbath Alliance. If we obey the Bloodbath Alliance, we can still save the Wulong sect. If we go against the Bloodbath Alliance, then the day the Bloodbath Alliance's army comes will be the day our Wulong sect will be destroyed. The Bloodbath Alliance has already given me an ultimatum. They want us to capture these people and use them as an apology. Only then will they spare our Wulong sect. So, for the sake of the big picture, I have no choice but to capture them. Only then can we ensure the safety of our Wulong sect. Otherwise, if you save them today, then you will see countless people of our Wulong sect buried in a sea of blood. The great achievements of our Wulong sect over 10,000 years will be destroyed and will no longer exist. Such a thing is definitely not something we can bear. Therefore, everything can be sacrificed, everything can be let go, let alone this little bit of gratitude of yours. I am also very grateful to them, but more than that, I feel regret. I don't have a choice in this matter, and neither do you. Don't forget, you are also the master of the origin of the universe, and you also have a universe to protect. Are you willing to let your universe be destroyed because of your gratitude? Destroy it? Sometimes people have to make painful decisions. This is the time to test you the most. I know you are in pain, but there is no other way. You have to do this. Do you understand? No, no, no. Wulong Zhantian shook his head in disbelief. It can't be like this. How can it be like this? How can the Bloodbath Alliance be so powerful that even our Wulong sect can't resist? This can't be, right? Only a publicly recognized top 10 force like the Sword King Holy Sect could have such monstrous ability, right? How long has it been since the Bloodbath Alliance was formed? It hasn't even been a universe era. How can it be so powerful? If it was really so powerful, wouldn't it be famous in the Great Thousand Worlds? Wouldn't it have squeezed into the top 10 forces of the universe? However, there was neither of these, so Wulong Zhantian naturally found it hard to believe Wulong Suzerain's words. The second step Celestial Master said seriously, Zhantian, I know it's hard for you to believe it now. We will explain the details to you later. You will understand. But this matter is absolutely true. The sect master didn't lie to you. I can also promise you this. The Bloodbath Alliance is not something our Wulong sect can afford to offend. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to our Wulong sect. Chapter 1599. What? Buzz? Thunderclaps exploded in Wulong Zhantian's mind, causing his mind to go blank for a moment. How could it be like this? The Bloodbath Alliance was so powerful that the Wulong sect had no ability to resist? What should he do? What should he do? Looking at the situation today, it was completely impossible to resolve this matter peacefully. But should he really not do anything about it? How could he do such an ungrateful thing? How could he face himself if he repaid kindness with ingratitude? But what else could he do? Should he really fight with the sect leader and the others? Should his own family kill each other? These were all blood brothers, a family that had been together for countless years. Even if Qin Shao and the others had saved his life, they were still outsiders. Should he really risk everything and fall out with his own family for some outsiders? Moreover, even if he fell out with them, it would be useless. The final result could not be changed, and it would only increase unnecessary casualties. What's more, if he really provoked the Bloodbath Alliance and caused the Wulong sect to be in danger of being destroyed, what should he do? What should he do? What should he do? The two thoughts collided fiercely in Wulong Zhantian's mind, making it difficult for him to make a decision. But in the end, he was still defeated. On one side were his brothers, his family, and all the people of his universe. On the other side were some irrelevant outsiders who had saved his life. Which was more important? In the end, Wulong Zhantian made a decision. He turned around and looked at Qin Shao and the others. His face was filled with endless apologies, but there was also an indescribable determination. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. These were Wulong Zhantian's first words. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qin Shao and the others naturally knew his choice. Wulong Suzerain and the others nodded with relief. If Wulong Zhantian really wanted to fight to the death, then it would really be a headache for them. However, even if Wulong Zhantian were to fight to the death, they had no choice but to make an example out of Wulong Zhantian. They had to be ruthless. Fortunately, Wulong Zhantian was still able to see the big picture. That was the right thing to do. Stop pretending. People like you are really disgusting. We must have been blind to have saved a bastard like you. Seems like you really can't be a good person. The Lord of Nine Dragons didn't hold back at all as he scolded. Hurry up and scram. Just treat it as feeding our kindness to the dogs. Young master, you also angrily scolded. Wulong Zhantian's expression was terrible, even worse than if his parents had died. Pain was written all over his ugly expression. However, no matter how painful it was, he still made a decision. You can scold me if you want. I deserve to be scolded. I'm not a good person. I'm worse than a pig or a dog. I don't deserve to be saved. I repay kindness with ingratitude. I have nothing to say about this. Wulong Zhantian said. Hurry up and scram. Wulong Zhantian looked at Jingyang, and finally his gaze fell on Qin Shao. Qin Shao stood there with a cold face and didn't say a word. Wulong Zhantian silently left. He didn't say anything and retreated to the side. Obviously, he didn't want to participate in this battle. Wulong Suzerain and the others didn't force Wulong Zhantian. They were enough. Qin Shao waved his hand and put the Lord of Nine Dragons and the others into his inner world. Only he and Jingyang were left. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said to Jingyang, "We have to fight side by side again. This battle is going to be very difficult." Ha ha ha, no matter how difficult it is, we have to fight, right? If we don't fight, we'll die. If we fight, at least we can see some hope. Let's fight. Jingyang was rarely heroic. Qin Shao nodded. Let's fight. There's no other way. Holy sh*t. At worst, I'll let baby Mo fight. I don't believe I'll die here today. Qin Shao secretly gritted his teeth and prepared for the worst. However, if he and Jingyang joined forces, they might not be defeated so easily. If they joined forces, they could still fight against an ordinary third-step celestial master. Even if they faced Wulong Suzerain, they might still be able to fight. Besides, they had a trump card in hand. As long as they didn't encounter an ancient sage, there wouldn't be a problem. This was Qin Zhao's last resort. Wulong Suzerain stared coldly at Qin Shao and Jingyang and said, "Things in this world are unpredictable. There's no right or wrong. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Don't blame us for this. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck for provoking the Bloodbath Alliance. Haha, we've already come to this point. Don't be so sanctimonious. Don't you know how we provoked the Bloodbath Alliance? It's your business to be selfish, but it's also your business to repay kindness with ingratitude. Don't use your methods. You won't be able to win. You won't be able to win sympathy. I think it's better to stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, just do it. Be straightforward." Jingyang sneered. Wulong Suzerain shook his head and said, "Young people shouldn't be too impulsive. I won't say anything else. There's no need for me to say so much." "Then let's be direct. Are you going to surrender obediently, or do you want us to do it?" "Humph." Qin Shao sneered and said, "Wulong Suzerain, do you think it's possible to surrender without putting up a fight? How stupid do you have to be to allow yourself to be captured and die without any resistance? Since you're going to die anyway, why don't you resist? Why don't you give it a try?" Wulong Suzerain said coldly, "That's not necessarily the case. The Bloodbath Alliance just wants to capture you. They won't necessarily kill you." Maybe if you cooperate well and listen to them, you might still be able to keep your lives. Qin Shao sneered again and said, "Our fate is in our own hands. We'll never hand it over to anyone else. Wulong Suzerain, don't waste your time. It's impossible for us to reap without putting in any effort. If you insist on acting as the pawns of the Bloodbath Alliance, then do it. If you have the ability to do so, then capture us. However, I can tell you the truth. The two of us brothers will definitely not submit to you no matter what. You'll either kill us or let us escape. There's no way you can capture us alive. But no matter what, once we do, the Wulong sect will have to pay the price in blood." Wulong Suzerain's dignified face was full of coldness as he shouted, "Do it! At the same time, Wulong Suzerain waved his hand, and the origin power of the Wulong universe suddenly surged out, turning into a huge cage that enveloped Qin Shao and Qin Shao. It formed a forbidden area to trap Qin Shao and Qin Shao, not giving Qin Shao and Qin Shao a chance to escape. Moreover, the origin power of the universe pressed down, turning into countless invisible giant hands to bind Qin Shao and Qin Shao. This was Wulong Suzerain's method of mobilizing the power of the universe's origin. He hadn't made a move yet, but the powerful force had already bound Qin Shao and Jingyang, making them feel as if they were chained up. Their divine bodies were suppressed, and their divine power was naturally restrained. This move greatly suppressed Qin Shao and Jingyang's strength, making them feel very uncomfortable. With their divine power suppressed, they could only use 70% of their divine power at most. This meant that Qin Shao and Jingyang's strength was reduced to only 60% or 70%. Their strength was greatly reduced. Do it. The 17 heavenly masters attacked at the same time, attacking Qin Shao and Qin Shao. Sword edges and power of laws surged, bombarding Qin Shao and Qin Shao. There was the power of the sword Dao law, the power of all things law, the power of the primal chaos law, and the power of the primordial law. The power of laws came together, and together with the secret skills, they worked very well together. Therefore, when they attacked together, the lethality was very strong and terrifying. The 17 heavenly masters joined forces, which was naturally a force that couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, among the 17 heavenly masters, there was a second-step heavenly master. Moreover, Qin Shao and Jingyang's strength was greatly suppressed, which made the situation even worse. However, Qin Shao and Jingyang's strength was also not bad. Without any hesitation, they attacked at the same time, exerting their full strength to meet the attack. Boom! Qin Shao released the inner world projection, and a powerful force suddenly pressed down on the 17 heavenly masters. The 17 heavenly masters were suppressed by the powerful force of Qin Zhao's inner world projection, and their strength suddenly decreased at a rate that was even greater than that of Qin Shao and Qin Shao. Therefore, their joint attack was directly blocked by Qin Shao and Qin Shao. Not only did they block it, but they were not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, they even seemed to have the upper hand. Such a situation caused the expressions of the 17 heavenly exalts to become strange. It was very difficult to accept. The 17 of them joined forces, and the sect master mobilized the power of the universe origin will to suppress the two of them. It was really strange that they couldn't suppress the two of them. It was just a first step, heavenly venerate, and a second step, heavenly venerate. Such a lineup wasn't strong, but it was unbelievable that they were able to withstand their attack. Wulong Suzerain frowned deeply. Obviously, such a situation was beyond his expectations. Wulong Suzerain looked at Qin Shao deeply. Inner world projection? No, this doesn't make sense. The power of my inner world projection is far less powerful. This guy is only a first step heavenly master. How can his inner world projection be so powerful? The inner world projection shouldn't be used for battle. There isn't much energy in it. It doesn't make sense for his inner world projection to be so powerful. Even the inner world projection of a fourth step heavenly master can't be so powerful. Strange, it's really strange. In addition to the inner world projection, his sword and the nomological power of his sword principle are also very strong. They are far stronger than ordinary first-step heavenly masters. Based on this alone, I'm afraid he has already reached the threshold of a second-step heavenly master. Coupled with the power of his inner world projection, it's enough to surpass an ordinary second-step heavenly master. This guy is really monstrous. Did such a monstrous guy really ascend from another universe? Is he not a member of a force in the Holy Region? Wulong Suzerain pondered this question carefully for a while. I don't care so much. I have no other choice now. I can only take these two guys down first. The Bloodbath Alliance will be here soon. Chapter 1600. However, Qin Shao wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Although Wulong Suzerain had a good plan, the 17 Holy Masters had no way of capturing Qin Shao and Qin Shao. Even after using all their means, they still couldn't take them down. Not only were they unable to take them down, but the situation was slowly turning around. The 17 Holy Masters were gradually at a disadvantage, and the distance between them was slowly widening. It was obvious that if they continued to fight like this, they would soon be defeated. Not only would they be defeated, but they would also be utterly defeated and there would be casualties. Wulong Suzerain's frown deepened and his eyes became even more sinister. He really didn't expect the situation to become so troublesome. They were just a second step Holy Master and a first step Holy Master. They were just two brats. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for the Hidden Dragon sect to take him down? However, the situation wasn't as Wulong Suzerain had imagined. These two brats were actually tough bones and it wasn't easy to chew them down. It seems like only the old man can do it himself. I really didn't expect that in order to deal with these two brats, the Wulong sect's foundation wouldn't be enough and the old man would have to do it himself. Wulong Suzerain was indeed helpless. This matter was also a huge blow to him. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't the Wulong sect become a laughingstock? But what else could he do now? Since he had encountered these two evildoers, he could only let them off with a battle. No matter what, he had to take down these two brats. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to report back to the Bloodbath Alliance. The debt collector was about to arrive, so Wulong Suzerain didn't dare to hesitate or neglect. He prepared to do it himself. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. A giant dragon flew out from Wulong Suzerain's body and roared. Accompanied by a series of dragon roars and roars, they bared their fangs and crawled towards Qin Shao. These gigantic dragons were like real divine dragons, exuding an unparalleled divine might. Every single one of them was frightening enough. It gave people the feeling that they were very powerful and terrifying. If he was bitten, he would die without a doubt. Facing these dragons, Qin Shao and Jing Yang looked surprised. They could also smell a hint of threat from them. The two of them did not have any hesitation. They attacked with all their might, using their peerless swords to attack. At the same time, Qin Shao also mobilized the power of the inner world projection to suppress the dragons. As for other things, Qin Shao couldn't care less at this time. He could only give up temporarily. Using all their strength to deal with these giant dragons, the 17 Empyreans were naturally less restrained. As soon as the restraining pressure was reduced, the 17 Empyreans rushed towards Qin Shao and Jing Yang in a frenzy. They had been suppressed hard enough just now. Now they wanted to get back at them. They wanted to take down Qin Shao and Jing Yang in one fell swoop. Heart force kill. However, Qin Shao was already prepared. He knew that this would be the result. Therefore, when the power of the inner world projection could not be used, Qin Shao did not hesitate to use Heart Force. Heart Force had no effect on those enormous dragons, but to those 17 celestial venerables, it was extremely lethal. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. What kind of power is this? No, I feel like my head is going to explode. Ah, it's Heart Force. What a powerful Heart Force. What a terrifying Heart Force. As soon as Qin Zhao's Heart Force was released, the 17 Empyreans immediately cried out in pain. The power of the inner world projection suppressed the giant dragons and the Heart Force suppressed the 17 Empyreans. At this moment, Qin Shao was equivalent to using his own strength to fight against the entire Wulong sect. This battle immediately made Qin Zhao's image lofty and glorious. Everyone knew what kind of powerful existence he was. A first-step Empyrean was far from being able to express his strength. Heart force? Wulong Suzerain was also rather surprised. This kid was actually a heart force cultivator? It was one thing to be a heart force cultivator, but his strength had actually reached such a level? To be able to suppress 17 Empyreans with heart force, he should have almost reached the level of a third-step Empyrean. Or rather, he should have already reached the level of a third-step Empyrean. However, that was not right. Qin Zhao's aura showed that he was only a first-step Empyrean, not a third-step Empyrean. No matter which path one took or which cultivation system one cultivated, it did not affect the division of realms. Realms were fixed and universal. There was no way to fake them. Realms were what realms they were at. Even if he was a heart force cultivator, if he really reached the level of a third-step Empyrean, he would still be a third-step Empyrean. What's going on? This is a little strange. The old man has lived for so long, yet he has never heard of such a thing. He is clearly only a first-step Empyrean, yet his heart force is so strong. This is simply unimaginable. Wulong Suzerain's frown deepened. His expression also became a little more solemn. The way he looked at Qin Zhao changed again and again. This kid is indeed a first-step Empyrean. It can't be faked. Furthermore, time has not left many traces on his body. There isn't even a trace of an epoch. This means that this kid hasn't even lived for a single epoch. A kid who hasn't even lived for a single epoch can actually cultivate both the Great Path and heart force to the first-step Empyrean realm at the same time. Furthermore, he is able to display such great strength. This is truly rare. At the very least, the old man has lived for 10,000 epochs and has never heard of such a thing. I've seen it before. Looks like this kid is an exceptional genius. It's just a pity that he has provoked the Bloodbath Alliance. So what if he is a heaven-defying genius? He still can't escape death. Wulong Suzerain shook his head gently. I'm old and I'm a little indecisive. I'm not as ruthless as I was when I was young. Crack. Wulong Suzerain took a step forward like a bolt of lightning breaking through the darkness of dawn. This heavy step caused the entire void to tremble violently. Wulong Suzerain was a third-step Empyrean. When a third-step Empyrean made a move, the situation was naturally different. The battle array was also terrifyingly powerful. When Qin Zhao saw Wulong Suzerain stepping into the battlefield, his heart force surged forward without hesitation. It silently attacked Wulong Suzerain's soul intent. Wulong Suzerain was prepared. He was an ancient being who had lived for 10,000 epochs. His state of mind was already extremely tough. The weakest part of his soul intent was also protected by a treasure. Therefore, in the face of Qin Zhao's powerful heart force attack, Wulong Suzerain only raised his eyebrows. He wasn't too affected and actually took the attack head-on. Crack! Wulong Suzerain took another big step forward. He was like a peerless death god that had walked out from the depths of hell. He brought along an irresistible force. So strong. The aura that Wulong Suzerain exuded from his body made people feel that he was very strong. Very strong. He wasn't any weaker than the Silver Abyss Warrior. Furthermore, Wulong Suzerain was stronger than the Silver Abyss Warrior because he wasn't affected by Qin Zhao's heart force. Therefore, facing Wulong Suzerain was definitely much more terrifying than facing Wu Gu Warrior or Zhu Qiong Warrior. So strong. He's actually not affected by my heart force. My heart force was unable to harm the Hidden Dragon Sect Master in the slightest. As expected of Wulong Suzerain. He's really strong. He's really an existence that can dominate an area. Qin Zhao couldn't help but admire him. He couldn't help but admire him. One had to know that even Wu Gu Warrior and Zhu Qiong Warrior, who were both third-step Empyreans, had suffered greatly under Qin Zhao's heart force. However, Wulong's suzerain wasn't affected at all. This was enough to explain the problem. The situation wasn't good. "Ah, young master, this old fellow isn't affected at all. He's really strong. This time, we're in trouble. I'm afraid we'll really have to ask Baby Mo for help," Jing Yang said in surprise. Qin Zhao shook his head. The situation wasn't optimistic at all. If there wasn't a better way, then they could only prepare for the worst and wake Baby Mo up. Thinking about how two big men had to ask a little girl for help, they both felt ashamed. However, Wulong's suzerain's powerful aura suppressed them. Qin Zhao and Jing Yang both felt the pressure and the smell of danger. Wulong's suzerain was definitely a ruthless character. Wulong's suzerain waved his hand. A surge of power turned into countless rays of light that surged forward and destroyed everything. When this surge of power surged forward, Qin Zhao and Jing Yang's hairs all stood on end. An inexplicable sense of fear involuntarily rose within them. So strong, such a strong technique. Qin Zhao and Jing Yang gritted their teeth and took out their heaven-grade weapons. Originally, Qin Zhao didn't want to reveal his heaven-grade weapons so easily. However, he had no choice but to reveal his heaven-grade weapons now. The heaven-grade weapons did give them more power, but they obviously couldn't turn the situation around with just two heaven-grade weapons. Both of them held their heaven-grade weapons and attacked with all their might. However, under the surging waves of power, the two of them were forced to retreat. They simply couldn't resist. Qin Zhao and Jing Yang were already greatly suppressed. Now that they were pinned down by the 17 celestial masters, they had no energy to deal with the others. Now that they were up against Wulong's suzerain, Qin Zhao couldn't use his full strength. Even if he could, it would be useless. Wulong's suzerain's strength was indeed terrifying. At least, Qin Zhao didn't have a clear understanding of Wulong's suzerain's strength. "Young master, this old man is too strong. We are no match for him at all. We have to find a way to escape quickly. The Bloodbath Alliance might be on their way. If we don't hurry, we won't have any chance to escape once the Bloodbath Alliance arrives." Jing Yang transmitted his voice to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had a bitter smile on his face. How could he not know this? How could he not want to escape? But how could he escape now? How could he escape? They were now trapped and there was no way to escape. Unless they let Baby Mo out now and let Baby Mo go on a killing spree and carve out a bloody path. Only then would they be able to escape. "Young master, ask for Baby Mo's help. There's no other way." Jing Yang shook his head helplessly. Chapter 1601. Rumble. Just as Qin Zhao was about to wake Baby Mo up, an earth-shattering noise came from the distance of the world, instantly exploding the void. A huge warship tore through the space of the cosmic ocean and flew out. It was a space jump. It was very difficult to perform a space jump in the great wide world. It required the power of an ancient saint to do it. Therefore, when they saw the huge warship fly out of the void, they felt as if their souls were hit by a powerful force. This was a terrifying deterrent force, which made Qin Zhao and Jing Yang's expressions turn gloomy. The situation was not good. Qin Zhao and the others had seen this huge warship before. It was the warship of the Bloodbath Alliance. This obviously meant that the people of the Bloodbath Alliance had arrived. They had arrived so quickly. It seemed that it would be difficult for them to escape. Seeing the people of the Bloodbath Alliance, Wulong's suzerain's expression changed slightly. They were now working for the Bloodbath Alliance. They had not captured the people of the Bloodbath Alliance yet. "Young master, the situation is really bad. The people of the Bloodbath Alliance have arrived so quickly. In order to deal with us, they didn't hesitate to use a space jump to teleport here?" Wasn't this price a little too high? How can we be so important that the people of the Bloodbath Alliance would do this? Jing Yang said with a bitter face. He was more puzzled. In fact, Qin Shao was also a little puzzled. He knew that the people of the Bloodbath Alliance would definitely appear, but he did not expect them to appear in such a way. The larger the space jump, the more energy it required, and the greater the price it had to pay. Moreover, the Bloodbath Alliance must be very far away from here. The farther it was, the greater the price it had to pay. It was normal to spend tens of thousands of Chaos Source Stones to complete such a teleportation. Therefore, Qin Shao was also very puzzled. Although he and Jing Yang had saved Wulong Zhantian from the Bloodbath Alliance, it was true that they had offended the Bloodbath Alliance. However, this kind of provocation shouldn't be enough to make the Bloodbath Alliance hate them so much that they would go all out to deal with them, right? This situation was indeed very strange. There's no other way. I'm afraid we're really going to have to go through a calamity today. I don't know if Baby Mo can handle it. Qin Shao shook her head. In fact, she wasn't confident either. Even if Baby Mo had the strength of a fourth step Heavenly Venerable, the current situation could not be underestimated. The people from the Bloodbath Alliance had arrived. Wulong Suzerain had also temporarily stopped and prepared to welcome the people from the Bloodbath Alliance. Although the Hidden Dragon Sect Master didn't do anything else, he still trapped Qin Shao and the other Heavenly Exalts. The 17 Heavenly Exalts didn't stop there either. They continued to suppress Qin Shao and the other Heavenly Exalts, not giving them any chance to escape. The huge warship pressed down and the thick smell of blood surged into the sky, dyeing the void red. It was as if Azura Hell had descended, causing the world to sink into an aura of death. The warship rumbled and pressed down like a huge mountain. The pressure was suffocating. The aura, the power, and the thick smell of blood were all oppressive. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably have collapsed. A group of people walked out of the warship. This group of people was the group that Qin Shao and the others had defeated previously. The Red Devils were in the lead. It was a familiar warship, a familiar team, and a familiar force. When he saw that it was only the Red Devils and the others, Qin Zhao's heavy heart could not help but relax a little. If it was only a few people, then there was nothing to be afraid of. After all, they had defeated these people last time. Therefore, Qin Shao was not afraid of the Red Devils and the others. If they could defeat them once, then they could defeat them twice. Qin Shao stared at the huge warship to see if there were other forces from the Bloodbath Alliance. It was still too early to be happy. Young Master, it seems that the Bloodbath Alliance has only sent out this force. They really look down on us. They even sent out this group of losers. However, this has given us a great opportunity. Young Master, the Bloodbath Alliance must be counting on the Wulong sect to capture us, so they don't need to do anything. Perhaps because of this, they only sent out the Red Devils. If that's the case, then we can definitely escape today. Young Master, it seems that the heavens have not forsaken us. I was really scared just now. I thought we were finished this time. There was a trace of excitement in Jing Yang's voice. Just now, it was not only Jing Yang who was scared. In fact, Qin Shao was also a little scared. The formation just now was indeed a little scary. Now it seemed that it was a strong start but weak finish. It was all bark and no bite. If this was really the case, then it was the best news for Qin Shao. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When the Red Devils saw Qin Shao and Jing Yang, their burning eyes bloomed with a cold light. They stared at Qin Shao like poisonous snakes, as if they were going to pounce on Qin Shao and bite him to death. You two brats, we meet again," the Red Devils said eerily. This time, it was even more playful. At this time, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were trapped. They were like caged birds that were at the mercy of the Red Devils. "You're just a defeated opponent. I don't know where you get the courage to be so arrogant," Qin Shao said sarcastically without any trace of politeness. The last time they were defeated, the Red Devils regarded it as a great shame and a stain on their lives. This time, they came with the heart of revenge. The Red Devils snorted angrily. "Brat, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'd like to see how long you can be so arrogant. There will be a time when you beg for mercy." The show has just begun. I'll definitely let you know the consequences of offending the Bloodbath Alliance. After saying that, the Red Devils looked at Wulong Suzerain and shouted with a displeased expression, "Wulong Suzerain, is the Wulong sect full of good-for-nothings? You waited for me to come for such a small matter, but you still haven't done it. Don't you feel ashamed?" He was the dignified Wulong Suzerain, a dignified third-step celestial master. How could Wulong Suzerain feel comfortable being scolded by a second-step celestial master? However, no matter how uncomfortable he felt, he could only suppress it by force. The Red Devils were not a big deal, but he was a member of the Bloodbath Alliance after all. At this time, he was acting on behalf of the Bloodbath Alliance. He was wearing the hat of an emissary on his head. With this identity, Wulong Suzerain naturally did not dare to offend the Red Devils. Therefore, even if he was scolded, he still forced a smile and said, "The emissary of the Red Devils is right. The Wulong sect was a little careless. But it will be soon. I'll have to trouble the emissary of the Red Devils to wait for a moment. I'll be able to solve it soon. These two boys have been trapped by me. It's impossible for them to fly out even if they have wings." Red Devil didn't say anything else. He urged, "I hope that's the case. Then you should hurry up and deal with it. Don't make me wait too long. I don't have that much time to waste here." The Hidden Dragon Sect Master knew that he couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. He had to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Wulong Suzerain did not hesitate and immediately attacked with all his strength. Qin Shao waved his hand and forcefully threw Baby Mo out of his inner world. Baby Mo was sleeping soundly. When he was suddenly thrown out, he immediately woke up. He rubbed his eyes in a daze and looked around. Soon, he looked at Qin Shao with an extremely aggrieved expression. "Brother Qin Shao, you're so naughty. I want to sleep. Why did you throw me out and not let me sleep?" Baby Mo said aggrievedly. Qin Shao coughed awkwardly and said, "Baby Mo, you can sleep later. If you don't do something now, Brother Qin Shao and Brother Jing Yang will be in trouble." Baby Mo was still a little sleepy and did not know what was going on. When he heard Qin Zhao's words, he suddenly came to his senses and carefully looked around. Only then did he realize what was going on. At this moment, Wulong Suzerain also attacked with all his strength. Monstrous power surged, sword energy surged, and the power of law covered the sky. It was really powerful. Baby Mo was instantly angry. "Bad guy, big bad guy. You want to hurt my brother Qin Shao? No way. I'm angry. I'm really angry." Baby Mo glared at Wulong Suzerain angrily. In his anger, a powerful power surged out of Baby Mo's body. Baby Mo's 4 hooves stomped in the void. Every time he stomped, he could stir up the world, causing the void to tremble violently. At the same time, a powerful spatial power came out. At the same time, it was combined with the power of the sacred beast that Baby Mo was emitting. It became even more terrifying. As soon as this power came out, it directly shattered Wulong Suzerain's original will. The 17 Holy Masters were also directly sent flying, each of them seriously injured. Whoosh! Baby Mo suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Wulong Suzerain. Wulong Suzerain did not even have a chance to react. He was directly hit by Baby Mo. The powerful force made him unable to resist at all. Therefore, he was directly sent flying by Baby Mo. He smashed heavily on the huge rock, causing it to shatter. Half of it collapsed. Ancient sacred beast? Ancient Ink Qilin? How is this possible? Wulong Suzerain was completely dumbfounded. This sudden change really caught him off guard. How could this be? Was it really a living ancient sacred beast? Wasn't this too unbelievable? The ancient sacred beast clan had not come out for a long time. They had always been in seclusion and basically did not come out. Even if it was really an ancient sacred beast, but these two kids did not seem to have any background at all. How could they casually bring an ancient sacred beast with them? Just where did these two brats come from? Could it be that he had underestimated them? Wulong Suzerain was a person who had lived for tens of thousands of eras. He had also traveled in the holy region, so he thought that he knew the great wide world well. However, the situation in front of him really did make him feel a little dumbfounded. He did not understand at all. However, Wulong Suzerain was not in the mood to think about this matter. Baby Mo had gone crazy, and the consequences were very serious. Wulong Suzerain was beaten up by Baby Mo until he could not fight back. He was completely abused, as if he was toying with an ant. Wulong Suzerain was hit again and again, and his divine body was being broken bit by bit. Chapter 1602. Although Baby Mo was still a child, he was an ancient saint after all. Last time, he had forced the abyssal ruler to retreat with a single roar. In terms of cultivation realm, Baby Mo was equivalent to a fourth step heavenly venerate, but Wulong Suzerain was only a third step heavenly venerate. Therefore, Baby Mo was more than enough to deal with Wulong Suzerain. Wulong Suzerain was suppressed to the point that Wulong Suzerain could not resist at all. Baby Mo instantly broke through the predicament. Qin Shao and Jing Yi quickly left the boulder and distanced themselves from the Hidden Dragon universe. That way, the Hidden Dragon universe's origin would not affect them. If he wasn't trapped, it would be much easier to escape. Ancient Ink Qilin? And a young one? That's, on the other side of the giant warship. The Red Devils were also shocked. They widened their eyes and looked at Baby Mo in disbelief. Many thoughts flashed through their minds. Why would these two brats have a young ancient saint beast with them? How powerful and mysterious was the ancient saint beast clan? They had long been isolated from the world, and were not known to the world. Their traces were hard to find. Could it be that these two fellows have something to do with the ancient sacred beast clan? Otherwise, why would they have a young ancient Ink Qilin with them? The ancient Saint Beast clan is extremely rare, so they are extremely united. Every member is very important, so there's no reason for them to leave a young ancient Ink Qilin outside. Thus, there must be some sort of situation that no one knows about. The Red Devil's eyes deepened. They thought of many possibilities and made many hypotheses, but there was no way to determine which one was most likely. On the one hand, the Red Devils were unwilling to believe that Qin Shao and Jing Yi had anything to do with the ancient Saint Beast clan. The ancient Saint Beast clan was mysterious and powerful. They had been in seclusion for a very long time. The reason why they chose to live in seclusion was because they didn't want to have anything to do with the other clans. Therefore, logically speaking, Qin Shao and the other person should not have any relationship with the ancient Sacred Beast clan. On the other hand, from the various signs and circumstances, it was possible that Qin Shao and Qin Shao really had something to do with the ancient Sacred Beast clan. If that was the case, then this matter would be troublesome. Putting everything else aside, just the ancient Ink Qilin alone was enough to give them a hard time. Even the Hidden Dragon sect master was tortured by it, let alone them. Haha, Baby Mo, you did well. Too well. Give him a good beating. Trample on him. Jing Yang clapped his hands excitedly. Under Baby Mo's powerful attacks, Wulong Suzerain was soon beaten into a sorry state. His godly body was severely damaged. If this continued, Wulong Suzerain would be killed by Baby Mo. The other celestial venerables of the Wulong sect were all dumbfounded. Their grandmaster, who was invincible in their hearts, was as weak as a chicken right now. The impact brought about by this huge contrast was way too strong. Therefore, those people were all dumbstruck and stood there in a daze. Even if they were worried about Wulong suzerain's safety, how could they have the courage to court death in this situation? If even Wulong suzerain was being tortured, they would probably be killed instantly. They wouldn't even be able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks. The Red Devils were also dumbfounded. They couldn't even defeat Qin Shao and Jing Yang, let alone Baby Mo, who had gone crazy. "Alright, baby, come back. Let's get out of here quickly." Qin Shao suddenly sent a voice transmission to Baby Mo. He didn't have any intention of killing Wulong suzerain. When the fight was about done, it was time to leave. Qin Shao didn't want to stay in this troublesome place for too long. Although Wulong suzerain's actions made Qin Shao uncomfortable, it didn't anger Qin Shao to the point where he had to kill Wulong suzerain. Under normal circumstances, Qin Shao wouldn't kill anyone. This time was no exception. Baby Mo hadn't had his fun yet. However, when he heard Qin Zhao's words, Baby Mo obediently flew back. Jing Yang took out Mount Soaring Mountain. The 3 of them got on Mount Soaring Mountain and prepared to leave. Wulong suzerain was almost on the verge of death after being beaten up by Baby Mo. At this time, he had less than 30% of his strength left. How could he have much strength left? The others were even worse off. The Red Devils didn't have the ability to stop Qin Shao. Now that Baby Mo had stirred things up, the battle was basically over. "Let's go." Without anyone to stop them, it was much easier. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He immediately said to Jing Yang and prepared to leave. However, just as Jing Yang was about to activate Mount Soaring Mountain to leave, a powerful force suddenly shrouded them. It directly imprisoned Mount Soaring Mountain, making it unable to move even an inch. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand pressing down on Mount Soaring Mountain. Not only did it press down on Mount Soaring Mountain, but Qin Shao and Jing Yang also couldn't control themselves and knelt down heavily on the ground. They wanted to stand up, but they couldn't. A powerful force was pressing down on them, preventing them from standing up. Even Baby Mo couldn't help but show some fear on his face. His body was trembling. Qin Shao and Jing Yang's expressions changed drastically. They felt like they were going to die. What kind of terrifying force was this? How could it be so strong? It was so strong that they couldn't resist at all. It was so strong that even Baby Mo was trembling in fear. What kind of terrifying force was this? A 4th step celestial venerable? Obviously not. This was far from the strength of a 4th step celestial venerable. A 4th step celestial venerable was far from this. Even if it was a 4th step celestial venerable, it was impossible for Baby Mo to feel fear. Even if it was a 4th step celestial venerable, it was impossible for him to make Qin Shao and Jing Yang kneel on the ground with just his aura alone. No matter how much strength they exerted, they couldn't break free and stand up. Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through Qin Zhao's mind. It was an ancient sage. Only an ancient sage could have such a powerful and terrifying aura. Only an ancient sage would be able to make Baby Mo tremble in fear. Only an ancient sage could use the power of his aura alone to firmly suppress Mount Soaring Mountain and them. This was definitely the power of an ancient sage. Could it be that there was an ancient sage guarding the giant warship? It couldn't be, right? An ancient saint. Even in the sanctuary, he would definitely be a big shot. He was definitely an existence that could dominate a region. Ancient sages rarely made a move. Logically speaking, such a small matter shouldn't alarm an ancient sage. Even if it did, it shouldn't be enough to send an ancient sage over. Therefore, this matter was very strange. Young master, it's an ancient sage. I'm very familiar with this aura. It's the same as the old master's. It's terrifyingly powerful and invincible. I haven't felt this kind of feeling in a long time. There's an ancient sage inside the giant warship, Yang Qi murmured. It seems that I was overjoyed. This is really troublesome. Jing Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said to Qin Shao. Facing an ancient sage, how could they fight? There was no way to play anymore. Even if Baby Mo unleashed his full strength again, he was far from being a match for an ancient sage. This was without a doubt. Although the difference between a fourth-step celestial venerable and an ancient sage was only one step, it didn't seem particularly big. However, breaking through from a fourth-step celestial venerable to an ancient sage was a natural chasm. It wasn't that easy to cross. Therefore, no matter how strong Baby Mo was, it wouldn't help. After all, Baby Mo was still a child. If it was an adult Ink Qilin, there wouldn't be any problem at all. Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't been happy for long before retribution came. An ancient sage. This time around, he was facing an ancient sage. How was he supposed to fight? He didn't even have the thought of fighting. Even if he had the thought of fighting, it would be useless. At this time, he was firmly suppressed by the power of this aura. He couldn't even move. There was no way to mobilize his divine body and divine power. He knelt there, unable to move. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that right now, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were just two ants. Their fates were completely in the hands of others. As long as that person was willing, Qin Shao and the others would die here with a gentle squeeze. The strength of the enemy didn't lie in how terrifying they were, but in whether you had the power to resist. When you didn't even have the power to resist, you would realize how helpless and pathetic it was. At this time, Qin Shao had fallen into a state of helplessness and misery. Sure enough, soon, a figure walked out of the huge warship. The aura of a monarch had descended, blooming with a peerless radiance. This was an exceptionally tall and mighty man. He was draped in a long fiery red cloak that fluttered in the wind. He looked very cool and handsome. The powerful aura emanating from his body was like that of a supreme ruler descending upon the world. As long as he appeared, everything in this world would have to submit to him willingly, not daring to act rashly. This was a kind of supreme majesty, a power that only the strong could possess. Greetings, Sage Yu Luosha. The Red Devils and the others immediately knelt down and greeted him in unison. Greetings, Sage Yu Luosha. Wulong Suzerain also immediately gestured for the people of the Wulong sect to kneel down. Before an ancient sage, they were nothing more than puny ants. Sage Yu Luosha didn't pay any attention to the Red Devils and Wulong Suzerain. He didn't even look at them. However, His Supreme Majesty made it so that no one dared to complain. They were absolutely willing to submit to him. Sage Yu Luosha's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Qin Shao and the other two. As his gaze swept across them, Baby Mo and Jing Yang couldn't help but lower their heads. They didn't dare to look at Sage Yu Luosha, not even once. His gaze was exceptionally sharp and carried with it a supreme majesty. It was like a peerless treasured knife that could pierce through anything. A person's most powerful aura could only be fully demonstrated through the eyes. Therefore, the eyes were the most powerful weapon. Most of the time, they possessed great power. Qin Shao tried his best to straighten his body. His gaze was extremely cold as he stared at Yu Luosha. He actually met Yu Luosha's gaze head-on. Out of everyone, only Qin Shao dared to meet Yu Luosha's gaze. Furthermore, he didn't withdraw his gaze easily. They continued to stare at each other. This powerful surging attack caused Qin Shao great pain and discomfort. His body was even on the verge of collapsing. He felt as if he couldn't bear it any longer. However, the supreme absolute intent made Qin Shao extremely strong. He refused to admit defeat easily. He wanted to fight to the death. Chapter 1603. However, under the gaze of this unparalleled sharpness, Qin Shao felt his mind go blank. It was as if the entire world was about to collapse and be completely annihilated. Qin Shao was also holding on with the last trace of his will. Otherwise, he would have already lowered his head. The power that was suppressing his divine body was so strong that Qin Shao could not resist. After all, Qin Zhao's strength and realm were there. In front of an ancient sage, he was naturally too weak to resist. However, his state of mind and soul were a little different. This had always been Qin Zhao's strength, so he was able to resist a little and hold on with his peerless will. However, this kind of support was too uncomfortable. It felt like he was risking the collapse of his will and soul. However, Qin Shao had always been a stubborn person who would rather die than submit. As long as he could fight, he would definitely not bow down. Even if he was going to die, he would persevere and not fall down easily. His divine body was suppressed and there was no way to resist. He had indeed tried his best. However, if his will and soul could resist, Qin Shao would definitely not give in easily. Even in the face of an ancient sage, he would not give in easily. However, as the saying goes, there was a difference between a god and a mortal. The difference between a first-step celestial master and an ancient sage was more than just the difference between a god and a mortal. Therefore, no matter how unwilling Qin Shao was to give in, he still fell down in the end. There was no way for him to open his eyes again. His will and soul had suffered a heavy blow, which made Qin Shao feel like he was about to die. "Young master," Jing Yang also exclaimed anxiously. One look from an ancient sage was enough to kill a celestial master. Qin Shao closed his eyes tightly and struggled to prop up his upper body. However, he could not open his eyes. Too strong, too strong, too strong. This feeling was even more terrifying than when the most ordinary mortal met a god. The existence of an ancient sage was actually so unimaginably strong? Qin Shao had never doubted the strength of an ancient sage. However, he had never seen an ancient sage, so he did not know how strong an ancient sage was. Now that he saw it, he knew how strong and terrifying it was. When he faced Wulong Suzerain, this extremely powerful third-step celestial master, and even the evil abyss ruler, he did not feel this way. Now that he faced this ancient sage, Qin Shao really felt like he was not even an ant. He was so weak that he could not resist at all. With a trace of stubbornness, he was quickly defeated. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Under the giant warship, Red Devil and the others were still kneeling there respectfully. Holy Sovereign Yuluosha didn't ask them to get up, and they didn't dare to do so. Holy Venerate Yuluosha looked at Qin Shao with some interest. She said teasingly, "You're just an ant. Do you think you can resist me?" His tone was calm, but it was filled with absolute power. Baby Mo was also suppressed by Yuluosha's aura, which made him very uncomfortable. Baby Mo also cursed angrily. Yuluosha did not have much interest in Qin Shao. He only looked at him playfully, then his gaze landed on Baby Mo. In comparison, Baby Mo was naturally more attractive to him. "Ancient Inkchilin," Yuluosha said. "You are at most one universe era, right? How did such a young ancient Inkchilin end up in the hands of a brat?" Holy Sovereign Yuluosha asked. Baby Mo glared angrily at Yuluosha. "I don't need a bad person like you to meddle in my affairs. Hurry up and let go of Baby Qin Shao and the others, or Baby will get angry." "Ha ha ha, angry?" Holy Sage Yuluosha chuckled nonchalantly. "What do you want if you're angry? You have no power to resist at all in front of me." Baby Mo struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free. In front of Yuluosha, he really didn't have any power to resist. "You bad person, big bad person." Baby Mo was so angry that he was about to cry. How could there be such a bad person? "You two ants, how should I punish you?" Yu Luosha's gaze swept over Qin Shao and Jing Yang. This was an emperor's punishment. Little one, you have some guts. How dare you go against the Bloodbath Alliance? Do you think you can earn the gratitude of the Wulong sect just because you saved the Wulong sect's kid? One word from me, and the Wulong suzerain wouldn't dare resist. The taste of repaying kindness with enmity, isn't it very unpleasant? Naive, so naive. This is the price you have to pay to grow. However, you won't have the chance to grow anymore. Qin Shao said with difficulty, the winner takes all. I have nothing to say about my lack of strength. Do you regret it now? Yu Luosha asked playfully. Qin Shao said resolutely, regret? Why should I regret it? I, Qin Shao, never regret anything I do. Whatever I decide to do, it's something I insist on. Since I've decided to do it, I won't regret it. The path of life is very long. Every step can have a great impact on your life. One wrong step can lead to many wrong steps. One wrong step can lead to a different path. You should walk your own path, not be given to you by others. Therefore, every step you take should be a choice made after careful consideration. Since you've made your choice, why should you regret it? If you don't even have this little bit of determination, how can you go far on the path of life? The path of cultivation has always been a path that defies the natural order. It's full of hardships and bumps. This is my fate, my path. If I can't continue, then it's my fate. There's nothing to regret. How many cultivators have there been in the long river of time? How many have been able to laugh proudly? If everyone can keep going and become stronger, then there'll be no difference between the strong and the weak in this world. Even if I die now, I won't regret what I've done. I won't regret the path I've taken or the choices I've made. Life is like this. It's not enough, but I have no regrets. Life is like this. It's not enough, but I have no regrets. Holy Sovereign Yu Luosha chuckled. That's a nice way to put it. You're so young yet you're able to say so much about life. That's quite rare. You're right. Even this saint is starting to admire you. If you have time and opportunity, you might be able to grow. However, no matter how much you grow, you'll still be an ant before me. Not worth mentioning. You can't afford to offend the Bloodbath Alliance. You can't interfere with the matters of the Wulong sect. Can't afford to offend them? Can't I? This was the bitterness and helplessness in Qin Zhao's heart. Although it was cruel, it was true. Qin Shao indeed did not have the ability to interfere. This was a bloody fact, a cruel reality. Strength, everything was determined by strength. In fact, Qin Shao had felt this helplessness when he was in the Hongmeng universe. He had also walked step by step from being weak to being strong, so he could understand this feeling best. Now that he had stepped into the great wide world, his strength was still very weak. He was still at the beginning stage. You two ants, get lost. In the future, if you see anyone from the Bloodbath Alliance, get lost. I don't want to kill you two ants this time, but if there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. Yu Luosha waved her hand and a powerful and irresistible force directly swept towards Qin Shao and Qin Shao. Qin Shao and Qin Shao were sent flying. They were thrown extremely far away and heavily injured with a casual move, causing them to vomit blood and their divine bodies to be greatly injured. Baby Mo was still struggling with all his might, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape from the cage. Qin Shao knew that Yu Luosha wanted to take Baby Mo away, which made Qin Shao go crazy for a moment. Baby Mo, young master, don't go over. Jing Yang tried his best to hold Qin Shao back, afraid that Qin Shao would do something stupid. If Qin Shao were to rush over to save Baby Mo at this moment, he would definitely infuriate Sage Yu Luosha, and the only outcome would be death. Moreover, there was no way for them to save Baby Mo. With Baby Mo's strength, he could not escape, let alone save him. There was no way for them to save him. Big brother Qin Shao, Don't worry about me. Go, go. Baby Mo knew that he could not escape, so he said to Qin Shao, Don't worry? How could Qin Shao bear to leave Baby Mo alone? But even if he couldn't bear it, what could he do? Qin Shao could only stare at Yu Luosha. If possible, Qin Shao really wanted to fight him to the death. Yu Luosha glanced at Qin Shao disdainfully and said, Kid, it seems like you're not convinced? Do you hate me? Haha, an ant like you doesn't even have the right to hate me. Brat, you do have some backbone, but your backbone is worthless. You don't deserve to have the ancient ink Qilin, so I'll take it for you. If you're not convinced, you can come and take revenge on me when you're strong enough. I'm willing to wait for you. Now, before I get angry, you'd better get lost. Otherwise, I'll change my mind. Holy Sovereign Yu Luosha's words were like a sharp blade that dealt a heavy blow to Qin Shao, making him want to vomit blood. He was weak, he had no right, he was an ant. How big of a blow was that? How ironic. Let's go, young master. Let's go, or we'll really die here. Jing Yang was a little anxious and pulled Qin Shao. The pain in Qin Zhao's heart was indescribable. He really wanted to fight it out with Yu Luosha. However, reason allowed Qin Shao to calm down. He wasn't alone right now. There were still quite a few people in his inner world. If he were to act rashly, he would not only harm himself, but also implicate everyone. It would be extremely irresponsible to let everyone die with him for something that was completely impossible. Although Qin Zhao's heart was bleeding, there was nothing he could do. He could only feel pain and self-blame. Big brother Qin Shao, leave quickly. Come and save me in the future, Baby Mo said to Qin Shao again. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said, Baby Mo, just wait for Big brother Qin Shao. Big brother Qin Shao will definitely come and save you. Definitely. Qin Zhao's words were resolute. This was a strong belief. Hee. What a little ant. What a whimsical fantasy. You overestimate yourself. Yu Luosha sneered disdainfully. Naturally, he did not think much of Qin Shao. So what if he was a genius? He had seen many geniuses, but how many of them could truly grow? Even if they could, becoming a fourth step heavenly venerate would be pretty good. How difficult would it be to become a prime sage? Chapter 1604. The endless universe ocean was always so vast and boundless, with no end in sight. It was always so cold and gloomy. It was filled with darkness and death. This place was like a kingdom abandoned by the god. It was a place where light was unwilling to cover, a place where darkness gathered. The atmosphere on Sky God Mountain was especially depressing. Lord of Desolate Land, I think you should go and persuade Qin Shao. After all, he listens to you more, said the Lord of Nine Dragons. The Lord of Desolate Land shook his head and said, I've tried to persuade him before, but he's in a very bad mood now. My words won't work. If you want to go, I think Red Dust Guest should go. I can't do it either. Red Dust Guest shook his head and said, I know Qin Shao. This time, he's really suffered a heavy blow. It's not something that can be resolved with just a few words of advice. As the saying goes, a heart disease needs to be cured with medicine. He can only rely on himself for this matter. I believe Qin Shao won't be defeated so easily. He'll definitely be able to resolve this matter with his own efforts. Therefore, we don't have to worry about him blindly. Let's just wait for him to adjust himself. At this time, none of us can help him. Sigh. Everyone sighed. If this matter happened to anyone, they would probably be the same. However, in the face of this matter, everyone felt a sense of helplessness. There was nothing they could do. In the face of an ancient saint, who would have the slightest ability to resist. On top of a rock, a figure sat on the ground, drinking wine alone. His expression was filled with sadness and desolation, dejected and dejected. Jing Yang walked over and sat beside Qin Shao. He was also holding a pot of wine in his hand. He clinked glasses with Qin Shao and said, "Young master, let me drink with you for a while." Qin Shao only gestured at Jing Yang with his wine pot. He didn't say anything. At this time, Qin Shao was indeed unwilling to say anything. After taking a sip of wine, Jing Yang looked at Qin Shao and said seriously, "Young master, this is not your fault." Qin Shao turned her head and looked at Jing Yang. She laughed bitterly at herself and said, "Is it really not my fault?" Qin Shao shook her head and said, "No, Jing Yang, you're wrong. In the end, it's still my fault. First, Yao Xuelian was captured by Honorable Lord Jiaolan. Now, Baby Mo was captured by Honorable Lord Yu Luosha. Why? In the end, isn't it because I'm weak? Because I was weak, they were able to easily trample on me, suppressing me to the point where I did not even have the strength to resist. I could only watch as Xuelian and Baby Mo were captured by them, and be bullied by them. Isn't all of this because I'm not strong enough?" Jing Yang said, "Young master, there's nothing you can do about it. After all, you've only been cultivating for a short period of time. Therefore, it's not your fault that you're not strong enough for now. If you were given the same amount of time, you would definitely be able to trample on them instead." Qin Shao still shook her head and said, "All right, Jing Yang, you don't have to comfort me anymore. I'm fine. No matter how weak I am, I wouldn't have been defeated like this. It's just that I'm not in a good mood right now. I don't blame anyone else. I only blame myself for not being strong enough. This is my own responsibility. I can't avoid it. It's an objective fact. And this fact also deeply inspires me to make myself stronger. Only then will I not be bullied by others and not let others hurt the people I want to protect. Right now I'm still too weak." The incident with Yao Xuelian and Baby Mo had deeply stimulated Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's desire to become stronger became even stronger. Become stronger, become stronger, become stronger. This was the only thing on Qin Zhao's mind right now. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Jing Yang was relieved. He knew that Qin Shao wasn't affected by this incident and didn't break down because of it. This was also what Jing Yang was worried about. Many geniuses walked on a path that was too smooth. After a big setback, they became depressed. Fortunately, Qin Shao wasn't like that. Qin Zhao's state of mind was still very, very strong. "Young master, I knew that nothing would be able to defeat you. Then let's rush to the immortal region as quickly as possible?" Jing Yang said comfortingly. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes. We got 10,000 Chaos Source Stones from Wulong Zhantian. At most, we'll just be able to reach the immortal region. This will also depend on our luck. If the journey is smooth and safe, then we'll be able to reach the immortal region without any problems. If something unexpected happens along the way, then the situation will be very difficult to predict. Right now, we don't have a better choice. If we go to the dark, brilliant secret realm again, I don't think it'll be a good choice. Going to the dark, brilliant secret realm means that we'll have to compete for luck, adventure, and earn Chaos Source Stones. If that's the case, why don't we just give it a shot? If we succeed, then we'll be able to reach the immortal region directly." Jing Yang nodded and said, "Yes, young master. I think so too. I've done a lot of detailed analysis and the results are still the same. No matter what, we still need to rely on luck. Why don't we just give it a shot? And I think that our luck has always been good. Overall, it's not bad." Qin Shao was very much in agreement. He nodded and said, "All right, Jing Yang. Then this matter is settled. If we're in a hurry, you can go first. If necessary, I'll take over. It'll probably take nearly 100,000 years to reach the immortal region. I'll be alone for a while and have a good rest." "All right, young master. Have a good rest." I'll take my leave first. Jing Yang nodded and left. After sending off Jing Yang, Qin Shao continued to drink wine. The wine was bitter and spicy, but it was a delicacy when one was in pain. Yao Shuoyan, baby Mo, just you wait. I've let you suffer. I, Qin Shao, will remember all the pain you've suffered because of me. In the future, I will definitely go and save you all. I will definitely punish those who have captured you all. If you say that I don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, then I really want to go against heaven. This was Qin Zhao's strongest wish, a wish formed by the convergence of a powerful force. This powerful force pushed Qin Shao forward. Fortunately, Qin Shao and the others' luck was not bad. They didn't encounter any danger like before. In the end, they even provoked an ancient saint. That was really bad luck. Fortunately, that ancient saint didn't kill them. Otherwise, they would have been really unlucky. Without the trouble of the Chaos Source Rock, they could fly at the fastest speed in the endless universe sea. Mount Soaring was an upper-grade flying device. Its flying speed was very, very fast. Ordinary celestial venerables wouldn't even have a chance to react before they disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that if they didn't encounter a powerful force, they wouldn't be able to stop it. Although it was a smooth journey, the sense of crisis in everyone's heart grew stronger. After all, after entering the endless universe sea, they had experienced several dangers. This made everyone deeply understand how terrifying the vast thousand world was. It was indeed far from what they had imagined. The terror of the vast thousand world was far beyond their imagination. Qin Shao was not as depressed as everyone had imagined. After drinking for only 100 years, he began to immerse himself in his cultivation, completely immersing himself in it. With many experiences, Qin Shao gained a lot of insight. It wasn't easy to break through and sublimate these insights and turn them into his own strength. Time passed by very quickly. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years soon, almost 100,000 years had passed. For 100,000 years, they had been traveling at their fastest speed without stopping. 100,000 years wasn't a long time. In terms of cultivation, it was just a flash. It's harder than ascending to heaven to make further progress in the Heavenly Heart Sword technique and the law of Sword Tao. Qin Shao pursed his lips. After 100,000 years of comprehension and cultivation, Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh. Over the years, his energy had basically been focused on the Heavenly Heart Sword technique and the law of Sword Tao. These were the two main directions of his cultivation now. As for the rest, he put them aside for the time being. His heart force had already broken through, so it was naturally impossible for it to improve greatly in a short time. The true meaning of power and the law of Sword Tao were not mentioned for the time being. After all, these two cultivation systems were not even at the level of a celestial venerable. They were still too far away. Qin Shao didn't have so much energy to spare on them for the time being. In addition, Qin Shao also studied the projection of his inner world. Qin Zhao's inner world was far different from ordinary people. There was nothing to study about this. What was worthy of Qin Zhao's research was how to better project the power of his inner world, how to use it in battle, and how to use it to make this power more powerful. Qin Shao also made a lot of ideas and experiments. Unfortunately, he didn't gain anything. The power of the inner world projection was originally a kind of power that came from the inner world. This kind of power was originally fixed and couldn't be molded. It was a pure kind of power. It was relatively simple and didn't have anything else mixed in it. If he wanted the power of the inner world projection to become stronger, there was only one way, and that was to make the inner world stronger. However, how could it be so easy to improve the power of the inner world? The amount of energy needed to expand the inner world was also frighteningly large. Unless it was when he was breaking through a realm, it was usually very difficult to improve even a little bit. Although Qin Shao didn't gain anything from the inner world projection, Qin Shao also fumbled out some experience on his own. He would continue to make more attempts in the future. Qin Shao had always believed that the power of the inner world projection must also have many application skills. Power was the foundation and application was the means. No matter what kind of power it was, it should be inseparable from the means of application. The two complemented each other to become more powerful. However, this obviously required a long and slow process. It needed to be explored slowly. After all, this was a road that no one had walked before. It was an unheard of road. Those who really wanted to go far on this road could be regarded as pioneers. Without any experience, without anyone to guide him, he had to rely on himself to figure it out. That would also be a great achievement. Qin Shao was still very interested in this road. He also had a very strong hunch. Chapter 1605. Young Master, the Celestial Realm is right in front. Jing Yang suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's gaze turned to the distance in front of them. From afar, they saw a beam of saint light emanating from it. The huge saint light formed an incomparably huge celestial body. It was many times bigger than the heavenly fire secret realm that they had previously seen. The saint light was vast and pure. Even though it was far away, the faint saint light could purify one's soul and make one's body and mind feel comfortable. The power of the saint light evoked a beautiful yearning in everyone's heart. The sanctuary was a sacred place in everyone's heart. It was as pure as a mother's. Seeing the sacred region, everyone's mood naturally became incomparably excited. Even Qin Shao was a little excited. The sacred region, that was the holy land that he had always been pursuing. It had been more than 2 million years since they left the primordial universe. They had also experienced several hardships along the way. Finally, they were about to reach the sanctuary. They had finally arrived at the dream land that countless people had been pursuing for 8 universe eras in the primordial universe. The celestial realm, we're finally here. We're finally here. This is great, this is great. Ha ha, I never thought that we would reach the sanctuary one day. The Lord of 9 Dragons was the most excited. He laughed like a madman. Yes, I never thought of it even in my dreams. I never thought that we would reach the sanctuary one day. I only dared to think about it before, but I didn't dare to think too much about it. It's so difficult to reach the sanctuary. This time, we've reaped the fruits of others' labor. Ah! The Lord of Desolate Land also nodded and laughed happily. Everyone's faces were brimming with smiles. The Karakoram Immortal Emperor was even more grateful. I'm the luckiest. I've been drifting in the endless universe ocean. Fortunately, I was saved by Qin Shao. That's how I survived and came to the sanctuary. To me, this is a miracle. Fortunately. Everyone was a little excited and a little complicated. For them to be able to reach the immortal realms, Qin Shao was the greatest contributor. Everything was because of Qin Shao. This great kindness was something that no one could repay. Looking at the excitement of the crowd, Qin Shao soon calmed down after feeling happy. She was also very gratified. In fact, Qin Shao was also very happy to be able to help everyone. It was also a happy thing for him. But for Qin Shao, his mood was still a little heavy. There were still many things on his mind. He was not as relaxed as the others. There were still many things waiting for him to do. First, there was old man Lu He's vengeance. Then, there was Yao Xuelian's capture. Now there was baby Mo. The 3 major events were like silver needles stabbing into Qin Zhao's heart, making Qin Shao feel a sense of urgency at all times. Even his mood was a bit heavy. Solving these three major events was also the only thing on Qin Zhao's mind now. It was the goal that he worked hard for. It was the biggest motivation for him to move forward. It was something that he thought about all the time. Reaching the immortal realms was only the first step. He still had a long way to go. The immortal realms would definitely be the place where he started and grew. The closer he got to the immortal realms, the more holy light there was. It was getting thicker, purer, and more holy. Being baptized by the holy light was really a very comfortable thing. It could make one's body and mind completely relax. It was indeed a very wonderful feeling to enjoy such a baptism for the first time. Everyone's faces were also full of laughter, talking and laughing. Along the way, it could be said that they had gone through a lot of hardships. In the end, although they came out of it safely, some of the training was still vivid in everyone's mind. Fortunately, everything was finally going to return to the light. Everything will be different when we reach the immortal realms. Everything will start anew. Young master, your path will truly begin. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to young master being able to make a name for himself in the immortal realms. Jing Yang was also quite excited and expectant. He looked at Qin Zhao expectantly. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Although this was not the day that he wanted the most, it was already a beautiful beginning, a real beginning. It was not a beginning until they reached the immortal realms. Once they reached the immortal realms, everything would be easy. Everything could be set on the right track. It would be the same if they went to the Great Path Immortal Realm after growing up in the Immortal Realms. In fact, they could go to any of the 8 great Immortal Realms. For them now, there was no difference. The Lord of 9 Dragons suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He pointed to the front and said, "Senior Jingyang, quickly look at what's in front of us." Hearing the voice of the Lord of 9 Dragons, everyone's eyes also looked to the front. Indeed, they saw a huge mass of darkness in the distance approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Its speed was frighteningly fast. It was as if it covered the sky and the sun. It quickly engulfed and blocked the sight of the front completely blocking all the holy light. It was like a huge basin's mouth, enveloping Qin Zhao and the others, wanting to swallow Qin Zhao and the others in one gulp. It was quite frightening to look at. They were about to reach the immortal realms. There was originally a mass of holy light in front of them, but suddenly, this mass of black appeared and swallowed everything. Visually, it was as if the entire immortal realms had been swallowed. Just looking at it was enough to make one's heart tremble. It was too strange and terrifying. Jing Yang suddenly frowned deeply. His expression was grave. Obviously, he did not know what this thing was. The smiles on everyone's faces also stopped abruptly. They all looked in front of them in surprise and puzzlement, not knowing what was going on. After all, they did not understand these things at all. If Jing Yang did not know, then they would know even less. There were all kinds of strange things in the great wide world. They were just frogs that had just jumped out of the bottom of the well. There were many things that they did not understand. For the unknown, everyone naturally had a lot of worries. After all, there were too many dangers in the great wide world. Qin Zhao's gaze was fixed on the darkness in front of him. It was approaching them at an extremely fast speed with the momentum of dark clouds. Qin Zhao did not know whether this was a normal phenomenon or the arrival of danger. It was just that they were about to reach the immortal realms, so there should not be any danger. Would there be anything around the immortal realms that would dare to act rashly? However, Qin Zhao could not help but have a bad premonition in his heart. He kept feeling that there was a trace of danger. "Young master, that thing is approaching us at an extremely fast speed. It's too big. If we want to hide, we can't at all. What should we do?" Jing Yang asked worriedly. Qin Zhao frowned deeply and asked, "Jing Yang, do you know what this thing is?" Jing Yang shook his head and said, "Young master, I don't know what this thing is either. In any case, it's quite strange. We definitely can't hide from it. I don't know if it's dangerous or not. Since we can't hide, then what else can we do? We can only wait and see. Let's stay in MT Tongshan first. Jingyang, let's get ready to take action. Don't fall in this final place, Qin Shao said solemnly. Jingyang nodded. Qin Shao turned to everyone and said, "Go into my inner world first. There might be any danger." Everyone did not dare to hesitate. In the face of unknown things, it was better to be careful. However, just as Qin Shao was about to put everyone into his inner world, the huge darkness suddenly erupted. Endless darkness instantly enveloped this place completely. It was as if a storm was about to engulf everything in the world. The darkness descended in an instant and directly enveloped this place. A terrifying force instantly surged towards Qin Shao and the others, causing them to fall into darkness and into endless coldness. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.